Chapter 86. Free fall as Lin Chaodong dashed downstairs. He bit his lip to stifle a scream, yet his heart was a tempest of shock. It is a universal truth that the first experience of bungee jumping leaves one astounded, unless one is a paratrooper who has made such leaps a mundane part of life. In that moment, as Lin ran downward, he felt a sensation surpassing that of free fall, even more exhilarating than bungee jumping itself. Had it not been for his recent harrowing encounter with the lickers outside, he might have succumbed to terror and wept. Amidst his descent, he recalled a strategy he had devised earlier. He had affixed a climbing device to his gauntlet, though it could not rival Spider-Man's fluidity in traversing buildings. It was certainly superior to that of an ordinary person. The challenge lay in securing a control device to the intelligent grappling hook at the forefront. The ground loomed closer, resembling a giant fly swatter rushing towards him. Just 10 meters from the earth, the webbing abruptly tightened. The immense force strained the silk, yet its strength, 5 times that of steel, held firm against the sudden pull. Only when suspended 10 meters above the ground did his wildly racing heart finally settle. Reaching out to a nearby cephalopod, it approached, its vibrant bud-like head peeking out, seemingly aware that Lin did not wish to behold its formidable fangs. Hence it displayed only its delicate floral core. Each connection with the stamen was an extraordinary sensation. It would be quite convenient to equip the tree creature with a walkie-talkie, should the possibility arise. Perched upon the open 6-petaled maw, Lin instinctively tightened his grip, having previously cautioned the cephalopod, yet it was wise to remain vigilant. The peculiar sensation of sitting atop a mouth was undeniably bizarre, truly a most peculiar experience. At that moment, Eiju descended from the opposite rooftop, trailing a strand of silk. It was likely observing him with its 8 large eyes, bewildered by his actions. If it could speak, it would surely express disdain for someone so reckless. Seated comfortably upon the 6-petaled mouth, Lin felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his envisioned gauntlet. Should it materialize, his contentment would only deepen. Suddenly, the cold, mechanical voice of the system interrupted his thoughts. You have spent 2,000 yuan. The elevator fare seemed exorbitant. However, before he could ponder further, a blue holographic screen emerged, displaying the phrase, compare prices. Lin scoffed. I'm not complaining about the cost. Ignoring the system's antics. His first task was to load his recently emptied revolver with ammunition. Holding the large revolver in his hand, he was reminded of some dramatic series he had once seen, where a box cannon had been fitted with a stock. For someone as affluent in biochemical materials as he was, it was a trivial endeavor. Just as he was reveling in his thoughts, Eiju had already descended to the ground floor, wobbling towards him with its rotund belly. With a thunderous crash, the ground floor door burst open as if detonated, scattering glass, metal, and wood in all directions. Lin Chaodong, momentarily speechless in astonishment, turned to see a colossal black python emerging from the building, dragging its car-like body behind it. In a moment of astonishment, Lin Chaodong marveled at how the once slender python had transformed from a mere 50 centimeters into a formidable meter-long creature. Indeed, that particular reticulated python had inexplicably thickened in a remarkably short span of time, and astonishingly, the snake's previously blinded eye had seemingly healed. Was it mere coincidence that this creature, having fallen from a cliff, experienced such an extraordinary turn of fate? The absurdity of it all was overwhelming. How on earth did you provoke such a massive reticulated python? The voice of the tree girl echoed in his mind, leaving Lin Chaodong still in shock, pondering the strangeness of the situation. You know about this creature? Have you ever encountered it? A glimmer of hope surged within him. Perhaps the tree girl held the knowledge needed to confront this beast. How would I know? It's all from your memories, came her unsatisfactory reply. Encountering someone who lacked knowledge about the indigenous fauna of this planet was utterly perplexing. As the python emerged, it reared up, emitting a piercing hiss directed at the sun. Inside, it seethed with rage, for the shot to its eye had indeed rendered it blind on one side. Upon crashing to the bottom of the elevator shaft, it was battered and bruised, its sturdy bones nearly shattered. However, the resounding crash as it hit the elevator attracted the attention of zombies on the first floor, who relentlessly assaulted the elevator doors. Despite its near-fatal state, The reticulated python spotted food that, while not particularly palatable, was laden with immense energy. Without hesitation, it began to consume. Its wounds healed, its bones mended, and even the injured eye fully regenerated. As it regained strength, it began to sweep through the lower floors that had previously eluded its attention. Initially, the powerful zombies required some effort to swallow, but its body grew rapidly, rendering molting unnecessary. Just before emerging, it had consumed a vast array of zombies. The immense burden in its stomach compelled it to coil up and rest, to evolve, contemplating the prospect of shedding its skin once more. Yet upon glimpsing the writhing, living prey in the elevator shaft, its fury ignited its appetite anew, reminiscent of a master who, having dined heartily, yearns for dessert. The python's robust form swiftly traversed the lobby, reaching the exterior of the building. Beneath the glaring sunlight, as a creature that thrived in darkness, it found the brightness quite unwelcoming. Now, as the most powerful entity in the building and the surrounding complex, it deemed itself worthy of roaring a warning to the radiant orb above, urging it to retreat. Laboring under the weight of its excessive consumption, its swollen abdomen contrasted starkly with its now meter-wide girth, while its belly had swelled to nearly 3 meters in circumference. Yet, what truly mattered was the pain-immune zombies still struggling within its vast body. At this realization, Lin Xiaodong felt a flicker of joy. Although the python had grown larger and likely more ferocious, his understanding of serpents suggested that it would not concern itself with the multitude of prey within. Moreover, should a confrontation arise once more, this agile creature, despite its formidable defenses, would inevitably succumb to relentless attrition. Turning to survey the situation, I noticed that all the tentacles had risen in response to the looming threat. Aranya, fighting to suppress her fear, brandished her dark pincers menacingly at the formidable python. It is unlikely that this little glutton could breach the python's defenses. I must prevent her from recklessly putting herself in harm's way in an attempt to assist me. In a moment of distraction, I casually inquired, "Tree Girl, since you possess telepathic abilities and have the audacity to parasitize me, why must you engage in such convoluted communication with the tentacles?" Before I could finish, the Tree Girl, with a hint of arrogance, retorted, "I am neither your maid nor your secretary, if you wish to hire me." Faced with such a haughty response, I couldn't help but respond in kind. "Indeed, I am interested in hiring you, but I fear you might hesitate to name your price. If I were to haggle, I wouldn't be the extravagant gentleman I am." Chapter 87. The Stranglehold of the Python. Everyone, let us go for it. Lin Xiaodong bellowed with a wild, unrestrained fervor, his eyes fixated on the bloated belly of the reticulated python. "Are you out of your mind, attempting to battle a reticulated python?" The voice of the Tree Girl echoed in his mind, a cacophony of alarm. It was evident that confronting such a formidable creature would yield no favorable outcome. With such a massive girth, how could it possibly be agile? Just look at its armor-like scales. Would they fit me? Besides, why fear the limbs? As he spoke, the .44 Magnum revolver, aptly nicknamed Thunder God, unleashed a roar befitting its title. Though the bullets would sting the python, they would hardly penetrate its armored hide. Truly, those scales were remarkable, impervious to gunfire and all the more alluring. A certain individual, driven by an insatiable greed, bounded forward in his leopard claw boots, leading the charge. It wasn't merely the allure of wealth that propelled him. It was the grim reality that only one could survive in this vicinity. Even if he resided atop the building, could the conveyor belt-like walls truly shield him from the python? Observing how it devoured zombies and its insatiable hunger for humans, it seemed that mankind was far more to its liking. Thus, the inevitable conclusion was to confront it. Moreover, the creature had gorged itself to the point of immobility, presenting the perfect opportunity to strike. As it lunged forward, the Tree Girl sighed within his consciousness. Although she was somewhat large, she was after all a tree. What was a mere python to her? "Hey, watch my limbs," she reassured herself, as the nearby limbs coiled towards the reticulated python. The python, though wary of the limbs, initially relied on its speed to evade confrontation, focusing instead on the erratic movements of Lin Xiaodong. Unfortunately, it was soon ensnared by a limb, as both the python and the limb possessed the serpentine ability to constrict their prey. The python, measuring 1 meter in diameter, quickly found itself entangled with a 2-meter-long, flesh-colored limb. Both creatures shared a robust physique and a similar appearance. However, their methods diverged. While the python employed venom before consumption, the limb utilized its razor-sharp teeth to tear flesh directly from its prey. As the two seemingly supple yet incredibly resilient bodies collided in midair, a thunderous sound akin to a drumbeat reverberated through the air. With their powerful forms entwined, the limb unfurled its blossom-like appendages to swipe at the python. The sharp, conical teeth scraped against the python's scales, producing a sound reminiscent of a knife scraping glass. Yet, such an assault inflicted no harm upon the python. Not even a single scale was dislodged. Conversely, the python retaliated with a ferocious bite, its upper jaw revealing a pair of robust, hooked fangs. Upon seizing the limb, one could distinctly hear the sound of venom being forcefully ejected, akin to liquid rushing forth under high pressure. Killing this beast will surely yield a substantial harvest of venom, he mused, leveling his large revolver at the vulnerable 7 inches beneath the python's swollen neck, preparing to fire. The 7 inches comprise soft cartilage, behind which lies the heart of the Burmese python. A .44 Magnum round could not penetrate it. It would merely deliver a powerful blow to the heart. Even if it did not induce cardiac arrest, it would surely provoke tachycardia. A shot to such a vital area inevitably caused excruciating pain, prompting the Burmese python to open its massive jaws and extend its tongue skyward, emitting a desperate, anguished roar. A severe impact to the heart is no trivial matter for any creature. It appeared that the beast would be incapacitated for the time being, and I contemplated unleashing the remaining 5 rounds at the 7-inch mark. However, I was startled by the piercing cry of the tree branch. Realizing that this creature's venom was formidable enough to penetrate even fibrotic tissue, I hurriedly severed the arm limb. The wound inflicted by the Burmese python turned the arm limb black, as if the darkness possessed a life of its own, swiftly spreading across the vibrant flesh. Fortunately, the python, like snakes battling one another, raised its head to assert dominance. Thus, the area affected by the venom was not excessively large. Yet, even if it were not too broad, it still measured around 70 to 80 centimeters. The tree branch could not afford to falter. This was the only place where Lin Chaodong spent lavishly. Without a moment's hesitation, I directed my aim towards the wound on the arm limb and unleashed a series of bullets. The fibrotic surface of the arm limb was far less resilient than the armored scales of the Burmese python. The 5 rounds of .44 caliber ammunition struck the already fibrotic limb, immediately creating gaping holes the size of small basins. After expending the bullets, I swung the wolf fong spear, slicing through the remaining part with a few decisive strikes. The fibrotic arm limb, entangled with the Burmese python, collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, sending snow and ice flying. The Burmese python, having sustained a grievous blow to its heart, writhed in defiance. It frequently turned its head with a vicious glare fixed on Lin Chaodong, its singular obsession being to devour this detestable intruder. Squirming in an attempt to free itself from the fibrotic arm limb, it was thwarted by its bloated belly, filled with the remains of the undead. It resorted to a maneuver common among snakes. Like a serpent that had gorged on a large meal, it coiled around the tree, tightening its body. With the sound of cracking shells, its belly suddenly deflated, enabling it to move with agility. Witnessing this, Lin Chaodong realized that time was of the essence. However, having just expended all his ammunition to save the tree branch, the revolver's slow reloading became glaringly apparent. The more anxious he became, the more his hands trembled, making it increasingly difficult to load the bullets. On several occasions, the bullets slipped into the chamber, only to be dislodged by a tremor of his fingers. In a fit of frustration, Lin Chaodong shouted at his own hands. As anticipated, the Burmese python began to constrict around the fibrotic arm limb with the ferocity of a snake crushing an egg. The pressure from the decaying corpses within its belly intensified, causing them to burst like eggs, producing sounds reminiscent of cracking shells. Just as the corpses were utterly obliterated, the Burmese python before Lin Chaodong suddenly began to swell. Its body, originally around 1 meter in length, rapidly thickened, expanding to an alarming 1.5 meters. The scales upon its body shimmered with a deep, obsidian hue, as if meticulously polished. Even the areas atop its head, which previously bore only 2 prominent bulges, had been pierced by some sharp, bony fragment. Lin Chaodong, utterly dumbfounded, could hardly suppress his astonishment. Could it be that this creature was on the verge of transforming into a jiao? Legend holds that a hu transforms into a jiao after 500 years. A jiao becomes a dragon after a millennium. A dragon evolves into a horned dragon after 500 years, and a horned dragon turns into an Yinglong after 1,000 years. To Lin Chaodong, who had mistaken the python for mere crops, this transformation was indeed terrifying. Even if it were just crops, who would dare to harvest such ripe ones? Moreover, he was fundamentally just a delivery man, not a Taoist priest. A small voice within him cautiously urged, "Run, running is the only option." Yet it was too late. The python had already raised its head anew. Lin Chaodong could even see that 2 long, swaying tendrils had sprouted from the corners of its mouth, fluttering in the breeze. More alarmingly, that enormous maw opened wide, and droplets of venom fell like rain, cascading down towards him. Chapter 88. Rescue from the enemy. Just as the great python was about to engulf Lin Chaodong, a thunderous roar of engines suddenly resonated from the sky. Inside the cockpit, the female pilot gazed in astonishment at the images relayed by the reconnaissance equipment, her already large eyes widening in disbelief. The pristine white ground, cloaked in frost, mirrored the sunlight, accentuating the python's dark form, making it strikingly conspicuous. As a member of the search and rescue team, she bore a heavier burden of responsibility. For instance, that day's voracious predator, a potential breeding zombie, was a primary target for elimination. She was perplexed as to how a bioengineered beast could appear in such a place, as they typically resided in zoos or similar locales. Unlike the zombie-like creatures, bioengineered beasts were often capable of reproduction. The aggressive, giant bioengineered creatures posed an immense threat to humanity and warranted immediate eradication. Report: 1 giant bioengineered beast detected. Reconnaissance video has been uploaded, requesting engagement. Moments later, the command reached the aircraft, granting permission to fire. She disengaged the safety mechanism and began her descent. She knew this place well. Despite the rooftop scoundrel being the executioner of billions, her hope lay in his entrapment, suffering a slow demise, or being apprehended and brought to justice. Yet, she considered the possibility that there might be other survivors within the vicinity who needed her assistance. "I'm not here to save that scoundrel. It is my duty as a soldier, and there is no conflict in that." As the aircraft dove, the cannon loaded with 37mm ammunition whirred to life, and the reconnaissance device indicated missile lock. All that remained was to press the launch button, unleashing over 50 rounds of 37mm shells, along with anti-armor missiles. Meanwhile, Lin Chaodong, on the brink of being devoured, could not focus on these developments. He was transfixed by the ever-widening maw of the python. He didn't even hear the sound of the aircraft's descent, lost in a whirlwind of desperate thoughts before impending death. What a predicament, even with my leopard claw boots. Escape seems impossible. Regrettably, I only managed to load 2 rounds in my panic. If there was a time to fight for his life, it was now. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed his loyal companion, a Zhu, bravely climbing onto the python's massive body, futilely attempting to bite at it with its dark pincers. Alas, the sharpness of its claws was insufficient to pierce the python's armored scales. The rescued tree spirit also demonstrated loyalty, refusing to abandon him, sending several appendages to assist. However, due to the previous encounter with venom, its movements appeared erratic. Above him loomed the great maw. Whether to be termed a python or dragon was uncertain. This creature had undoubtedly consumed countless zombies, its mouth and fangs cloaked in darkness. Moreover, its 2 hooked fangs stood upright, instinctively poised for action. A viscous, toxic liquid dripped like rain, drenching Lin Chaodong from head to toe. Fortunately, he was clad in a fully protective armor that repelled even the rain. Perhaps I should take a cue from that foolish sniper and fashion a comprehensive helmet for greater safety. Regarding the eyes, the irises of the glass's king python appeared rather impressive. Though he was teetering on the brink of life and death, his mind remained remarkably clear, contemplating various thoughts. All tension dissipated, his hands were steady, and his heart unwavering, akin to the calmness he exhibited when he eradicated the entire second generation with his biological knowledge. No regrets, no fears. Let everyone know that when provoked, even the most docile individual has no chance to kneel. The massive jaws of the glass's king python descended upon him. With an indifferent expression, Lin Xiaodong raised his revolver, aiming at the python's upper jaw. The fighter jet swooped down, and, as he prepared to launch missiles, he caught sight of Lin Xiaodong's figure. It was that scoundrel. It would be too easy for him to die like this. With such thoughts in mind, the missile launch was aborted, and the jet quickly ascended after firing a series of 37mm armor-piercing rounds. The barrage of shells exploded on the pristine white ground, leaving behind a series of black, radiating spots. The glass's king python closed its mouth, feeling pain in its upper jaw, struggling to keep it shut, astonished by the force required, which only intensified its agony. Just as the python's jaws descended, Lin Xiaodong pivoted and seated himself within its maw. One hand braced the wolf-fang spear against the roof of its mouth, while the other repeatedly pulled the trigger of his revolver. His sole hope was to fire twice before the python's jaws could crush the spear. Whether he could hit the creature's brain was a question only fate could answer. The brain of a snake is notoriously diminutive, akin to a zombie, having a head but lacking substance. Unfortunately, luck had never favored him, as several trigger pulls failed to ignite the weapon. With a crack, the metallic shaft of the wolf-fang spear shattered, and the light before him was instantly engulfed by darkness. He could feel the muscles of the glass's king python writhing, attempting to swallow him whole. Fortunately, the spear's tip was firmly lodged in the python's upper jaw, and the tethered arm guard resisted the force, trying to pull him down. Though he felt the pressure of the python's teeth against his legs, the biochemically enhanced armor held firm. Suddenly, his wrist jolted as the thunderous roar of the gun erupted. Yet the meager muzzle flash failed to illuminate the python's cavernous, dark mouth. The deafening sound reverberated, leaving him astonished. Was it truly so loud to fire a weapon inside a python's mouth? Unable to comprehend, he focused on pulling the trigger again. After several attempts, the second bullet finally discharged. However, he soon realized that the previous sound was not gunfire, but rather an explosion. Explosions? The only sources capable of such detonations in this vicinity were that foolish sniper, buried under a pile of cash, or the girl in the fighter jet above. Could it be that she had come to rescue him? It seemed implausible. Her demeanor suggested she would relish the chance to take a bite out of him. Why would she want to save him? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he suddenly experienced a sensation of weightlessness, followed by a thunderous boom. He understood that the feeling of weightlessness was undoubtedly caused by the collapse of the glass's king python. Faintly, he could hear a series of explosions echoing from outside. It has been confirmed that the source of the commotion is undoubtedly that little girl soaring through the skies. Only a fighter jet could create such a ruckus. Indeed, no matter how resilient scales may be, they cannot rival the strength of armored steel. He yearned to escape, yet the constriction of the python's jaws left no possibility for him to wriggle free. Regrettably, his wolf-fang spear was broken, and both his air gun and crossbow were rendered useless. The air grew increasingly suffocating, and he longed to breathe. However, being ensnared within the jaws of the python, inadvertently swallowing its venom would prove fatal. Yet, to refrain from breathing would mean suffocating to death. What to do? What to do? He attempted to turn, all the while keeping his mouth tightly shut. He activated the switch of the fire extinguisher, supplying air to his gun, and a rush of gas filled the space. First, he expelled whatever foul substance had lodged in his nostrils, then cautiously and slowly inhaled the fresh air. The act of escaping was something only the tree girl could accomplish. Tree girl, you silly thing, stop pretending. I know you can sense my thoughts. Hurry and use your limbs to free me. As he pondered this, he felt the remaining foot outside being grasped by the limbs, pulling him forcefully. In a moment of desperation, he shouted inwardly, "Silly girl, I am not a mere vegetable. If you fear that the serpent's fangs cannot hold me, use your limbs to pry open the python's mouth, and I will crawl out myself." Indeed, moments later, light flooded the python's maw, accompanied by a rush of fresh air. The two limbs worked diligently, prying the python's jaws apart. It seemed even the venom of the python was feared by the flame serpent tree. Finally liberated, Lin Chaodong kept his mouth shut and slowly crawled outward, his sole thought being to take a quick bath. His body was mired in venom. This suit of armor was practically rendered useless. There was no need for a cleanup. He discarded it along with his inner garments. Dressed only in thermal clothing, he was chilled to the bone, his nose running. He quickly called out to his Zhu, "Hurry, carry me. Let us return home at once. I must take a hot bath." Chapter 89. You detestable spy in an astonishing turn of events. The biochemically altered python had inexplicably sprouted horns, seemingly on the verge of achieving sentience. Lin Chaodong, having spent many days in this world, exuberantly exclaimed with delight as he indulged in his first hot shower. Outside, a Zhu, unable to comprehend his words, could nonetheless grasp the essence of his exuberance. With 8 large eyes trained on the bathroom door, she appeared anxious, as if fearing he might escape. Despite her worries over the lack of water found in the adjacent building, she knew they might have to venture to other structures in search of this precious resource. Yet, the joy of a hot shower momentarily alleviated her concerns. Indeed, in this post-apocalyptic world, the quest for supplies and clean water constituted the entirety of their existence. Oh, and of course, vigilance against others. Though invigorating, Lin Chaodong's bath was brief, for water was an invaluable commodity. Once he donned a fresh set of clothes, he gradually eased his anxiety about the potential contamination from toxins. With a cigar dangling from his lips, he sauntered into the living room, ready to recline his legs upon the coffee table. The battle against the python had proven both perilous and exhausting. The distant roar of engines still echoed in the sky, indicating that the fighter jet had yet to depart. Although their last conversation had been less than pleasant, he genuinely harbored several questions for the pilot soaring above. Departing the living room with the ever-curious Zhu in tow, he called out, "Hello, are you there?" The female pilot, maneuvering the aircraft in the air and observing the nearly intact biochemical beast below, hesitated at the call. Deep down, she was reluctant to engage with him. Yet she did not wish to sever communication either. Activating the drone reconnaissance system, she soon laid eyes on the face many despised, opting to remain silent while listening attentively. "Stop pretending. I know you're there. By the way, thank you for saving my life," Lin Chaodong remarked, scratching his damp hair as he stood beneath the chilly winds on the rooftop, regretting not wearing a hat. As anticipated, his nose began to itch, leading to an explosive sneeze. Startled, Zhu recoiled a few steps back, perhaps fearing he might unleash more than just a sneeze. The scene elicited a slight twitch at the corner of the pilot's mouth, a smile threatening to break through. "Don't leave just yet. I truly have something to ask you." After taking a few steps, he noticed Zhu was once more following him, prompting him to add, "Don't follow me. I just need to grab a hat and will return shortly." With her 8 curious eyes fixed on Lin Chaodong, Zhu wobbled her ample belly in response. Having said that, Lin Chaodong turned to descend in search of a warm hat, recalling the wisdom of the elders who warned that a cold breeze could be perilous. Once he departed the rooftop, Zhu's inquisitive eyes remained glued to the blue lens of the spherical reconnaissance device. The female pilot began to maneuver the device, and her gaze fell upon Zhu. Like nearly all women, her initial reaction to the sight of Spider was one of fear. As she startled, the aircraft performed an aerial flip. Finally regaining her composure and clearly identifying the creature before her, she realized it was merely the pet spider that constantly trailed that rogue. After some contemplation, what malevolent intentions could a spider possibly harbor? Upon a closer inspection of the adorably foolish arachnid, I greeted her with a deliberately enchanting tone. "Hello, little spider." Suddenly, a voice emanated from the circular reconnaissance device, causing Arachnid to spring back in alarm, extending her 2 black pincers. The female pilot aboard the aircraft was amused by her comical reaction, unable to suppress a charming laugh, even playfully admonishing, "Tisich, After merely following that murderous spy for a few days, you've already been corrupted by him. Like all girls, she set aside her fears of the spider, finding herself defenseless against the 8 adorably large eyes. Just as the female pilot was captivated by the delightful creature, Lin Chaodong's voice broke through. Hearing your laughter puts me at ease. Can you at least tell me why you keep causing trouble, even if you won't save me? Upon hearing Lin Chaodong's voice, the previously joyful female pilot's tone turned icy. Yet, her voice, soft and alluring, remained irresistibly charming whenever she spoke. You villain, why should I tell you anything? Though her words were a retort, they stirred a peculiar sensation within the listener. Hey, what is your problem? I've never met you, so why harbor such animosity? Indeed, there's animosity for a scoundrel like you is despised by all in the Donkong Republic. We all wish you. Despite the seductive quality of her voice, Lin Chaodong grasped that he was not merely despised by her alone. Then I am perplexed. I have been surviving in this building alone until you descended to wreak havoc. What do you mean by surviving alone? Isn't there also that? Realizing she ought not to converse so freely with a spy who had spread a virus, she instinctively fell silent. And there's that foolish sniper too. I honestly cannot comprehend how I have offended you. Pausing, Lin Chaodong irritably extracted a cigar, continuing his lament. Killing is merely a matter of striking the ground. I say, Miss Pilot, even if I were to die, it should be with clarity and justification. It appeared that Lin Chaodong's words had a certain effect, as there was a moment of silence from the other end of the channel. Then, a resentful remark chilled Lin Chaodong's heart. You don't know? Have you lost your memory? Or are you suffering from a pang of conscience, unwilling to recall the heinous deeds you've committed? This statement, laden with animosity, was delivered in the most beguiling of tones, creating a striking dissonance. It felt as though the one speaking was a cat nestled in one's arm, mewing sweetly, and, no less, a female cat at that. Though the voice sent shivers down one's spine, Lin Chaodong felt a surge of dread. It seemed he had traversed into the body of a most nefarious individual. However, with not a shred of memory remaining in his mind, he pondered whether the previous owner of this body had indeed committed some atrocious acts. Could it be that before she became a pilot, she was a sensational internet celebrity or a star, and I have tormented her? Or is there something else that could incite such widespread animosity from an entire nation? Yet, that was the work of that scoundrel. It has nothing to do with me. This is a conversation that cannot be easily articulated. To expound upon this would require at least several thousand words in a thesis on ethics. The female pilot paused, seemingly contemplating before inquiring, have you forgotten? You disseminated a biological virus. You are a despicable and hypocritical murderer, a spy. The term murderous spy struck Lin Chaodong with a sense of bewilderment, as if he were caught in a temporal dislocation. This wretched transmigration not only bestowed upon him an utterly useless luxurious system, but also thrust him into the life of a spy. And this spy had unleashed a biological virus upon the Eastern Kong Republic. If that were the case, it would indeed be entirely reasonable for the entire populace of the Eastern Kong Republic to harbor hatred towards him. Could it be that the foolish sniper was pursuing him for this very reason? No, that doesn't make sense. Chapter 90. The scapegoat. Once the female pilot began to speak, she, like many women, found it impossible to cease her flow of words. You need not pretend. As if you are unaware. It is futile, a murderous spy. One day, your crime shall be reckoned, I assure you. She continued to enumerate his transgressions in her alluring voice, crafted to beguile men. Even if you have lost your memory, the crimes of spreading a virus and slaughtering billions in our nation cannot be erased or forgiven. From her seductive tone emanated a sharp, killing intent and boundless hatred. Dejectedly, he departed from the reconnaissance drone, even forgetting the eager gaze of Aju, who watched him with a protruding belly. This was an insurmountable deadlock. The individuals before him were not slain by his hand. Rather, the wretch had lost his soul and, by occupying his body, had naturally become the scapegoat. Bearing an unjust accusation was infuriating, yet he was at a loss as to whom he should direct his ire. Should he curse the force that had transported him to this place? Perhaps that very force was benevolent, granting his tormented soul a new opportunity. Reincarnating as a villain was merely a sign of his lingering misfortune. Of course, it was also possible that this power belonged to a capricious being who relished the suffering of mortals. Otherwise, why would the pontiffs proclaim that all mortals suffer? Regardless, he trudged heavily back to his dwelling, then commenced cooking. This act was not an outlet for his frustrations, but rather, like nearly all ordinary individuals, he sought to relieve the pressure in his soul with alcohol. He prepared a pot of sweet and sour pork, not for the pleasure of consuming sugary Cantonese cuisine, but to find solace in the tangy sweetness that could calm his heart. Here I am, merely a courier, now shouldering a burden greater than that of the little mustache, a crime that weighs upon the lives of billions. His very essence, DNA, fingerprints, everything, would serve as irrefutable evidence of his identity as the murderous spy. Before him lay a bottle of liquor he had procured, superior to the cheap $10 variety. Its brand mattered little. While the figure of billions was but an abstract concept, all the joys and sorrows of those lives stemmed from him. He could pluck any sorrowful narrative from a biopunk film, and the instigator would invariably be him. What now? Where could he possibly go? According to the female pilot, such monumental guilt would render him hunted wherever he fled, despised wherever he went, unless he could escape the country. As she had stated, he was a foreign spy who had unleashed a virus and failed to escape. He pondered whether returning to his homeland might lead him to be hailed as a hero. After sipping some liquor and consuming a morsel of meat to dissipate the taste of alcohol, he arrived at a conclusion. No, even if he returned to his homeland, he would not be regarded as a hero. Given the sordid nature of politicians, they would merely seek to pin the blame on an ordinary individual. Utilizing a virus to strike at their enemies was hardly a noble endeavor. Billions of lives were at stake, and the specter of nuclear war loomed ominously. No matter how the politicians spun their tales, they would never admit to their actions or the orders they had given. The prospect of fleeing to a third country appears daunting. Should this third nation choose to harbor and protect him, it may inevitably face the specter of war. Both the aggressor and the victim could be drawn into the conflict. Although the Eastern Kong Republic currently resembles a post-apocalyptic wasteland, the situation in other nations remains uncertain. Yet, the machinery of war is not to be trifled with. Given the technology visible to this nation, nuclear weaponry should not pose an insurmountable challenge. If this planet does not resemble that world, where only a handful of nations control the nuclear button, then escape may be rendered impossible. Even in the absence of nuclear arms, the country that offers him refuge might find itself besieged by the wrath of the world. Before him lay a delectable plate of sweet and sour pork with rice. Yet Aju, sensing his master's distress, refused to eat. In a futile attempt to alleviate his worries, it wobbled its rotund belly, hoping to bring some comfort. As Lin Chaodong stroked Aju's head, he lamented, "This wretched planet of yours lacks even a mirror. Who can I turn to for reason?" As the effects of alcohol coursed through him, he casually draped some items over himself on the sofa and succumbed to slumber. In the realm of dreams, he experienced for the first time the visions of this world. Memories of his past life, intertwined with moments shared with his wife and the vengeful pursuit of enemies, had previously haunted his mind nightly. However, he was a man of great resilience. Upon waking, he chose not to dwell on those sentiments, burying them deep within his heart. Bearing his own fate could hardly be deemed courageous, yet he was certainly no coward. Awakening to the sights and sounds of this new existence astonished him profoundly. He found himself before a vanity table, devoid of a mirror, save for a decorative strip. Upon inexplicably pressing the edge of this strip, a vertical beam of blue light swept across it from left to right. Suddenly, a bright, clear reflective surface appeared before him, revealing every detail of his astonished visage, an image that mocked the foolishness of one who had never encountered a mirror. Moreover, with mere gestures, he could manipulate and enlarge specific areas of the reflection. Even while seated, he could control it with his hands to reveal his entire form. A mirror. To his surprise, he had long mistaken it for an LED light. During his explorations of the house, he had often wondered why there were no photographs or paintings, common decorations in homes. Alas, he realized he had been utterly foolish. These were electronic devices, and this was their purpose. The absence of such items was simply due to a lack of power. Thus, it dawned on him that all he needed was a wireless charger to activate the mirror and picture frames in those residences. This revelation provided clarity to a question that had long plagued him. By gazing into a mirror, he could discern whether he had traversed souls or merely changed bodies. Should it be the latter, the only plausible explanation would be that someone had conspired against him. This discovery jolted him awake with great intensity. It was another dawn, and Aju had crawled close to the sofa, its 8 large eyes fixated upon him. Feeling the concern emanating from its gaze, Lin Xiaodong's spirits lifted unexpectedly. It is commendable that the wine in this country is exquisite. One can indulge to the point of inebriation without the slightest trace of a hangover the following morning. Instead, yesterday's worries are swept away, and with a renewed spirit, he leaps from the sofa. Only then does he notice that the food in Aju's bowl remains untouched. Observing Aju, he realizes that perhaps the prolonged companionship has allowed her to empathize with his troubles. A warm surge fills his heart as he reaches out to pat Aju's head, affectionately whispering, "Do not worry, little one. I am well now. Cheer up." Aju, sensing his affection and the vanishing of his burdens, wags her belly joyfully like a dog's tail. Gazing at the little creature, Lin Xiaodong suddenly recalls a poetic phrase often spoken by his wife. "Though life may shatter one's heart, having you makes it a sunny day." Looking again at the small companion, he bursts into laughter, dismissing the weight of historical atrocities. To hell with it. What does it matter if billions perished? I bear no responsibility for such debts. Furthermore, he muses, to kill one is a crime. To kill millions is deemed heroic. Yet here I am, accused of slaying billions. Rising with renewed conviction, he declares, "The only being that has ever shown me kindness is Aju. I own nothing to this world, and shall not concern myself with the opinions of others." With clarity of thought, he comprehends that even should he bear the burdens of past transgressions, he will not easily succumb or allow himself to be preyed upon. He reminds himself of his prowess in biology, asserting, even in a biohazard crisis, "I could conjure solutions." The memory of a technique seen in a dream lingers vividly in his mind. Patting Aju's head once more, he speaks in a light-hearted tone, "Come, let us go look in the mirror." Chapter 91. The Serpent's Blade Indeed. The mirror of this world reflects a clarity and brilliance akin to that which one perceives in dreams, easily manipulated. Gazing at his reflection for an extended period, he discerned no difference from his previous existence. Standing at a height of 1.85 meters, with features that could only be described as average, he bore an uncanny resemblance to his former self. If given the chance to relive one's life, how would one proceed? He could not recall who posed this question to him, yet now he found himself in a new life. He had begun to anticipate the arrival of that aircraft, not for any other reason than to inquire how a delivery worker could possibly be a spy. Since he was not, he felt compelled to ascertain the reliability of the information from that female pilot. Why would someone or some organization accuse him of spreading a virus? Such claims seemed too absurd to entertain. While the possibility was not entirely absent, it was exceedingly slim. Surely no one would jest with matters concerning the lives of billions. Typically, the aircraft's incessant disturbances were a source of great annoyance, but today, as he waited, it failed to appear. He shrugged it off, deciding to harvest the crops instead. The python he had caught the previous day surely held valuable resources within its scales and heart. With thoughts of the python's treasures occupying his mind, he opted to descend via the manual lift. Nearly all of his gear, save for his leopard claw boots, required complete reconstruction. He contemplated his equipment system, realizing it should encompass a silent crossbow for discrete situations, and a revolver outfitted with a stock and a 4x scope for long-range engagement. However, beneath that money shell lay an incompetent sniper. The assault rifle in his possession rightfully belonged to him. After all, who needed melee weapons when firearms were available? Yet, as the manual lift descended, he began to question the adequacy of this arsenal. While silence was advantageous against zombies, the crossbow had a limited range compared to the assault rifle and revolver, which had significantly superior firing capabilities. In confrontations with hostile entities, such an armament would prove insufficient. Being a novice in this realm, He possessed a plethora of weapons, but remained uncertain how to equip himself effectively. He decided to prioritize harvesting the crops first. Meanwhile, the flames of the snake trees below were bustling with activity as numerous zombies, drawn by the blood and flesh of the python, rushed in only to have their heads swiftly severed by the lethal appendages of the wrist. The incessant thoughts of income were discarded from his consciousness. His sole aspiration was to discover a place where he could spend his resources, yet in this damned apocalypse, even that seemed a futile endeavor. Nonetheless, his current situation was far more fortunate than that of others striving for survival amidst the biochemical chaos. If it were solely up to him, the provisions within this community could sustain life for a decade or even longer. Once the issue of the female pilot's incessant disturbances was resolved, his existence in this apocalypse would be nearly perfect. Of course, he preferred to avoid the summer months, lest the fresh supplies be depleted. If not for the ample stock of canned goods, he often found himself pondering the possibilities. Should one not consider transforming those grains and flowers into provisions that can endure over time? I wonder if this region experiences summer. If it does, it would undoubtedly be an unfortunate circumstance. Lost in such meandering thoughts, I approached the majestic python before me, gazing at its scales, which glistened under the sun, each the size of a fist. I pondered how to remove its skin. If the skin could not be extracted, I would have to resort to utilizing the scales instead. Amidst my worries, I also noticed the remnants of the 37mm shells that had been fired yesterday. The ground bore a series of deep holes created by the explosions. It was astonishing to realize that when those projectiles struck the python, the damage resembled that inflicted upon a tank. The surface bore only minor round holes, quite unlike the catastrophic destruction I had envisioned. The strength of this creature's scales was indeed formidable. If its limbs were to be struck, however, the resistance would not be as robust. Despite the limbs being 30 meters long and nearly 2 meters wide, their structure was akin to human muscle, lacking any form of armor. Otherwise, the harvest with the wolf-fang spear would not have been so effortless. I contemplated testing the strength of the python's scales with the spear, but then recalled that the weapon still lay within the creature's mouth, deeming it an unnecessary risk. It is worth noting that serpents, even after decapitation, may still exhibit reflexive movements capable of inflicting harm. The necessity of severing the python's head arose. Yet the question lingered. By what means could it be done? My gaze fell upon the two horn-like appendages atop the python's head. Upon closer inspection, a smile crept across my face. The python seemed intent on presenting me with a natural weapon. These horns resembled blades. Indeed, they bore a striking resemblance to straight-edged knives with slightly upturned tips, devoid of a gripping edge at the rear, though I could not ascertain their sharpness. Such blades have existed in history, though I, lacking military expertise, was unaware that the famed Qijian knife possesses a similar form. As I contemplated this, I stepped onto the creature's tongue. However, the moment my foot made contact, the python's head suddenly came to life, its mouth agape. A murky venom shot forth like an arrow. Good heavens, it was still alive. My hair stood on end, and a chill ran down my spine as I turned to flee. From a biological standpoint, it was evident that cold-blooded animals possess a remarkable resilience to oxygen deprivation. Having consumed a substantial number of zombies, who knows what abilities this python may have evolved? Caution is paramount in this apocalyptic world. One can never be too careful. Once the python's head settled once more, I approached it again. As anticipated, its mouth opened, venom spewed forth, yet its body remained still, allowing me to breathe easier. I tested the sharpness of the two horns with my hand. They were exceedingly sharp, measuring approximately a meter in length, fitting comfortably in my grip. However, how to detach them from the creature's head posed a challenge. After a lengthy consideration, I arrived at a rather reckless decision. If the foolish sniper were present, he would undoubtedly remark on the ignorance and audacity of a novice. I drew my revolver, initially pressing it against the scales of the python's head, but after momentous reflection, I raised it by 10 centimeters. Concerned that the distance might hinder my accuracy, I edged closer. He turned his head, using a finger to plug his ear, and fired a shot directly at the base of the horn. The outcome was, of course, tragic. The bullet failed to penetrate the thick scales and merely ricocheted. Listening to the projectile whizzing past at such close range nearly caused him to break into a cold sweat. However, he quickly devised a plan, pulling out some cash to secure the gun directly onto the horn of the python with spider silk. Taking cover behind a nearby wall, he used the silk to pull the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. After a series of 6 shots fired at close range, he finally witnessed one of the horns detach from the python's head. Ha ha ha. My new weapon has finally arrived. The serpent blade, a bona fide venomous dagger. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a thunderous roar of jet engines erupted above him. He immediately abandoned his current endeavor, scrambling down to the first floor. Then, he hastily ascended to the 10th floor using his leopard paw boots, and with the help of his climbing gear, swiftly made his way to the rooftop. This urgency stemmed from a rather unsettling suspicion that had arisen in his mind. Whether he could establish a rapport with the girl in the aircraft today would ultimately determine the validity of that suspicion. Chapter 92. Short-sighted yet long-haired calling the pilot. Can you hear me? The fighter jet did not dive, and the voice transmitted over the radio was somewhat garbled due to the distance. Nevertheless, the female pilot managed to hear it. Faced with the call from the murderous spy, she hesitated. She ought not to engage with that man, let alone converse with the crazed killer. When the biochemical disaster struck, she was fortunate enough to be training as a pilot stationed at a military base. Of course, there were comrades and soldiers stationed at the base, all of whom had succumbed to mutation and turned into zombies due to airborne transmission. Post-event statistics indicated that the mutation rate from the biochemical disaster reached a staggering 36.75%. In the initial 2 days, the military was preoccupied with dealing with their mutated comrades, striving to restore operational capabilities. She thought that, with the subsequent training of new recruits, the situation would gradually improve. However, the nightmare was merely beginning. With the establishment of survivor enclaves, the number of surviving troops rapidly dwindled, quickly losing their ability to combat the zombies. Initially, it was primarily humans that transformed. Soon, there were zombie pets, and eventually, an endless horde of zombies and mutated animals emerged. Most vexing were the zombie rats and mutated rodents, which grew to the size of domestic cats and boasted 2-centimeter-long incisors. Standard bulletproof vests and inadequately sturdy riot gear proved insufficient against their assaults. Only when soldiers donned fully enclosed armor made from carbon fiber could they venture outside the base or embark on missions in armored vehicles. As night descended upon the base, small eyes emitting red or green glows danced in the darkness, resembling fireflies that often adorn the meadows. Fireflies, indeed, are beautiful, but when their numbers nearly blanket the ground, the sensation is nothing short of chilling. Although the combat efficacy of zombie animals was low, their overwhelming numbers led to the disappearance of several inadequately fortified bases and survivor enclaves. Their base only withstood the attacks of the zombie creatures after a comprehensive electrical grid was established. Yet the nightmare persisted as more ferocious biochemical beasts emerged, and radio interference grew increasingly prevalent, diminishing communication range. New zombie species exhibiting distinct reproductive characteristics appeared, such as the large leech-like creature she had killed that day. Zombies themselves are not terrifying. It is their reproduction and evolution that incites dread. For the time being, the reproduction of biochemical rats and zombie rodents was not significantly affected by zombification. However, considering the reproductive speed of rodents, humanity's future appeared exceedingly bleak. Shaking her head to dispel the chaotic thoughts brought on by the radio communication request, she heard again, calling the pilot. Can you hear me? I am the murderous spy you speak of. I possess evidence that I would not commit such acts. The persistent calls from the other party only served to irritate her, as she yearned for her superior to issue an attack command, allowing her to unleash a missile in vengeance for the billions of people in the Eastern Kong Republic. Yet, the final statement left her heart in turmoil. The entire incident aligned with her understanding. If her superior was unaware of his status as a spy, how could they issue orders to harass him? What perplexed her most was why the command was to harass rather than to annihilate. Of course, in her thoughts, she wished for that murderous spy to be tortured to the point of being unable to survive. ultimately trapped within a horde of zombies. She endured the torment of thirst and hunger daily, even facing the dreadful prospect of becoming one of the loathsome undead. Yet, reason whispered to her that the fellow in question deserved not mere harassment, but capture and the solemn judgment meant to comfort all victims. Lowering the drone's nose, as if to obey the commander's orders, it began a downward plunge, seemingly intent on continuing its relentless pursuit. Soon, due to proximity, communication became clearer. She activated the reconnaissance system on the drone, initiating a detailed observation of the rooftop situation. To her astonishment, the scene before her was surreal. The man lounged atop a pile of coins, a cigar dangling from his lips, idly folding money into paper airplanes. His pet spider, resembling a playful pup, scurried to retrieve the paper planes, joyfully shaking its head in delight. This was an outrageous display of leisure, an affront to the harsh realities of their world. At the onset of the biohazard catastrophe, the government had commenced the evacuation of urban residents. Numerous survivors, empty-handed, fled into the wilderness, racing toward the fabled survivor camps. However, the sheer number of destitute survivors meant that almost every survivor base relied heavily on military supplies to barely subsist. This alone kept the military perpetually occupied, leaving little time for other endeavors. Yet this scoundrel not only enjoyed food and warm baths, but also had sufficient wealth to squander on paper planes. Not to mention a pet to care for. Did he even comprehend the value of those coins? What sort of individual could so carelessly squander money, oblivious to its significance? Perched atop his mound of currency, Lin Chaodong awaited her, intending to use this fortune to prove he was no spy. In this world, all come and go for profit. All bustle and strive for gain, he mused. Had she ever heard such a phrase? The channel echoed with an ancient sentiment, one she had never encountered before, prompting the female pilot to furrow her brow. It's normal not to understand. The essence of the phrase is that everyone traverses this world for their own benefit. With that, Lin Chaodong lifted his leg and kicked the bills beneath him into disarray, prompting his little spider to scurry about in frenzy. Look, before the biohazard crisis, everyone was busy for the sake of these scraps of paper. Another kick sent the notes fluttering. Oh, please don't. I wish I could just swoop down and land on that rooftop, delivering a well-deserved thrashing to this pampered fool who knows nothing of money's worth. Alas, she piloted a jet, not a helicopter. What was there to fear? In this apocalyptic realm, what value did money hold? The issue was, I possessed ample wealth even before the biohazard apocalypse. Stopping and seeing no response from the channel, Lin Chaodong continued to kick the bills, asking, so please, provide me with a reason. If I have endless money, why would I choose to be a spy? This rationale had been formulated long before the approaching aircraft threatened to disrupt his thoughts. If I have limitless funds, why would I create a world where money turns to waste? In his perspective, this reasoning was undeniably sound. The absurd actions of the Umbrella Corporation during the biohazard crisis were inconceivable in the realm of capital. Capital thrives on profit, creating a catastrophe that transforms wealth into refuse, only to subsequently research viral weaponry. Who exactly would they sell it to? The logical fallacy stands out as the most significant flaw of that particular film series. However, the female pilot unexpectedly countered sharply. That reasoning is utterly insufficient. Manufacturing a biochemical apocalypse will only serve to enhance the value of money. After a moment's contemplation, she added, especially now, in a time of biochemical catastrophe, currency has become an invaluable strategic resource. Her words left Lin Chaodong momentarily speechless. He simply could not fathom the peculiar logic of this woman. After a biochemical apocalypse, isn't currency nothing more than worthless paper? How could it possibly transform into a treasure? He couldn't help but scoff. You, with your long hair and short-sightedness, understand nothing at all. Strategic resources, you say? Pray tell. What use does this worthless cash hold now? What can it possibly procure? Chapter 93. Do you truly believe money is useless? Upon hearing Lin Chaodong's words, the female pilot was momentarily taken aback. A murderous spy, oblivious to the significance of currency. Surely, he uttered such remarks to extricate himself from suspicion. If he were merely an idle scion of wealth, one might comprehend his statements. Yet, as a military professional in aviation, she regarded such second-generation individuals as nothing more than a noxious blight upon the world. Those inept and frivolous young men could hardly grasp the wealth embedded within banknotes. However, if he were indeed a spy, it was undeniable that he would possess ample funds for his endeavors. But, with no banks available, could it be that spies stashed their money in nearby rooms? This notion seemed implausible. Noticing her silence, Lin Chaodong assumed his probing questions had rendered her speechless. He returned to his perch atop the pile of banknotes, folding another paper airplane. As he cast it downward, a Zhu joyfully chased after it. Collecting paper airplanes was undoubtedly more exhilarating than perpetually evading danger alongside her master. However, Lin Chaodong, with an abundance of money and a disdain for retrieving it, simply drew another bill to craft yet another paper aircraft. Contemplating the worth of the currency felt trivial, for he could not discern its potential for infinite transactions. What value did money truly hold? Seizing the opportunity to converse with the young woman, he shifted the dialogue to more pressing matters. Very well, if you deem it valuable. So be it. Yet, I harbor suspicions that the one who informed you of my espionage might very well be my adversary. A man responsible for the slaughter of over 1 billion citizens of the Dongkong Republic is undoubtedly our mutual foe. Despite her voice retaining its alluring, feline quality, an undercurrent of suppressed rage rendered it far from enchanting. Let be known that I am indeed affluent. Such trivial matters are beneath me. I find it hard to believe you, the female pilot in the aircraft retorted. The roar of the engines diminished, indicating her ascent back to the skies. Very well. Your disbelief is noted. Allow me to pose a question. What is the situation with the mobile phones here? Why have they all been reset to factory settings? In response to this inquiry, the pilot coldly smirked, retorting, caught in a contradiction. Are we? If you are indeed an idle rich heir, how could you lack an implanted phone? What in the world is an implanted phone? The female pilot's reply elucidated why those devices had been restored to their original settings and drained of power. Was the technology of this planet vastly superior to that of their own? The concept of implanted phones entailed a multitude of complexities. What type of chip could be implanted without rejection? What power capacity would such a chip require to fulfill the functionalities of a phone or even a tablet? It was no wonder they had not encountered a single desktop computer after searching so extensively. If the chip posed no issue, the ubiquitous wireless charging devices began to make sense. It was even conceivable that the chips could harness the body's own energy, converting it into electrical power for a limited duration, potentially even aiding in weight loss. If this were the case, the technological advancements on this planet were indeed astonishing. In addition, there is another issue. That girl claimed that money is still valuable, which seems impossible. She mentioned that the Eastern Kong Republic has lost over 1 billion people. How could there possibly be that much currency still in circulation? Skeptically, I unfolded the bills in my hand, scrutinizing them for a long while but finding no discernible value. Valuable? What nonsense! Now, this currency is only useful for crafting armor when combined with corpse fluids. I casually tossed the freshly folded paper airplane far away. It flew quite well, soaring out of the building, even rising slightly due to the updraft against the outer wall. A spiderling, chasing after the paper airplane, clung to the parapet, its 8 eyes fixated on the aircraft. It awaited its descent, ready to rush forward and retrieve it for Lin Chaodong. Deep down, I sensed that the pilot girl still harbored doubts about me. Perhaps her words were merely self-deception. Damn it, I am well dressed. How could that brainless girl assume I am a murderous spy? If my suspicions are correct, things could become rather complicated. Straining my ears, I listened to the distant hum of the airplane engines fading into the sky, shaking my head to momentarily set aside that matter. I called out to the spiderling. Let's go harvest the crops. By the way, have you ever tried snake meat? Moments later, I returned to the vicinity of the python's corpse with the spiderling. One of the dual blades had already been severed, and I intended to replicate the feat with the remaining one. My mind couldn't help but conjure images of wielding dual blades, clad in scale armor, standing against countless zombies. However, upon reflection, I felt slightly weak-kneed. It would take over 100 years to acquire a significant amount of divine points. Given the meager bonuses from dispatching zombies, my capabilities still seemed woefully inadequate. I couldn't comprehend why my stats were so feeble. While I may not possess a robust physique, I should at least fall within the average range. I refrained from hastily removing the other blade, instead examining the one I had already taken. It was indeed a well-crafted longsword, the blade sharp enough to slice with a gentle scrape of my finger. Unfortunately, without the functionality of the wolf fang spear to harvest zombie heads on the way back, it felt somewhat lacking. Holding the 1-meter-long dual blade, I swung it once. It felt a bit heavy. However, using both hands made it feel somewhat short. My thoughts drifted back to the wolf fang spear, and my mind wandered towards ancient weaponry. In legends of old, there existed a formidable weapon known as the Mo Dao. It was said that soldiers wielding the Mo Dao could shatter the enemy's horses. Of course, the blade was straight and long at the front, fitted with a long handle at the back. After the Tang Dynasty, it fell out of favor for various reasons, eventually evolving into various forms of sabers in later generations. For instance, the cavalry saber, designed for infantry use, measures 3 feet in blade length and 4 feet in handle length, making it suitable for group battles. Although I'm not a military enthusiast, Lin Xiaodong could still envision the weapon's power, especially if he donned leopard claw boots and swept past zombies at 40 kilometers per hour. The imagery of a swift strike was simply too beautiful to ignore. Divine points. Oh, divine points, how on earth can I acquire you? Ah, money, that cursed currency. When shall I ever spend 100 million? In the presence of a shrewd system, employing any means to accumulate wealthy points seems utterly futile. Yet, where can one procure a warship or something of that ilk? After all, a single aircraft carrier costs hundreds of billions, and here I am, all alone. No, not a dog, but a spider. What on earth does he need an aircraft carrier for? With a sense of resentment, I fidget with my weapon, the Dragon's Edge, resolute to forge this armament and the future armor, regardless of whether my strength suffices. True, there are tree spirits below, and the zombies upstairs have been largely eradicated. Yet, who can predict when the zombies might mutate again, spawning more biochemical beasts like the formidable python before me? Just then, the tree spirit beckoned in my mind. Hey, affluent brother, the flesh of this cobra is edible. Do you wish to partake? Chapter 94. Python and dog meat at one of the surviving Air Force bases. A female pilot leaped from her aircraft, but did not depart. She observed as a mechanical arm deftly maneuvered a fuel hose, inserting it into the refueling port of her beloved fighter jet. The number of human survivors was dwindling, and daily fatalities occurred in the wilderness. This Air Force base was merely one of the few desperately clinging to existence. Fortunately, the diagnostics and maintenance following each flight were conducted by highly automated robotic arms, requiring minimal ground crew involvement. Watching the mechanical arm tend to her cherished aircraft with meticulous care brought her a sense of satisfaction. She then gracefully strode towards the hangar exit. After only a few steps, a communication reached her fully enclosed helmet. It was conveyed that the approval for the newly requested drone was imminent, and soon she would no longer need to toil so hard. The message was from her superior, a person she found somewhat likable, not solely because of his pleasant manner of speaking, though that was indeed a virtue, but also due to his somewhat handsome appearance. Yet, as someone who had joined the military as a temporary recruit, she felt a sense of reservation. He had arrived at the Air Force Base as a refugee, and after only a brief training period, he had ascended to her superior's position. This undoubtedly showcased his capabilities, as he was indeed adept at management and organization. However, whispers among pilots suggested that his father had facilitated his rise. Because of this, she suppressed her affections and never accepted his invitations for a date. Children from military families did not capitulate to superficiality. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she recalled her own covert mission, reminding herself that the man was a murderous spy, her superior, no less. Yet, an even higher-ranking officer had confirmed this. No, they were father and son. Could it be that? A vague pondering took shape in her mind. Were they truly, as that murderous spy claimed, adversaries? Was that even possible? Shall we dine together this evening? Came the inquiry from the other end of the communication channel for what felt like the umpteenth time. She hesitated for a moment before replying. I am busy. I must study. With a cold response, she severed the connection. Noon sunlight cast her shadow obliquely upon the ground, her silhouette evoking a wealth of imagination. With her striking figure and demeanor, coupled with her ever-so-cherubic voice, she seemed destined for the entertainment industry. Those in the control tower admired her retreating form, retracting the luminous screen of their embedded mobile device. Enchanted by the sight, one mused that if such a woman were to enter the entertainment realm, she would undoubtedly find success with ease. He genuinely harbored a fondness for her. Her voluptuous physique and allure surpassed that of any so-called star by 100-fold. However, should she ever tread that path, he would likely cease his pursuit. Women in the entertainment industry, given the right financial means, could wield their influence as they pleased. To speak bluntly, some of the women in that sphere were akin to mere objects, comparable to toilets. At that moment, a sudden transmission broke through the communication channel, and a small, three-dimensional image materialized in the palm of her hand. Without allowing the other party to speak, I retorted with a hint of impatience, urging them to cease their incessant prodding. I am well aware of her significance. Just wait and see how I will win her over. As I silenced my interlocutor, my hand instinctively slipped into my pocket, playfully toying with a few small pills. Meanwhile, downstairs in the residential complex, Lin Xiaodong found himself in a stupor, gazing at the lifeless body of the Burmese python before him. The thought of the python's flesh made him queasy. The creature had consumed a bellyful of zombies and had ground them to bits on the wooden platform. The tree spirit, capable of telepathic communication with him, seemed to grasp his discomfort and inquired, "Isn't it customary for your people to eat dog meat?" "Indeed, some of my homeland indulge in such fare, but what of it?" Although Lin Xiaodong himself abstained, he could not prevent others from partaking. "Are you unaware that dogs consume excrement? In this apocalyptic era, wastage of food invites divine retribution." As the conversation meandered, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him, the sensation of wanting to vomit intensifying. Upon reflection, he understood the tree spirit's implication, which is more repulsive, consuming feces or zombies. Yet, the flesh ought to be clean. There was no need for such harsh words. Even if I abstain, surely nothing would be wasted. The blood and flesh of the python held little significance for me, as the energy it contained paled in comparison to that of the zombies. Gazing at the shiny, dark scales of the python, he finally comprehended that the tree spirit had developed a craving for zombie flesh. However, it mattered not. The cold would preserve it for a while, and when the need arose, he would procure a slice. This prompted him to inquire about the local seasons. "Are you aware of the environment and seasons here?" "How could I know? I have only perused your memories. You truly are a dim-witted fool." Being chastised by a picky little girl did not anger Lin Xiaodong. It was neither profitable nor necessary to quarrel with a woman. He turned his attention back to the python's carcass, having already retrieved one blade. Now it was time to procure another. He typically secured his revolver to the python's horn, using a strand of spider silk to trigger the shot. With a series of 6 shots, he successfully collected the second blade. Concerned about toxins, he used a banknote to shield his hand as he hefted the blade, testing its weight with increasing delight. Sharp and sturdy, its material matched that of the scales. He wondered what kind of evolution the python had undergone. The slightly curved blade was heavier than the wolf fong spear, and with a long handle attached, it would require greater strength to wield. Ah, this wretched system. When will it finally upgrade? I need to enhance my attributes. Glancing at the money spent by the tree spirit, he noted that it had barely exceeded 100,000 in several days. Reaching 1 million seemed a distant dream. After wallowing in frustration for a brief moment, he began to harvest resources from python. He sliced off 5 pounds of meat to sample for lunch, curious about its flavor. In his youth, he had often coaxed his wife, a little foodie, into roasting snakes for a delightful meal. The taste was quite pleasing, reminiscent of chicken, but more tender. Given the python's size, he wondered if the meat would be too tough. As he pondered this, he was taken aback by a sudden surge of saliva. It was indeed a realization. After growing up and attending university with his wife, they remained in the city, far removed from the refreshing days spent in the countryside. The urban life was fraught with complexities, and he yearned to return to the rural embrace. He often reflected on how he should have taken her back then, for it might have prevented the subsequent events. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he began the arduous task of using the sharp blade to sever the skin around the neck of the python. The blade was impressively sharp. Despite the impenetrable scales of the python, the resilient edge could slice through with ease. Once exposed, the smooth, white flesh of the serpent was revealed. There was no rush. The frigid winter would preserve the moisture, and a thorough wash before consumption would suffice. He enlisted the help of his companion to hoist the python's carcass and carefully pry off a ring of scales from its neck, cutting through the tough skin. Pulling with determination, he heard a satisfying rip, and the robust white body of the python lay bare before him. Having spent 540 yuan, Lin Xiaodong felt a sense of dual achievement. He had not only invested in his companion's assistance, but had also stripped away a layer of impenetrable armor. It was quite satisfying. Perhaps in the future, in the depths of the forest, such opportunities would abound. More significantly, there might be many others like his companion there, and employing them could prove costly. Once again, a fervor for crafting a disc-shaped airship surged within him. If only he could leave this place. Perhaps the issue of expenditure would cease to be a concern. Chapter 95. Capture his photograph on the second morning, Lin Xiaodong had donned a brand new suit of armor. He had devoted the entirety of the previous afternoon to this endeavor. First, he shed the base layer of his cotton jacket, replacing it with a garment crafted from the skin of a Burmese python. He had never anticipated that the skin of this creature could provide such warmth. Even when clad solely in thermal underwear beneath the python's skin, he found himself comfortably insulated against the chill of the day. This python skin attire was remarkably elastic, breathable, and waterproof, providing one-way thermal insulation that rendered additional clothing unnecessary. Next came the creation of the armor, built upon his confidence in biochemically engineered materials. The inner layer remained a robust 3 millimeters thick, while the outer layer consisted of scale armor, offering both ballistic protection and warmth. After testing his agility in the armor, he noted a significant reduction in its weight. Laughing heartily, he mused that he would no longer need to worry about that foolish sniper. In addition to the armor, he had skillfully fashioned a fully enclosed helmet, reminiscent of the military-grade headgear worn by that same inept sniper. The outer layer, too, was composed of scale armor. The helmet's design featured a combat-style crown, complemented by a combination of goggles and a respirator on the face. Gazing into the mirror, he was struck by his own reflection, resembling a thunder god with a sharp, monkey-like visage. The protective elements of the helmet were fortified with biochemical materials and python scales, ensuring ample defense. The eye section was outfitted with crystalline lenses derived from the eyes of a venomous python, which he had tested the night before. The surroundings appeared only slightly dimmer than during the day. When standing atop a building and surveying the landscape in the bright morning sunshine, he discovered that the night vision capabilities of the python's eyes were not overwhelmingly blinding. Indeed, the naturally evolved features surpassed even the finest photochromic sunglasses in effectiveness. Although the performance was commendable, he still chose to install 2 glass-like devices within both eyes, enabling infrared thermal imaging as well. As for his ears, he lacked military-grade, noise-canceling headphones, which left him somewhat at a disadvantage. He could only hope to acquire them in the future. Overall, the helmet exuded an aura of coolness and science fiction. The respirator was crafted from biochemical materials, resembling a hard mask, with 2 ventilation holes strategically designed to accommodate a cotton swab or similar object to obstruct ordinary tear gas. In dire situations, the air tank from his backpack's fire extinguisher could provide an emergency air supply. With the destruction of his wolf fang spear, his primary weapon had transformed into a saber, which, when donned with his leopard claw boots, did not appear excessively long. He had learned to stylishly sheath it on his back, as demonstrated in instructional videos. Furthermore, he had ingeniously incorporated a spring mechanism made from the fibrous memory material of wristfoot wood within the biochemical sheath. A slight maneuver at the base of the sheath would cause the long sword to spring forth, just as it did now. Oh, must it spring forth so forcefully? Lin Xiaodong, who had initially stood there in a striking pose, hurriedly dashed forward, realizing that the placement on his back was slightly askew, causing the sword to launch farther than intended. Fortunately, the agility provided by his leopard claw boots allowed him to take a significant stride forward and grasp the hilt. Overall, it was a fair performance, though he noted that he had yet to master the maneuver, successfully catching the sword only 5 or 6 times out of 10 attempts. The double-handed hilt of the knife suited his frail physique, making it ideal for close combat. He reached behind to retrieve the sheath, swiftly attaching it to the short blade in his hand, transforming it into a 7-foot-long sword. If only he could grow a beard beneath his chin, he might evoke the spirit of ancient warriors. Satisfied with his current equipment, he felt confident that if he encountered that foolish sniper again, he would no longer be chased around the building in a panic. Speaking of that foolish sniper, perhaps it was worth checking on him after 2 days. He might possess some valuable treasures. For instance, noise-canceling headphones caught his attention when he glanced at the man while burying him with cash. He recalled the man's fully enclosed helmet, which had 2 protrusions on the sides. At that moment, the rumble of jet engines echoed from the sky, growing closer by the second. Intrigued by the approaching sound, he hurried to the drone reconnaissance system. After a moment's thought, he removed his helmet, fearing that the silly female pilot might not recognize him. Indeed, the reconnaissance system on the drone began to rotate, seemingly searching for someone on the rooftop. When it focused on Lin Xiaodong, it halted, its blue lens aimed directly at him. Lin remained silent, patiently awaiting the other party to speak. "Hey, why aren't you saying anything?" The female pilot, unable to contain herself, inquired with a sultry tone. Gone was the bitterness from yesterday. Her voice was now enticingly sweet. "What can I say? You wouldn't believe me anyway." Although his mood was pleasant this morning, speaking about having killed over 1 billion citizens of the Eastern Kong Republic was troubling. "I thought about what you said yesterday. It seems somewhat reasonable, but without evidence. How am I supposed to trust you?" Upon hearing his retort, Lin Xiaodong shot back. "Evidence? I'm trapped in this decrepit building. What evidence can I provide you?" He gestured towards the blue lens. "I've told you, I'm just a carefree rich heir. Why would I create a post-apocalyptic scenario?" Gazing at the azure lens, he fantasized about a life of luxury. I used to have someone else put on my shoes. Now I don't even have a servant. How am I supposed to at this point? He was being somewhat excessive, and the female pilot seized the opportunity. "A servant? This is the Eastern Kong Republic. Do you think it's like the Empire? Here, the ones serving your machines. Damn it, this wretched place is so technologically advanced, using machines for servitude. Why haven't I seen one in this building? It's truly bizarre." With a flaw exposed, he quickly shifted the topic. "Machines are nowhere near as effective as human servants. We don't even have a single machine servant in this building. You self-righteous people from the Empire, who never speak of equality, still think this is your backward land." The two, fond of bantering, soon strayed from the crux of the discussion. However, Azuz had already sensed the tension in the atmosphere and came closer, her 8 large eyes fixed on him, her ample belly swaying anxiously. Upon witnessing the sight of Azuz, his anger dissipated by half. He shrugged and returned the conversation to its previous topic. "As for you, you ought to be at the military base. Have you found any evidence?" "None," came the response. "The network is down, and even wireless communications are compromised. Contact with other bases relies solely on drones." This news left Lin Xiaodong, who was eager to clear himself of the baseless accusations, feeling disheartened. His greatest concern was that, should the commander of the military base lose his temper in a few days, this foolish girl might not simply cease her harassment, but instead launch a direct attack. Contemplating the commander's mindset, he assigned a task to the pilot of the foolish girl soaring above. "I propose this, Miss Pilot. Why not take a photograph of your commander? I wish to ascertain whether he is my adversary." "What do you think?" "Absolutely not. You would surely claim he is your foe, thus exonerating yourself from any blame. You will not deceive me. Ah, it seems this girl is not as foolish as she appears. But what would it take to persuade her to photograph that individual?" Chapter 96. How should I deceive this young lady? How should I deceive this young lady? Suppressing the deep-seated anxiety within, I gently patted Azuz's head. Surprisingly, although our opinions were difficult to reconcile, the female pilot did not steer the aircraft away. Instead, she maneuvered the fighter jet in wide circles at a low altitude around this neighborhood. If she did not trust me, why did she not leave as she had a few days prior? It seemed she sought clarity on certain matters, but what precisely did she wish to understand? A myriad of clues and questions raced through Lin Chaodong's mind as he endeavored to uncover a topic that could shatter the female pilot's perceptions. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Chaodong composed his expression and addressed the azure camera. "Why haven to you departed? I'm rather busy here." The female pilot, presumably observing him through the camera, immediately retorted with a hint of grievance. "Why should I leave? Is it wrong for me to seek the truth that could absolve you of suspicion?" Even her plaintive tone, akin to a mewing kitten, was met with Lin Chaodong's cold smirk. "Oh, absolve me of suspicion? I fear you merely wish to ascertain the credibility of the person conveying you this information, and moreover." He paused, memories flashing before his eyes. "I never anticipated finding such a splendid job. Our boss is remarkably kind. Today, he even gifted me. Though the delivery man's income was relatively high among ordinary folks, the outfit he received would consume months of his earnings. Even if it is a handout, I can accept it. My boss insists that working beside him requires proper attire. This is merely workwear. Do you actually believe that?" He retorted. "Stop fixating on societal injustices. Not all affluent individuals harbor malicious intents. The fairness of society has nothing to do with me. I merely wish for no one to covet what belongs to my family. Lest, in this society, regardless of circumstances, they are the successful ones." Successful ones. Huh. That marked their first quarrel, leading to a prolonged Cold War. During this time, the wife's designer wardrobe expanded. Her makeup grew increasingly dramatic, and her return home grew ever later. Until one day, she broke the silence and clung to his arm, declaring, "Today, I inform my boss of my resignation." Resignation? Why? "I no longer wish to continue. I will return to selling jianbingguizi, and we will be as we once were." She nuzzled against his chin with her fluffy hair. "You said to avoid accepting handouts. This time, I will heed your words." What followed was misfortune and vengeance. The revenge of the righteous would not grant them the opportunity to kneel. It would spare none of the family. Reflecting on his means of reprisal, a cold smile flickered across Lin Chaodong's lips. "Hey, and what about moreover?" The female pilot in the fighter jet urgently pressed for clarification. "Ask him if his name is Zhang Li, and if his father's name is Zhang Baorong. Watch his expression closely, and you will understand." "No, he does not go by that name." Disregarding the female pilot's objections, Lin Chaodong continued. "Ask him if he knows a person named Lin Chaodong. If he remembers someone called Gu Xiaomei." At this moment, a slight tremor crossed Lin Chaodong's face, hinting at a chilling demeanor. If there were even a hint of panic in his gaze, and he began to divert the conversation, it would affirm my suspicions. Yet what does it matter? Could it be that between you? Ignoring the pilot's relentless inquiries, Lin Chaodong forced out a chilling pronouncement. "You can tell him that I am the vengeful spirit he cannot escape, the demon that haunts his family eternally." The frigid undertone of his words evidently sent shivers down the spine of the female pilot aboard the aircraft. As the roar of the jet engines faded, Lin Chaodong could ascertain that he was not the sole traveler in this world. Whether it extended to his adversary's family, that was of little consequence. Suddenly recalling something, he instinctively dashed a few steps toward the edge of the building, shouting at the rapidly ascending jet in the sky. "Remember, do not consume anything he offers." "You foolish girl." Upon uttering that last phrase, it dawned on him that "you foolish girl" was the final remark he had made to his wife during that night of vengeance. In that world, he bore no regrets. In this one, with the incessant harassment from the female pilot, he finally understood the situation. It seemed they were intent on preventing him from living peacefully. Thus, let them realize that in this life, he would not kneel before anyone. Moreover, unbeknownst to them, he was a wealthy man in this realm, possessing far greater riches than they could fathom, yet devoid of their contemptible nature. Zhang Li, Zhang Baorong, Lin Chaodong, Gu Xiaomei. The female pilot silently recited these 4 names, concurrently resolving to accept his invitation for lunch upon her return. Lunch invitation, dinner invitation. He was indeed a courteous individual. Yet, she fervently hoped he was not that vengeful maniac. No, he could not be. How could he speak so and yet listen intently? Even at this moment, she still found it hard to believe that man. As she piloted the aircraft, Her thoughts grew increasingly chaotic, entangling her mind. She decided to set such matters aside and address them later upon her return to the base. True to her instincts, when she observed the mechanical arm affixing the fuel hose to her beloved jet at noon, she received yet another invitation to share lunch together. From his tender words, she could sense his deep affection. Responding to his query, she instinctively brushed aside her loose strands of hair. Her fingers grazed her helmet, and she realized her lapse in composure. Until noon then, her heart raced, and in haste, she replied, before departing the hangar, only to collide with the doorframe upon exit. Were it not for her fully enclosed helmet, she would have been unable to attend the date and would have had to seek the infirmary instead. The atmosphere in the military dining hall at noon was far from pleasant. It had become a norm since the onset of the biochemical apocalypse. As inhabitants of the military base, they had endured, but they had heard too many sorrowful tales from the survivors they had rescued. Nearly all soldiers consumed their meals in a hurried manner, as they must either take to the skies or board helicopters to rescue survivors shortly thereafter. Only the female pilot, with a faint blush adorning her cheeks, sits across from her superior. What else with the blushing? It's awkward. Yet I invited you to dine at a survivor's quaint little restaurant, and you refused. Observing the female pilot's countenance, her superior, whose fingers twitched with anticipation, gently inquired, "Please, take a seat. I shall fetch the drinks. What would you like to have? Just some orange juice? I lack an appetite." Despite the apocalyptic landscape, the military's provisions remain remarkably good, perhaps even superior to those before the cataclysm. After all, the meager population left consumes resources that once catered to billions. Bases with armored units can effortlessly deplete a supermarket or an entire neighborhood, a task that presents no challenge whatsoever. Before long, her superior returned, bearing a tray with 2 beverages, 1 cup of coffee and 1 of orange juice. The female pilot, without a second thought, grasped the orange juice, poised to take a small sip to soothe her throat, when suddenly an urgent voice echoed within her mind. "Remember, you must not consume anything he offers, you foolish girl." With that admonition in mind, she somewhat petulantly lifted the orange juice, unwilling to heed the words of that murderous spy. After all, what mischief could possibly occur within the confines of a military mess hall? She took a small sip, all the while discreetly observing her superior's expression out of the corner of her eye. His demeanor remained unchanged, handsome and radiating warmth with a gentle smile. Chapter 97. It is indeed true, in the presence of his gentle smile, the female pilot suddenly recalled the words of the murderous spy. A twinge of anxiety coursed through her, prompting her to sip her orange juice before inquiring, "Zhang Li, Zhang Baorong, Lin Chaodong, Gu Xiaomei." As her superior reveled in hidden delight, a sudden jolt of alarm seized him, as if that cold, brutal gaze had reemerged before him, visible to the naked eye. Festering sores erupted on his family members, oozing and bursting, yet they remained alive, wailing in agony amidst the yellow-green pus, struggling against their fate. His own plight was even graver. That fiend had merely squeezed a single drop, just a drop, of a vile concoction from a broken eyedropper into his mouth. 72 hours. A full 72 hours, and his insides were slowly decaying, while his nerves remained in a heightened state of agitation. Who could fathom such torment? It was akin to a million large ants gnawing away at his flesh from within, where not even scratching could provide relief. God only knows how that monster achieved it. Even the finest imported anesthetics failed to stave off the ensuing agony. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, he had called the man, promising $2 million, confident that he had no evidence against him, and even if he did, what could it matter? Through a hidden camera on the individual sent to negotiate, he beheld that man. Faced with the escalating sum, the man's eyelids did not flutter. He simply gazed at the portrait of his deceased wife, his expression tender, even somewhat indulgent. In truth, even on the day of the confrontation, his demeanor was not ferocious. He merely stated coolly, "I will not grant you the opportunity to kneel. You are unworthy." He had never anticipated that the seemingly innocent one would place such significance on those matters, nor that her husband would turn out to be a formidable character. Had he known, yet, accustomed to navigating the social scene, he masked his fleeting distraction well, hoping the female pilot had not perceived it. As he raised his hand, he inadvertently knocked over the female pilot's orange juice. Flustered as he hurriedly wiped it up with a napkin while apologizing. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Let me get you another glass." While on his way to fetch the orange juice, his mind raced with another concern. This prey before him must have grown suspicious. Would she confide in someone else? This was not that world. Yet if that man were alive, he would be a living testament. What if the female pilot, referred to by her superior as the innocent one, remained oblivious to his momentary stillness and flicker of fear? She merely observed his retreating figure, casting aside the murderous spy's words. Gratefully, she picked up her orange juice and engaged her superior in eager conversation, dismissing the earlier topic. After a few sips of orange juice, she unconsciously propped her forehead with her hand. Why do I feel a bit warm? This warmth. As she rested her forehead in her palm, she sensed her body and mind ensnared by a burning gaze. That gaze emanated from her young superior. Could it be that the words of that man were indeed true? A dreadful suspicion began to rise in her already muddled mind. In the military camp, an unexpected revelation unfolded. The obedient drug from that world proved effective on this young lady as well. The superior, maintaining a gentle smile, inquired with a hint of concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" As he spoke, he reached out, seemingly caring, to check the female pilot's forehead. However, she swiftly swatted his hand away, the sound crisp enough to attract the attention of nearby soldiers. This young woman was not like the frivolous companions he had previously entertained. She was far more intriguing. The world remained similar, and he, still a second-generation elite, found himself among the first to receive aid following the outbreak of the biochemical crisis. Subsequently, his entire family arrived at the nearest Air Force base. The military was in dire need of personnel, prompting him and his not-so-aged father to enlist. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the military system was undoubtedly the safest haven. Utilizing his public relations and management skills, along with his previous rank, they swiftly ascended to respectable positions within the base. While other female soldiers cast flirtatious glances his way, his interest was solely captured by the fierce, wild beauty of the female pilot before him. The reasons were simple. She was stunning, alluring, and possessed a hint of untamed spirit, coupled with a refreshing innocence that was utterly captivating. "No, do not touch me," she asserted, retracting her hand, yet he continued to express concern. "You aren't feeling unwell, are you?" To his astonishment, the female pilot suddenly extended her hand. Just as he was taken aback, her fingers formed a peculiar shape, followed by a flash of blue light. This was a photograph? Did she truly trust that man's words? A sense of fear washed over him. That day, when the drone spotted the adversary, he realized the enemy had also arrived in this world. However, indiscriminately shooting a survivor without ample evidence was unfeasible in this military base that still adhered to regulations. He had hoped that the turbulence caused by the engine would dislodge that individual from the building, bringing an end to the matter. As he observed the female pilot's consciousness fading, a surge of murderous intent surged within him. While her beauty was undeniable, should that man discover that his family had also come here, it could spell disaster for them all. Contemplating this, he opened his palm, and a blue light from a biometric phone illuminated, revealing another poised woman. "Sister, I am in trouble." The holographic woman, clad in military attire, appeared to be preoccupied, briefly greeting someone before lowering her voice to inquire, "What mischief have you gotten into this time? Have you forgotten the lessons learned by our family?" He glanced around. Though some were attentive, they were at a considerable distance. The voice was intentionally set to bone conduction, allowing others to see him communicating without hearing the conversation. Sister, this is the last time, the very last time, and Father knows about this. You two are truly a calamity," she retorted, her tone laced with frustration before the call abruptly ended. At that moment, the female pilot across the table was slumped over, her complexion flushed. If only one could embrace her and carry her to bed. Later, when the innocent ones learned of their predicament, their expressions of sorrow or anger became the true allure for him. Even the sound of weeping piqued his interest, intensifying his resolve. Such is life. We all have our moments of irrationality, yet it is not a grave matter. Shortly thereafter, A striking female military doctor, carrying a first aid kit, entered the mess hall. Behind her, like a loyal dog, trailed a collapsible stretcher. Her stern gaze swept through the dining area before landing on her brother and the female pilot. She hurried over, her beautiful eyes glaring fiercely at her brother. Then, feigning concern, she checked the pilot's forehead and exclaimed in a raised voice, "Oh no, she has a high fever. You." "Never mind. I will take her to the hospital." While speaking, she gestured toward the stretcher, which promptly transformed from a medium-sized canine form into a sturdy emergency bed, supporting the alluringly flushed pilot, who was conscious yet limp and unable to move. She placed her on the stretcher. After casting another fierce glare at her brother, she deliberately inspected the glass of orange juice, holding it to her nose for a sniff. Nodding as if in self-questioning contemplation, she murmured, "An allergic reaction?" Then, sealing the orange juice in a bag, she instructed her brother, "It might be an allergy. I need to take this back for testing, and you remembered to pay." Having given her orders, she lifted her chin, her demeanor icy as she disregarded the gazes of nearby soldiers, leading the stretcher toward the exit. Ignoring the stares, she donned a large-brimmed hat resting on a chair, transforming into a dashing officer with a hint of gallantry. Her eyes flashed with intensity as she surveyed the lower-ranking soldiers around her before striding out confidently. Once outside, she hurriedly dialed a number, saying, "Dad, that killer has come. I suspect he has spoken with Melanie. Today, she took my picture." There was a moment of silence on the other end before the response came. "Do not fear. I will handle it." After a brief pause, he added, "In matters like this, one must not show weakness." Meanwhile, the female pilot lying on the stretcher experienced a profound regret that was beyond words. "Remember, do not consume anything he gives you, you foolish girl." The shout from the channel echoed in her ears. She should have heeded that killer. That fool. No, that fool king. He had ensnared her beloved drone in a net. Calling him a king was indeed fitting. Moreover, he was a reckless wastrel unaware of the true value of money. Yes, the moniker Fool King suited him perfectly. Chapter 98. The trading system. Do you think that foolish girl has truly fallen for it? Lin Chaodong inquired of his loyal companion as he descended the spider silk with a climbing device. Azu, with her 8 large eyes, gazed at him with a hint of confusion. At this moment, accompanied by Azu, Lin Chaodong was intent on lifting the lid of the tortoiseshell that concealed the foolish mercenary. That wretched soul had gone hungry for 4 days. Yet even now, Lin Chaodong remained indecisive. Should they engage in a meaningful conversation, recognizing that survival in the apocalypse was arduous for all, rendering mutual slaughter unnecessary? Or should he strip the mercenary of his equipment and execute him without hesitation? The former approach would label him a saint, likely to be dismissed with a quip about not surviving beyond 3 episodes. The latter, however, would risk tarnishing his reputation. The plight of the impoverished commoners could not be compared to that of politicians or unscrupulous merchants who were shackled by capital and constantly scheming for profit. The common folk, burdened but not embittered, would hardly lose their innate kindness so easily. Nevertheless, this matter did not require his decisive input. As he lifted the lid composed of bills and the remnants of flesh, the usually quiet system suddenly sprang to life. Hostage discovered. Hostage buy-sell system activated. What on earth is a hostage buy-sell system? The typically aloof system remained silent, evidently insisting he navigate this revelation on his own. "You wretched system," he muttered as he bent to sift through the pile of currency. He intended to bind the mercenary's legs, thereby reducing his combat effectiveness and ensuring a safer encounter. However, just as he uncovered the bills and prepared to secure the mercenary's limbs, those seemingly lifeless legs sprang to life, delivering a swift kick to Lin Chaodong's face. Hostage escape. Hostage buy-sell system deactivated. The unexpected blow sent Lin Chaodong tumbling to the ground, cursing the unprincipled system. "You, old man, which one of your eyes saw him escape? There is no need for such baseless nonsense." The kick had indeed felt unjust. He should have administered a tranquilizer beforehand. Lin Chaodong had planned to starve the foolish sniper for a week. Surely, even the most resilient would falter under such conditions. Even if he had water, he should have been reduced to a pitiful state by now. Yet, Who could have anticipated that the mercenary possessed such strength? Ouch! Were it not for my facial armor, I might have been bloodied by that kick. He reached for his nose to soothe the ache, but the closed helmet rendered any touch futile. Drawing from his biological knowledge, he recalled that Azu's tranquilizers were potent, capable of incapacitating even the most formidable adversary. The sniper before him likely lacked such resistance. A single injection might prove fatal. He retrieved a syringe, dipped the needle in the anesthetic from Azu's pincers, and injected it into the mercenary's leg. Regardless of how long the sedative would take effect, he prioritized binding him first. With a surge of mischief brewing within, Lin Chaodong swiftly looped a rope around the sniper, tightening it before securing his knees in a kneeling position. Then, he gazed with considerable satisfaction at his masterpiece, pondering whether this fellow would soon bellow in utter astonishment. However, he decided to disregard the man's words. His voice would surely be an unpleasant spectacle. Subsequently, he peeled away the banknotes, revealing the individual's broad back. Withdrawing the dagger, he pressed it against the man's back while using his foot to clear away the remaining notes. It was his first time employing the spider's tranquilizer, and he worried that the dosage might be insufficient to incapacitate this individual. Should he dare to make a move, he would quickly learn just how sharp the dagger was, thus alleviating his dilemma of whether to eliminate him. The remaining tasks did not require his intervention. The spider dragged the bound sniper away from the pile of banknotes and towards the interior of the room. However, instead of leading him to the ground, he was suspended upside down from the door frame, swaying like a pendulum. As the sniper's body gradually rose, Lin Chaodong positioned the dagger between the man's legs, contemplating that if this fellow dared to move, he would be sent to the palace to serve as a eunuch. Hadn't he, the female pilot, mentioned something about an empire on this planet? Was there perhaps a eunuch there as well? He had no desire to know. What era was it, and yet still an empire? The sniper, now inverted, was indeed subdued by the spider's tranquilizer, remaining unconscious until fully suspended. With a sense of relief, he utilized the dagger to disarm the sniper of the assault rifle he still clutched. He then employed the spider silk to ensnare the man's neck, threading it backward through the bindings on his legs. Only after achieving a rather humiliating pose did the sniper awaken from his stupor. After glancing at his watch, he realized he had been sedated for 10 minutes. Before the man could utter a word, the system coldly chimed in, announcing the detection of a prisoner of war and activating the forced purchase and sale system. What the hell? Is it really permissible to sell captives? Could one perhaps buy a female slave as well? The aloof system remained unresponsive, prompting him to open the system panel himself. Upon inspection, he discovered that this system was extraordinarily remarkable, truly extraordinary, living up to its divine reputation. The astute system was certainly not malevolent. It would not engage in human trafficking. The trading system was divided into categories. The prisoner forced purchase and sale system, which included options for forced skill trading and forced hiring. The fair trading system, which offered options for fair trading skills and fair employment. The system marketplace, featuring options for system skill trading and system hiring. The first two required monetary expenditure, while the last was akin to skills necessitating the use of divine points. Had he known that capturing prisoners could lead to forced purchases and hiring, he would have captured several zombies long ago. However, he quickly reconsidered. The system could not be that twisted. If he were to purchase or hire a zombie, who could predict the consequences? For instance, would he acquire the skills of the zombie and transform into one himself? Furthermore, if the forcibly hired captive were to rebel, what then? Another query arose. When he previously hired the Trant, why hadn't the system activated these trading options? The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind. The flaming serpent tree was not human. The forcibly recruited captives would not rebel. As for other matters, how to explore them? Goodness, is it really that aloof? Will saying more lead to demise? The system paid him no further attention, maintaining its customary frigid demeanor. Not everyone could hire the tree girl. Perhaps someday, the zombies could be given a chance as well. Regardless, the ability to forcibly acquire captives was a commendable outcome. If, in the future, someone gained powers due to a biochemical crisis, all one would need to do is capture them and procure their abilities. Would the skills obtained from others vanish? The system had not mentioned this. One could only speculate. Oh, what am I thinking? Which merchant would sell you a cake only to deplete their own stock? Yet, this was different. These were skills possessing a unique essence, regardless of the acquisition. Just then, the foolish sniper had awakened, struggling desperately due to the embarrassment of his position. Observing with a smile, especially taken by the perfection of his predicament, it seemed his binding skills were quite commendable. Yet the matter of gender. Never mind. I shan't dwell on distasteful thoughts. With the foolish sniper before him, Lin Xiaodong finally spoke. Chapter 99. The skill of coercive employment. The system coldly inquired within his mind. Are you certain you wish to employ this captive at a monthly expense of 20,000? It was quite satisfactory to expend such an amount monthly. It could be deemed a reasonable investment. Confirmed, Lin Xiaodong replied to the system. The foolish sniper, trembling, began to speak. Sir, could you please let me down? This is quite uncomfortable. Hearing the sniper's words, Lin Xiaodong nearly burst into laughter. Such a humiliating posture was a tactic employed by the island nation against women. Although he harbored no peculiarities himself, using such methods on a captive did seem rather excessive. He reached out to sever some of the webbing, yet ensured the foolish sniper remained suspended upside down to prevent any rebellion. With a sigh of relief, the foolish sniper exhaled a plume of white condensation from his helmet's respirator. In a room filled with firearms, the shattered glass windows and the sunless porch made the coldness quite expected. Have you eaten in the past few days? Lin Xiaodong inquired. Reporting, sir. I have eaten. And water? I have drunk. Lin Xiaodong was taken aback. Crushed beneath nearly a ton of cash, this fellow had managed to eat and drink. Did he not relieve himself at all? Or had he simply soiled his trousers? Instinctively, he took a step back and asked, where did your food and water come from? He scrutinized the foolish sniper from head to toe, but found no backpack. Being buried under cash, he could not possibly carry one. Could it be that this fool possessed a system, perhaps some sort of storage space? This conjecture ignited a spark of excitement in Lin Xiaodong's heart. As an ordinary person, reading novels was a delightful pastime, where a touch of imagination could provide entertainment. During his time as a delivery worker, he had always fantasized about having a storage space. It was nothing short of a miraculous tool for a deliverman. Yet after reading several novels about delivery workers, he realized that such abilities were merely standard features of system. Bah! Even as a wealthy individual endowed with a lavish system, I have yet to receive a mere storage space. What a miserly system. Others receive their storage spaces as gifts, and they can even upgrade them. Reporting, sir. I possess a personal supply system. The water within can last for 2 days, and the rations can also last for 2 days. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaodong's previously ignited enthusiasm waned. In a world ravaged by a biochemical virus, where evolution and supernatural abilities were commonplace, should he consider providing this fool with some unconventional sustenance? Do not blame Lin Xiaodong for his wild imagination. After immersing himself in numerous online novels, his mind occasionally wandered to extraordinary realms. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against further inquiries and simply opened the panel to purchase the captive skills. This time, the system presented a panel he had never encountered before. Against a pale blue background, a three-dimensional representation of the foolish sniper appeared. Adjacent to it, small text indicated the equipment available for purchase, and alongside that, an extensive list of skills was displayed. Since this individual was now his subordinate, it was only prudent to enhance his capabilities. Dismantling his gear was out of the question. In fact, he contemplated equipping the foolish sniper's assault rifle with a 4-power scope, and perhaps even considering adding some armor. First, let us examine the equipment. A fully enclosed special operations suit, equipped with infrared and night vision capabilities, noise-canceling headphones, wireless communication, gas mask, underwater oxygen supply, field water system, suspension system, support system, level of ballistic protection, and sonar. Carbon fiber armor plates can be added to enhance its protective capabilities. In essence, it is extraordinarily powerful, to the extent that Lin Xiaodong reconsidered his intention to add a layer of scale armor externally. Next, let us consider his abilities: tactical assault and special operations, professional training as a sniper, underwater special operations, wilderness survival skills, airborne capabilities, close-quarters combat, rapid pistol shooting, and expertise in extreme sports. Observing these capabilities in his subordinate, Lin Xiaodong felt immensely fortunate. This individual was undoubtedly a versatile warrior. Fortunately, with the help of the leopard claw boots and the system, it was difficult to ascertain who was superior at present. Although Lin Xiaodong was envious of these abilities, he did not feel an absolute need for them. He preferred to acquire a less unique ability first, pondering the potential consequences if he purchased this individual's abilities and subsequently lost them. For instance, he was quite intrigued by the rapid pistol shooting skill. If he acquired it but could not perform rapid shooting, it would indeed be a disadvantage. He thought that if he couldn't shoot a pistol, he could always find a girlfriend in the future, especially since this individual had no pistols at all. He, however, possessed a large revolver and thus decided to select the rapid pistol shooting ability. As usual, the aloof system interjected, asking, "Are you certain you wish to spend 1 million to acquire the rapid pistol shooting ability? This ability is divided into 10 levels, and for each level you purchase, you will lose 1 level of the captive." With a sigh of relief, Lin Xiaodong felt a wave of happiness wash over him and paused his hand without confirming the purchase. Given the numerous abilities of this individual, if each was divided into 10 levels, and each level cost 1 million, he would soon possess a substantial fortune. Upon this realization, he canceled the purchase and opened the skill list of the sniper, testing each item one by one. Among them, the rapid pistol shooting was not particularly expensive, while the most costly was the special operations training, priced at 2 million per level. It was reasonable to think so. After all, it is often stated in literature that pilots are crafted from gold, while special forces are forged from diamonds. Furthermore, it is conceivable that special forces in this world receive exceptionally high salaries. However, that was not the pressing issue. The current dilemma was which skills to acquire. A significant discovery awaited him at the end of the skill list: biohazard abilities, unacquired. Frowning at this option, Lin Xiaodong pondered for a long time, unable to comprehend why this individual lacked biohazard abilities. Did his blood not contain the biohazard virus? Or was it possible that in a biohazard crisis, everyone had indeed been infected, but only the healthy carrier survived? What about the other survivors? What about himself? The system presented this option, indicating that biohazard abilities must exist. So why did this individual lack them? He decided to set this mystery aside for the time being, knowing he would eventually uncover the truth. The immediate concern was the possibility of forced employment. What if this individual chose to leave? The system provided no answers. Wait a moment. If forced employment was possible, could termination also be an option? This notion was worth exploring. But then again, what if he attempted to terminate the employment and the system failed to notify him? That would indeed lead to significant trouble. Wait a moment. Even without a hint, this fellow, bound as he is, poses no greater threat. Just a moment longer. I shall first acquire a few skills before considering termination. Returning to the skill selection, I opted to purchase the skill of rapid fire with a handgun. Upon making the selection, the clumsy sniper's body trembled slightly. With the payment of 10 million, Lin Xiaodong inevitably felt a surge of warmth envelop his heart. His hand instinctively reached for the thunder god at his side, a sensation of familiarity washing over him. Skillfully, he drew out the revolver, not aiming it, but rather twirling it in a manner reminiscent of a cowboy displaying his finesse. Even without a test shot, he was confident that simply lifting the weapon from his hip would grant him an 80% chance of hitting his target. The second skill, close-quarters combat with a short blade, was also at level 10, yet each set cost only 500,000. After completing the purchase, he couldn't help but grumble internally. Damn, I've spent 1.5 million on just 2 abilities. Where am I to find the remaining 8.5 million? Chapter 100. 2 tests. As Lin Xiaodong moved forward, he felt an unsettling chill creeping along his back, the hair standing on end, irritated by the fabric of his clothing. One could imagine someone poised with a 4 times magnification assault rifle aimed at his side, and this individual had only hours prior been an adversary. The sensation was decidedly unpleasant. Despite the system's assurances, the test remained a necessity. In that moment, he resembled an ancient warrior, a longsword strapped to his back, cautiously venturing forth. He was intent on discovering whether the forcibly conscripted captives posed any threat. He had just attempted to dismiss one, and the system posed a singular question. Is it necessary to eliminate this captive? How barbaric, one might ponder. To terminate a forced conscription seemed excessive. Why resort to such cruelty? Nevertheless, this also allowed Lin Xiaodong to bypass the mental hurdle of facing direct murder. There was no need for bloodshed. Simply capturing and dismissing would suffice. The true instigator of violence was the opulent system. What was it to him? Having recently acquired 2 skills, there had been a significant alteration in his attributes panel. Balance, infinite expenditure, 1, 584. 164 intelligence, 8 weak, constitution, 15 weak, agility, 15 weak, stamina, 15 weak, perception, 12 weak, skills, short blade combat, pistol rapid fire wealth points. 0, available for enhancing constitution, increasing comprehension, adding skills, and upgrading skill levels. With the increase in skills, nearly every attribute had seen a slight rise. He pondered whether the upcoming test would yield a notable enhancement in his perception. Grasping the long sword, he advanced, determined to capture the lickers. If one could employ tree spirits, it stood to reason that captured lickers could likewise be hired. Imagine the thrill of recruiting a cadre of spitters. One would no longer need to fear zombies, as they could simply be captured and conscripted, thereby amassing a formidable undead army. Regrettably, the Glass's King Python had met its demise. Otherwise, he would have sought a means to capture it for forced employment. These inquiries remained unanswered by the aloof system, leaving him to decipher the complexities alone. This wretched system kept him perpetually occupied, inundating him with challenges requiring proof of competence. Departing from the tentacles, he had since learned that the creature was called a flame snake tree, though Lin Xiaodong still preferred to refer to them as tentacles. Venturing beyond their protective realm, he felt a twinge of discomfort. He intended to encourage the tree spirit to expand its territory, but she lamented that the energy reserves were insufficient. Consequently, the zombies were consuming too little. He could simply lure a horde over another day, which was hardly a dilemma. In a moment, he spotted several lickers nearby, seemingly undeterred by his presence, as they regarded him with quiet curiosity. The sniper trailing behind remained silent, awaiting Lin Xiaodong's command. "Come here, my dear companions. Let us play." He beckoned. Upon hearing his call, the lickers bounded eagerly towards him. In just a few days apart, the transformations in these lickers were substantial. Their garments, likely torn and tattered from one another, now hung in ragged strips upon their forms. They leapt not far from Lin Xiaodong, their elongated tongues flickering out like serpents. Since they were to capture the lickers, Lin Xiaodong intended to ensnare the largest among them. This was easily discernible, firstly by the garments they wore, and secondly by observing whether their small appendages were protruding. The notion that lickers could develop such appendages was perplexing, stirring human curiosity about what zombies might appear like during such moments. Moreover, devoid of intellect, how could they distinguish between male and female? Was it merely instinct? Such questions were best left unpondered. Overthinking would necessitate the crafting of a tome on zombie biology to elucidate these mysteries. With a shake of his long knife, the blade quivered slightly, and he shouted towards the lickers, "Come forth." Several lickers, evidently unperturbed by his invitation, surged towards him from various angles. Faced with such an assault, Lin Xiaodong found himself at a disadvantage. This was not the vertical face of a building where he could utilize the kinetic energy of ropes. The speed on the ground was far inferior. He gestured to the foolhardy sniper behind him. A resounding gunshot echoed. However, to his dismay, the bullet merely grazed the chest of one zombie. As black ichor gushed forth, the liquor not only retained its combat efficacy, but also lunged forward with renewed vigor. In the glaring sunlight, the black blade sliced through the air. Unfortunately, before it could strike the liquor, another liquor ensnared the knife's handle with its tongue. Their coordination surpassed that of humans. Were it not for the aid of webbing and climbing gear, he would be no match for them on the building's exterior. As these thoughts raced through his mind, he activated his short blade combat skills, twisting his wrist to unleash the black gleam of the blade once more. This time, It was aimed at the liquor that had ensnared the knife's handle. Yet, the liquors offered him no reprieve, converging upon him without hesitation. Damn it! Having merely short-blade combat skills proved insufficient against the long knife. Where could he acquire abilities akin to ancient martial arts? As he lamented the limitations of his system, he relinquished the knife handle and retreated hastily. He refrained from urging the foolish sniper to fire again. His sidearm, equipped with a fourfold scope, was ineffective against the liquors, rendering bullet expenditure unnecessary. Instead, he swiftly drew his revolver while retreating. Unlike a showy display, he adopted the stance of a true gunslinger, drawing the revolver from its holster, resting his wrist against his hip as he fired. The .44 revolver had considerable recoil, but Lin Chaodong, having anticipated this, positioned his legs apart, one slightly forward, one back, to absorb the impact. A long tongue of flame erupted from between his waist, and, at such close quarters, the bullet struck the head of a liquor. The crimson cranium burst open, black ichor and red fragments splattering in all directions. Yet with that shot, the nearby zombies, attracted by the gunfire, emitted a cacophony of cries as they surged towards him. He signaled with his hand, retreating with a few liquors in tow, directing his escape towards the direction of the appendages. Before departing, he discharged another rapid shot, toppling yet another liquor. In one fluid motion, he rolled on the ground, retrieved the blade, and sprang to his feet with vigor. At that moment, the largest of the liquors lunged forward, and with a powerful thrust, Lin Chaodong's leopard-clawed boots pressed down upon the creature. The immense elasticity propelled the liquor aside. On the ground, a liquor that had rolled and regained its footing opened its mouth, its long tongue shooting toward Lin Chaodong like an arrow. The short blade combat skills had significantly enhanced Lin Chaodong's agility, allowing him to grasp the liquor's tongue just as it approached. The tongue possessed a distinctive characteristic. At its tip was a spherical, remarkably hard lump of flesh. It was evident that this hollow tongue, if it penetrated human flesh, would swiftly siphon blood. Grasping the meaty lump, Lin Chaodong attempted to flee. However, the largest liquor, sensing his ill intentions, fell back like a petulant child. Yet for these two tests, Lin Chaodong had prepared meticulously. Tree branch lent a hand. Certainly, a crisp voice resonated in his mind, and immediately, Lin Chaodong found himself lifted. Chapter 101. The blame lies with Lord Wei. This sensation resembles the weightlessness one experiences in an elevator. The cries are rather unpleasant. However, anyone who finds themselves ensnared by a 30-meter-long, 2-meter-thick cephalopod would undoubtedly scream louder than Lin Chaodong. He is merely bait, intended to lure that recently mentioned rapidly evolving glutton. Moreover, the force exerted in this cast almost feels as though it might dislodge one's heart from their very souls. Yet, in the interest of testing the system, this choice is unavoidable. The feeling of being flung into the air is far from pleasant, and amidst Lin Chaodong's frantic shouts, he nearly lost grip of that glutton. Fortunately, the tree girl directed the cephalopod to swiftly ensnare the glutton, providing Lin Chaodong the opportunity to bind it with webbing. The glutton, now ensnared by the web, found its limbs restrained in a rather humiliating manner. To further ensure its tongue remained unoffensive, a segment of the cephalopod was wedged into its mouth and secured behind its head with webbing. After executing this task, the foolish mercenary cast several glances at Lin Chaodong, appearing as if he wished to speak yet hesitated. "Speak up. We're all rough men here. What is there to hold back?" After expressing himself, he produced a cigar and tossed it to the foolish sniper. Upon removing his helmet, it was the first time Lin Chaodong truly observed the sniper's appearance. The man was not conventionally handsome, sporting a ginger beard of about an inch in length and a square jawline. His blue eyes gleamed with a predatory sharpness, embodying the moniker of a foolish sniper with a rugged demeanor. At this moment, as he regarded Lin Chaodong's actions, there was an unusual expression in his wolf-like eyes. "Commander, do you like?" In response to his inquiry, Lin Chaodong raised a hand. "Don't speak nonsense. My preferences are perfectly normal. I possess no such peculiarities. I merely feel that this approach is safer. In truth, Lin Xiaodong's inner thoughts were that he wished to discern whether the glutton would emit a peculiar sound. Ignoring his subordinate's skepticism, he engaged in a transaction with the system. Habitually, he selected forced employment first. The system's response was, "This creature cannot communicate and cannot be hired." Well, this test was not entirely disappointing. The notion of being followed by a glutton akin to a dog left Lin Xiaodong feeling quite unsettled. A four-skill purchase interface emerged, displaying the 3D image of the glutton, along with options for equipment and skills. Interestingly, the creature's long tongue was classified as equipment, as were its claws. Such items would serve no purpose for Lin Xiaodong. Having them attached would be utterly terrifying, and if needed, it would be far simpler to sever them off for use. However, the glutton's skills piqued his interest. Tongue strike. At the sight of this term, Lin Xiaodong inwardly exclaimed in disapproval. What the? This creature possesses such a perverse skill, and it doesn't even need to bite. Oh, he had misread. Heart extraction requires claw equipment. This skill intrigued him, as Lin Xiaodong could easily conceive of what the glutton's heart extraction entailed. Although he had encountered the glutton on several occasions, it had been more thrilling than perilous. After all, he is a wealthy man, possessing an abundance of biochemical materials in the form of endless blood and money. Thus he remains unfazed by the heart-extracting capabilities of the devourer, unless one possesses a corresponding biochemical ability. The defensive capabilities of both supernatural beings and ordinary individuals against the heart extraction move are rather inadequate. However, he does not possess the devourer's claw, which can crush concrete. Wait, that's not correct. I have the cat's claw blade, and the new armor's gauntlets are equipped with it as well. This skill is certainly worth acquiring. Upon further inspection, he encountered the devourer's next skill, Devour and Evolve. This skill reminded Lin Xiaodong of the scene when the gluttonous beast underwent its evolution. That creature stuffed ordinary zombies into its mouth, consuming them before moving on to mutated ones. As for whether it had consumed the devourer or other types of zombies, he had not witnessed it, which unexpectedly sparked a fondness for the devourer within him. The evolution of zombies is somewhat terrifying, yet devouring its own kind for evolution is less so. After all, when it grows large enough to capture humanity's attention, humans possess 1,000 ways to obliterate it. No, such a creature with a crippled leg cannot be allowed to exist. The budding fondness swiftly morphed into intense aversion. Such beings ought to be exterminated on sight. Well then, if heart extraction is the task at hand, I have the cat's claw blade. A sudden, fierce heart extraction maneuver against any foe would surely compel them to cry for mercy. Glancing at the price of the heart extraction skill, Lin Xiaodong couldn't help but chuckle. It costs a staggering one. 55 million. He couldn't fathom why the skill of the devourer is so much more expensive than the rapid-fire capabilities of a Special Forces soldier's pistol. Of course, the pistol's efficacy against the devourer is rather poor. Had his shot not been close enough, he doubted it would have sufficed against the agile devourer. The devourer's final skill, which intrigued him, was Fear Sensation, priced at 35 million. After exchanging glances with the larger devourer, he concluded that it was time to begin reinforcing the psychological conditioning of zombies as crops. This skill is more practical than heart extraction. Perhaps possessing this skill would significantly enhance his own perception. Thus, he resolved to purchase it. He had the means. Choosing to forcibly acquire the heart extraction skill, he assumed that such a transaction required no dialogue. Whether the other party could communicate was irrelevant, and the forced purchase was completed in an instant. He clenched his fist, contemplating the heart extraction skill. Just a fleeting glance at it caused Lin Xiaodong to break into a cold sweat. The way the fingers were splayed out clearly resembled the dragon claw technique of the infamous Lord Wei. Suddenly, the Fear Sensation skill activated autonomously, allowing him to distinctly sense the surge of fear within the sniping fool. Unconsciously, the man covered his chest with both hands, sending shivers down Lin Xiaodong's spine. What the hell? Why is such a rough man afraid? I could still lay hands on you. How utterly pathetic, such a skill. To master it to level 10, one must capture 9 devourers. Alas, this is the fate of one born to toil. Dragging his long-bladed weapon, he strode toward the horde of zombies, embodying the signature swagger of Lord Wei. After enduring a protracted battle that lasted well into the day, both skills were elevated to level 10, yet a staggering 40 million was expended in the process. Recognizing that acquiring the coveted God of Wealth points was not an endeavor to be accomplished overnight, he relinquished any thoughts of swift attainment. This realization was indeed disheartening. He resolved to return home for a meal. However, an even greater source of sorrow emerged. It turned out that the foolish sniper could only subsist on field rations, rendering any consideration for cooking utterly unnecessary. No wonder his supplies were brimming with an abundance of fresh ingredients, all meticulously preserved. The spider, with its 8 compound eyes, gazed at Lin Chaodong with an endearing eagerness, its rotund belly swaying incessantly. As for the foolish mercenary, his gaze was filled with sympathy. Observing the 2 voracious companions looking expectantly at him, Lin Chaodong let out a resigned sigh. He truly had no viable solutions to this predicament and silently vowed that, should he encounter any living beings in the future, he would hasten to recruit a skilled chef, while other matters might be of little consequence. Ensuring the sustenance of these 2 gluttons was undoubtedly the most arduous task at hand. Chapter 102. Zombies are merely fodder. Preparing a meal for multiple people can be both challenging and straightforward. Today, Lin Chaodong, feeling somewhat fatigued, desired to avoid overly intricate dishes. Let me test your knife skills. Please slice this meat into thin pieces for us. When the bumbling sniper retrieved his dagger and began to cut the meat, the scene was truly disheartening. It dawned on him that this fellow, now possessing the ability for close-quarters combat, had remarkably diminished his knife-wielding prowess. With no other choice, Lin took the dagger and proceeded to handle the task himself. The broth was crafted from a fish scavenged upstairs, complemented by a tomato and a small handful of cilantro, with ginger slices, resulting in a delightful, fresh fish soup. He then arranged an assortment of ingredients: cabbage, tofu, dried tofu skin, potatoes, and meatballs, creating a sumptuous fish soup hot pot. Finally, a mix of garlic and chili was sautéed, served alongside sesame sauce and fermented tofu as dipping condiments, making for a satisfying meal. The hot pot was convenient, delicious, and plentiful. Evidently, it was the sniper's first experience with hot pot. After merely dipping 2 slices of meat, his taste buds, previously dulled by cigars, were revitalized. Habitually taciturn, he glanced at Lin Chaodong and smiled, conveying his satisfaction. As for a spider, the method of soaking rice in fish soup, though somewhat bland, was far superior to just consuming spider rations. Just as he picked up a piece of thoroughly cooked frozen tofu to place in his bowl, a thunderous engine sound resonated from outside. Setting down his bowl and lighting a cigar, he instructed the bumbling sniper and a spider, "You both enjoy your meal. I shall investigate on the rooftop." Naturally, the 2 engrossed in their meal paid him no mind as he shook his head and exited. Using the manual elevator, he ascended to the rooftop. The biting cold wind was piercing. However, clad in python skin undergarments, he found it merely a slight chill. The 2 moons were obscured by thick clouds, which brought him a sense of joy, as it seemed rain was imminent that night. With an additional person to consider, water became increasingly scarce, and tomorrow, after performing several chest-expanding exercises, he approached the designated drone on the rooftop. He intended to converse with the girl flying the night shift regarding whether she had taken any photographs today. Suddenly, the drone's reconnaissance device transmitted a voice that was still alluring yet laced with urgency. "Mayday, Mayday, I am about to crash at coordinates. Please respond. Is anyone there? If you hear me, please reply. Over." What on earth? Is she about to crash? This is quite a predicament. Her voice, though filled with urgency, was not panicked. "Hello, hello, foolish girl, what is happening? What trouble are you in?" Upon hearing his call, the channel fell silent for a moment, and then the female pilot responded, "I have taken the photos and during lunch." Over. Upon hearing the alluring voice falter, I was immediately reminded of my wife's plight, prompting a flurry of anxious inquiries. "Did you consume what he gave you? You foolish girl, truly incorrigible." As I contemplated her predicament, recognizing that the aircraft was plummeting, I realized that further reproach was futile. I could only shout towards the reconnaissance system on board, "Fly towards me, come to our neighborhood." I perceived what resembled a survivor camp. Help! Help! I'm descending, damn it. Hearing that she seemed to have discovered a sanctuary, coupled with her first utterance of profanity, brought some relief to Lin Chaodong. This young woman displayed commendable mental fortitude. After all, she was a soldier. Yet, it struck me that, having likely remained at the military base since the onset of the biohazard crisis, she was oblivious to the treachery lurking beyond those walls. Even while airborne, how could she fathom the hardships and perils faced on ground? Remember, do not use your firearm. A forced landing is preferable. Otherwise, you won't be able to retrieve the supplies from your auxiliary fuel tank. Furthermore, an urgent thought flickered in my mind, something of great importance that I needed to convey to her, yet I momentarily drew a blank. As I struggled to concentrate, the woman aboard the fighter jet suddenly screamed, "No, that is not a survivor camp. They're shooting at me. They have anti-aircraft machine guns." At her cry, my heart leapt to my throat, pounding fiercely as if trying to escape. In the heat of the moment, I could no longer hear the pilot's voice, only the ominous thuds of bullets striking the fuselage. "Hello, hello. Are you all right, foolish girl?" I am injured. It's over, I'm finished." Injured? In a world teeming with zombies and abominable creatures during the apocalyptic night. "My dear, get up. You can do this. You can." I could sense her valiant struggle to regain control of the aircraft, yet it appeared she was failing. "I can't pull up. I must eject. My coordinates are over." Suddenly, upon hearing her decision, a flash of insight surged through my mind. Without time for explanation, I shouted, "Remember, zombies are merely wheat." Yet, there was no response from the foolish girl, only a cacophony of chaotic sounds. Bang, 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 whoosh, boom. What was this cacophony? Was the fighter jet exploding in the sky? Had she perished? Just as this thought crossed my mind, a voice emerged beside me. "What's wrong? Commander? Do you know that pilot?" Before I could respond, a distant rumble echoed from the horizon. Instinctively, I glanced skyward, but there was no lightning. It couldn't possibly be a storm. The coordinates were clear, yet visually, it appeared to be only a few kilometers away. Under the cover of night, even if I ascended to the rooftop, the imbecilic sniper remained with his bowl, chewing on a meatball as he spoke. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Lin Chaodong felt compelled to inquire. To traverse a zombie-infested street for over 10 kilometers at night, only to rescue a pilot with whom I have little connection. Little connection? From a certain perspective, not only was there a connection, but it was also profoundly significant. Only she can prove the malicious accusations against her, and perhaps only she can establish her innocence. However, with a thunderous roar, flames erupted on the horizon, their brilliance even reflecting off the clouds. This must be the explosion of an aircraft and its munitions. If there is any hope of rescue, it should be undertaken before the fire extinguishes. She had once declared herself the enemy of billions within the East Kong Republic. With the nation fallen, how significant is one's innocence? To traverse perilous roads for over 10 kilometers at night to save her? Yet, that seems misguided. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of conflict, and, eventually, a new government will emerge to unify it all. When the time comes to hold someone accountable, especially in a post-apocalyptic world where the enemy's family controls military bases, who will validate one's innocence? As for the victory of the zombies, even if they evolve to reproduce or develop intelligence, what of it? To replace humanity, they would need to withstand the force of nuclear and even hydrogen bombs. If we consider the situation from its worst perspective, then this crucial witness must be saved. With this thought lingering in his mind, he, who had lost his appetite, suddenly recalled something and asked, "Did you turn off the fire when you came up?" The oblivious sniper, engrossed in his meal, paused and retorted, "Turn off what fire?" To which Lin Chaodong could only respond with a frustrated exclamation. Chapter 103. Charging you a modest sum of 100,000 air tanks, military rations, spare crossbow bolts, ammunition, and a substantial quantity of spider silk. Having grown accustomed to the presence of Aiju, I found myself concerned about the little glutton freezing during our night trek of over 10 kilometers, as well as its ability to keep pace. With a swift motion, the sniper, in a rather audacious manner, suggested, "Commander, why not take it along? Our squad often brings a spider during operations, though it lacks its intelligence." Upon reflection, he had a point. After all, Iju could bear a load of 200 kilograms, allowing us to transport additional supplies. However, given the relatively short distance, it seemed somewhat excessive, and bringing it along posed certain risks. Before I could finalize my thoughts, the sniper chimed in again. Commander, I lack the boots you're wearing. If I fail to match your speed, perhaps. What the devil? Am I the commander, or are you? You ride Iju while I run beneath. How did you even come up with that? Yet considering my own swift leopard claw boots, if I wanted this fellow to keep up, he might indeed need to ride Iju. Reluctantly, I prepared the scales I had crafted to fit Iju, ensuring they would accommodate its physique. At the juncture where its two segments connected, I even added a soft cushion I had scrounged up. Damn it, I had scarcely ridden Iju once myself, and now this fool of a sniper was benefiting. Moreover, I had affixed 4 large bags to Iju's sides, intended for carrying supplies on our long journey. For ordinary individuals, the principle is simple. Treat others as they treat you, devoid of any profound philosophy. Indeed, a distance of over 10 kilometers is not trivial, and the female pilot must be rescued. She had saved her own life from the jaws of the python, whether intentionally or not. Upon exiting, I noticed the wind had picked up and the rain had intensified. Fortunately, the python's glasses possessed an adaptive capability to light. To its perspective, the sky was merely dimmer, not significantly different from daytime. Testing. Commander, we cannot traverse the residential area. Heading that way guarantees we 1T get out. Over. The sniper's voice came through the fully enclosed helmet. What alternative do you propose? I inquired, but after a prolonged silence without a response, I turned in confusion to the sniper. Commander, if you don't conclude with over, I cannot ascertain if you have finished speaking. Over. I initially intended to retort, but then considered that if such protocols were unnecessary, the military surely wouldn't impose them. It must be for the sake of more efficient communication. After pondering, I nodded. All right, that is a reasonable approach, but let us reserve such formalities for combat situations. What are your thoughts? Yes, Commander. Perhaps we could fly out from here. Over. Fly out? How in the world do you propose we fly on a day that looks likely to rain? Wait a moment, Commander. Surely you must know we can use a delta wing or a parachute to escape from here. Over. You mean to leap from the rooftop and then deploy a delta wing or parachute? Just the thought sent shivers down my spine, prompting me to dismiss the idea outright. I have never engaged in flying a delta wing or a parachute. Continuing down this path would only lead to a disastrous fall. Indeed, if we could ascend to 300 or 400 meters, it matters not if you lack flying skills. We can utilize a parachute. As the foolish sniper gazed skyward, he continued, the wind is sufficiently strong today, and the direction is favorable. Why don't we attempt to launch from the rooftop? Upon hearing the sniper's words, Lin Xiaodong suddenly recalled a video from that era. Our forces affectionately referred to it as the airborne tricycle. However, without an engine, what purpose does an airborne tricycle serve? Moreover, constructing a rotor. Although I believe that the biochemical materials of corpse fluid and currency could be employed for the rotor, who can guarantee success? In truth, I actually possess a method to elevate us to 300 or 400 meters. The moment the words escaped his lips, Lin Xiaodong regretted his utterance, fervently hoping that the foolish sniper would not possess a parachute. As fate would have it, Lin Xiaodong, who was perpetually unlucky, immediately received the response he dreaded. That is splendid. I have a parachute. Do you have a way to lift us to 300 or 400 meters? It isn't a water rocket, is it? What a water rocket. I managed to accomplish the task without issue. It's as simple as descending 300 or 400 meters with me. Retorting to the foolish sniper, he descended with him and a spider to the territory of the flame snake tree. Take this. I have prepared it for you. As the tree spirit communicated in his mind, a tentacle unfurled to reveal a 6-petaled mouth. Within its tooth-filled maw was a bottle containing dark corpse fluid, entwined by a small, snake-like tentacle. Look at this little tentacle. A mere 100,000 is hardly exorbitant. The rustic dialect immediately reminded him of the famous palace jade liquor, priced at 180 per cup. Your imitation is rather convincing, but perhaps you should learn something more refined. The tree spirit disregarded his critique and retorted, in times of danger, throw it away. As for how many tentacles can be generated, That depends on the available food nearby. This is indeed promising. Thus far, apart from the eyeglass python and the jetting creature, I have yet to see what the tentacles fear about zombies. Thank you. 100,000 is hardly too much. Even 200,000 would not be excessive. Do you have any more? I would like to procure additional. Upon entering the zombie horde, the tentacle truly proved to be a treasure, and without a second thought, he contemplated using money to daze the tree spirit. What are you thinking? This tentacle possesses reproductive capabilities. It was painstakingly cultivated for self-preservation. Unexpectedly, the tree spirit retorted with a hint of pride. If it weren't for your intention to rescue the young lady, I wouldn't. This tentacle is quite remarkable. But why does the tree spirit seem to harbor a hint of jealousy? Before he could inquire, the tree spirit had already responded sharply. I am not. I'm ignoring you. Hurry back. After saying this, regardless of how he called, the tree spirit, in a huff, resolutely refused to engage further. Hey, don't ignore me. I still need your help. Yet the tree spirit continued to snub him, though a peculiar scene unfolded before his eyes. A tentacle, resembling a bent tree branch, lay upon the ground, its six-petaled maw agape, seemingly indicating. Is this creature truly so enthralled by my rear? Observing its motionless state, the foolish sniper nearby interjected. Commander, I believe it intends for us to tether a rope to that mouth, and then, akin to an ancient trebuchet. Glancing back at the imbecilic sniper, I was taken aback as he mimicked a basketball throw, though it was evident he was quite frightened. Should we reconsider this matter? Without addressing his query, I turned my gaze to the tentacle and replied, Have you forgotten to finish your thought, you dolt? A makeshift basket fashioned from hastily gathered currency, connected to the tentacle's six-petaled mouth by a 20-meter strand of spider silk. Do you truly believe this will work? It might launch us to heights of 300 or 400 meters. Perhaps we should proceed through the neighborhood instead. Despite the fluidity of my speech, I could sense the stiffness in my lips as I solemnly commanded, Clench your teeth. This is serious. I do not wish to ascend only to have someone bite their tongue. Having spoken, the two of us, along with the spider, settled into the makeshift basket. The spider obediently retracted its dark pincers. Attempting to divert my thoughts, I hoped my body would cease its trembling. As the commander, I ought to exhibit greater fortitude. If only I had armed the tentacle with some stones back then, would the tree creature have taken flight? While I cannot ascertain whether it could strike an aircraft, tossing a person, well, before I could complete my musings, the tentacle, arched like a bow, suddenly sprang into action. Good heavens, what is the meaning of this? Tree creature, do you truly intend to jest with me now? Is it too late to have second thoughts? Chapter 104. A terrifying night sky with all his might against the wind, the basket soared skyward at an astonishing speed. It felt somewhat akin to riding a roller coaster, but the rapid ascent certainly pulled the heart downwards, leaving an unsettling sensation in his chest. 100 meters, 200 meters. The foolish sniper was bellowing, counting in a voice that resembled a scream, though the tension nearly drove him to the brink of losing control. Lin Xiaodong couldn't help but envy the sniper's fully enclosed helmet. Military-grade equipment is undeniably superior, a fact that remains unassailable. Once they truly ascended from the ground, the oncoming air felt like a solid wall, firmly pinning him in the basket. He couldn't ascertain the experiences of others, but he felt as though his body was being crushed by some heavy weight. 300 meters. Hasn't it stopped yet? I feel like I might vomit. The cursed fully enclosed helmet should have had an opening. Drowning in one's own vomit must be the most dreadful way to perish. Should he remove the helmet and face the tempestuous winds? 480 meters. Indeed, it had begun to rain, and not lightly. Amidst a chaotic gust of air, a more perilous situation unfolded. Damn it, did you do this on purpose, you arrogant tree spirit? Perhaps the distance was too great. The haughty tree spirit refrained from retorting. In truth, even if she had, Lin Xiaodong, grappling with centrifugal force, couldn't have responded. The basket began to tumble through the air, and he had no idea how a spider was faring. All he knew was that he and the foolish sniper were screaming in unison. Their cries echoed painfully through the channel, and there was no way to silence them. Stop screaming, just look at the altitude. A fleeting glance revealed that the tumbling earth seemed to draw nearer. Indeed, the commands appeared to have an effect. As the foolish sniper's voice trembled, 400, 350. At that moment, the basket continued to roll. And although its speed had diminished, the earth, sky, and wilderness still jumbled chaotically before their eyes. Can we open the parachute? No. 300. Think of something. Without the sniper needing to elaborate, Lin Chaodong comprehended that deploying the parachute would entangle them in the spinning basket. What could they possibly do? What method could halt the basket's rotation? Stretching his legs. It seemed an impossible solution. He made every effort to extend his legs, and the foolish sniper, seated at the rear of the basket, mirrored his actions. Their extended legs increased resistance, gradually slowing the basket's rotation. 300 meters. Commander, this is insufficient. Hearing the sniper's frantic cry, Lin Chaodong pondered intently and suddenly conceived a plan. Hold steady, he shouted, unfastening the safety line that secured him to the basket, gripping the edge tightly. 250 meters. Lower still, this is not enough. 200 meters. Despite the chaos, the foolish sniper executed the command with diligence, proving himself to be a commendable soldier. As Lin Chaodong's body unfolded, he felt the violent airflow crash against him like a wall. It was not painful, but rendered him breathless. Fortunately, the black-scaled armor withstood the majority of the force. As resistance increased against his body, the speed of the basket's rotation diminished rapidly. 150 meters, any lower, and the parachute would not deploy. 100 meters, parachute, hold on tight. With a loud shout from the foolish sniper, Lin Chaodong felt his body yanked upward with great force. Yet at that moment, he could no longer grasp the basket. His hands slipped from its edge, and a loud snap resonated as he fell. It was the safety harness of the climbing gear, secured to the rim of the basket, that caught him. Lin Chaodong, who had narrowly escaped death, opened his eyes only to be met with a scene that sent chills through him. The edge of the basket had torn away under the tremendous pull of the parachute. Instead of a scream, a prolonged exclamation of traditional exclamation slipped from his lips. Nevertheless, a glimmer of hope emerged as Aizhu, with her 8 long legs, leaped out to secure herself in the basket. Not only that, but she was also trailing a silken thread from her rear, rather than spreading her limbs to slow down. She curled tightly and hurtled downward like a projectile. Realizing that Aizhu was risking her own safety to save him, Lin Chaodong felt a warm appreciation for her kindness. Above him, the foolish sniper continued to call out the altitude, stretching his limbs. 80 meters. Extending her limbs, Aizhu endeavored to decelerate their descent, gradually drawing closer. Closer still, until they were merely a couple of meters apart. Overjoyed, Lin Chaodong forced himself to momentarily set aside the impending reality of crashing to the ground and shouted to Aizhu, genuinely praising her, promising her 5 pounds of braised pork. However, a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept through, intensifying, becoming even more ferocious. Fortunately, the strong wind did not obstruct his view. Yet, it was precisely because of the wind that Aizhu swayed like a pendulum. Cursed heavens, I curse your ancestors, he roared at the tempestuous sky. The heavens responded with a magnificent bolt of lightning, striking across the sky, its splendor and grandeur almost as if it sought to annihilate him. Fortunately, Aizhu released her silk thread, and the distance between Lin Chaodong and her continued to shrink. Finally, dear Aizhu was close enough for him to embrace her, tightly wrapping his limbs around her form. Aizhu's 8 long legs increased the resistance, once more slowing their descent. Even the side wind bent the long silk thread, further reducing their speed. At that moment, the foolish sniper above seemed to relax, ceasing to call out the altitude. 60 meters. Suddenly, Lin Chaodong felt a sharp increase in their falling speed, as the silk thread trailing behind Aizhu was stretched taut by the air currents. Damn it! It must be that the thread connecting to the basket has snapped. If not for the time constraint, he would have employed biochemical materials. With this thought, he released his legs and forcefully pushed Aizhu away, seeking to separate from her. On that day, Aizhu had leaped from the opposite building, her 8 legs poised, and had emerged unscathed, but his added weight could change the outcome. As he began to plummet, he was astonished to discover that the ground was not far below, merely around 20 meters. How could this be? Indeed, the foolish sniper reported his altitude, while the spider descended, dragging a silken thread to rescue himself. 40 meters. It was precisely the distance he had just fallen. Before he could fully contemplate the situation, he landed abruptly on the ground. Fortunately, he descended vertically, his feet striking the earth, allowing nearly all the force to transfer into his leopard claw boots. The tremendous force of the fall was absorbed by the elasticity of the boots, which were already renowned for their exceptional springing ability. The combination of the wristfoot wood and advanced biochemical materials further enhanced their remarkable resilience, effectively harnessing the kinetic energy generated. As the power from the leopard claw boots traveled up his legs, they instinctively bent. Then, as the spider landed not far from him, he scampered over, pulling the silken thread behind him. His 8 large eyes scrutinized Lin Xiaodong, puzzled by the antics he was engaged in. Sometimes, overly superior equipment could lead to tragic mishaps. One individual found himself stuck on a tree branch, unable to descend due to the uncontrollable power of the leopard claw boots. From within the sealed helmet, muffled curses could be heard. Damn it. What the hell? You think I'm not capable of landing safely? Chapter 105. Serpents in the dense forest. Perhaps affixing some cloth between Azu's 8 legs would render parachutes unnecessary in the future. However, should a gust of wind overturn her while airborne, would the little glutton manage to right herself? It would be intriguing to experiment with this notion, yet the method of testing eludes me. As Lin Xiaodong descended from the tree, he pondered this conundrum. With both arms bracing against the tree fork, he sprang down from a 5-meter branch. This time, he adeptly controlled the rebound force of his leopard claw boots, taking only 2 steps forward to dissipate the momentum. He reached out to pat Azu's head, but before he could speak, the forest erupted with gunfire. Pot-tot-tot. Pot-tot-tot. For Pete's sake, hadn't I warned that fool not to fire recklessly? What if he attracts zombies? Reluctantly, he led Azu towards the direction of the gunfire. Armed with a saber and lightly treading in his leopard claw boots, Lin Xiaodong advanced swiftly through the woods. The performance of the leopard claw boots was remarkable. In such a dense thicket, laden with icy vines, they remained silent while allowing him to run, leap, and walk with ease. Yet, Lin Xiaodong's agility left much to be desired, and his lack of martial arts footwork necessitated a slower pace. Nevertheless, the incessant gunfire urged him forward, filling him with dissatisfaction over his meager agility. Rat-tat, rat-tat-tat. The staccato sound suggested that the incompetent sniper was likely besieged by a horde of zombies. Otherwise, how could he possibly find himself trapped in the woods, unaware of the option to climb a tree? Unfortunately, his Bluetooth was not yet connected, making communication impossible. Moreover, the complexities of the forest far surpassed those of the city. As his fear-sensing ability activated, he felt an overwhelming presence of dread, yet his gaze revealed nothing amiss. Tot-tot-tot. The assault rifle continued to echo, and Lin Xiaodong, perplexed by the sniper's predicament, quickened his pace. Suddenly, he stumbled over a vine, crashing into the dry grass. What in the world tripped me? When he turned around, he was astonished to find yet another snake. No, this creature was not akin to the reticulated python. Lin Xiaodong could distinctly sense the fear emanating from it. Rattling, this was a rattlesnake, venomous enough, yet why on earth was it afraid of him? The most venomous snakes are typically the boldest, exhibiting fierce temperaments. He recalled that he was clad in the scales of a reticulated python, wielding a saber, while the reticulated python was a predator of other serpents. Observing the nervous rattlesnake fixated on him, he pondered how, in such frigid weather, serpents could be awake instead of hibernating. Its scales appeared normal, suggesting it had not consumed a zombie or had done so insufficiently. Yet, with his urgent mission to rescue others, as long as it did not initiate an attack, he could choose to ignore it. Little did he anticipate that while the rattlesnake regarded him with trepidation, it would light up with excitement upon spotting Azu. Oh no, do you wish for your demise? A fierce resolve surged within him as he rose, grasping the blade with the intent to strike. The spider, perched upon the tree, had also noticed the intruder, displaying its dark pincers in a tense display of intimidation. Begone quickly, lest I take offense and cleave you in two. Typically, He adhered to a principle of non-aggression. But once provoked, he would annihilate the entire lineage. The rattlesnake before him, though somewhat imposing, revealed its fear of him. In the natural world, there exist entities that are unequivocal dominators. The dynamics of the human realm do not apply here. Hood, hood, hood. The sniper's gunfire intensified, and Lin Xiaodong had no desire to linger in confrontation. With a swift arc through the air, his blade sliced the atmosphere, producing a delicate whistling sound. It was clear that the rattlesnake understood the gravity of the situation, casting a reluctant glance at the spider, then shifting its gaze to Lin Xiaodong, confusion evident in its eyes. If it could articulate its thoughts, it would surely question why a king cobra, known for its prowess in consuming snakes, would show interest in such inferior prey as a spider. Yet, the cobra remained supreme. The rattlesnake stood no chance against its might. The sound of the blade cutting through the air instilled immense pressure upon the rattlesnake. Reluctantly, it turned and slithered deeper into the forest. Both Lin Xiaodong and the spider exhaled in relief at its departure, then pressed onward, following the sound of gunfire. The sniper was merely 40 meters above them. He had little room to escape. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupted from the phone acting as a walkie-talkie, indicating a Bluetooth connection had been established. Before Lin Xiaodong could speak, the sniper's voice crackled through. "Commander, you shouldn't come here. There are numerous zombies, and I'm surrounded." Before Lin Xiaodong could respond, the sniper continued. "Do not attempt to rescue me. I've been bitten by a zombie rat, and according to my observations, I have 5 minutes before mutation, damn it." Lin Xiaodong cursed. "I finally have a companion, and now this is the outcome." Indeed, after a few paces, he stumbled upon a horde of zombies. To his surprise, the zombies in the woods seemed to be evolving slowly. Upon reflection, this was understandable. The dense foliage allowed little sunlight to penetrate. And considering the rattlesnake he had just encountered, it was clear that even the animals were formidable. With scarce food and limited sunlight, the slow evolution of zombies was to be expected. "You should be able to see my location. I'm on my way there. Retreat towards me. Over and out." Hearing the sniper's voice and knowing he was coming to his aid, the sniper felt unexpectedly moved. "You're a good commander, but don't come over. In a moment, I will self-destruct. Over and out." Self-destruct? What nonsense. Were you bitten? Reflecting on the sniper's combat gear, which was well-armored, Lin Xiaodong realized that a bite from a zombie rat could bypass such defenses. However, if it was on a limb, perhaps severing it might be a possibility. The thought of mutilating himself amidst the horde was absurd, especially if he were alone. With a severed arm, he feared he might faint, left with no choice but to either feed the zombies or the animals. At that moment, a slain zombie appeared beneath his feet, the foolish sniper exhibiting commendable marksmanship, striking each zombie precisely in the head. Lin Xiaodong, having crashed into the horde from behind, brandished his halberd. The cold seemed to freeze everything in its grasp, as the halberd sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing whistle. The atmosphere mirrored the sensation of the zombies, as the halberd swept across their bodies. It encountered almost no resistance. There was none of the palpable drag felt when wielding the wolf fang spear, a stark contrast that felt akin to slicing through soft tofu, still tender. The halberd glided through the air, cutting through both the atmosphere and the zombies, unnoticed by the air and imperceptible to the undead, as half a body smoothly slid away to meet its demise. "Die, die, you cursed zombies!" Rage and a flicker of sorrow surged within his mind, driving Lin Xiaodong into a frenzy as he charged into the throng of zombies. Chapter 106. Upon Lin Xiaodong's arrival, he discovered that the foolish sniper had incurred grave injuries. "Ah Zhu, quickly, drag him up the tree," he shouted, urging Ah Zhu to bind the sniper's leg with a strand of spider silk. It appeared he had fallen into a rat's den, with remnants of a detonated grenade visible beside him. The explosion had created a small crater in the ground, and if one were to piece together the fragments, they would resemble a rat, its head no doubt not much smaller than that of a cat. The technology of the bulletproof vest was commendable, as it had remarkably withstood the grenade's blast. "Sir, you must leave at once. In 2 minutes, I will self-destruct to try and attract them with the sound. Over and out." A sense of dread filled Lin Xiaodong, yet he did not respond. Relying on the sharpness of his blade and the elasticity of his leopard boots, he fought fiercely amidst the encroaching horde of zombies, desperately buying time. The zombies emitted a ravenous chorus, converging from all directions. Although they were swift, fortunately, there were no mutated zombies exhibiting the intelligence to lay ambushes. As the zombies pressed closer, Lin Xiaodong would swing his long knife outward, decapitating the nearest foes. The ground was already piled with the corpses of the undead, forcing him to maneuver through the throng. When he glanced up, an endless sea of zombies surged toward him. The sheer number of them posed a constant risk of being surrounded, yet he was unwilling to let Zhu or the foolish sniper fall into peril. He fought on, clinging to a glimmer of hope. While he knew he could not save the sniper, he reasoned that the system would not simply allow his forcibly employed subordinates to perish. With a fierce swing, he dispatched the nearest zombie, internally shouting, "System, system, damn thing, respond to me." But the aloof system remained silent, offering no indication of life. As he watched Zhu drag the foolish sniper up the tree, Lin Xiaodong sprinted a dozen meters away, the horde hot on his heels. He swung his knife, felling a few nearby zombies. Yet, as his stamina waned, the long knife felt increasingly burdensome in his grasp. If a licker were to emerge now, his fate would be sealed. The recent skirmish had drawn most of the zombies toward him, leaving only a few beneath the tree. With 2 great strides, he covered 10 meters. Arriving at the base of the tree, he disregarded the few zombies nearby, sheathing his saber on his back. With a sharp sound, he revealed the cat claw blade, embedding it in the trunk as he began to ascend. In his youth, climbing trees in the countryside required the strength of his legs, inching upward like a worm. But now, with the cat claw blade embedded, he merely had to rise on his toes, the claw tips gripping the bark securely. Steadying himself, he extended his hand. Yet before he could reach Zhu, a yellow serpent slithered out. This time, its target was not Zhu, but the bloodied, foolish sniper. With gaping jaws, it lunged, swallowing the sniper's leg whole. It was that rattlesnake. Lin Xiaodong could hardly believe it had the audacity to follow him. As he approached the tree branch, the snake's fear became palpable, its tail rattling louder with each step he took. Amidst the chaos, the serpent's maw continued to writhe, relentlessly attempting to engulf the hapless sniper. Lin Xiaodong, ablaze with indignation, paid no heed to the creature's intimidating tail, instead commanding Zhu evade. Without waiting to ascend the tree, he brandished his long knife and delivered a decisive strike to the rattlesnake's neck. The serpent's fear intensified. Alas, it was too preoccupied with its attempt to consume the sniper, leaving it with no avenue for escape. With a resounding thud, the snake's thick body was effortlessly severed alongside the tree trunk. The splattering blood and flesh provoked a cacophony of wails from the horde of zombies amassed below. System, request assistance. A blue holographic screen materialized, and a line of text raced across. Unable to complete assistance, please upgrade the healing hand skill. Disregarding the rest, Lin Xiaodong dismissed the ineffectual system, which always proved to be of little use. He used his blade to split the rattlesnake's head, liberating the sniper from its jaws, although the latter was already on the brink of death. Long. Officer. At this juncture, the sniper's consciousness faded into disarray, his words left unfinished. Though Lin Xiaodong shared no bond with the sniper, having clashed fiercely just days prior, he could not help but feel a twinge of sorrow for a fellow survivor in this apocalyptic world, reminiscent of the age-old adage of the rabbit mourning the fox. Furthermore, the sniper was now one of his own, and his demise would result in a significant loss of support. In a fit of righteous anger, Lin Xiaodong cursed the foolish pilot. Damn you. You should have flown towards me from the very beginning. None of this would have transpired. Another fragment of blue light flickered into existence. Yet Lin Xiaodong instinctively sought to ignore it. However, as the words scrolled by, they presented him with a new choice. Discovered damaged high-tech combat armor. Reparable. Or fused with host equipment. Please choose. System. As Lin Xiaodong called out, the main screen of the system materialized before him, forcing a purchase. The familiar 3D image of the sniper appeared, alongside a red font indicating his critical status. fully enclosed special operations suit, equipped with infrared and night vision capabilities, noise-canceling headset, wireless communication, gas mask, underwater oxygen supply, sonar detection, field food and water supply system, suspension system, support system, and class of ballistic protection, with the option to enhance with carbon fiber armor plates. Examining his abilities, special operations tactical assault, sniper training, wilderness survival skills, airborne capabilities, underwater operations, close quarters combat, rapid pistol shooting, and extreme sports expertise. With a resigned sigh, Lin Xiaodong realized that, lacking the resources to aid him directly, he had no choice but to initiate a mandatory purchase of the sniper's equipment and skills. All gear and skills were acquired. Furthermore, he required the system to merge his handcrafted equipment with a fully enclosed special operations suit. As he made this grand purchase, the armor upon him began to transform. The coarse texture of his handmade scales faded away, replaced by a sleek, modern, fully enclosed suit that retained the aesthetic of scales. It exuded an aura that was striking, futuristic, and formidable. Even the leopard claw boots beneath his feet had transformed into a pair of metallic, flawlessly structured claws, akin to those of a mechanical leopard. Goodness gracious! Would the corrosive acid from the corpse of the sprayer affect them? Contemplating this, he hastily produced a vial of the corrosive liquid and cautiously dripped a single drop onto the boots. To his delight, no white smoke emerged. He rejoiced inwardly, for products from the system are undoubtedly extraordinary. Furthermore, the two glasses crafted from the eyes of a king cobra, originally affixed to his helmet, have been seamlessly integrated into the new armor, now aptly named the Adaptive Dynamic Light Lens. Whatever it may be, it certainly exuded an air of sophistication and elegance. Money flowed like water, and his expenditures skyrocketed from over 10 million to beyond 100 million. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 1 godly point. Consequently, the main interface materialized, displaying balance, infinite expenditure, 102,415 for 60 intelligence, 12 weak, physique, 21, average agility, 21, average stamina, 23, average perception, 18, weak, skills, close quarters combat, rapid fire pistol tactical assault, expert sniper training, underwater special operations, wilderness survival, airborne capabilities, extreme sports aficionado. Godly points. 1. Can be used to enhance physique, increase comprehension, add skills, and elevate skill levels. Logically, Lin Xiaodong should have been elated. However, at this moment, such matters seemed trivial, genuinely insignificant in his heart. What truly mattered was the possibility that the hand of healing could save the life of the reckless sniper. Chapter 107. Crafting is a valuable skill for Lin Xiaodong. Everything else was inconsequential. His primary desire was to acquire the miraculous healing ability known as the Healing Hand. Perhaps this singular skill could rescue the foolish sniper from the clutches of death. What could the extravagant system offer him in exchange for his lavish points? After perusing the skills available within the system, Lin Xiaodong could not help but sigh. The system, ever so proud and somewhat miserly, continued to present him with an array of seemingly useless options. At that moment, the healing ability he yearned for turned out to be the final skill in the healing category. Other abilities, such as the group taunt, which attracted enemies within a 10-meter radius while drawing foes from 100 meters away, seemed utterly impractical in a post-apocalyptic world. Who would want to die slowly in such a dire situation? Furthermore, possessing a discerning, I rendered the group taunt unnecessary for identifying those with ill intentions. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the inadequacies of the system as he surveyed the array of skills. Insight, vitality, good storage, group taunt, healing, precision, teleportation, employment, martial arts, special skill shop, and item shop. Particularly the last two options intrigue him. Even if his extravagant points were insufficient, surely he could afford a glance at them. It was akin to browsing a marketplace without the intent to purchase. Yet, this wretched system denied him even that simple pleasure, leaving him to wonder if he should even bother saving points, lest they prove to be utterly useless. However, the teleportation skill piqued his interest, allowing the transfer of specified items to designated individuals. At its first level, It could teleport 10 kilograms, though the amount for subsequent levels remained shrouded in mystery. By the time he reached level 10, encountering a formidable boss might allow him to directly send a nuclear bomb its way. Since medical skills were currently of no use, he had to select another special skill. Which one would be the most advantageous? For instance, insight at level 1 could detect lies at a glance. It appeared promising, especially when dealing with malicious survivors, as it would likely allow him to strike first. This ability bore resemblance to the technique of micro-expression recognition, albeit with slightly inferior results. As for vitality, the first level granted an additional 100 life points, yet he was completely unaware of his current life value. Was 100 points substantial or insufficient? He promptly eliminated options such as insight, group taunt, healing, precision, employment, and martial arts, as these could be acquired through study and training. After all, possessing a single skill point was remarkably precious. The remaining special skills were as follows. Good storage. Level 1 provided 1 cubic meter of storage space. Crafting. Level 1 enabled the creation of any component based on the technology of this planet within a 10-centimeter range. Teleportation. Level 1 allowed the transfer of specified items to designated individuals. Utilizing the process of elimination, teleportation, in a sense, was a guaranteed one-hit kill move. However, its immediate utility seemed limited. Thus, he contemplated good storage, which was undeniably a valuable asset. In times of need, he could conjure a firearm out of thin air and fire without hesitation. Crafting was indeed a commendable skill, reminiscent of a certain Eastern nation that, when faced with a blockade, declared its intent to produce its own resources. He made the decision to purchase the crafting skill. The proud system promptly displayed a pop-up window with yes and no buttons. He clicked without hesitation. Could it possibly lead him astray? As Lin Xiaodong exited the system after completing the manufacturing of a special gadget, he happened to witness the foolish sniper taking his last breath. Before leaving, he opted for dismissal, not wishing to see his companion transform into a zombie after spending half a day together. Observing the sniper's robust physique dissipate into a myriad of blue light particles against the rainy night sky stirred a sense of melancholy within him. The sniper's rifle was left behind, an unremarkable assault rifle, ineffective against zombies and lacking range. Most importantly, it was devoid of a silencer, making any attempt to confront zombies tantamount to courting death. How could he have almost forgotten about the silencer? Surely, he could fabricate one himself. A faint blue beam materialized before him, resembling a scanner, and a circular silencer manifested in his line of sight. Although the haughty system exhibited a degree of arrogance, its manufacturing capabilities were undeniably impressive. He widened his eyes in anticipation, waiting for the blue light to fade before retrieving the silencer. However, just as the blue glow dissipated, the silencer fell directly into a heap of zombies feasting on snake flesh beneath a tree. Damn it, he cursed vehemently, reluctant to venture down for retrieval. Instead, he contemplated crafting another. Perhaps he could also deploy the intelligent flying claw that he could control from the spider silk. Yet, when he activated the manufacturing technique, he was taken aback. The anticipated blue light was absent, replaced by a countdown beginning at 1:19, 55, 33. 5 days. It would take 5 days to create a mere 10-centimeter component. If he were to fabricate it himself, it would take half a month without a lathe. Forget the silencer. He resolved to explore his new armor instead. This helmet was no longer a mere DIY product. It was a genuine high-tech piece of equipment. Equipped with infrared and night vision capabilities, noise-canceling headphones, wireless communication, gas protection, diving oxygen supply, sonar search, and a field water and food system, it was a marvel. On the visual interface, several adjustable options appeared, such as sound volume and night vision brightness. Upon discovering a button labeled statistics, he activated it with his gaze and nearly regretted his existence. His life points stood at a mere 80, while a level 1 life skill amounted to 100 points. Had he chosen a life skill, he would have had 180 points by now. Damn it, system. Curse your entire family, he exclaimed, unsure whether this was an inherent feature of the high-tech special operations suit or a result of the system's integration. In any case, He felt thoroughly cheated. The saying that buyers are not as shrewd as sellers held true from Nanjing to Beijing. This arrogant, aloof, and deceitful system was infuriating. After cursing the wretched system, he grasped his machete and stood upon a tree branch, then bellowed as he leaped into the throng of zombies. As he jumped, the machete swung in a wide arc, and upon landing, a flurry of zombie heads took flight. In that moment, Lin Xiaodong could no longer be considered weak. He was, at the very least, a competent special forces soldier and sniper. As he wielded the blade with vigor, he felt capable of battling the zombies with ease. However, what mattered most was that he needed to find a place to spend his hard-earned resources. Moreover, his mechanized leopard claw boots exhibited extraordinary capabilities, enabling him to cover a distance of 5 meters with a mere single step. Even when he leaped and delivered a powerful kick, the claws at the soles of his boots would spring forth autonomously, driving directly into the skulls of the zombies. Observing the transformation of the leopard claw boots, he felt a surge of inspiration and transferred the long blade to one hand, while the other hand swung outward. With a sharp sound, 3 30-inch-long, razor-sharp claws, originally from the zombie cats, extended outward. They remained curved and dark, yet, like the leopard claw boots beneath his feet, they gleamed with a metallic luster. Henceforth, he decided to name them the leopard claw blades, as they were indeed components from the bodies of the zombie felines. He swung the elongated blade with vigor, while the leopard claw blades launched a stealthy assault, delivering a finishing blow. Consequently, the horde of zombies beneath the tree found themselves in dire straits. Regrettably, the sole misfortune lay with the first individual he had employed. It was akin to a civil servant abruptly losing their job. One could only ponder what on earth should be done in such a predicament. Chapter 108. Do not let the fresh water flow down beneath the relentless downpour. He gazed at the assault rifle before him. Its body was exquisitely crafted, unmistakably a pinnacle of industrial design. Especially with the silencer attached, the elongated, obsidian barrel evoked a flood of memories from years past, 15, perhaps 14 years ago. Back then, the mere sound of go, go, go sent adrenaline coursing through his veins. He had played a handful of times, 3 or 4, if memory served, each occasion orchestrated by his wife, who insisted on adopting the role of the villain, confidently asserting that the police would surely capture the evildoers. Yet, he always managed to retrieve her M4, only for that mischievous girl to restart the server. It was merely a single-player version of a game. Why not indulge in the online variant? After all, he was not the one footing the bill, so he felt obliged to acquiesce to others' preferences. His gaze shifted from the rifle to the horizon, where memories lay dormant. The rain intensified, and through the lenses of his glasses, the outside world appeared as bright as day, with droplets cascading without impeding his vision. The city was dotted with towering skyscrapers, and amusingly, the Dongkong Republic seemed fond of erecting lofty edifices, with low-rise buildings being quite scarce. The urban sprawl, though compact, accommodated a considerable populace, which did not hinder agricultural endeavors beyond the city limits. Before him lay a sprawling farm, complete with lofty structures, barns, and a quaint 2-story house. This was the first farm he encountered upon descending from the mountains into the suburbs. Here, there was no sign of the undead. However, Lin Xiaodong found himself unable to advance. One would think that in such a developed nation, rain could hardly inundate the main thoroughfares. Yet, recalling certain cities from his past, where drainage systems were inadequate, heavy rains could easily submerge the streets. Trapped atop a small hill, Lin Xiaodong raised his binoculars in search of the female pilot. Unfortunately, whether he switched to night vision or thermal imaging, he could not locate her presence. Even as dawn approached, the torrential rain showed no signs of abating. Was he truly to devise a means to construct a boat? Regrettably, he had no corpse fluid at hand, and in such deluge, it would be difficult to solidify. Could he fashion a vessel from ice currency? After a previous experience with that material, his confidence in its viability lay shattered. Perhaps he ought to consider a certain acrobatic skill. With a cubic meter of space, accommodating a rubber dinghy should be manageable. Beside him, Aju's eyes rolled in exasperation, and without needing to ask, he could surmise her thoughts. She likely wished to express her disdain. Greed, it seemed, was a trait that defined him. As he surveyed the expansive marshland, Lin Chaodong mused that his water tank at home should be able to collect a substantial amount of rainwater, given the magnitude of the storm that had persisted nearly all night. If the tank filled, he could contemplate indulging in a hot bath and perhaps enjoying a drink to wash away his weariness. At present, however, it seemed he could do little more than wait. Drenched in the unrelenting rain, feeling a tinge of boredom, he glanced at his provisions. He had 4 bags of food sufficient for 2 days, with water also lasting the same duration. Not to mention the supplies in his used pockets, originally prepared for 3 individuals over 3 days. But could he truly remain idle here, uncertain of when this rain would cease, all thanks to that foolish girl? The cursed little fool. Would that incompetent sniper perish for not rescuing you? The damned little fool. Would I be unable to return home if it weren't for your sake? Why not simply capture that girl as a prisoner of war and compel her to serve as my secretary? Task for the secretary, idle moments to fill stop, halt. That would be the very tactics of an evil capitalist. But am I not a wealthy magnate? Is that not akin to being a capitalist? At this moment, the team is less than 500 meters from the crash site, yet he finds himself trapped on a small hill, ensnared by the relentless torrent of water. Beyond the surface of the water lies the first hint of civilization visible after emerging from the forest. There, several towering farmhouses and warehouses stand prominently above the misty waters. Regrettably, the roads are indistinguishable beneath the water. If urgency compels, perhaps one could navigate along the highway. Crack! Crack! Gunfire erupted, followed by a different volley of shots in response. With the skills of that incompetent sniper, he could easily discern the sounds of assault rifles from those of handguns. Could it be that the little fool is ensnared? Someone is capturing her? In his understanding, the little fool is a pilot, and it is undoubtedly she who wields the handgun. As for the other gunfire, it could either be from those attempting to capture her or allies resisting the zombies. Regardless of the scenario, it bodes ill for him. If the little fool has been slain, he would be framed as a murderous spy by his enemies. And then if the little fool has fled with someone, without witnesses, he would be implicated, judged. And then, and what are the zombies prevailing? Pray tell, how many centuries must pass before zombies could digest a nuclear bomb unscathed? I must devise a means to reach the shooter. I hope that little fool has not met her end or fled with another. An overwhelming sense of unease rises within, akin to a clandestine pursuit, fearing she may have run off with someone else. Approaching the water's edge, he prods the depths with a machete. Alas, the water proves fathomless. The 2-meter blade, combined with his arm's length, fails to reach the bottom. Is this a fish pond? How could it be so deep? He contemplates diving in, walking directly from the bottom, but the wisdom of an elder echoes in his ears. Do not immerse in unknown waters. One cannot anticipate what lurks beneath. Perhaps rebar or glass shards. If only he had intelligent flying claws instead of that faulty silencer. Glancing at the countdown of his manufacturing skill, it currently reads 112, 45, 35, walking atop the water? That defies logic. Whose stride could be that swift? Walking along the bottom? That should pose no threat to him. Clad in full body armor, 30 meters deep, surely he could dive without any gear. But what are the creatures? If water snakes or unfamiliar aquatic beings lurk beneath, this could very well be an alien world. Having roused a creature like the Burmese python once was sufficient. Watching the raindrops splatter against the surface, creating ripples, he swiftly contemplates the most plausible course of action. The sound of gunfire grew increasingly intense amidst the construction of the farmhouse, stirring a sense of urgency within. Turning his gaze towards the hillside, he noticed the rainwater glistening, still crystal clear, with a faint green hue emanating from the branches. Grasping a machete, he ventured into the woods, not to fell trees for a raft, but because time was of the essence. Soon, he emerged from the thicket, cradling a bundle of white twigs, straining to hear the persistent gunfire from the farmhouse across the way. Thankfully, the foolish girl had yet to perish. Perhaps there was still time. Haphazardly binding the white twigs into 2 bundles, he secured them together with a stick propped in the center. The arrangement resembled a vertical pupil akin to the shape of an eye. He layered the branches with damp banknotes, then enveloped them with a layer of cobwebs. As for whether this contraption could carry him across, only a trial would reveal the answer. Chapter 109. In the grip of desire raising the crossbow. He peered through the fourfold scope, searching amidst the rain for wooden structures on the distant farmhouse, or perhaps a great tree would suffice. Yet, the outcome proved disheartening. He pressed the trigger in vain, watching the bolt plummet against the concrete wall. How could the inhabitants of this world be so foolish, opting for solid concrete rather than colorful steel tiles or other materials? In his recollection, concrete could not be so inexpensive. Is the industrial chain here so peculiar? Or does the nation's economic development disregard the real estate sector entirely? Instinctively, it seemed a fortunate circumstance, one where 6 wallets need not be emptied for a mere abode. The incessant gunfire rang out like a death knell, escalating in intensity. Anxiety swelled within him as he carelessly loosed an arrow toward the farmhouse roof. It caught, but appeared tenuously secured. The relentless gunfire pounded against his heart, rendering him heedless as he instructed the spider to anchor the silk to a tree. Wait here. Once the silk is secured, I will call for you. The spider, with its rotund form, nodded in comprehension. However, glancing at the water's surface, it grasped its arm with its dark pincers, evidently warning him of the potential dangers of crossing the river this way. Yet, he could afford no further deliberation. He pushed the makeshift boat crafted from branches and currency into the water. To his astonishment, it floated. Whether it was the ice or the bills creating an air pocket, he could not tell. Tentatively stepping aboard, he was relieved to find it did not sink. He leaped onto the vessel, gently pulling the silk as he made his way toward the opposite shore. He refrained from using the climbing gear, fearing that its force might dislodge the precarious arrow. The rain poured heavily, obscuring his view of the far bank. He assumed there would be little issue, as he had not stirred any significant disturbance on his side. Alas, he was unaware that his actions across the water had elicited cheers from some onlookers. Look, he is coming. Our efforts to draw him out were not in vain. Let's hope that fool does not become prey for whatever lurks beneath the surface. Otherwise, judging by his size, he could provide us with many meals. The speakers donned peculiar helmets resembling monstrous visages, complete with antlers atop their heads. Clad entirely in leather, had Lin Chaodong seen them in the dark, he would have struggled to distinguish man from beast. Furthermore, concealed within the farmhouse, they remained undetectable even through thermal imaging. Within the warmth of the spring-like dwelling, the crackling of burning wood punctuated the air, as those who had spotted Lin Chaodong turned away from the window. "Boss, the girl has awakened," announced a figure whose helmet resembled that of a bull's head, giving the impression of a hollowed-out bovine. Upon hearing of the girl's awakening, the others exchanged knowing smiles. Then the towering figure swayed and ambled into another room. This chamber lacked a fire, casting it into a dim ambience. The slender figure of the female pilot was suspended upside down within the confines of the room, akin to the others who shared her fate. The distinction, however, lay in the fact that her fellow captives, regardless of gender, were entirely devoid of clothing and, more significantly, had been decapitated, their heads replaced by flat surfaces. "Boss, this girl has quite an appealing physique. Should we indulge ourselves before turning her into a mere plaything?" The leader, a towering figure of robust strength, bore a somewhat antiquated rifle adorned with an 8-fold scope. The inquiry from his subordinate went unanswered, met only with a stern grunt. This was a rigid code within their faction, no matter how exquisite a woman might be. She was destined to become a mere object of desire before any further actions could be taken. This peculiar rule, it certainly seemed odd. Could they possess some sort of twisted proclivity? "Boss, I just caught a glimpse through my helmet. This girl is truly..." As the leader remained silent, his eyes, concealed beneath a beastly helmet, betrayed no emotion. He merely advanced a step forward, suddenly erupting into hearty laughter. "This is merely a minor issue." His laughter echoed, yet those familiar with him could discern the undercurrent of fear in their gazes. As he spoke, he approached the one who had dared to voice suggestions twice, abruptly raising his hand and firing a shot. The suggestion maker fell silently to the ground, lifeless, after a brief convulsion. The onlookers, seasoned veterans, seemed unperturbed. while the newcomers grasped the grim reality that the rules they had been told were no jest. Clean up the mess. I want that wretched face disposed of in the crocodile pit outside. As they witnessed the demise, he secured the weapon concealed within his fur-lined sleeve and, with a voice like thunder, reprimanded, You all have forgotten? He stepped forward, unleashing a genuine roar. How could you forget? How dare you forget that traitor, who once stood beside us like a brother, all for the sake of a woman, a mere beautiful woman. His voice grew increasingly fervent, even choking with emotion, culminating in a tone laced with sorrow and indignation. I do not wish for another tragedy to unfold. We have all sworn an oath to remember those 4 words. Desire leads to folly. At this point, his voice was tinged with a hint of sobbing. Unable to continue, he turned and stormed out of the room, slamming the door with a resounding crash. Boss, one evidently new recruit was at a loss, bewildered by the situation. Bear what? The boss. Enough, interrupted the deputy leader, donning a bear's head. Hang that scoundrel up. With that, he trudged heavily out the door, the floor creaking beneath his weight. Once he had departed, someone finally spoke up. What the boss just said was about his own brother, and a beautiful woman entangled with him, seeking to escape and disclose our affairs to the military. You know how beautiful women can stir up trouble. All right, stop dawdling and get to work, came the impatient urging from the crowd. The questioner fell silent, suddenly realizing that the ruthless leader was indeed a shrewd individual, perceptively identifying the crux of the issue. He resolved it with a vow and an iron fist. The survival of this group was not without reason. Contemplating these thoughts, he approached the window, just as the figure clinging to the web drew ever closer. He lay upon that peculiar little vessel, an assault rifle aimed ahead. The crocodiles in the pit appeared oblivious to his presence. His armor resembled a military-grade version, yet it was adorned with layers of scaly embellishments. The quality of that individual's armor was impressive. One might wonder if, in the future, it would be possible to request the leader to don such armor. Just as he spoke, the once tranquil surface of the water seemed to be cleaved by a sharp blade. A multitude of enormous, green dorsal fins emerged from beneath the surface, slicing through the water like a knife, heading directly towards the figure traversing the web. Chapter 110. The Monster Beneath the Water. My word. There is a monster lurking beneath the water. As this alarming thought raced through Lin Xiaodong's mind, he found himself ensnared by a fearsome entity. The grip was so powerful that the blue light on his helmet flickered with a faint red warning. Alert! The improved combat armor's external shell is under attack. Seal failure time, 11:57:34. Fortunately, the small boat wrapped in cash beneath him was also engulfed by the creature's maw, resisting a considerable amount of biting force. Turning his head, he glimpsed the dark green beast, which bore scales that seemed inferior to those of a reticulated python. Additionally, this creature sported tall, fin-like appendages, its formidable jaws clamping down on a significant portion of its own body. What on earth is this thing? In a moment of desperation, he attempted to draw his saber from behind, but the hilt was trapped within the creature's mouth, rendering it utterly inaccessible. As for the assault rifle in his hands, it had long since slipped from his grasp when the biting began. Suddenly, the monster started to thrash its head about, like all predatory beasts, seemingly irked that it hadn't torn itself in two. A prolonged scream echoed in his helmet, and the visuals within the sealed helmet became a chaotic blur. With every violent shake of the creature's head, Lin Xiaodong felt as though he were a large rag doll being tossed around. Stop! Cease this at once! He struck the beast's head with his fists, even unleashing a trio of 3-inch-long claw blades. One blow, 2 blows, yet the pained creature remained unfazed, continuing its frantic head thrashing and exhibiting a tendency to twist its body. Crocodiles. Only crocodiles perform the death roll. Could this be a crocodile of this world? The thought surged through his mind, but it did not prevent him from launching the claw blade in his other hand towards the base of the monster's elongated snout. 1 stab, 2 stabs. The metallic claws were sharp enough to quickly puncture a line of blood holes in front of the creature's eyes. Blood surged forth, instantly diluted by the rainwater. The monster's movements gradually slowed, and its grip on Lin Xiaodong's body began to loosen. However, just as he slipped from the creature's jaws, he He felt himself sinking beneath the surface. Not only was his body descending, but even the creature that had bitten him began to sink. My Vort. The water depth read 2 meters, oxygen 59, 59, 48. The depth indicator continued to fluctuate, while the oxygen count diminished steadily. The system-integrated armor had also assimilated the fire extinguisher tank he carried, though he was uncertain where it had been integrated. Regardless, as long as there was a supply of oxygen, he would be fine. The reticulated python's eyes automatically adjusted to the light, rendering the underwater environment not overly dark. Despite the rippling waves, the visibility, according to the prompt in the sealed helmet, did not exceed 20 meters. His body plummeted rapidly, and the depth gauge finally settled at the number 30. Looking up, the water surface appeared as a hazy gray, obscuring any ripples formed by raindrops. In the distance, it seemed as though there were structures beneath the water. Driven by curiosity, he waded through the knee-deep silt at the bottom and slowly advanced forward. Currently, there seems to be no alternative but to venture into that submerged structure. Terrifyingly, dark silhouettes appear to be lurking in the depths. At this point, one can only hope that the armor produced by the system can withstand further assaults akin to the recent encounter. Recalling the earlier ordeal, he hastily pressed the spring at the base of the spear, and with a swift whoosh, it shot forth like a dart. However, due to the resistance of the water, it traveled a considerably shorter distance than usual. With a weapon now in hand, he felt a slight sense of reassurance as he cautiously navigated through the soft mud beneath his feet. At that moment, the creature that had just bitten him began to descend, while in the distance, several wooden structures suddenly stirred to life. These were monstrous beings resembling crocodiles. The only distinction from their earthly counterparts was the elongated fin extending near their heads. Gripping tightly onto the broadsword in his hand, he disregarded the assault rifle and revolver, recognizing that such weapons would be ineffective in the water beyond a mere 2 meters. Behind him loomed a vertical concrete wall, approximately 30 meters high. Strangely, the water temperature registered at 1 degree Celsius, whereas outside it was a frigid minus 40 degrees. With even the ocean succumbing to the icy grasp of winter. Was there perhaps a subterranean hot spring? Suddenly, within the confines of his sealed helmet, he heard a sound reminiscent of those found in submarines and films. Following this, a circular shape with a deeper hue began to expand on the blue screen before him. Not only that, but as it grew, it revealed the surrounding objects, buildings, pipes, creatures. Goodness, there were indeed an overwhelming number of monsters. According to the sonar's readings, the entire pool measured approximately 100 by 30 meters, a rectangular expanse where he had unfortunately chosen to linger. Had he known that the armor came equipped with sonar, he would not have exerted himself so. Cursed system, why did it not come with clear instructions? If he had been aware before crossing, he could have simply submerged his head to locate the pool's edge, perhaps uncovering a means of escape. Alas, with resentment towards the system, he painstakingly trudged through the muck at the bottom of the pool. To his astonishment, he noticed that the additional crocodiles were not pursuing him. Rather, they were feasting upon the carcass of the one he had just slain. Chunks of flesh were being torn from the creature's body, and the still living crocodile, despite its injuries, began to writhe in its death throes. Even underwater, their rolling motions were remarkably graceful. One could only wonder how they achieved such elegance. Inside the helmet, he was unaware that the intelligent system of the armor was calculating and observing, swiftly providing data on the crocodiles. Length, 16 meters. Weight, 5 tons. Bite force, 3 tons. Tail strike force, 2 tons. All of this information appeared within the sealed helmet, accompanied by corresponding illustrations. Goodness, these creatures far surpassed their earthly relatives in ferocity. He ought to vacate the premises quickly, for these beings were truly dreadful. Despite his relentless efforts to escape, the submerged structure remained more than 20 meters away. At his current pace, he would be unable to reach it before the dead crocodile was entirely consumed. Soon, the sonar's miniature map displayed that the crocodiles, having finished devouring the carcass, had now set their sights on him. They approached in unison, exhibiting a keen interest in his presence. Dared not linger. He found himself utterly defenseless against the crocodile lurking beneath the water, with no weaponry to contend with the beast. Departing promptly was the wisest course. Yet, the sediment at the bottom of the pool had other intentions, entombing not only his leopard print boots, but also ensnaring his calves, rendering each step a formidable challenge. As the crocodile drew nearer, he resolutely grasped his machete, refraining from any further hesitation. Instead, he retracted the blade, fixating his gaze on the swiftly approaching predator. This was a bioengineered beast, not a mere zombie. Regrettably, the distance to his abode was far too great to transport such a bounty of flesh, although he had heard that crocodile meat was quite delectable. As he indulged in these errant thoughts, the crocodile continued its relentless approach. With the long-handled blade poised before him, he awaited the moment to strike. However, to his astonishment, the crocodile executed a graceful twist, evading the trajectory of his weapon just before entering his range. When the world is happening, he mused, casting a glance at the sonar map, which ominously indicated that a colossal creature, exceeding 20 meters in length, was rapidly advancing toward him. Chapter 111. The Colossal Crocodile. A colossal crocodile, measuring an astonishing 20 meters in length, swiftly approached Lin Chaodong. In comparison, Lin appeared as insignificant as a mere insect. The previously daunting 16-meter crocodile had already instilled fear, but the emergence of this 20-meter behemoth was nothing short of life-threatening. Although Lin had spotted the creature through sonar and desperately attempted to turn and confront it, maneuvering underwater proved to be an arduous task. The beast surged towards him with the swiftness of a torpedo, gliding effortlessly as if performing a graceful aquatic ballet. Its lips curled back to reveal a set of menacing fangs, evoking a sense of dread. At that moment, the fully enclosed helmet dutifully provided him with a wealth of information regarding his adversary. Length, 21 meters. Weight, 7 tons. Bite force, 5 tons. Tail strike force, 3 tons. Weighing, 7 tons. It needed no grasp to crush him into oblivion with but a single blow. Yet upon reflection, it didn't seem quite so terrifying after all. While the crocodile's teeth were indeed sharp and formidable, its oral cavity was surprisingly soft. The creature's front teeth were large and sparse, while those at the rear were tight and numerous. As long as he could evade the grip of the front teeth, there existed a glimmer of hope. However, uncertain of how the helmet's intelligence system functioned, it seemed to respond to Lin's thoughts, promptly displaying an image. It illustrated the dimensions of the crocodile's mouth, even providing a volume measurement, 0.87 cubic meters. The system maliciously simulated Lin's physique, showcasing the fate of limbs being severed. With no other option but to muster his determination, he hoped that the poised blade could pierce the crocodile king's maw. He crouched low in the muddy depths, gripping his long knife in both hands, preparing to replicate the tactic he had employed against the anaconda. This was a desperate measure. Had the crocodiles not besieged him, he would have preferred a peaceful coexistence. The immense crocodile drew near, its massive jaws agape, and Lin felt his hair stand on end as he aimed the blade at its upper jaw, bracing himself to strike. However, in a fleeting moment, the 20-meter-long giant glided past him. Its elongated tail churned the water, sending Lin's body swaying uncontrollably in its wake. The radar revealed that the Crocodile King was charging towards other crocodiles. Understanding the reasoning behind the Crocodile King's choice was not difficult. A solitary human weighing less than 200 pounds was no match for a 16-meter-long creature weighing several tons. It seemed the creature found him lacking in meat, thus. Well, no offense. I shan't disturb your dining experience. I am rather preoccupied myself. I shall take my leave for now. Struggling onward in the depths, akin to an astronaut navigating the slow motion of space, Lin wished fervently for the ability to move swiftly underwater. Alas, upon reflection, the cumbersome weight of his armor rendered any such fantastical means impractical. With the absence of crocodiles to impede him, his pace quickened slightly. Yet, the sound of a massive tail stirring the water drew ever closer. Was it possible that the Crocodile King had reconsidered the allure of human flesh? The enormous Crocodile King pursued him rapidly from behind. Lin Chaodong struggled to turn, raising his blade, his heart racing. only to plummet once more on this roller coaster of an encounter. The creature clutched in its jaws a seemingly lifeless crocodile, measuring approximately 15 to 16 meters. Lin Xiaodong's sole concern was that the beast was heading toward the very building he was making for, their paths converging ominously. What had drawn it there? Was that its lair? Did it harbor a female crocodile? Or perhaps hatchlings? He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Even a famished female crocodile would venture out. Approaching the lair of the Crocodile King was undoubtedly an unwise decision. Yet, as he surveyed the expanse of the pool, he realized there was no viable escape route, with the sheer walls of the pit towering above. Why had he ventured so far? Did he not possess the leopard claw blade and leopard claw boots? Why was he so determined to reach the building? With a sudden clarity, he redirected his course toward the wall, which loomed less than 10 meters away. He pressed against it, discovering that it was indeed solid concrete, crafted by a considerate developer. However, with both the leopard claw blade and boots now fully metallic, overcoming the concrete should not pose a significant challenge. The only issue lay in the resistance met while striking underwater. Disappointment washed over him as his fist collided with the concrete wall. While the leopard claw blade penetrated, it lacked the strength to support his weight. He glanced at his oxygen supply, noting the time, 23:49. Reluctantly, he decided to test the leopard claw boots, which were not vastly different from the claws of the undead cats. The tips of his boots struck the concrete wall, and he gauged the depth of penetration. They were sufficient to bear his weight. Alas, he had celebrated too soon. Attempting to anchor the leopard claw blade into the wall, he raised one leg from the mud, only for the blade to dislodge from the wall, sending him tumbling backward uncontrollably. In a panic, he flailed his arms in an effort to swim backward. Unfortunately, the weight of his armor and backpack rendered his attempts futile, providing insufficient force to counteract his fall. To make matters worse, his struggles attracted the attention of the crocodiles. With the threat of the Crocodile King diminished, they were eager for a morsel. He watched in despair as crocodiles glided gracefully through the water, drawing ever closer. The Crocodile King, having consumed but a small crocodile, seemed indifferent to his plight. Look, he thought, I've summoned them in droves. So many, that one measuring 17 meters is approaching. If I do not act, it might grow to rival the king's stature. Regrettably, his inner cries went unheard by the Crocodile King, as the relentless reptiles advanced without hesitation. In a moment of desperation, his limbs began to flail in the muck beneath him, mimicking the movements of girls making snow angels in winter. He stirred the mud, sending clouds of silt billowing into the water, swiftly obscuring his form. Within the confines of his sealed helmet, he activated the thermal imaging, revealing faint red outlines against the blue water. Now you cannot see me, yet I can see you. The crocodiles moved fluidly and gracefully, clearly searching for him. The murky water provided him with an exceptional opportunity for escape as he disassembled his long knife and secured it to his back. Lying motionless at the bottom of the pool like a lifeless fish. Come quickly, my little crocodile darlings, I merely seek a ride if you don't mind. Indeed, the crocodiles harbored no intentions of sparing him, as a smaller specimen, approximately 13 or 14 meters long, surged ahead toward him. In the thermal imaging, Lin Xiaodong could see its form distinctly. Observing the creature thrashing about in the muddy water, it seemed to be searching for its bearings. This was promising news, for underwater, crocodiles primarily rely on their sight. Hearing may prove useful, but in his current stillness, it would struggle to locate him. He conducted one final check of his equipment. The cat's claw blade was ready, and the leopard's claw boots were prepared, awaiting the approach of the unwitting crocodile. Chapter 112. The burden of secrets the female pilot awakened, her heart heavy with an indescribable remorse. Nothing he offered could be consumed. As she dangled from her parachute, swaying in the air, she felt a sense of safety. The injuries she sustained were merely fragments of shrapnel from the bombardment, painful yet shielded by her carbon fiber, fully enclosed battlesuit. Hanging in her parachute, her gaze fixated on her beloved aircraft, trailing its final plume of smoke as it plummeted toward the earth. She hoped fervently that it would not ignite, nor would the munitions on board detonate. Last night, she received an urgent order just as she was recovering from the effects of medication. She intended to report the events of midday to the military police. Yet time slipped away. The command to patrol the skies arrived with alarming haste, leaving her no choice but to prioritize the mission before confronting her superior. Little did she anticipate that upon reaching the designated airspace, the fuel warning system would suddenly activate. How could this be? Just yesterday, she witnessed the refueling, and the target was set at takeoff. Surely, a warning would have arisen had fuel levels been insufficient. What could have led her to pilot a fighter jet with so little fuel? It was evident that someone had drained her fuel overnight, and that her aircraft systems had been compromised. Both conditions were indispensable. But why would they wish her harm? I know his past. He drugged me out of fear that I might expose him. Yes, I must reveal the truth. As her body hung suspended in the air, buffeted by the wind, she descended toward the ground. The distant sight of her aircraft, spiraling alone toward the earth, caused her heart to sink. If it shattered upon impact, would the black box survive? In this biochemical catastrophe, how could one muster the resources for a thorough search? Alone, she had no hope of locating the black box. Yet it was the sole evidence of her entrapment. Glancing at the earth below, she sighed once more. Even if she found the evidence, what would it matter in this apocalyptic realm? Returning to the base seemed an impossibility. The ground loomed ever closer, the guttural cries of the undead growing clearer. Her mind lingered on Lin Xiaodong's last words. Zombies are like wheat. What connection do zombies have with wheat? Truly, an absurd notion from a foolish overlord. As she neared the earth, she was relieved not to be ensnared by the branches of trees. Thud! The heavy sound of her landing sent her heart racing. Earlier, while suspended in the air, she had noticed the presence of zombies on the ground. Of course, they could not penetrate the carbon fiber suit, nor could they detect her scent. Yet, the zombies could see and hear. Their serpentine eyes were attuned to any moving target. In a flurry, she fumbled to open her first aid kit. A hard plastic case tethered to her parachute pack, stocked with survival supplies for stranded pilots. Upon opening the case, she revealed a backpack compressed to the size of a fist, which, when unwrapped, could accommodate a considerable amount of gear. High-energy provisions, a compass, a magnesium rod, a survival bag, ammunition, a dagger, weaponry, a distress signal lamp, and a day's worth of military rations. The armament consists of a handgun accompanied by 3 spare magazines. Hunger gnaws at her. Before she could completely stow away her belongings into her backpack, the sounds of zombies echoed from a distance. Nevertheless, she felt an unusual calmness within. She understood well that the zombies in the woods evolved at a much slower pace compared to those in the wilderness and urban areas. Dressed in the thermal attire from the survival bag, she fashioned a makeshift cloak for a light white parachute. Hunger gnaws at her. The zombie sounds drew closer, and at that moment, she readied herself for combat, grasping a dagger in one hand and a silenced handgun in the other. For some unfathomable reason, thoughts of that foolish demon king, who thrived during the apocalypse with plenty of cash, flickered through her mind. It matters not. My existence in the wild will not be inferior to yours. Stubbornly, she fixated on the approaching zombies, choosing not to retreat while she still had the chance. She harbored no fear of the undead, provided she wasn't surrounded. The carbon fiber, full-closure armor safeguarded her from being bitten, though being overwhelmed by numerous zombies would pose a different challenge. As the zombies approached, the female pilot seized the initiative. Her sleek, ebony dagger cut through the vastness of the night. Her graceful form moved with the agility of a lithe sprite. The zombies were effortlessly dispatched with slashed necks, their high-pressure ichor spraying forth like a fountain, leaving a trail of dark stains upon the snow. As a combat expert, dealing with a dozen sluggish primal zombies was astonishingly simple. After this encounter, she staggered through the woods, hastening toward the direction where her beloved treasure had fallen. The foolish Demon King was indeed irritating. That much was true. Yet he was right. The supplies stored in the aircraft's auxiliary fuel tank could sustain her for an extended period. Soon, she spotted a farmhouse in the distance, the structure looming ahead. She had grown somewhat weary from her run, and the white mist emanating from her helmet stood out strikingly against the rain. Cautiously, she approached the farmhouse, its sturdy exterior boldly proclaiming Crocodile Farm. Hesitating her steps, she pondered, bioweapons could be even more terrifying than zombies. Could the crocodiles here have also mutated? This thought troubled her, prompting her to draw her handgun and advance slowly. However, as she drew nearer, her nerves unexpectedly and entirely relaxed. Before her was a group of children, clad in puffy winter coats, awkwardly attempting to draw water from a bucket, seemingly trying to collect as much rainwater as possible for storage. In the wake of the bioweapon catastrophe, water was scarce, and though ice was plentiful, she had witnessed firsthand the plight of those without a heat source, who succumbed to becoming zombies due to their inability to boil water. Others, suffering from dangerously low body temperatures, lost the ability to melt snow, perishing from thirst while clutching ice. Within her fully enclosed helmet, her elegantly arched brows furrowed slightly. What kind of family would employ their children in such a manner? No, it was improbable for any household to possess so many children. This must be a survivor camp. While she could comprehend the situation, she would never condone it. On this frigid, rainy day, had she not donned her waterproof attire, a mere moment of carelessness could have led to a perilous situation. Despite her inner discontent, she remained vigilant in her observations. After all, while soaring through the skies, she had witnessed the gruesome spectacle of cannibals luring unsuspecting souls. With her handgun drawn, she approached cautiously. Yet the influence of the children rendered her weapon merely held in her hand, even concealed behind her back. Her imagination wandered to visions of rescuing a band of survivors, only to storm into that building under the astonished gaze of the foolish overlord, ultimately devouring his stored provisions. Even if the imbecilic tyrant was not a homicidal spy, she relished the thought of witnessing his flustered demeanor. Just as these thoughts swirled in her mind while she inched closer to the children, an alarm rang out from behind her. Before she could turn, a cold gun barrel pressed against the back of her head. Lower your weapon slowly and refrain from any sudden movements, or I assure you, you will come to regret it. As she relinquished her firearm, a heavy blow struck her neck. Chapter 113. He is dead. The suspended aviator was engulfed in regret. While on duty in the skies, she had witnessed numerous transgressions against humanity. Why had she failed to learn from these experiences? At that moment, the door to the room filled with hanging corpses creaked open, and a figure stepped inside. That individual clad in scale armor was ostensibly there to rescue her, but she feared that he would ultimately disappoint her. The foolish demon king had arrived. Was it the one from her neighborhood? Indeed, he donned a suit of black scale armor, consisting of fist-sized scales, which she had seen during her conversation with Lin Chaodong. It was likely provided by the mutated cobra that prowled their community. A flicker of hope ignited within her, yet concern swiftly followed. Where was she? This was an alligator farm, and she had come from the main gate. Therefore, he must be approaching from another direction. Alligators bio-beasts, although the foolish demon king could contend with the mutated king cobra. Could he handle an alligator? On that fateful day, she had witnessed the bio-serpent rise and swallow Lin Chaodong whole. She had fired a 37mm shell, but had not launched a missile. Her petite onboard computer had indicated a minuscule, rapidly ascending red circle, denoting weaponry. It appeared above the bio-brain's head, and then the bio-serpent's head tilted downward. This indicated that it had perished before her projectile struck. The fact that the foolish demon king could slay the mutated king cobra testified to his prowess. However, whether he could tackle an alligator remained an unresolved query. Observing the white mist emanating from her fully enclosed helmet, indicative of her agitation, the man chuckled with delight. The nostrils of the beast helmet released a similar plume of white vapor. Actually, I don't wish for your demise. After all, you are rather beautiful. I have a proposition that you might consider. As he spoke, he drew closer to the female pilot, extending a finger toward her thighs. What are you doing? Remove your filthy hands and stay away from me. She retorted angrily, struggling fiercely. She would rather perish than allow this repugnant individual to touch her. Ignoring her desperate cries, he cautiously shut the door, lowering his voice as he spoke. Do you know? Someone might soon arrive to sever your head. As for your body, it will be available for enjoyment after your head is removed. He leaned in closer. Here's the deal. Allow me to indulge in your body, and then I will quietly set you free. When he received no response from the aviator, he inched forward once more, extending his finger again. Think about it. I simply wish to savor the moment, while you get to keep your life. This transaction is quite favorable for you, and it will be swift. Not hearing an answer from the female pilot emboldened him to draw nearer. However, what he had not anticipated was that, despite being suspended for a considerable time, the aviator possessed commendable combat skills. With a sudden movement, she bent forward, her helmet crashing forcefully against his groin. He cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, contorted like a shrimp. At that moment, a colossal shadow swept past the window, accompanied by a guttural cry reminiscent of a pig's squeal. The immense creature crashed onto the water's surface, sending up a spray that almost instantaneously froze into icy droplets, which clattered against the glass like pebbles. It was a bioengineered crocodile. Could it be that the foolish Demon King had not yet perished? A fleeting thrill of surprise coursed through her, prompting her to bend down and stretch her bound arms. Fortunately, although the ropes were tightly tied, they had yet to freeze, granting her the opportunity to free her feet from their restraints. With a splash, her body fell to the floor, causing her tense frame to tremble. She listened intently, praying that those outside had not noticed her escape. Having been bound for so long, the blood in her legs had stagnated. She needed only a few minutes to regain her prowess as a combatant. However, before that, she delivered a fierce kick to the groin of the filthy individual before her, rendering him utterly unconscious. Limping towards the window, she peered outside with a hint of apprehension. The bizarre sight before her caused her lips, encased within her sealed helmet, to part in astonishment. There, on the water's surface, was a gargantuan bioengineered crocodile, and atop it, she could distinctly see the foolish Demon King clad in black scale armor. Lying on the creature's back, the crocodile began its frenzied death rolls, yet the Demon King clung on as if glued to its back. Moreover, when the crocodile grew weary, that fool would scramble towards its head with both hands and feet. As a pilot, her vision was sharp, allowing her to discern that he wielded sharp blades in his hands and feet. He even bore a long, oddly shaped black sword strapped to his back. Regardless of the circumstances, witnessing her rescuer fully armed brought a sense of satisfaction to the female pilot. Suddenly, a phrase from the internet flashed through her mind. In your lifetime, have you ever fought for someone? A wave of warmth surged within her heart. As a soldier, she ought not to entertain such thoughts, especially after the cataclysmic biodisaster, wherein soldiers were the very group fighting for the survival of all. Yet now, a survivor was risking everything for her, and that fool of a Demon King was the very one she had been maneuvering aircraft with daily. The imminent rescue, coupled with a swell of emotion, brought tears to her beautiful eyes. She longed to wipe them away with the back of her hand, but the sealed helmet rendered her utterly incapable. A long, drawn-out roar echoed once more, as the crocodile engaged in its death roll paused yet again. The tenacious figure atop, it resumed its crawl towards the creature's head. However, the most unexpected event occurred next. The sound of gunfire erupted chaotically. The female pilot watched in disbelief as a barrage of bullets rained down upon the figure, attempting to reach the crocodile's head. Some bullets penetrated the crocodile's body, while others struck the individual. She observed with clarity. In her astonished gaze, both the crocodile and the figure clad in black scales began to sink into the depths. This caused her to instinctively cover her mouth, incredulously questioning herself. He is dead. That foolish Demon King has perished just like that, sacrificing himself to save me. She could surmise the reason behind the foolish Demon King's act of salvation, for the photographs of his foes were imprinted upon her very being. Beyond that, she could fathom no other explanation. How could that individual, who was perpetually tormented by her teasing, possibly risk his life to rescue her? Yet now he was gone. In an instant, her legs weakened, and she crouched down, unable to bear the sight of the Demon King's tragic demise outside the window. Furthermore, she wrapped her arms around her knees, resting her head upon them, unabashedly weeping aloud. Suddenly, the door was thrust open, and someone entered, only to hear her sobs and emit a derisive laugh, exclaiming, "Ha, truly deserving of the title quick draw, managing to make that girl cry so swiftly." However, upon catching sight of the unconscious figure on the ground, he hastily called out, "Quick, come here. That girl has escaped." Our leader will kill us if he finds out. Chapter 114. The Drunken Blade. Did Lin Chaodong perish? Certainly not. He was clad in the scales of a king cobra, and despite being submerged for so long, he remained dry. The inner layer of the cobra's skin was utterly impermeable to water, yet allowed for breathability and insulation against the cold. As his wife once remarked, the corpses of zombies are treasure troves. At present, his thoughts were muddled, and he had no time for contemplation. Moreover, the pressing concern was that the Crocodile King was charging directly at him. Moments ago, the bullet had indeed struck both Lin Chaodong and the crocodile. The deceased crocodile sank, dragging him back into the depths. The faint trace of blood had roused the ferocity of other crocodiles, which now swam toward the lifeless carcass. Oh no, not again. I've just been shot, and I can barely catch my breath. In this moment, he grasped the reason behind the king cobra's intense animosity toward him. Even while burdened with its considerable girth, it sought to confront him fiercely. It seemed the scales could indeed deflect bullets, yet the impact was excruciating. Beneath the scales lay several millimeters of bioarmor, causing him to struggle for breath. One could only imagine the agony the king cobra endured when he unleashed a barrage from his .44 Magnum, landing 4 consecutive shots to its head. What to do now? Gazing at the sonar, which indicated more than 30 crocodiles, he could almost envision his grim fate, being tossed by one crocodile, with dozens of jaws pursuing him, ultimately to be torn into pieces. He ceased his struggle, his wife's visage surfacing in his mind. He reached out his arm, as if longing for one last embrace. He yearned for her fragrant hair and the warmth of her presence. Without her, the world seemed devoid of allure. However, the crocodiles, drawn by the blood, appeared to have second thoughts about fleeing, and the sonar began to buzz ominously. The 20-meter-long crocodile king surged forward with astonishing speed, leaving no room for evasion. There was no time for further attacks. Its massive jaws descended toward the recently slain crocodile and Lin Chaodong. With no alternative, he curled his body as best he could, attempting to anchor himself using the blade on the back of the dead crocodile, maintaining a seated position. As previously devised, he positioned the blade at his side. The crocodile king's jaws clamped down, the sharp edge of the blade piercing through its skull. The creature, feeling the agonizing pain, thrashed violently in its death throes. Lin Chaodong found himself akin to a rider on a rapidly spinning carousel, his hands and feet working tirelessly. He frantically excavated within the crocodile king's mouth. Whether upwards or downwards, it was all the same, a desperate attempt to breach either the upper or lower jaw. Blood gushed forth from the crocodile king's mouth like a torrential waterfall, staining the surrounding waters a deep crimson, nearly obscuring all light. Amid his flailing arms, he seized the hilt of the blade. Overcome with joy, he pulled down and swept across, feeling the pressure on his body diminish instantly. The crocodile king's upper jaw was cleaved cleanly by the blade's keen edge. In the throes of agonizing torment, Lin Chaodong was violently flung from the crocodile king's maw by the sheer force of its thrashing. He crashed against the wall with a resounding thud, nearly losing consciousness from the impact. He slumped down, his body sliding slowly to the ground, while the blade fell beside him with a dull thud. Sliding down the wall to the ground, I felt the earth tremble beneath me as if shaken by an earthquake, my feet straining to find stability. Alas, it was as if I were intoxicated, unable to find my footing. Twisted and turned by 2 crocodiles, I spun in circles, and it would have been abnormal not to feel dizzy. In the crocodile pool, creatures of various sizes were retaliating against the incapacitated crocodile king. Though they were repelled by the king's short claws and massive tail, all the crocodiles seemed frenzied, heedless of their own lives as they lunged at the gigantic monarch. Oppression, in the end, will be vanquished by rebellion. Suddenly, a cannibal loaded a bullet into his gun, while others laughed uproariously at Lin Chaodong, who swayed like a drunken shrimp. How did that fool even get up here? What does it matter? Even if he has a gun, can he hold it steady? I had tasted drunken shrimp, but never a drunken human. The jest sent the cannibals into fits of laughter, with some even firing at Lin Chaodong, who swayed like a drunkard. The loud gunfire roused Lin Chaodong from his stupor, his instincts prompting him to glance at the blade on the ground and the trembling earth beneath him as he extended his hand. A bullet ricocheted off the ground before striking his leg. It hurt, but I was confident it wouldn't penetrate. My scales provided reassurance. Did you see what he's wearing on his feet? The leopard claw boots, which elevated Lin Xiaodong by nearly 40 centimeters, drew attention and made his steps appear all the more absurd. Careful, he has got a knife. Someone warned, but no one seemed to care. So what if he had a knife? I still have a gun. A knife is fine. I've seen drunken boxing and drunken swordplay, but never drunken knife fighting. The leader spoke up, seemingly harboring different thoughts compared to the other cannibals. Brother, I see you're bold enough to challenge the Crocodile King. Join us. But let us be clear, we feast on two-legged sheep. If you can't handle that, then I'm afraid it's unfortunate for you. Lin Xiaodong had heard the term two-legged sheep before, a reference from a bygone era when the desperate resorted to such horrors. Though dizzy, he spoke clearly, recognizing that survival often necessitated consuming human flesh. Yet to kill and feast with such arrogance was contemptible. Suppressing the urge to vomit, he roared as he swung the blade without technique, charging forward. Unfortunately, his legs faltered, the spinning earth refusing to cease, and his steps resembled some superhuman lightness. Surviving the dizzying flips of the two crocodiles was already a testament to his vestibular prowess. After a couple of steps, he swayed, planting the blade into the ground. The sound echoed as the blade sank into the earth. That knife of his is truly remarkable, wasted in the hands of this drunkard. I want it. The leader's eyes sparkled with greed as he pointed at Lin Xiaodong. The blade was indeed a prized possession, and although the leader recognized its value, he would soon regret not having eliminated Lin Xiaodong at the first opportunity. As a rotation of the earth is on the verge of ceasing, this individual is on the brink of losing his composure. Witnessing those who have devoured human flesh, reveling in their malevolence while coercing others into their vile practices, has far surpassed his threshold of tolerance. With a long knife gripped firmly behind him, he strides unsteadily towards the cannibalistic horde. As he draws nearer, the chieftain raises a hand, signaling for gunfire. The cacophony of shots rings out, bang, bang, thud, thud, as various munitions are unleashed upon Lin Xiaodong at close range. In that fleeting moment, when the cannibals lift their weapons, Lin Xiaodong steadies his resolve and leaps sideways, evading the barrage. After a few shots are fired, the gunmen realize that Lin Xiaodong has eluded their aim. Over there, someone shouts, prompting the cannibals to glance aside, only to behold Lin Xiaodong sprinting towards them with an astonishing speed of 5 meters per stride. Those with less wit ponder raising their weapons, while the astute have already retreated into the safety of the building. You wretched scum, meet your demise, he cries, as his blade sweeps through the air, the dark, unpolished edge of the long knife carving a crescent of shadow. Chapter 115. The might of Brother Bear as the pure black blade of the Gyron rushed forth. The leader of the cannibals recognized that today marked their reckoning. He could merely shout a desperate command to flee, but as was customary for Lin Xiaodong, once he resolved to engage, he would not afford his adversaries the chance to surrender. Before the others could react, the crescent-shaped glimmer of the black blade descended upon them. Their bodies were cleaved in two, and the slightest movement caused them to slide downwards. Even their weapons were severed in half by a single stroke, leaving them mortally wounded to grasp their severed halves while emitting heart-wrenching wails. It was a gruesome fate, yet it paled in comparison to the suffering of those they had previously slaughtered like livestock. The remaining cannibals, witnessing the carnage, were paralyzed by fear and fled without daring to glance back. At that moment, Lin Xiaodong possessed the physical prowess of a soldier from a Special Forces sniper unit. The stamina required to wield the gyron repeatedly posed no challenge for him. With his long blade aimed at the entire edifice, he bellowed with fervor, "You scoundrels deserve to perish." Those who had sought refuge within the building hastily found cover, unwilling to surrender. From the moment they had aligned themselves with the cannibals, they understood they were no longer welcome in this world. "Be careful, that fellow is coming in," shouted one, trembling as he aimed his firearm at the entrance, while others huddled in various corners, all directing their weapons towards the door. Some called out to those above, urging them to descend and assist, warning of the formidable presence below. Meanwhile, those on the upper floor were embroiled in their own chaos. The occupants of the lower hall, aware of the intentions of those above, voiced their discontent, urging them to come down and not to be preoccupied with whatever distraction awaited them. For the individual below was unafraid of gunfire and wielded a blade of remarkable sharpness. At that critical moment, a voice pierced through the tension. "Are you referring to me? The one unafraid of firearms?" As the voice echoed, Lin Chaodong emerged leisurely from an unforeseen corner. With the gyron in hand, walls posed no obstacle to him. To the astonished gazes of the cannibals, he took swift strides in his leopard-patterned boots, traversing the room with astonishing speed. He moved with such swiftness that it eclipsed even the most agile of predators they had ever encountered. With a few decisive steps, the aura of a merciless killer enveloped him. He lunged towards a cannibal brandishing a firearm, and as he reached the individual, the blade struck simultaneously. The body collapsed at an angle, sliding downwards. "My God, that is no mere human. Run!" Someone screamed in terror, and amidst the chaos of gunfire, the remaining cannibals scurried like frightened rodents. However, having challenged Lin Chaodong's moral threshold and awakened his murderous intent, fleeing was not an option. He propelled himself from the wall, launching into the air like an arrow, and with the blade slicing through the air, he struck down a fleeing individual with a shotgun, cleaving him in two. "You shall all die," Lin Chaodong roared, his primal fury unleashed, intent on sparing none, consuming flesh, and with such brazen self-satisfaction. Such scum deserves to be buried in fertile soil. Just as I was about to pursue others, a piercing scream echoed from above. "You still have time to run. Otherwise, that foolish demon king will come up, and none of you will escape." Upon hearing the voice of the foolish pilot, Lin Chaodong felt an unexpected sense of relief. However, a question quickly arose in his mind. The foolish demon king? Who could that be? Could it be that the pilot was still waiting for someone to rescue her? I've heard that the Eagle S forces have specialized helicopter crews for rescuing pilots. Surely, she must be referring to those individuals. Regardless, saving her comes first. The details can be unraveled later. With a surge of power from his leopard claw boots, he propelled himself upward like a cannonball towards the staircase. The vast expanse of the rooftop felt like a mere step, especially with the abundant stamina he had purchased from that foolish sniper. As he ascended to the second floor, he was suddenly met with a deafening blast to his chest as he stepped through the door. He should have dodged and observed. The skills he acquired still needed refinement, and he realized he hadn't activated them in time. The shot left Lin Chaodong gasping in pain, immobilized momentarily, his weapon discarded at his side. Inside his fully sealed helmet, a red light flickered, and a message appeared on the central screen. Severe impact to the chest, loss of mobility, 60 seconds, 59 seconds, 58 seconds. This foolish demon king. I expected a formidable opponent, yet it turns out to be nothing more than a rookie. Wait a minute. Did this fool just label me as the Demon King? It dawned on him that it was the foolish pilot who had given him that moniker. The pain in his chest, combined with his rising anger, compelled him to shout into the room. "What foolish Demon King? You're nothing but a silly bird flying in the sky. You wanted to fly over to me, seeking some survivor-esque camp. Now you've gotten yourself into a delightful mess. Haven't you?" Inside, the female pilot, now free from her restraints, stood defiantly with clenched fists against the cannibals. She was incensed by his words. "What do you mean by getting blasted? It's a double entendre. I assent it. I'm still quite capable. Thank you very much." As she engaged in a brawl with the cannibals, her fury surged, and she retorted, "What do you mean, silly bird in the sky? If you're so capable, why don't you take to the skies yourself?" Recalling the harrowing experience of being propelled into the air, nearly losing her life, only to be taunted by this foolish man, Lin Chaodong's ire intensified. "I didn't fly out from the city just to come here and save you." Naturally, the female pilot was not about to show him any kindness. She continued to respond with a sultry voice. "Do I need your rescue? You're merely curious about the truth of the matter. I want to be grateful." As the would-be savior and the one to be saved began to argue, the cannibals watching the spectacle roared with laughter, reveling in the drama. The burly man with the firearm bellowed, "You fools! I've been teaching you skills all this time, yet you're all too lazy to learn. Now that you've encountered a tough opponent, you realize your shortcomings. He brandished his weapon, seemingly oblivious to the fact that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter, and shouted even louder, "Get back here, all of you. Look at your pathetic selves. I'll easily handle these little rookies." As he spoke, the shotgun in his hand was pointed at Lin Chaodong. "Brothers, this fellow is here to rescue that girl. Let us have some fun with her in front of him, allow him a fleeting glimpse of his desires." Though the few inside the room who were grappling with the female pilot had suffered injuries, they still grinned widely, letting out maniacal laughter. "Considering your movements, you were once a soldier. Why engage in such disgraceful acts?" "Disgraceful?" The burly man, who had paused to pick up the dagger from the ground, turned around and, with a voice tinged with indignation, questioned the female pilot. "What do you mean by disgraceful? We lost our entire squad while attempting to rescue an official's convoy. Are we the ones who are shameless? Then why partake in such actions, aligning yourself with these cannibals?" The female pilot gasped lightly, having thrown one of the cannibals to the ground. The cannibal she had discarded yelled, "Wow, lying down gives a better view of this girl's chest. It bounces enticingly every time she moves. I can't help but want to grab it right now." Chapter 116. Biochemical Abilities at this moment. Lin Chaodong endeavored to regulate his breathing as the countdown continued on the screen. 25 seconds. 24 seconds. Time seemed to drag on interminably. With a fervent hope that the dialogue from the female pilot could prolong the suspense a little longer. "Why is it so easy to survive in this icy wasteland? Even if one evades the zombies, what about sustenance? Had they not conspired with me, I would have perished long ago." Turning back, he noticed that their leader had also taken an interest in the long knife. Suddenly, sounds of thumping reverberated from the rooftop. The cannibals, previously frightened away, were now rushing back upstairs. Lying on the ground, Lin Chaodong felt a surge of joy instead of fear. Their return spared him the trouble of seeking them out one by one. As the cannibals returned, they beheld Lin Chaodong incapacitated and erupted in cheers, brandishing their firearms. One of them, seeing the imposing figure of the man wielding the halberd, began to flatter him, exclaiming, "Brother Xiong is formidable." With the leader deceased, may I propose that Brother Xiong take on the mantle of leadership? Though the others inwardly cursed the sycophant, they reluctantly raised their weapons in agreement, chanting, "Brother Xiong is formidable. Brother Xiong is formidable." The man who had picked up the long knife raised it high, causing the cheers of the cannibals to abruptly cease. He bellowed, "Since you all hold Brother Xiong in such high regard, let us proceed as suggested. I shall establish a new rule." With a commanding gaze, he surveyed the gathered cannibals. From now on, any beautiful young woman captured need not be killed unless absolutely necessary. Instead, they shall be confined in a room for everyone's entertainment. Let us call them comfort women. The crowd of cannibals erupted in cheers once more. But Brother Xiong raised his hand to quell their raucousness before continuing. "However, let me be clear. Any man who dares to consort with one of those women shall meet the same fate as her." The cannibals, now stirred into a frenzy, charged into the room, intent on confronting the female pilot. What was once a manageable situation for the pilot quickly turned perilous. "You foolish demon king. If you do not take action now, it will be too late." Amidst the cacophony of the cannibals' shouts, Lin Chaodong had fully regained his composure. He suddenly kicked out towards the unsuspecting Brother Xiong. Instinctively, Brother Xiong attempted to block the kick with his sturdy calf. Yet, Lin Chaodong's foot met with his leg, and while the former advanced, the latter was rendered ineffective. Brother Xiong's leg was severed at the ankle by the razor-sharp talon boots, and shockingly, he felt no pain. Only upon glimpsing his severed foot lying on the floor did he register the agony. "Oh, my leg." He reached down instinctively to cover the wound, but it was too late. As he swung a punch towards the wrist of the hulking figure, Lin Chaodong rolled his body away. Gunfire erupted, bullets whizzing past him and striking the ground. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he seized the long halberd and executed a sweeping motion. The indomitable halberd cut through the air, and Brother Xiong's half-body could not withstand the onslaught, nor could the remaining 8 legs that attempted to shield him. In truth, he felt a profound gratitude towards the formidable figure before him, the bear-like man, were it not for his summoning back of the fleeing cannibals. he would have been compelled to pursue them relentlessly, which would have been quite vexatious. Simultaneously, he owed thanks to the female pilot for her impeccable cooperation. Had she not acted promptly, it was likely that both of them would have met their demise by now. As Lin Chaodong rose, he found that everyone outside had collapsed to the ground, clutching their legs and howling in distress. He merely kicked aside the weapons within reach, rendering them disarmed. With his left hand gliding along the length of his blade, Lin Chaodong advanced step by step into the room, his heavy footsteps reverberating ominously. The sound instilled terror in the remaining cannibals, who widened their eyes in fear yet dared not move. This included his target, the female pilot, who struggled to reconcile this man with the one who had previously tossed paper airplanes with banknotes on the rooftop. It seemed as though they were two distinct individuals, one who was outwardly expressive, capable of jest and ire, while the man before her had transformed from a mere buffoon into a veritable demon. Despite the multitude of lives he had claimed, his darkened scales and the obsidian blade bore not a trace of blood. One of the cannibals appeared to comprehend that Lin Chaodong was there to rescue the female pilot and aimed his weapon at her, preparing to speak. Suddenly, Lin Chaodong shifted slightly, and with a resounding crack, the .44 Magnum discharged, obliterating the man's skull. Blood and the remnants of a brutal existence cascaded down his face as his lifeless body thudded to the ground. Lay down your arms. Do not trouble me, or you shall meet the same fate as those outside, he commanded. Outside, a man whose legs had been severed writhed desperately, striving to escape. Lin Chaodong refrained from inflicting further harm, acutely aware of the palpable fear coursing through the remaining cannibals within the room. One by one, they cast their weapons to the floor in surrender. However, the unfolding events were beyond the female pilot's wildest imaginings. Lin Chaodong did not immediately execute these individuals. Instead, he retrieved each of the legless men from outside and piled them together. Suddenly, a series of blue screens flickered before him, displaying the data of each individual as if arranged like playing cards, which he opened one by one. The equipment was inconsequential, and he bypassed that to examine the skills. Upon a brief glance, disappointment washed over him. The skills listed were trivial: tax accounting, gardening, fish farming, crafting viral content, car repairs, and even managing mobile base stations. None possessed any practical abilities. It was a pity that the bear-like man had perished, for as a soldier, he surely would have had some exceptional skills. Then, quite unexpectedly, he noticed a skill labeled biochemical ability, Speedster. Excitement surged within him. This was the first biochemical ability he had ever encountered. According to the 3D image on the screen, he quickly identified the individual possessing this ability. It was a slender man, clearly someone who could run swiftly, who had also been toppled by the female pilot's helmet. "Do you possess the Speedster biochemical ability?" He marveled. This scoundrel, indeed, had a biochemical ability. Without responding to the female pilot's inquiry, Lin Chaodong remained engrossed in his own apprehension, the dark blade in his hand swaying gently, whether intentionally or not. The thin man trembled violently, his voice quaking as he replied, What is bio-ability?" It seemed he was unaware of his own endowment. Lin Chaodong altered his approach, asking, "Can you run very fast?" The individual appeared to ponder this, the aura of fear surrounding him diminishing. "I used to be a sprinter. After the bio-catastrophe, I gradually discovered that I could run even faster, more than twice the speed of an ordinary person. Twice the speed." This revelation brought an inexplicable joy to Lin Chaodong, for he himself, clad in leopard claw boots, could attain a velocity of 40 kilometers per hour. If he could indeed be twice as fast as an ordinary person, that would equate to 80 kilometers per hour, and this was merely at the first level. What might be possible at the 10th level? However, a crucial question remained: the origin of this man's bio-ability. "When did you realize your speed was increasing?" Lin Chaodong inquired. "Our reporting. At that time, I was in the woods, forced to catch mice for sustenance. The mice in the forest seemed to have consumed something, their size increasing dramatically. It was as if a voice were clamoring in Lin Chaodong's mind. Bio-beasts, bio-beasts." Chapter 117. Not surviving beyond 3 episodes, Lin Chaodong focused intently on the sensation of fear, the dark blade in his hand swaying gently, whether intentionally or not. The thin man trembled, his voice quivering as he replied, What is biochemical ability? I do not possess such a thing. Hearing this, it seemed he was oblivious to his own latent abilities, prompting Lin Xiaodong to alter his approach. Were you always a swift runner? The man licked his lips, pondering, the palpable scent of fear around him gradually diminishing. Before the calamity, I was a sprinter. After the biochemical disaster, I gradually discovered that I could run much faster, far exceeding the speed of an ordinary person. Far exceeding? By how much? The thin man, now visibly anxious, shook his head. This response surprisingly delighted Lin Xiaodong. Clad in his leopard claw boots, he could reach speeds of 40 kilometers per hour. If he were indeed faster than an ordinary person, he might well achieve 60 kilometers. This was merely the first level. What if it escalated to the 10th? However, a more pressing question loomed: the origin of this man's biochemical ability. With a quick tap of his blade against the thin man's head, he inquired, When did you first notice your speed increasing? While I was alone in the woods, subsisting on mice. The rodents there had become unusually large, perhaps due to something they consumed. It was as if a voice was screaming in Lin Xiaodong's mind. Biochemical beasts. So, consuming the flesh of biochemical creatures is the key to manifesting biochemical abilities. What about me? I have a Burmese python at home waiting to be eaten, and would I gain any abilities from that? Lost in thought, he issued orders to the reluctant cannibals he had forcibly employed, instructing them to retrieve the scattered weapons. Yes, boss. Hearing them refer to Lin Xiaodong as boss, the female pilot curiously asked, What have you done to them? What do you mean? If they are willing to work, let them, he replied, tossing his assault rifle to her and commanding, Keep an eye on things. Seeing Lin Xiaodong seemingly idle, yet assigning her tasks, the female pilot, irritated by his lack of chivalry and her prolonged bindings, retorted, And what about you? What about me? Why so many questions? Just your job. Her brow furrowed in frustration, yet recalling how Lin Xiaodong had nearly sacrificed himself to save her from crocodile, she refrained from further disturbance. Before departing, she removed her gloves, extending her small, rosy white hand towards him. I am Melanie. I do not require your assistance in finding work. That is of no concern. Just ensure they do not use those weapons against you, he said, ignoring her outstretched hand and silently exiting the room. Watching his dark, scaled-back retreat, Melanie felt a surge of anger. She knew that removing her gloves meant she would need to disinfect her hands again, and countless others in the base were eagerly awaiting assistance. Yet that rogue. What about those injured? A few cannibals below, having lost their feet to Lin Xiaodong's blade, realized that no one would attend to them, and they began to improvise tourniquets to staunch their wounds. Observing their demeanor, she believed that, as a soldier, even captives and criminals deserved assistance. Just as she had previously misunderstood Lin Xiaodong to be a murderous spy, her intention had been to ensure he faced justice. Outside, Lin Xiaodong's nonchalant voice cut through the air, questioning her loyalties. Which side are you on? Haven't you ever seen a zombie drama? The virtuous characters rarely survive beyond 3 episodes. Shouldn't sympathy be reserved for those who have been devoured? You are the true, virtuous one. Melanie, nearly leaping in indignation at his taunt, ultimately refrained from uttering the derogatory term she had in mind. Lin Xiaodong continued from outside, urging, quickly gather the weapons and ammunition. Upon stepping into the room where a fire was crackling, she was taken aback to find the foolhardy demon lord comfortably settled on the sofa before the hearth, seemingly lost in thought. With a childish stomp of her foot, she muttered, This scoundrel. A huff of indignation escaped her nostrils as an inner voice chastised her. You are a well-mannered lady. How can you allow his foul language to provoke you? Realizing she still could not bring herself to utter a curse, she reluctantly held her firearm and watched the surviving cannibals gather their weapons. Lin Xiaodong, reclining on the sofa, was not idle. He was assessing the skills of the cannibals he had forcibly employed. Now, a conundrum loomed before him. With such an array of skills, could he afford to acquire them all? Was the godlike system's skill acquisition limited? And would these inconsequential skills hinder the purchase of more valuable ones? If he refrained from buying, those trivial skills would be utterly useless in a post-apocalyptic world. Yet, purchasing would deplete his funds, and spending would yield God points, facilitating the acquisition of advanced skills. For instance, he had contemplated the skill of good memory for quite some time, clinging to a sliver of hope. He inquired of the system, "Is there a cap on the number of skills I can possess?" The aloof system remained as detached as ever, prompting him to unleash a few choice expletives directed at it. Struggling with a decision, he endured a painful deliberation and ultimately resolved to postpone the acquisition of the miscellaneous skills. In the future, when he was sufficiently powerful, perhaps with a survivor base, those skills would be plentiful. Moreover, many ordinary skills could be learned through reading, making occupation of skill slot unnecessary. He finally opted for 3 skills: automobile repair, lock picking, and speed demon, totaling a modest expenditure of around 2 million, which felt rather inconsequential. Balance: unlimited expenditure, 104, 535, 690 intelligence, 12, weak, physique, 21, medium, agility, 21, medium, stamina, 25, medium, perception, 18, weak, skills, short blade combat, handgun rapid fire tactical assault, sniper professional training, underwater special operations, wilderness survival, parachuting, extreme sports enthusiast, automobile repair, level 3, lock picking, level 5, biochemical abilities, heart extraction, fear perception, speed demon, level 1. Aside from the addition of 3 subpar skills, his stamina had increased by 2 points, likely attributed to the biochemical ability of speed demon. The first level flying dart enables him to exceed the average human speed by 20%, meaning that at this moment, clad in his leopard claw boots, he can sprint at a velocity of 60 kilometers per hour. Having completed these tasks, he abruptly leapt off the sofa. Eiju, the little girl is still by the crocodile pool. I cannot bear the thought of her getting hurt by those creatures. Stepping outside, his gaze was drawn to the curtain of rain ahead, a misty veil that obscured his view and rendered Eiju's position invisible. He circled around the cottage and finally located the ladder leading to the rooftop. Upon reaching the summit, he discovered that the crossbow bolt, entangled with spider silk, had actually struck a large cage, the purpose of which remained a mystery. It was no wonder that the silk had felt so precarious when he had crossed over in a small boat. He meticulously resecured the spider silk, and then sent commands to Eiju via the controller. A flicker of concern crossed his mind as he glanced at the crocodile pool, apprehensive that the reptiles might attack as Eiju approached. However, upon reflection, he reassured himself. The silk was firmly anchored to the rooftop while the other end dangled securely from a tree. Chapter 118. The Dead Virgin with Pets. Upon entering the house, he observed that the cannibals had already organized their weapons. Inquiring about the location of their armory, he instructed them to gather the equipment from downstairs. Ultimately, he disposed of the upside-down 2-legged sheep and the corpses he had dispatched into the crocodile pool. His resolution for these cannibals was simple: carry them on your backs and leave. I do not wish to see you again. They would perish without supplies outside. Gazing out the window, he noted the torrential rain accompanied by incessant thunder, and with a shrug of indifference, Lin Chaodong inquired, "Miss White Lotus, I shall ask you once more, which side are you on? Do you expect me to sustain these individuals? Apologies, but I lack sufficient provisions." Casting a glance at the dazed girl he had reprimanded, he felt a twinge of compassion. In times of peace, I would gladly escort them to a prison. But releasing them now is not an act of mercy. Melanie harbored no desire to plead for the cannibals. In the past, while piloting, she had discovered such individuals warranted elimination. Back then, it had elicited no feelings, yet now witnessing a dozen or so perish. She glanced at Melanie. If not for the pursuit of her enemy's whereabouts, would have preferred to ignore the Na'vi girl who had lingered too long at the military base. Unable to bear the thought of remaining idle, she resolved to accompany them for a short distance. As Lin Chaodong, armed and prepared to escort the group, made his move, Melanie stood frozen, instinctively sensing that his form of escort would undoubtedly involve his firearm. That revolver, resting casually at his side, could effortlessly obliterate a man's head. Once Lin Chaodong departed, she slumped onto the sofa, exhausted, contemplating the situation. At merely 18, newly of age, She could never have anticipated that survival outside the base would be so brutal. Despite having undergone comprehensive training as a pilot and having engaged in combat against such beings from within an aircraft, the reality struck her differently now. She strained her ears, hoping against hope that her savior, the foolish yet formidable king, was not a remorseless killer. After a brief wait without the sound of gunfire, she finally exhaled in relief. Soon, an amusing thought emerged, prompting her to cast aside her earlier worries. Outside, Lin Xiaodong watched as the group of cannibals faded from view behind the walls of the crocodile farm. Opening his system, he selected the option to dismiss them. Should those individuals have resorted to cannibalism, he regarded them as merely weak-willed, still retaining a semblance of humanity. However, those who took pleasure in the act of murder could not be allowed to remain in this world. A flash of blue light flickered, and the distant blue points outside the wall vanished with the wind. A painless death marked his final act of mercy. The sound of footsteps echoed as Zhu descended from the rooftop, her ample belly swaying with a certain longing. Gently patting her head, he urged, "Come inside. It is cold out here." Upon entering, faint cries reached their ears, and in a moment of urgency, they rushed upstairs. A cheerful chorus of children's voices resonated from within, filled with unrestrained joy. "Sister, Sister Melanie. Hail, Sister Melanie. What on earth is this foolish girl doing?" With a swift motion, Lin Xiaodong flung open the door, only to be engulfed by darkness as his eyes adjusted to the scene before him. A throng of children, aged 10 and younger, encircled a tall, athletic girl who was the center of their exuberant cheers. Their jubilant cries seemed on the verge of lifting the roof off the room, leaving Lin Xiaodong bewildered as to what promises the girl had made to them. To his astonishment, he also noticed a peculiar green creature perched on her shoulder. Within its fully enclosed helmet, a series of alarming red lights began to flash, accompanied by a blaring siren. Warning, warning, detection of a significant unstable factor quantity. Upon quick calculation, the result emerged. 13, with an average age of 69. 5 years. Amongst the children, Melanie appeared to be a leader, her voice ringing clear with a playful lilt as she declared, "Tonight, we shall feast, and then I will take you to the survivor camp." Yet another chorus of childlike voices erupted in response. "What the devil? I cannot turn my place into a charity for these kids. I can barely protect myself, let alone these little ones." Before she could finish her thought, Lin Xiaodong had already shouted through the channel at the girl surrounded by children. "Have you lost your mind? How can you bring such a large group of kids into the city? There are millions of zombies outside." To the children, however, he merely appeared as a towering figure standing idly behind them, oblivious to the conversation taking place within the confines of their helmets. "Look, that big uncle is your protector. He has eliminated all the bad guys here, and he possesses plenty of food. He will also safeguard you on your journey to the survivor camp." Finally liberated, the children, exuberant and innocent, showed no fear as they rushed towards Lin Xiaodong, who instinctively stepped back, cursing Melanie through the internal channel. "You must be insane, you foolish saint. They freeze to death on the way to the survivor camp. And what is that on your shoulder? Are you bringing a pet to the battlefield?" Though he was filled with indignation, he raised his long blade high to avoid injuring the oncoming children. "Stop calling me a foolish saint. You've killed all the men here. Without protection, they will all perish. As for this..." Her sultry voice carried a hint of affection as she petted the round, plump green creature on her shoulder. "This is Big Eye Monster, a wonderful companion pet. A gift from the children. If you suffer from insomnia, it can help you sleep, and it can't." Lin Xiaodong, uninterested in her explanations, retorted sharply, "I never suffer from insomnia. Call them back. Don't let them cling to my legs. I'm armed to the teeth." However, Melanie's next words made Lin Xiaodong lament his fate. All right, no more noise, uncles. Uncle is going to cook for all of us. Are you hungry?" Upon hearing Melanie's words, Lin Xiaodong felt lightheaded. He came to realize a certain truth. Throughout this lifetime, he would likely be ensnared by the voracious appetites of gluttons. As he pondered this, he was suddenly startled by the sound of rapid footsteps approaching from behind, signaling the arrival of another foodie. To his utter astonishment, the large creature, a Zhu, exhibited a surprising fear of the small children. Upon witnessing the cacophony of noisy youngsters in the room, it initially froze in place. What followed was utterly unexpected. It attempted to sidle sideways, hoping to conceal its ample belly behind Lin Chaodong's frame. While it may have sought refuge, the four adorable eyes peeking out from beneath Lin's legs betrayed its presence, as if to say, "Do you think the little monsters haven't noticed me?" Indeed, within moments, the group of children had spotted the hiding Aju. "Look, a big spider, a pet spider," they exclaimed, and with their short legs, they hurriedly rushed towards Aju. This startled the creature, who wished to flee, but its substantial girth significantly hampered its agility. Glancing from side to side, it instead clambered up onto the roof, its 8 large eyes gazing pitifully at Lin Chaodong, as if to reproach him for leading it into such a den of little devils. Chapter 119. Serving as the male protagonist for the Holy Mother of the White Lotus apologies, but as a soldier, I must find a way to resolve this matter. Lin Chaodong, whose head throbbed from the incessant noise, finally found a moment of tranquility to sit down and savor a puff of his cigar. The little ones, having indulged in a hearty meal, had succumbed to a deep slumber. He poured 2 cups of coffee, handing one to Lin Chaodong. In the warm glow of the fireplace, Lin Chaodong, having removed his helmet, inhaled the cigar smoke and stared vacantly at the flickering flames. "Do you know that to save you, that sniper perished on the road, overwhelmed by a horde of zombie rats?" "I'm sorry," Melanie, still encased in her full-face helmet, handed the coffee to Lin Chaodong. She placed her own steaming cup against the abdominal section of her armor, where a small tube would draw the coffee into her suit. Watching her maneuver, Lin Chaodong felt a pang of discomfort. "I mean, wouldn't it be easier to remove your helmet to drink or eat?" After a moment of silence, Melanie replied, "Having been in the military base since the onset of the biochemical disaster, our blood is devoid of the zombie virus. Thus, if infected, there is over a 30% chance of becoming a zombie." Lin Chaodong felt no disappointment. He had far too many pressing concerns to dwell on such matters. The primary issue was how to lead these children to the survivor base, and the whereabouts of such a refuge nearby loomed large. Abandoning them? To be honest, he had considered it, yet he was merely an ordinary man, the kind who cherishes his wife. The thought of leaving a group of children to perish would haunt his nights for the rest of his life. "Tell me, where is the survivor base nearby? I assume you would remain there, wouldn't you?" Surprisingly, Melanie pointed her finger into the air. Suddenly, a holographic display emerged, revealing an image of the second-generation soldiers in military attire. Upon seeing his enemies, a surge of murderous intent coursed through Lin Chaodong, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. The drowsy Aju awoke, mistakenly believing they were about to flee, her 8 large eyes scanning the surroundings. The creature, known for its hypnotic gaze, was frightened into covering its eyes with its small green hands, though amusingly, it peeked through its fingers to observe Lin Chaodong. It resembled a sphere, equipped with slender arms and legs, lacking a torso, with a singular large, adorable eye atop its round head. Green in hue, it did not speak, and its intelligence was comparable to that of Aju, being a blend of biological and mechanical creation. Lin Chaodong then suppressed his inner resentment and calmly inquired, "Where is his entire family located within your military base? Please indicate it on the map." As Melanie revealed the location, Lin Chaodong retrieved a large tablet to consult the electronic map. "By the way, you are not a wealthy heir, so why do you lack an implanted phone?" Lin Chaodong felt no inclination to engage in a conversation with this woman, with whom he had rarely shared a friendly rapport, and thus remained silent. Though she did not receive an answer, Melanie noted his previous demeanor and continued, "So, it is confirmed. He is your enemy?" At this moment, Lin Chaodong, who was silently scrutinizing the map like a stone, tossed the tablet to Melanie, indicating the survivor base she mentioned. "You don't mean the base that shot down your aircraft, do you?" "Don't expect them to be a misunderstanding." Ignoring Lin Chaodong's tablet out of spite, Melanie swiped her fingers across the luminous screen, revealing a semi-transparent map before them. According to the base's database, there were 4 government-established survivor bases on the outskirts of the city. They received supplies from the base, and during my last patrol flight 2 days ago, they were all secure. Gazing at the map, Lin Chaodong felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. 70 kilometers in a straight line? You truly overestimate me. Do you think I'm a superhuman? The survivor base, arranged in a cross shaped 50 kilometers from Lin Chaodong City, was established from the onset of the biochemical disaster using the city's disaster relief materials. Regardless of the situation elsewhere, at least these 4 survivor bases were still operational. Who? Who are you referring to? Melanie, unfamiliar with the name First Blood, found it utterly strange. Once the rain stops, if we take the highway, it shouldn't be too difficult to traverse. Hearing her voice laced with uncertainty, Lin Chaodong realized she must have seen what lay along that 70-kilometer stretch while they were airborne. Overwhelmed with pressure, he downed his coffee. Lacking any notion of transporting 18 young children to a survivor base 70 kilometers away amidst a world filled with zombies and biochemical beasts. Forget it. I'll think about it tomorrow. You should sleep too. I need to step out. You're going to the crash site? Melanie stood up, blocking his path with a question. The girl's quick reaction made Lin Chaodong nod slightly. The food brought by a spider was only sufficient for 3 people for a few days. Now, with a group of little rascals added to the mix, the cannibal had little food left. He needed to gather more supplies, perhaps even catch a crocodile. He estimated they could eat well for quite some time. Upon hearing him include himself among those little monsters, Melanie puffed up a bit. I'm going with you. I know where my precious little aircraft fell. Hearing her refer to her warplane as precious, Lin Chaodong felt as if he had been frozen. Retracting his neck and mimicking her tone, precious little aircraft, his expression elicited a kick from Melanie, who found his demeanor utterly deserving of it. During their nocturnal excursion, Lin Chaodong brought only his Thunder God weapon, while Melanie opted for an assault rifle and a pistol equipped with a silencer. We're not going to war. Why bring so many weapons? Especially upon noticing the large-eyed creature perched on Melanie's shoulder, he couldn't help but tease. What kind of training did your instructors give you? Can you really bring pets to the battlefield? To his remarks, Melanie remained unfazed. While the creature on her shoulder shook its head, its large eyes rolling back, crossing its delicate arms, while it had no waist, so it settled for crossing its face instead. You may not comprehend the merits of the great-eyed creature. This little fellow is quite astute. As for Melanie's lengthy defense of the creature, consisting of several hundred words, Lin Chaodong paid it no heed, waiting for the self-righteous, saintly flower to conclude her tirade. He merely remarked, I follow orders. Disobey me, and I shall give you a swift kick. I must go. It was only when the matter of the garrison's complaint against her harassment arose that she remembered she was outside the base, and the threat of demise loomed ever closer. Yet the girl-less argumentative nature compelled her to retort, You've watched too many zombie films. Even in those, the male lead displays chivalry towards the female lead. In response, Lin Chaodong, who had already turned towards the door, halted abruptly and coldly shot back. Rest assured, if you're the female lead, I certainly shall not play the male lead. Being the male lead for the saintly flower is far too exhausting. The female lead, the saintly flower, was so incensed that she began to jump around in frustration. Chapter 120. Why me the rotors of 2 ospreys whirred thunderously as they gradually aligned to face forward, instantly accelerating to their maximum speed. As the team leader, Zhang Juanhao sat alone in a corner, his expression darkened beneath the full-face helmet. Today, his mission was straightforward, to eliminate the greatest adversary and threat to his family. That person. The mere mention of that individual sent a chill down his spine, despite the weapon at his side and the presence of 29 fellow warriors. He tried to convince himself that he was merely confronting an ordinary human being, yet he found it difficult to believe his own words. What kind of ordinary person concocts corrosive toxins and, when faced with the barrel of a gun, acts with such resolute decisiveness? He vividly recalled the time his own body began to decay, the pain from ruptured boils rendering him nearly lifeless. Yet that wretched individual stood there, his own body trembling with agony, yet wearing a twisted smile of satisfaction. Do not bully the honest man. Do not covet another's wife. If you truly provoke an honest man, you won't even have the chance to kneel, Zhang Juanhao had once advised his elder brother. However, as the youngest of 7 siblings in a family of power and wealth, his words fell on deaf ears. They referred to themselves as the Seven Masters of B City, while the common folk whispered of them as the evil gourd children. Among the Zhang family's 7 sons, the youngest understood the nuances of power better than his elder siblings. Juanhao, that fellow is here too. This time you must. In the wake of the cataclysmic biohazard, their family had leveraged their status to be among the first rescued to a military base. It was from that moment that he joined the military, swiftly rising to the rank of officer thanks to his prior training as a special police officer. His father, lacking true capability but adept at maneuvering, quickly ingratiated himself with the upper echelons of the military base. His elder brother managed the drone systems and external airdrops of the base. For the Zhang family, the biohazard presented little danger. From his father's perspective, it was an opportune moment for greater expansion. Turning his gaze from the Osprey's window, he peered down at the abyss below, shrouded in darkness, almost devoid of light. Heavy rain streaked the window with rivulets, obscuring another target, a hidden peril within their family. He thought of the young woman with an exquisite physique. Melanie, a beautiful and remarkably innocent girl, was oblivious to the world's harsh realities, yet possessed commendable piloting skills. Few dared to harbor ill intentions towards her, for her father had once commanded the base. His brother was a scoundrel, unafraid to pursue any woman, unhesitant to employ underhanded tactics. Were the ambitious women, seeking fame and fortune, not sufficient for his amusement? This time, his brother's motivations were not driven by lust. It was solely due to the fact that the woman had overheard something from that individual and had taken a photograph of his brother. Surely, he did not wish to lure that person here. His father had explained the situation, yet he remained skeptical, bringing that individual to the base. He couldn't assure himself that even with weapons, artillery, and a military stronghold, they could withstand such a foe. This time, he was determined to secure the black box and eliminate them. With that thought, he lifted his gaze to the soldiers seated in the cabin. They appeared relaxed, laughing, smoking, and snacking, oblivious to the impending confrontation. Whether confronting zombies or certain survivors, they are rigorously trained soldiers clad in carbon fiber, fully enclosed combat armor. Ordinary zombies and survivors pose little threat to them. The 30 soldiers under his command have been won over through various means, assisting in searches, rescuing family members, and providing additional food supplies, thus becoming mere enforcers for the Zhang family. Just like in that world, his subordinates are capable of assisting him against the enemies of the Zhang family, indifferent to whether those foes have truly committed any misdeeds. 2 individuals, merely 2, what kind of upheaval can they instigate? Moreover, we are equipped with. Glancing around, he noticed boxes of ammunition stacked in the passage of the aircraft, alongside an MGA machine gun. This weapon bore resemblance to the machine guns used by Olda during World War II, boasting a firing rate of 500 rounds per minute. Fortunately, the caliber is only 56 millimeters. Otherwise, carrying the ammunition would require several men. With a sense of trepidation, Zhang Juanhao slowly exhaled a long breath. Amidst the downpour and the darkening skies, 2 Osprey aircraft hovered in the rain, refraining from landing to avoid a zombie ambush, merely dropping a few ropes for the soldiers to descend. Upon reaching the ground, guided by the radio beacon from the aircraft, they swiftly located the plane and the black box. Commander, the black box. The night vision system on the fully enclosed helmet was several levels superior to the night vision systems of that world, featuring full color and no delay. Unfortunately, as infantry tasked with search operations, they were equipped only with low-light night vision, lacking thermal imaging. Thankfully, they had brought a soldier-mounted radar to detect zombies. One small team will lie in wait here, while the second team follows me. On the way, he noticed a large estate nearby, its purpose unknown, and hoped that one of their mission objectives might appear there. If they were to find that girl, it would be a delightful occurrence. He could. Yes. Despite Zhang Juanhao being considerably more low-key than his elder brother, deep down, he remained a second-generation individual who delighted in the company of women. Yet, he understood boundaries and refrained from being excessively ruthless. However, Melanie was destined to die, and if it were only her, he wouldn't mind indulging himself a little. Cautiously, he led his subordinates towards the crocodile breeding ground, relying on years of special police training to avoid entering recklessly. From a hillside, he could see a significant number of armed individuals inside, and then he spotted a figure in the crocodile pool. What a lunatic! The man, clad in black scales, was crawling along the back of a crocodile toward its head. Strangely, as the crocodiles thrashed about violently in the pool, he did not get thrown off. The reason behind this was unclear. In such a situation, Zhang Juanhao would not lead his men inside. He understood that these individuals had gathered around him solely for personal gain. Intimidation was acceptable, but when it came to life-and-death battles, their combat effectiveness would likely be severely lacking. He activated the squad channel in his fully enclosed helmet and instructed, "We will wait here. I suspect that the individual in the crocodile pool will inevitably come into conflict with those on the shore. Let them weaken each other before we act." The entire afternoon, they sat in silent anticipation. Indeed, that individual engaged in a fierce confrontation with those on the shore. Strangely, he did not wield a firearm. Instead, he brandished a rather peculiar long knife. Moreover, his agility was astonishing. Was this the person in question? If he were not that ruthless fiend, how fortunate that would be. Were it anyone else, Zhang Juanhao believed he could effortlessly eliminate them. Yet that individual, he was akin to a vengeful specter, quietly biding his time, ever on the lookout for an opportunity. Once the moment arrived, he would strike with the utmost ferocity, unleashing a most brutal massacre. Yes, a massacre, for no one possessed the strength to resist. I can only hope it is not him, but the one who stormed into the room truly is he. What am I to do? Chapter 121. The Falling Little Darling. Let's say something. As Lin Chaodong stepped outside, he sensed that taking the saintly white lotus with him would undoubtedly lead to complications. Sure enough, they had not ventured far when Melanie found herself unable to keep pace with Lin Chaodong and Aizhu. Reluctantly, she had to mount Aizhu's back, allowing it to carry her onward. Who could have anticipated that this young lady would not remain still for a moment once perched upon Aizhu? She incessantly sought to engage Lin Chaodong in conversation. What did she possibly say? Did she comprehend the immense cost of embodying a saintly white lotus in an era ravaged by biochemical disaster? Such notions of saintly white lotuses were merely the rhetoric of those from the Empire. The Dongkong Republic is far more equitable than your realm. Although not a philosopher, Lin Chaodong, as a diligent student, could discern that only in unjust and unfair nations would the act of rampant benevolence be mistaken for saintly virtue. Surely, in that new Singapore, one would not encounter such absurdities. There, a mere brush with misfortune would likely elicit no more than a brief reprimand. Could it be that the Dongkong Republic mirrored such a nation? If that were the case, it would be somewhat fortunate. And what of the Empire? Melanie had repeatedly referenced your empire. What of the Empire's people? Are we not different in any substantial way? The only distinction seems to be our skin color. Before Lin Chaodong could finish his thought, Aizhu hurriedly caught up, exclaiming, "You are truly an odd individual. Do you genuinely remain unaware of the differences between the Empire's people and us? Have you ever attended school? Even if you have not, the distinctions are considerable, you know?" A sudden jolt of panic surged within him, nearly revealing his extraterrestrial secret. Just how significant are these differences? Subsequently, it appeared that something had been transmitted to Lin Chaodong's tablet, only to be followed by the dry notification from the chat system indicating that the other party had retracted the message. This left Lin Chaodong somewhat irritated, and he retorted, "A picture, perhaps? Who cares about a seemingly transient, saintly white lotus? In no time, she will be forgotten," just as he intended to select another image to send. Lin Chaodong's brusque words nearly knocked her off her feet. "I do not wish to converse with you." The huffy tone resonated through the communication channel, precisely what Lin Chaodong required. Although Melanie had traversed a mere hour's distance, it was not far at all. However, Lin Chaodong soon sensed impending danger. As they moved, he halted, crouching down and raising a hand. "What are you doing this for?" "Their SA communication system." Silence. This was not the moment for banter. The communication system's signals could easily be intercepted and pinpointed by radio detection devices. He gestured to his eyes, instructing Melanie to look ahead. Not only did Melanie widen her eyes in observation, But the large-eyed creature perched on her shoulder also lived up to its name, eyes bulging to an almost two-dimensional extent. A squad clad in standard military armor, clearly soldiers, formed a line, hastily advancing toward a particular target. If Lin Xiaodong's instincts were correct, they were headed for the site of the crash. Why bother? The plane has already crashed. Could it be that Zhongli harbors resentment towards Melanie out of love? No. Such complexities are beyond the capabilities of that frivolous fool. It must be the doing of his father. The mere thought of Zhang Baorong fills Lin Xiaodong with an intense loathing. As a law-abiding citizen, had the affairs concerning his wife been legally resolvable, he would not have resorted to annihilating Zhang Li's entire family. Alas, he raised a finger before his helmet and proceeded to write on his tablet, declaring that henceforth all radio wave communications were to be prohibited, while also cautioning against the opponent's thermal imaging. Take care of yourself. My armor can block infrared detection. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The sniper's armor was indeed a special operations suit. He scribbled on the tablet, advising her to utilize multiple detection modes. When Melanie's helmet turned towards him, it took her a moment to respond. Strange, your armor lacks any infrared signature. Glancing at the small text on Melanie's implanted phone, he was quite satisfied with the result. However, whether it was the functionality of the special operations armor or the peculiar attributes of the Python, remained unknown. Both of their armors were quite effective, capable of withstanding thermal imaging detection, though Aizhu could be discerned as a red mass in thermal imaging. Nevertheless, in insect form, it should not attract undue attention. His gaze fixed upon that small squad, counting over 15 individuals, which constituted a standard operational unit. The combat armor they wore appeared to be of an ordinary grade. Otherwise, the infrared images would not be so pronounced. At that moment, Melanie patted his shoulder and presented a segment of text, revealing that their armor was constructed from engineering plastic by the base, specifically designed for zombie defense, with only carbon fiber on the chest and back. Nodding in understanding, Lin Xiaodong executed military hand signals for tracking, but to his surprise, Melanie shook her head in confusion. Her phone then displayed a line of text. What does this mean? Tracking. Don't you teach sign language in the military? His words provoked Melanie, who defiantly placed her hands on her hips and proceeded to furiously operate her phone. Come on. We learned aviation sign language. Who do you think we are, those ground-bound mud-legged? Have you ever been a special forces soldier? He shook his head in disarray, opting to repeat the tracking signal without further wasting words with her. Their armor was manufactured by the base and lacked radio detection capabilities. Caution is the mother of safety. He typed a line of text on his tablet, which Melanie quickly replied to. That is a great line. Who said that? And must you be so out of touch? Using a helmet to communicate with characters? At this, Lin Xiaodong felt an urge to smack his own head. Yet what could he do? The system had only integrated this set of equipment for him half a day prior, leaving him no time to familiarize himself with its functions. Relying on the capabilities of their respective armors, the two quietly followed the movements of the soldiers. Their journey to the crash site was remarkably smooth, as the soldiers intermittently utilized silenced weapons to eliminate zombies. Following quietly behind them, Lin Xiaodong and Melanie finally beheld the location of the crash. The A-10 aircraft did not shatter into a million pieces as anticipated. In fact, its cockpit appeared to be intact. Behold, my dear one, a message accompanied by a tearful animated image of large eyes arrived. Goodness, what a chaotic scene. This is not a post-apocalyptic survival tale, but rather a melodramatic romance. Is it? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lin Xiaodong turned his face and instructed Aizhu, you and the large-eyed creature stay here. We shall proceed ahead and call for you once it's safe. Aizhu blinked in agreement. Yet the large-eyed creature was undeterred, eager to follow along. Little did it know that Aizhu swiftly unleashed a torrent of spider silk, ensnaring the large-eyed creature in a web, leaving it to struggle futilely like a ball of yarn. Furthermore, he was curious to see if there were any remnants of weapons or ammunition aboard the aircraft, though he did not harbor hopes of retrieving the 37mm cannon. Securing a few missiles for amusement would suffice. Chapter 122. He must be deliberate. They were searching for the black box, fearing that I would take it back to the base to expose them. A line of small text flickered across the helmet's visor, and Lin Xiaodong felt a stir in his heart as he inquired, "What if you retrieve the black box and return to the base? Will you be able to incriminate them?" "Of course. They brought my little darling to a crash, and they cannot escape unscathed." Observing Melanie's nonchalant demeanor, Lin Chaodong suddenly contemplated the possibility of sending her to the survivor's base, where she could use the black box to bring down the Zhang father and son. "Do you know any law enforcement officials in your military?" Lin Chaodong casually asked, accustomed as he was to the collusion between officials and unscrupulous merchants. "What are you thinking? This is the Eastern Kong Republic. Wouldn't the military gendarmerie act justly?" Lin Chaodong chose not to respond, pondering that if the Eastern Kong Republic truly resembled the Singapore of that world, as Melanie suggested, he must indeed find a way to send her to the survivor's base, along with those children. Lost in thought, Lin Chaodong stealthily advanced with the dagger in hand. Behind him, Melanie crouched, wielding an assault rifle. Regardless of her actual combat prowess, her movements were quite standard. Just then, the rain subsided, transforming from a torrential downpour to a gentle drizzle, rendering the environment eerily silent. The rain turned misty, obscuring visibility more than the heavy rain had. At that moment, Melanie's message floated across the screen. "How quiet it is." The surrounding silence was unnerving. Even Lin Chaodong could hear his heart racing, pounding like a drum in haste. A subtle yet palpable sense of oppression enveloped him, instilling a profound unease. "Be cautious." The text transmitted through the helmet was directly converted from language. The transmission comprised only a few bytes, significantly smaller than a voice message. Just as he sent those 2 words to Melanie, a rapid series of gunfire erupted, akin to tearing fabric. Then, gunfire lit up around them, each shot releasing tracer rounds that wove a web of death. This net enveloped Lin Chaodong and Melanie in an instant, with both of them struck multiple times. "Ah, it hurts. Trap." The word swiftly crossed Lin Chaodong's mind as he turned and fell into the mud with Melanie in his arms. A brilliant illumination from a flare burst forth, casting light on their location. They could see bullets splashing into the mud, leaving trails of death as they zipped past Lin Chaodong. "Damn, this looks like the aftermath of a biochemical catastrophe, not the first bloodshed. Someone has surely mixed up the script." Even though he knew that both he and Melanie were armored and bulletproof, being hit still hurt immensely. Furthermore, sustaining a critical injury could easily render one immobile and susceptible to capture. He couldn't risk everything on the villain's empty threats. Dragging Melanie through the mud, he found her pace alarmingly slow. Especially after being shot twice, her body felt as limp as a noodle. With his leopard claw boots, Lin Chaodong could reach a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. If he activated a speed boost, he could go 20% faster. In the eyes of an ordinary person, his speed would rival that of a cheetah. With a sudden motion, Lin Chaodong hoisted Melanie onto his shoulder, adjusting her position so that she was precariously close to an intimate area, though it was assuredly unintentional on his part. This was evident from the way Melanie stiffened momentarily, followed by her desperate fists pounding against him with fervor. "Are you out of your mind?" Lin Chaodong shouted amidst the barrage of bullets, feeling the sting of several shots that struck his body, causing him to wince in pain. You touched me there. Wherever it was, if it didn't hurt, stop complaining," he retorted, quickening his pace, gripping Melanie even tighter. The more he jostled her, the more contact they experienced in that sensitive area. "No, this isn't right." While sprinting, Lin Chaodong noticed Melanie's legs entwined tightly, as if she was holding her breath, struggling against something. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" he inquired, to which she could only manage a faint, almost seductive sound of protest. Unaccustomed to such situations, Lin Chaodong failed to grasp the essence of her discomfort. Instead, he shouted over the whistling bullets, "Just hold on. It'll sting a bit if hit, but you'll be fine." Indeed, although both were clad in bulletproof armor, the relentless impact of the bullets inflicted severe pain, prompting Lin Chaodong to exclaim, "Damn it all." The rain had lessened, transforming into a fine mist that gradually obscured both him and Melanie from view. Put me down, oh." Listening to the sultry tone emanating from her helmet, Lin Chaodong felt his heart race. Yet survival took precedence, leaving little room for contemplation. He sensed Melanie's legs tightening around him, her body trembling as it seemed she could no longer contain her distress. As the gunfire receded, Melanie's body appeared to soften, her arms unexpectedly wrapping around his waist. What the hell is this? I'm running for my life. And you still don't want to get down? Without a second thought, gasping for breath, Lin Xiaodong unceremoniously tossed Melanie into the muddy water. Oh, why? Why would you do this? Her voice, laced with a playful tone, seemed to whine. Lin Xiaodong seized her shoulder, pulling her upright despite her disheveled state, and thrust her assault rifle into her hands, commanding her roughly, grip it tight, and cover me. They just shot at me, and now it's my turn to retaliate. On this mission, Lin Xiaodong had brought only Thor, lacking any other firearms. However, observing the increasingly thick mist, he felt fortunate. He possessed thermal imaging which the fog could not hinder, and his leopard claw boots afforded him remarkable speed. Briefly instructing Melanie, he plunged into the dense fog. At merely 18, Melanie had indeed endured inhuman torment. Now, her body felt as limp as a puddle of mud. Yet Lin Xiaodong required her support. Even though the sticky sensation made movement somewhat uncomfortable, she gritted her teeth and raised the firearm. What? After all, she was the first. It felt rather peculiar. Yet it was acceptable. He must have done it on purpose. That foolish Demon King was wicked enough to do so. The stickiness should have activated the armor's cleaning function, but it was too sensitive. Perhaps it could wait. Hey, Melanie, you truly are a fool. I needed you to assist me with sniping. Almost got myself killed. Indeed, he had taken a hit, and that simply would not do. While I, the young lady, could fire upon him, others were not permitted to do so. As Lin Xiaodong shouted over the communication channel, Melanie finally emerged from her previous emotional state. Activating the helmet's infrared feature, she lifted the assault rifle equipped with a 4x scope, fully committed to providing cover for Lin Xiaodong. To the left front, a MG-42 machine gun was positioned. Be wary of its firing rate exceeding 1,500 rounds per minute. Chapter 123. Like a crocodile, the sound of bullets striking the water was far more resonant and melodious than the faint whistling in the air. Yet for Lin Xiaodong, who was being relentlessly pursued under a barrage of gunfire, there was little room for appreciation. Pressed against a massive boulder beneath the surface, he could barely keep his head above water. Damn it, he thought, even with infrared stealth they can still see me. The rapid-fire MG-42 was hot on his trail, its position secured within a carbon fiber fortress. Although some zombies had been drawn away, they posed no threat to the stronghold. As the rain diminished and the fog thickened, visibility dropped to less than 20 meters, yet bullets continued to rain down accurately upon Lin Xiaodong. In the midst of such a relentless downpour of gunfire, even the bravest soul would find it impossible to evade the deadly net. In a moment of desperation, he reached for a zombie lure round. Realizing that chaos was his only hope, the more tumultuous the scene, the greater his chance of escape and potential counterattack. At this juncture, Melanie was able to provide cover for Lin Xiaodong, guiding him with her insights. A line of text appeared on her helmet display, 21 meters to the left, 2 behind the tree. The thermal imaging could penetrate the rain and mist, but could not track the glass bottle he had prepared. He had previously heated the lure with a lighter, having acquired ample blood from the cannibal at the crocodile farm. Following Melanie's directions, Lin Xiaodong hurled the blood-filled lure away. But he heard no shattering sound. Foolishness, he muttered. I've thrown it onto the grass. The bottle didn't break. With no other recourse, he drew his revolver and aimed at the bottle, firing a shot. The loud crack of the revolver shattered the glass, sending the blood mixture splattering in all directions. Just as Lin Xiaodong felt a flicker of relief, he was struck by 3 bullets from the machine gun, forcing him downward into the water. The depth here was shallow, merely a meter. He pondered the equipment his pursuers were employing, suspecting it was not ultrasonic. As long as there was no sonar, he was safe beneath the surface. Slowly, he moved forward underwater, heading towards the 2 adversaries identified by Melanie. They are turning. Melanie's alluring voice was tinged with urgency. Perhaps it was because all the firepower was directed at her while he was submerged. After covering a few meters, Lin Xiaodong cautiously raised his head above the water surface. seizing the moment before being detected to send a warning to Melanie. Be careful, zombies are approaching. A rapid succession of crimson projectiles whizzed past his head, causing beads of cold sweat to form. They must have deployed personal radar. A stream of information flashed before him, and Lin Chaodong finally understood why he had been relentlessly hunted. Regrettably, his special operations suit lacked such equipment. Did they not require it? Damn it, he cursed inwardly. Though clarity washed over him, he now comprehended why he and Melanie had fallen into an ambush. In the blink of an eye, he crawled up the hillside, now merely 10 meters away from the two assailants who continued to fire upon him. He pulled out a bottle filled with bait and tossed it aside, the helmet's external speaker booming with a command. The grenades caught two soldiers off guard, prompting them to rise and attempt an escape. But could they outrun my formidable leopard claw boots and the extraordinary speed of my abilities? At a velocity of 60 kilometers per hour, even on the slopes, the closed helmet's display continued to indicate his pace. Due to a misjudgment of Lin Chaodong's speed, bullets whizzed past him in a crimson arc. In just 2 strides, he covered over 10 meters, his blade slicing through the air, and 2 heads soared into the sky. The guttural sounds of the zombies echoed, and in a flash, 2 lickers emerged near Lin Chaodong. After a fleeting glance, they lost interest in him, who they perceived only as mere grain, and instead charged towards the 2 fallen soldiers. It seemed that even the zombies had a fear of the foolish Demon King. 30 meters to the right, 2 targets appeared. A line of text flickered before his eyes. A taunt from the heartless Melanie. Find their personal radar. The battlefield had descended into chaos, with zombies infiltrating every corner. This scenario favored Lin Chaodong and Melanie even more, as their helmets were technologically superior to those of the infantry. How to locate them? They neither emit heat nor light. It's up to us to devise a solution. Softly, like a mother cat's gentle refusal. What a peculiar world, where female soldiers could possess such a delicate demeanor. Contemplating this, he crouched in knee-deep water amidst a throng of zombies, resembling a crocodile with only his eyes visible, using his underwater blade to support himself as he advanced stealthily. Compared to Lin Chaodong's scattered bait bottles and the cacophony of gunfire, the zombies preferred the quiet approach. They emerged from unseen corners, wandering across the battlefield. Silently, he inched closer to the 2 soldiers Melanie had just discovered, determined to capture 1 or 2 if possible. Raising his folding crossbow, it proved far more effective than a gun in this situation. He aimed and pulled the trigger. The short arrow flew swiftly, its tip crafted from durable materials, easily piercing the hard plastic armor on the soldier's thigh. The shooting ceased, and blood gushed forth. The zombies were exhilarated, hungry, hissing. They emitted a variety of sounds, drawn towards the warm scent of blood. Leading the charge were the lickers, sensing the wounded soldier's fear. They opened their mouths menacingly, their long tongues darting out rapidly. However, the hard plastic armor withstood the assault of their tongues, as the injured soldier's weapon spat fire, causing the lickers to be torn apart. His comrade, equally armed, retreated while desperately firing at the zombies. Hearing the cries for help, several orange figures provided cover for one another, rushing towards the injured soldier. Being wounded amidst a horde of zombies was perilous. Yet these were individuals who had survived the initial selection of the zombie virus. They would not succumb to transformation due to the airborne pathogen. Just like that, more soldiers appeared. Even the lickers, under such concentrated fire, found no advantage. The dense barrage of bullets penetrated their bodies, causing them to stagger backward, utterly torn apart. Generally speaking, the adversaries operated in pairs, calling for assistance when needed, and nearby allies would swiftly rush to their aid. This proved to be an exceedingly effective combat strategy, should I ever possess a sufficient number of subordinates in the future. At that moment, I felt a profound sense of regret for the demise of that foolish sniper. If only I had him, I could recruit some ordinary soldiers and have him train them, which would be quite advantageous. Alas, with a mind full of grievances, Lin Chaodong lunged toward the 6 soldiers, accompanied by a horde of ordinary and mutated zombies. The soldiers formed a line, their assault rifles firing in rapid succession. Moreover, the machine gun from the carbon fiber bunker unleashed a relentless stream of bullets, causing the massive zombies to sway precariously. Yet the zombies felt neither fear nor pain. Those in the front fell, only to be replaced by those behind. As they advanced, they seized the corpses of their fallen comrades to feast upon. It seemed that each zombie possessed the ability to evolve by devouring its kin, a skill Lin Chaodong envied but dared not attempt. Lying in wait at the water's edge, he observed the soldiers' assault on the zombies. As 3 of them began to reload, Lin Chaodong sprang up suddenly from the water's edge. In just 2 strides, he closed the distance of several meters. The soldier, engaged in reloading, caught sight of the descending long blade and instinctively raised his rifle to defend himself. However, to his astonishment, beneath the razor-sharp edge of the blade, his firearm was as feeble as a mere stick of kindling. Chapter 124. The individual radar witnessing Lin Chaodong's blade cleave a soldier in half, both weapon and man, left onlookers in stunned silence. Immediately, a soldier retaliated with gunfire. However, the bullets merely ricocheted off the armored scales, proving utterly ineffective. The remaining 4 soldiers, upon witnessing this grim display, abandoned their injured comrade and fled. They were well trained, yet their training had prepared them for ordinary survivors and the undead. Confronting an invulnerable harbinger of death at close range was decidedly unwise. Their best strategy was to retreat and continue their assault from a distance. At that moment, Melanie's gunfire rang out. Through thermal imaging, a vivid red beam was seen piercing the head of a fleeing soldier, followed by a deep crimson liquid spilling from the helmet, cascading down in a gruesome display. The scene was both aesthetically striking and horrifying. The fleeing soldier collapsed to the ground, where the undead descended upon him, clawing at the lifeless body. The injured soldier, sensing the imminent danger, discarded his firearm and raised his hands in surrender. Lin Chaodong, with swift precision, drew his .44 Magnum and, with a single shot, felled another escaping soldier. The remaining 2, occupied in reloading, faced Lin Chaodong's revolver with despair, dropping their weapons and raising their hands in defeat. Without allowing the 3 men a moment to react, Lin Chaodong rapidly accessed his system panel and opted for forced recruitment. "Don't kill these 3. They are now our allies," he commanded. "How can you be so certain?" came the retort. "Who cares about names at a time like this? You're quite the foolish woman," Lin Chaodong muttered as he dashed forward. At that moment, the smart system integrated into his special operations suit marked the 3 soldiers in green. "Rest assured, if I say they are allies, they are allies. Keep an eye on the battlefield while I deal with the individual radar." The forcibly recruited soldiers, 2 uninjured ones assisting their wounded comrade, hoisted him up so he could grasp the trunk of a large tree, allowing him to ascend. Once seated securely, he retrieved a knife to sever the arrow shaft and used tape to secure himself, rendering him relatively safe to shoot from his elevated position. The 2 uninjured soldiers, obeying Lin Chaodong's orders, positioned themselves nearby to provide protection. Bullets whizzed past Lin Chaodong as he sprinted through the woods in his panther claw boots. Despite drawing considerable fire, he remained elusive. Moreover, he doused himself in a bottle of attractant, drawing hordes of zombies in pursuit, further complicating the chaotic scene. Soon, guided by the information from the forcibly recruited soldiers, Lin Chaodong located the individual radar. It was perched atop a towering tree, square-shaped and significantly larger than a human head, resting on a compact tripod. What a splendid device. It was a waste to leave it in their hands, he mused. "Commander, they have discovered your location and are advancing towards you. You have 30 seconds, 29, 28. The forcibly conscripted soldiers are counting down for Lin Chaodong, who, instead of climbing the tree, inquires of his subordinate, "Is the personal radar sturdy, so it can withstand the blast of Ntu Malawian Quach's grenade at close range?" Before he could finish, Lin Chaodong swung the dagger and struck the large tree with a single blow. The tree, as thick as a wash basin, offered no resistance and was effortlessly severed. With a mournful rustling, the branches and leaves fell, followed by a thunderous crash as the tree toppled, taking the personal radar down with it. With the radar's descent, the effect was immediate. The bullets that had been relentlessly pursuing him lost their target entirely. In the thick fog, the range of the night vision goggles was limited, unlike thermal imaging, which could penetrate rain and mist. Sir, as long as we adjust the frequency, the enemy will be unable to receive any information. At this moment, Lin Xiaodong was being pursued by a horde of zombies. Attracted by the scent of the zombie lure on him, he rushed forward, grabbed the personal radar, and searched for the frequency switch while running. This task was straightforward. Without needing any prompting, the intelligent system in his helmet displayed the parameters of the radar and the functions of each button. He swiftly adjusted the frequency and instructed his subordinate to do the same before tossing the personal radar away. "I'll draw the zombies away. Someone come and re-establish the setup." As he shouted, the pursuing horde of zombies suddenly plunged into the knee-deep water on the hillside with a resounding splash. The stench of blood dissipated, leaving the mass of corpses confused, while the ambushing soldiers also lost their target and were equally bewildered. Through thermal imaging, it was evident that the soldiers were gathering near the machine gun, having received new orders. A bright searchlight illuminated the area, casting a stark brightness around them. In the fog, the lights served little purpose for observation, likely a morale booster for themselves. At that moment, Lin Xiaodong's fully enclosed helmet indicated a slight breeze. The thick fog was set to disperse shortly. "Damn it, the heavens never seem to favor me." Cursing the skies, he commanded 2 uninjured subordinates to infiltrate and capture a live target. Meanwhile, he remained still, akin to a crocodile lying quietly in the water, only his eyes visible as he stealthily approached the machine gun nest. His 2 subordinates executed his orders flawlessly, guided by the personal radar, soon locating their comrades. In a flash, the system alerted him of new captives. The forced conscription system is indeed remarkable, for conscripted soldiers quickly apprehended 2 more groups, bringing Lin Xiaodong's total to 8. He observed as Melanie, with her assault rifle, diligently fired single shots, watching as the struck enemies gradually collapsed, orange liquid seeping from their bodies. Unfortunately, her marksmanship was rather average, often requiring 3 to 5 shots to hit a target from 200 meters away. Luckily, she was not foolish, taking cover outside the machine gun's line of fire, and without the personal radar, the enemy was oblivious to her presence. In the murky waters, Lin Xiaodong glided towards the machine gunner's position with the stealth of a crocodile. The most daunting weapon he faced was undoubtedly the MG-42. Having acquired the skills of a novice sniper, he had transformed into an expert in firearms, well aware that the tearing sound he heard was produced by that very MG-42. Its infamous nicknames included the Cloth Ripper and Hitler's Saw. When he was approximately 50 meters away, Lin Xiaodong suddenly sprang into action. With a powerful push from his leopard claw boots, his body was propelled sideways. In an instant, he drew the Thor 44 Magnum revolver and, without even aiming, fired a shot. The gunshot rang out and the lights extinguished. The resounding gunfire immediately revealed his location, prompting an onslaught of suppressive fire from all enemy weapons directed towards the sound. Additionally, a deafening explosion erupted, courtesy of an unknown hand grenade, sending mud and water soaring high into the air. Fortunately, in this chaotic moment, Lin Xiaodong had already darted 15 meters away, evading the bullets and grenade blasts that fell short of their mark. Chapter 125. I recognize you. The system prompted that a new captive had been discovered, enforcing a mandatory recruitment. Lin Xiaodong did not need to ponder this matter. The system's enforced employment came with quality assurance, alleviating concerns about potential traitors. Such drivel about bio-abilities paled in comparison to the magnificence of my divine wealth system. Yet, Lin Xiaodong now faced a conundrum. They informed him that a total of 30 individuals had arrived, and he had captured 16, having dispatched approximately 7 alongside the young girl. There were 2 machine gunners, so where had the remaining 5 disappeared? He switched to detection mode within his helmet. But regardless of whether employing thermal imaging, night vision, or single soldier radar, he could only identify the machine gun team within a bunker. Damn it, those 5 scoundrels must be hiding there. Had they fled from the battlefield? How utterly dishonorable. Melanie, come here with Aiju and the big-eyed creature. Stay vigilant for the 5 missing individuals. Be extremely cautious. Annoyingly, she insisted on being called Melanie instead of the young girl. Listening to her cat-like mews, one could almost envision her stamping her foot in irritation. Such a childish girl. At 18, an age as vibrant as a flower, yet obscured by a full-coverage helmet, rendering her visage a mystery. For some inexplicable reason, he felt a pang of nostalgia upon this realization. With a splash, he switched to crocodile mode, rising from the water, hoping to take advantage of the lingering fog to swiftly approach the machine gun bunker. However, to his utter disbelief, it was not the enemy gunners who troubled him, but rather a horde of zombies that refused to relent. The stench of blood clung to him, and even after being soaked in muddy water, it served as a beacon to the undead. It was akin to a ribcage beckoning a pack of dogs with a loud whistle, then pointing at itself and shouting, "Taste this." Though they could sense that he regarded them merely as fodder, an abundance of grain could still crush one to death. They emitted eerie sounds, altering their course toward Lin Chaodong. FCK, those bastards. He swung his long sword, sending the nearest zombie sprawling to the ground, but more zombies surged forth. With another sweep of his blade, a line of heads flew off, and ichor sprayed forth. Yet, the throng of zombies, especially the mutated ones and the lickers, swarmed toward him, quickly encircling him. The first to arrive were the lickers and mutated zombies, lunging at him, their long tongues darting like serpents. Naturally, the lickers' tongues could not pierce Lin Chaodong's armor, but he was unwilling to allow them to close in. After all, their hard-extracting appendages could effectively penetrate protective gear and deliver a nasty surprise. While his heart would remain intact, a punch could leave him reeling for quite some time. Faced with the mutated zombies that pounced nearby, he swept his blade, felling one, but was immediately tackled by another from behind. The scale armor he wore ensured he was impervious to their bites. Yet if he were to be toppled amidst the horde, he might not be eaten alive, but could certainly be crushed to death. However, aside from Melanie, he may still have support available. He swiftly drew his revolver and fired at an approaching licker. The gun roared, and the licker was sent sprawling backward. The gunfire echoed, and the mist began to dissipate. Suddenly, a flare illuminated the sky, and an MG-42 machine gun unleashed a long burst in the direction where Lin Chaodong was located. The tracer rounds sliced through the air and skimmed across the water surface, causing a multitude of zombies to collapse under the onslaught, splashing water in all directions. The hilltop also erupted with the muzzle flashes of assault rifles, and after the gunfire ceased, a towering zombie fell, courtesy of his subordinates providing fire support as ordered. It became evident that, in dealing with such creatures that did not register on thermal imaging, the effectiveness of individual radar was far superior. He heard the sound that made his head throb, a jetting zombie. Following the noise, he soon spotted the tall figure of the jetting zombie, which promptly sprayed him. White smoke rose from his body, startling Lin Chaodong momentarily. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was merely rainwater mixed with the remnants of the enticing bodily fluids that had been corroded by the zombie's acid. The jetting creature emitted a bizarre laugh, a prelude to its next spray. Lin Chaodong turned, exposing the unsoiled half of his body to it. The white smoke billowed, the stench of blood dissipated, and the zombies lost interest, heading towards the zombie bait thrown by Lin Chaodong's subordinates. This bait was designed to emit a synthetic bloody scent, accompanied by continuous explosions and flashes reminiscent of grenades. Aside from a few lickers and mutated zombies preoccupied with devouring their companions, the horde gathered around Lin Chaodong began to disperse. If only this equipment had been deployed earlier, he thought, he needed to locate the 5 missing individuals swiftly. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, he submerged himself in the water, continuing to mimic a crocodile as he drifted towards the machine gun bunker. As time passed, the whereabouts of the 5 individuals remained frustratingly elusive. With dawn approaching, Lin Chaodong felt a surge of urgency and resolved to eliminate the 2 machine gunners in the bunker first. He floated beyond the range of the machine guns and observed the vicinity of the bunker. It seemed devoid of any additional personnel or zombies. Suddenly, he leapt up and lunged toward the entrance of the machine gun bunker. In his estimation, as soon as he appeared at the doorway, the 2 gunners would have no choice but to scream their surrender, subsequently becoming his fourth recruits. Regardless of their past actions, at least they had not resorted to cannibalism, which made him less averse to them. He hoped to capture several more to serve as his coerced subordinates. He was certain that their commanding officers would be taken aback upon realizing that the more they fought, the more their numbers dwindled. Just as Lin Xiaodong was about to reach the doorway of the bunker, the white snow beneath him shifted, and several figures lunged at him from behind. "Ha! I finally caught you. This was no easy feat." "Oh no, it was a trap." "Huh, that voice. I recognize you. You're from the Zhang family." "Damn it." In a moment of frenzied shouting, he swung his long knife forcefully backward. Alas, despite the blade's razor-sharp edge, the action was executed in haste. Lin Xiaodong only heard a scream of anguish before 4 bodies came crashing down upon him. Though he was well-versed in the combat techniques of special forces, being firmly grasped by 4 individuals left him momentarily at a loss. Caught off guard by their sudden assault, Lin Xiaodong found himself unable to retaliate. One of them, towering over Lin Xiaodong, who was pinned down by the others, looked down upon him with a disdainful sneer, spitting out a thick glob of phlegm. It transformed into a yellow icicle by the time it struck Lin Xiaodong's helmet with a resounding clang. "Humph, no matter how fierce you are, you still find yourself in my grasp." Chapter 126. A misunderstanding on my part. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lin Xiaodong immediately recognized who he was. His name was Zhang. Indeed, Zhang Juanhao, a special police officer from B City, who had previously lured him into a trap using family as bait. Lin Xiaodong had played along, entering boldly with biochemical toxins, and then, just as he was about to continue, the sudden whiz of a bullet sliced through the air, followed by the horrifying sight of a soldier's head exploding. The 4 men froze simultaneously, suddenly reminded that the restrained individual before them had an accomplice. Yet, in that fleeting moment of distraction, Lin Xiaodong unleashed the heart extraction skill bestowed upon him by the Devourer. With an astonishing swiftness, he struck, delivering a powerful blow directly to the heart. The afflicted soldier staggered back, emitting a dreadful scream before collapsing motionless to the ground. This was the first time Lin Xiaodong had employed the heart extraction skill, and he discovered that the abilities granted by the Devourer required almost no cooldown, allowing him to execute a second strike immediately. However, as he swung his fist, the soldier gripping his other arm deftly leapt back. With a whirlwind of motion, Lin Xiaodong's legs spiraled, his dark boots slicing through the air with a chilling whistle, forcing the other 2 to retreat. Having completed his maneuver, Lin Xiaodong crouched down and seized the weapon carelessly discarded by the soldiers, a jagged blade, which he swept out with fervor. At that moment, one soldier attempted to retrieve his weapon to shoot him at close range, but a swift arc of dark steel glided across the man's throat, and to Zhang Juanhao's astonishment, his head slowly detached from his body. The blade, reminiscent of a crescent moon, finally came to rest beside Zhang Juanhao's neck. Feeling the blade's not-so-cold yet menacing edge, Zhang Juanhao, having never witnessed such a scene, instantly wilted. He discarded his weapon and raised his hands in surrender. "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Please, let us just clear this up." With the weight of 2 lifetimes of resentment, Lin Xiaodong barked, "You dropped the knife." At that moment, the door of the machine gun bunker behind Lin Xiaodong swung open, and a duo emerged, weapons drawn, threatening him vocally. However, Zhang Juanhao understood that the fierce individual before him possessed the capability to sever his own head in his final moments. In a panic, he shouted to his subordinates, "Drop it, everyone! Lay down your weapons, for heaven's sake! I said it's a misunderstanding. Can't you comprehend? Those who refuse to obey will return to base." To die without surrendering was a fate only someone like Lin Xiaodong, a relentless avenger, would embrace. He had already resigned himself to death the moment he embarked on his quest for vengeance. In contrast, Zhang Juanhao's family wielded wealth and power, capable of summoning armed men to feign malevolence during forced demolitions. Yet here stood Lin Xiaodong, facing the guns pointed at him, ready to unleash a devastating toxic agent, ensuring no one within a 30-meter radius would survive. The hurried footsteps of yet another group of soldiers echoed as they arrived, but rather than easing Zhang Juanhao's tension, it heightened it further. You all drop your weapons too." These were Lin Xiaodong's subordinates, brandishing their arms, impervious to Zhang Juanhao's commands. In the confines of his full-coverage helmet, Lin Xiaodong issued a directive to them. All of you, lay down your weapons. Do not let anyone in the base know you have become mine. He then instructed Melanie, the young girl, to hold back for the moment and await his summons. The zombies, at this juncture, had lost their menacing presence. Merely a trifling matter for the fully equipped soldiers who could simply cast a few zombie bait grenades from a distance. These grenades, imbued with a touch of explosives, could hurl a bloody lure several meters away, producing a series of explosive sounds. With just a handful, they could divert the nearby zombies. Peering through his visor, he confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed Zhang Juanhao. Ah, it's you, my friend. I was wondering who it might be. Hey, Brother Lin. You cannot imagine how much I missed you in this world. Zhang Juanhao stammered, his words disconnected. Missed me? What am I? A commoner, a bandit, or perhaps a lord? It is Lord Lin, and from the lesson you received from me, it seems you have learned your place. You are but a subordinate in my presence. We are of the same hometown. Here, they're the outsiders. As he spoke, Zhang Juanhao's lips trembled, his inner fear palpable. After all, who would not be terrified after witnessing their entire family succumb to a corrosive toxin, their bodies swelling and bursting in agony? Yet, Lin Xiaodong was unperturbed. As he had been amidst the throng when he dealt with the Zhang family, he understood the torment that toxin inflicted, but as a seeker of vengeance, he felt no remorse, no bitterness, and certainly no fear. Amused by Zhang Juanhao's desperate pleas, Lin Xiaodong chuckled. Is that so? I recall you were the one who pilfered that very toxin from the confiscated items. It was your idea to use your own kin as bait to lure the authorities into capturing me, had he known that such a ruthless individual was close to Melanie. Zhang Juanhao would have ensured a foolproof plan. Yet, who could have anticipated that his 30 well-armed men would be dismantled by Lin's ferocious assault? The last time, they had been helpless against the biochemical agent, but why had they faltered this time? Who would have expected this formidable figure before him? Not only had he severed one of his ambushers' heads with a single stroke, but he also dispatched another with a mere punch. And yet another fell to his long knife, which now rested perilously close to Zhang Juanhao's neck. According to the records from the past, he was merely an ordinary commoner. Had he encountered some extraordinary fate in this realm? Regardless, he could not allow himself to be decapitated. He hastily shouted to his subordinates, "You all, keep your distance from your weapons. Can't you see Lord Zhang is conversing with me? A familiar face, no, a relative much closer than any of you." Upon hearing Lin Xiaodong mention the black box, Zhang Juanhao eagerly presented the recently discovered item to him. Ignoring the flattery, Lin contemplated how to deal with this man. Should he forcibly employ him to return to the base and then have him betray his own kin? Such treachery seemed beneath him, a despicable thought that had surfaced far too easily, revealing the danger of proximity to this man. To dispel his errant thoughts, he drew his revolver, aiming it squarely at Zhang Juanhao's forehead. He is the seventh son of the Zhang family. I truly wonder why, during the planning phase back then, they overlooked his household, allowing them to bear 7 children. One might ponder how it is possible to raise so many amidst the challenges of life. It truly seems that fortune does not favor the common man. Furthermore, I am indeed a wealthy individual. Perhaps one day, everyone in the base, except for my enemies, will be my loyal subordinates. This is far more noble than playing out a narrative of patricide. Villainy is the common affliction of the unscrupulous, while nobility serves as the epitaph for the virtuous. Originally a symbol of chaos, it is astonishing that such a state has garnered universal acceptance. Having come to this realization, I have made my decision. The perceptive Zhang Juanhao noticed the shift and attempted one last plea. My lord, Master Lin, you are magnanimous. Let bygones be bygones. From this day forward, I shall be your loyal dog, ready to bite whomever you command. With the revolver pressed against the forehead of the now terrified Zhang Juanhao, he suddenly considered that this individual might possess some hidden talents. Chapter 127. The supernatural skills of women before Lin Xiaodong appeared, displaying a 3D image of Zhang Juanhao. Upon observing his skills, Lin Xiaodong could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. People often say that wealth does not last beyond 3 generations. If this is the caliber of his offspring, it truly holds true. Among his skills was a cunning ability to administer drugs, a daunting level 10 skill, indicating that this individual had undoubtedly wreaked havoc upon countless women. The art of observing women allowed one to discern, at a mere glance, the richness of a woman's experiences and to evaluate her character. The skill of delay, level 2, was an ancient secret technique from another world, bestowing the user with enhanced physical vitality and longevity. Lin Xiaodong then noted a peculiar characteristic of the system. Skills at maximum level bore no rank indicators, while those below maximum displayed their respective levels. The skill of female emotion assessment, level 5, offered precise analysis of a woman's emotions, enabling targeted responses. Isn't this fellow supposed to be a special officer? How is it possible he possesses none of the requisite skills? This realization left Lin Xiaodong somewhat disillusioned. Nevertheless, despite the limited number of skills, the overall expenditure amounted to an astonishing 13 million, with the skill of delay costing over 150,000 per level. Without further ado, he decided to purchase the skills, reasoning that even if they proved useless, they would bring him closer to the next opulent point. Before him, Zhang Juanhao trembled for a moment, and Lin Xiaodong's attribute panel read as follows. Balance. Infinite expenditure. 117, 324, 460. Hiring 18 mercenaries. Monthly expenditure 180. 000. Intelligence. 12. Weak. Physique. 21. Medium. Agility. 21. Medium. Stamina. 25. Medium. Perception. 20. Medium. Skills. Short blade combat. Handgun rapid-fire tactical assault. Sniper professional training. Underwater special operations. Wilderness survival. Parachuting. Extreme sports expert. Automobile repair. Level 3. Lock-picking. Level 5. Cunning drug administration. Art of observing women. Skill of delay. Level 2. Female emotion assessment. Level 5. Biochemical abilities. Heart extraction. Fear sensitivity. Lightning speed. Level 1. These soldiers were inadequate. Each required a mere 10,000 monthly. Lin Xiaodong found himself reminiscing about the days of the competent sniper. Interestingly, a soldier named Zhao Yusin had proven sufficient to upgrade to a standard level 2. However, the system offered no insight into what lay beyond level 10 for ordinary soldiers, remaining enigmatic. The remaining 18 were simply ordinary soldiers, all survivors who had been thrust into the battle against zombies after 3 months of training. Glancing at his own intelligence, Lin Xiaodong lamented the stagnation despite the plethora of skills. What the hell? In my previous life, I was an academic elite. How did I find myself in such a pitiful state here? He pondered when he might truly master ancient martial arts, envisioning himself wielding the legendary blade of Guangong. Lost in these thoughts, he cocked his revolver, a harbinger of his vengeance in this world. Zhang Juanhao, who had incessantly pleaded for his life, felt the searing heat of the gun's muzzle as it thrust backward against his head. The bullet from the .44 Magnum, fired at such close range, shattered his skull under the immense kinetic energy. The term wretch aptly describes those who remain oblivious to fear until confronted with danger. The most effective remedy for such folly is a bullet to the forehead. As Lin Xiaodong concluded the hiring process, the soldiers promptly retrieved their weapons and form a line, bowing respectfully to him. Commander Zhao Yusin stepped forward, he commanded, calling out to the soldier by that name. You shall be the captain of this squad in my absence. The responsibility falls upon you. The mercenaries exchanged no superfluous words. Lin Xiaodong continued, gather all the weapons and ammunition. Yes, Commander, came the reply. Melanie, who had just arrived, gazed in astonishment at the scene before her. Upon spotting Lin Xiaodong, she seemed momentarily frozen. Soon after, she hurled a fierce retort through the channel. You scoundrel, what you did to me shall not go unpunished. Confounded by her unexpected ire, he shook his head, opting to ignore her. Miss Second Young Lady, you can do as you please. I fear no trouble from others. While retorting to Melanie, his gaze inadvertently fell upon her exaggeratedly swaying hips as she walked, leaving him momentarily entranced. The results of his observational technique revealed her to possess a graceful demeanor, pure as ice, and an air of elegance. This reminded him of the time he had to carry her when she exhibited a dramatic display of despair. Regarding the assessment of female emotions, the indicators suggested both excitement and joy. The former was easily comprehensible. Victory had indeed exhilarated Lin Chaodong. However, the latter left him perplexed. Did she wish to linger in the thrill of the moment? He chuckled to himself, recalling his own ability to delay responses. Surely an 18-year-old girl could not withstand such extended ardor. Here, this is your black box. Upon receiving the black box, Melanie set aside her grievances towards Lin Chaodong, grasping it tightly in her hands and repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, thank you. I will report to the military police as soon as we return to base. Recognizing the potential to trouble their adversaries, Lin Chaodong silently resolved to escort the young lady and her group of recruits to the survivor camp, perhaps accompanied by the 18 soldiers as well. After all, they were allies. Should matters prove more complex than she anticipated, there would be others to aid her escape. Yet, one question lingered in Lin Chaodong's mind. Zhao Yusen, are you acting on orders from the base commander? Report, Commander. No, the directive comes directly from Zhang Baorong, who is currently the fourth in command at the base, assigned as the supply officer. This revelation clarified everything. It was all orchestrated by their foes, and the young lady must be returned to the Air Force Base at all costs. Subsequently, everyone began to gather their belongings for the journey back to the crocodile farm, which proceeded smoothly without incident. Strangely, the young lady did not initiate any conversation with him, perhaps. Upon their return to the crocodile farm, she took the initiative to organize the watch duties for the 18 soldiers without requiring Lin Chaodong's intervention, while the others dispersed to find their resting places. The only source of irritation was the fact that none of the 18 could cook, forcing him, the commander, to take on the task personally. In the next opportunity, I must capture a cook, otherwise my role as a commander feels akin to that of a mere steward. After dining, the once lively hall, now aglow with embers, was left with only Lin Chaodong and Melanie. After sipping a cup of coffee to rejuvenate, Lin Chaodong rose, intending to seize the opportunity for a splendid nap. To his surprise, as he stood, Melanie firmly grasped his arm, stubbornly inquiring, "Hey, do you not intend to assist them?" Certainly, Lin Chaodong was determined to undertake this heroic endeavor, but it had little to do with altruism. Rather, it was an opportunity to position his own personnel within the Air Force Base of his adversaries. Moreover, this was not an era where helping others would lead to exploitation. He could lend a hand when possible. Observing Melanie's earnest demeanor, he found it rather amusing to tease this spirited girl. However, the challenge was formidable. 70 kilometers of direct distance held unknown perils. Additionally, with so many formidable predators around, perhaps enduring the apocalypse in this place was not entirely unfavorable. Upon hearing Lin Chaodong's words, Melanie paused, then suddenly leaped into his embrace. When I arrive there, I too will remain at the survivor's base, but I'm still a virgin. You save them, and I shall give myself to you. Lin Chaodong, having jested himself into a predicament, had no inclination for such matters. Furthermore, he was clad in alien attire, perhaps with a physiology entirely dissimilar. He gently pushed Melanie away. Her slender form tumbled onto the sofa, and with a tone tinged with disdain, she remarked, "I have no interest in a naive girl playing the saint, nor do I relish taking advantage of others. Most importantly, you have tormented me far too many times. Merely seeing you is nauseating." Melanie remained sprawled on the sofa, her chest rising and falling erratically. Even through the fully enclosed helmet, Lin Chaodong could sense her rapid breaths. Not only that, her emotional probing skills revealed a thrilling response. At that moment, her alluring body lay still, presenting itself as if ripe for the picking. What saintly heart! It seemed more like a justification for carnal desires. Chapter 128, finally. An expletive escaped observing Lin Chaodong, standing there like a statue. Melanie, with the most alluring tone, expressed her frustration. "If you wish to unleash your anger upon me, then come forth and vent it upon my body. Do as you please, as long as you agree to take the children to the survivor's base." In response, Lin Chaodong gently shook his head, retorting, "You wretched saint, keep your trivialities to yourself. I have no interest in them. Perhaps in the future." As he mentioned the future, Thoughts of his adversary's family residing at the military base cross his mind, prompting him to voice his irritation. In this era of biocatastrophe, what future is there? I will find a way to send the children there, but do not expect anything in return. After glancing at Melanie, he noted that apart from the completely enclosed helmet obscuring her face, her figure was as voluptuous as that of any other. However, he mused on whether she would become matronly after turning 30. Do not think too highly of yourself, assuming that everyone is a self-serving scoundrel. Moreover, delivering them to the survivors' base will spare me the worry of their safety. Suddenly, lying on the sofa, Melanie grasped the situation. Someone merely wished to witness her reaction to being rebuffed. With a lithe body akin to a wildcat, she lunged at Lin Xiaodong, exclaiming, "You scoundrel, you audacious devil! How dare you toy with me?" This time, fueled by indignation, she attempted to pin Lin Xiaodong down on the sofa, swinging her small fists in an effort to strike him. However, unanticipatedly, Lin Xiaodong, possessing far greater strength, easily reversed their positions, pinning her beneath him. Both felt an acute sense of awkwardness. She sensed his formidable presence, her cheeks flushing as she turned her head away. Memories of being hoisted onto his shoulder flooding her mind, igniting a warmth within her. Noticing her cessation of struggle, Lin Xiaodong maliciously pressed against her, curling his finger to tap on her helmet. "How dare you lay hands on me, you little imp? If I were not averse to taking advantage of you, I would truly." After saying so, he released the now pliant Melanie, seeking a place to rest. Melanie, still lying on the sofa, suddenly surged with determination, intent on capturing Lin Xiaodong once more. Now, her thoughts were solely focused on seizing the man destined for her. Alas, he had already stepped back 5 meters. With his enhanced agility, which granted him a 20% increase in mobility, there was no way Melanie could catch him. "Scoundrel, foolish devil," she lamented. "At last, I have cursed." As she gazed at Lin Xiaodong's retreating figure, Melanie, still muttering expletives, instinctively covered her mouth with her helmet and peered around cautiously. Then, she shielded her face with her hands, recalling her earlier words. Who said this lady is still a child? Especially when that rogue had her pinned down. She acutely felt his imposing presence. Her face reddened further, and her body heated up as she sought a distraction. Scoundrel, rogue, foolish devil. Where's that big-eyed monster? Only then did she remember the gift the children had given her. Raising her eyes to search for it, she discovered it lying on Lin Xiaodong's shoulder. With one hand shielding her large eyes, she waved farewell with the other. Unable to restrain herself, she pounded her small fists on the sofa twice, feeling a sense of relief. A fable from the internet flashed through her mind, a couple sharing a room. The woman drew a line and declared that crossing it would make one a beast. Upon waking, she found that her partner had not crossed the line. Yet she slapped him fiercely, exclaiming, "You are even worse than a beast." Reflecting on this tale, her cheeks flushed crimson, yet her lips muttered curses. Scoundrel, traitor, villain, worthless beast of a demon king. He, such a fitting name for him. Early in the morning, the unfortunate Lin Xiaodong prepared breakfast from last night's leftovers for all the ravenous souls, akin to hungry little beasts. Observing the heads gathered around the large table, he made a decisive resolution. Today, I shall depart. You stay here and wait. He contemplated whether to seek assistance from the survivor base or find a suitably large vehicle. Otherwise, after hastily finishing his meal, Lin Xiaodong began assigning tasks to his subordinates. Your mission is to ensure the safety of this base until my return. At that moment, the squad leader Zhao Yulin stepped forward, suggesting, Commander, how about I request an Osprey to transport these children and Melanie back to the base? Lin Xiaodong couldn't help but feel tempted by this proposal. It would save effort and spare him the burden of escorting these slow-moving individuals to the survivor base, allowing him to devise a way to return home to construct his airship. However, a troubling thought crossed his mind. If he learned that his son had been harmed, and his subordinates had turned off their cameras without suspicion, it would be alarming. Arranging for an Osprey could easily lead to an air disaster, thus concluding everything in one fell swoop. With that thought, Lin Xiaodong shook his head, opting to stick to the original plan. You all stay here to protect them. Noticing that Zhao Yusin seemed to have more to say, Lin Xiaodong simply raised his chin, prompting, "Yes, Commander, I know you find us slow. Are you perhaps planning to bring the machine gun team? In that case, the machine gun team would likely struggle to return alive. And I'll be dragged down as well. You know my speed." This was a conversation that could not be continued. With his leopard claw boots and extraordinary agility, no one could rival Lin Xiaodong in terms of speed. The soldiers he intended to send back to serve as bodyguards for Melanie could alternatively hunt some zombie cats to equip themselves with leopard claw boots. Though they would undoubtedly fall short compared to the system's offerings, their mobility would still improve significantly. Meanwhile, Melanie, perceptive as ever, waited patiently for Lin Xiaodong to finish organizing his subordinates before approaching him to inspect their arsenal. Assault rifles, handguns, machine guns, and shotguns were all in abundance. As she surveyed the extensive collection of weapons, pondering what to take, she swiftly tossed him a long rifle, the longest among the weapons, equipped with an 8-times scope. This is the most powerful vintage rifle here. Don't underestimate its age. Its accuracy is exceptional, and it uses full-power ammunition, capable of sniping distant zombie beasts. In the past, these matters were merely legends to Lin Xiaodong, who, consumed by the demands of life, had never been an aficionado of military affairs. However, he now possessed the entirety of the foolhardy sniper's skills. Weapons no longer posed any challenge for him, accepting the long rifle handed to him by Melanie. He opened the chamber for inspection before placing it beside him. Your Thor may be dependable, yet it reloads too slowly and has insufficient ammunition. Use this instead. As she spoke, Melanie exhibited the demeanor of a seasoned military expert, offering him a .44 caliber automatic pistol. Lin Xiaodong, however, dismissed it with disdain and reached for a pump-action shotgun instead. If we're to discuss power, this is the one, that firearm. You might want to avoid it, as the recoil is substantial. Be cautious with your wrist. Melanie's fully enclosed helmet turned towards him, perhaps due to his disregard for her well-meaning advice, casting him a sidelong glance. "Forget that soldier who could knock you down with a single shot. He remarked that you're a novice." Chapter 129. Mutual harm. Speaking of the naive novice, Lin Xiaodong was reminded of an important matter to discuss with Melanie. He patted her helmet and said, "Let's see who the novice is. Follow me." He then led her towards the fireplace, where a pot of dumpling soup was bubbling away in a large iron cauldron. Upon seeing the stove, Melanie fell silent. Having always been accustomed to a supply system in the army, she truly had never learned to cook. "Listen well, kitchen novice," Lin Xiaodong instructed. "This is dumpling soup. It's perfectly fine if you don't know how to make anything else. This dish is simple and made with meat and vegetables. Just follow the instructions on the list without deviation." With that, he handed her a tablet, and Melanie opened her immersive phone to receive the information. Moisten the flour with a few drops of water. Note: do not pour water directly, or it will become dough. Use the plastic bottle I gave you. Then bring the water to a boil, and add a generous spoonful of your ingredients. Watching as Melanie read earnestly, Lin Xiaodong couldn't help but chuckle. "It's not that I doubt your abilities. I'm just worried. I fear that if I return a day or two late, you and the little ones might starve. If that happens, I'll find a way to lure a crocodile and take care of it." Feeling a bit belittled, Melanie pouted. Stop talking nonsense. You should worry about yourself. You're the rookie here." Shaking his head, she continued earnestly, "Why should we harm each other? Aren't you still upset with me for what happened back then? At that time, Looking at Melanie, Lin Xiaodong felt a twinge of emotion. He could never quite comprehend how this naive, self-sacrificing girl was willing to risk her safety for a group of little ones. "Never mind, let us not dwell on it. Once I get you all to the survivor base, we may never meet again. As for the troubles you caused me, you were simply following orders. It wasn't your true intention, so I forgive you." With that, Lin Xiaodong moved to the weapons table to prepare his ammunition. "You," he called out, prompting Melanie to come over as he reminded her, "If we go beyond 10 kilometers, our communication will be cut off. Remember to signal me punctually during the night." Feeling as though he had said too much, he added in a somewhat explanatory tone, "If you don't send a signal, I'll assume you're dead, and we'll have to fend for ourselves." Lin Xiaodong had no sentimental notions typical of women. He nodded, affirming exactly that. "And remember to hide the weapons well. Those little brats. If one didn't know that just days ago they had been fighting fiercely on the rooftop, Witnessing their parting filled with mutual concern would seem rather heartwarming. Let us go. As upon hearing they were leaving, Azu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Escaping from the children's grasp and excitedly shaking his belly at Lin Chaodong. Unexpectedly, a small green ball also hurriedly escaped from the children, climbing up Lin Chaodong's leg to perch on his shoulder. "Humph, big-eyed monster, traitorous scoundrel," Melanie muttered under her breath, still harboring grievances over the big-eyed monster's defection. Unbeknownst to Lin Chaodong, the large-eyed creature perched upon his shoulder comprehended his sentiments, placing a diminutive hand upon its own non-existent nose. Indeed, it possessed no nose. Only a singular large eye and an ever-chattering mouth. It formed a six with its tiny fingers before its eye and stuck out its tongue, making playful faces at Melanie. "You are truly a mischievous rascal. I no longer harbor any fondness for you." Although Lin Chaodong felt compelled to scold the creature further, the sight of Azu carrying it away stirred a sudden wave of emotion, causing his nose to tingle and a tearful sensation to arise. "Why are you following me? I'm not embarking on a leisurely outing, but rather a perilous endeavor." With a hint of annoyance, Lin Chaodong reached to return the furry creature to Melanie. However, it clung to his arm, large eyes brimming with tears, pointing first to Azu and then back at itself, its mouth moving incessantly. While it could not articulate words, Lin Chaodong could surmise its intent. Despite its small stature, it was indeed quite resourceful. "Very well, you may accompany me." As he spoke, Melanie tossed him a ring from her finger, explaining that it served as a control device for the little creature, which housed a camera in its eye and could sometimes squeeze through small openings. Upon hearing the mention of squeezing through holes, the creature struck a boxing pose on Lin Chaodong's arm, its slender green legs bouncing spryly, as if to assert, "Do not be deceived by my adorable exterior. I possess a temper, you know." Carrying this little being posed no significant burden, as it weighed scarcely 2 pounds and consumed a meager amount of food, akin to what a chihuahua would eat in a day. Moreover, a notable advantage was that when it sat upon his shoulder and looked backward, no one could ambush Lin Chaodong from behind. At that moment, he was armed with a shotgun slung across his body and a sniper rifle on his back, which rendered carrying another weapon cumbersome. Reluctantly, he grasped the jiao blade in his hand, reminiscent of travelers in the Song dynasty who would carry a baton or a simple dagger. Clad in his scaly armor, he indeed resembled a figure from ancient times. Thus, he set forth, the jiao blade in hand, accompanied by Azu and the large-eyed creature upon his shoulder. Suddenly, a harmonious chorus of children echoed from behind. "On that day, we knew you were departing, yet we spoke not a single word." As the midnight bells tolled, striking the heart with the pain of farewell, they could not penetrate the depths of your profound silence. "On that day, we accompanied you until the very end, yet we uttered not a word of parting." Amidst the throngs on the platform, as they bore the weight of farewell, they could not dispel my deep-seated sorrow. "I know you carry 1,000 words, a myriad of sentiments. Hey, are you trying to play the tough guy?" One does not turn back to witness an explosion. A sultry voice, laced with playful mockery, reached him, yet Lin Chaodong did not turn around. He merely waved his hand under the midday sun. "Humph, rascal, scoundrel, we shall await your return." The alluring voice continued through his earpiece, though the final words were tinged with a hint of grief. Upon leaving the crocodile breeding farm, Lin Chaodong eschewed the main road, opting instead to ascend the mountain, intending to circumvent it. The zombies within the forest were less formidable, and with Azu's webs, he could escape through the trees if necessary. Moreover, clad in his leopard claw boots, he was indeed well suited for traversing the rugged mountain paths, compared to the straight and level roads. This venture was not only thrilling, but also swifter. Additionally, this time, Azu was equipped with a new toy, a triangular wing. Its design was remarkably simplistic, crafted from biochemically engineered materials into 3 tubes, with a triangular frame, and secured with 2 thin yet sturdy layers of biomaterial. He intended to ascend to the mountain summit. If the wind direction proved favorable, he might even soar over the peak, potentially reaching the survivor's base more rapidly. As he dashed through the mountain village, his mind wandered, contemplating that if only his manufacturing skills were not so lacking, he might have been able to create an intelligent flying grappling hook, enabling him to navigate through the trees like Spider-Man. Upon this reflection, he opened the skill interface and sighed in regret, exclaiming, "If only I had chosen the path of virtue back then, how much easier things might have been." Chapter 130. Aerial bombardment. Has there been no new news from my father regarding the seventh brother? Zhongli quietly inquired in his father Zhang Baorong's office, taking advantage of the absence of outsiders. The office bore witness to Zhang Baorong's transgressions, with a bottle of liquor and glasses conspicuously placed upon his desk. Upon the arrival of his eldest son, he first handed him the received documents, then gestured for him to fetch a glass, before letting out a deep sigh. That person is truly a calamity for the Zhang family. Even in this world, he refuses to spare us. Seeing his father, who suddenly appeared considerably aged, Zhang Li, perplexed, received the documents and opened them. He had little interest in the preceding battle scenes. His sole desire was to ascertain whether that man was indeed dead. Swiftly scrolling to the end, the footage captured by the helmet camera of the seventh brother showed a raised hand, gripping a large silver revolver. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed, and the image tilted skyward. Juanhao had already knelt before him, and his subordinates were nothing but a bunch of inept fools. 30 men incapable of handling two. At this point, a flush of crimson surged across Zhang Baorong's 50-something visage. He raised both fists and struck the table forcefully, his clenched teeth repeatedly uttering the words, "Bastard, bastard, bastard." Tears, saliva, and snot streamed down his face. The pain of losing a son in middle age was unparalleled. Zhongli understood that if he allowed his father to continue in this rage, he would ultimately bear the brunt of it. He stepped forward, embracing his father, and produced a tissue to wipe his face, whispering fervently in his ear, "Dad, the seventh brother is no more. Please calm down and take care of your health. I will ensure his demise." Suddenly, Zhang Baorong raised his hand and struck him twice across the face. His trembling finger pointed at Zhang Li's forehead. Did you not covet a silver-haired wife, bringing such calamity upon our family, provoking such a fierce and troublesome adversary? But I promised him money. He asked for 2 million, enough for him to marry 2 more wives." Covering his face, Zhongli mumbled a defense. Even at this moment, recalling the visage of that fresh-faced woman stirred something within him. It was certain that even if he were to endure death again in this life, he would willingly relive it. However, this time he must first rid himself of her formidable and troublesome husband. What does it matter if the poor are human too and deserve dignity? Let's not be absurd. Lacking wealth or power, clinging to a beautiful wife is the original sin. Do you understand why they are referred to as commoners? Their desires and thoughts are as inconsequential as flatulence. The entire nation, top to bottom, remains indifferent. Of course, such thoughts must not be vocalized. To do so would be deemed immature and reckless, leading to swift marginalization. One must always maintain an appearance of decorum, regardless of the circumstances. The old guard is adept at pretension. Having done what they did, they still seek to preserve their facade. After venting his frustrations, Zhang Baorong returned to his chair, and after a brief moment, the sorrow vanished from his face. Now, with the black box and that girl in that man's possession, they must be eliminated. Sipping from his glass of fine liquor, the scheming mind swiftly devised the next course of action. The return of that girl to the base would severely disrupt our plans. Hearing the old man's greed rekindle, Zhongli understood that he could easily evade trouble. After all, the Zhang family would ultimately belong to him in the future. Pouring himself another drink, he rinsed his mouth with the potent spirit, which stung the wound inflicted by his father, causing him sharp pain. Nevertheless, a smile graced his handsome face. "Father, rest assured, I will dispatch drones to transport the substantial food supplies stored at the base to our controlled survivor base. It won't be long before the leadership at the base bends to your will." Zhang Baorong nodded, his expression shifting as he continuously adapted to the changing circumstances. Observing his father's renewed scheming for power, Zhongli quickly interjected, "By controlling the food supplies, we must also strengthen the weaponry at our survivor base. Otherwise, if the base discovers that all the provisions are in their possession, it could lead to significant complications." Though the pain of losing his son was profound, Zhang Burong recognized that, in the grand scheme, profit was paramount. While contemplating the overall plan, Zhang Baorong felt a twinge of concern. Father, do you truly believe I would act so recklessly? More than half of the personnel in the drone squad are under my command. Besides, the hacker I found has proven quite useful, hasn't he? Last time, that girl Melanie. Upon mentioning Melanie, Zhang Baorong shot him a glare. That time, it was the seventh who assisted you, now that he is gone. Sensing his father's mood darkening with thoughts of his younger brother, Zhang Li swiftly redirected the conversation. Father, even though the seventh is no longer with us, we still need our people in the Airborne Marine Corps. I have a few capable individuals. What do you think? Upon hearing his son propose to place personnel within his controlled Airborne Marine Corps, Zhang Baorong paused, then shook his head, lost in thought. Not so fast. The seventh is only just passed. We must solidify his guilt before proceeding. Granting you excessive power too quickly would raise suspicions among those above us. This is the military, after all, where caution is paramount. With that, he uploaded the recent video to the Air Force Base Network, titled Identified Criminals Attacking Other Survivors and Rescue Teams. Manipulating from the shadows, he had mastered this tactic, allowing disgruntled laborers to bear the brunt of malicious accusations while awaiting their slow demise. Zhang Baorong was acutely aware of the ramifications, but for the sake of wealth, power was worth the consequences. After all, he had sufficient funds to relocate several times over. Now, as long as the Air Force Base issued directives to the survivor base they supplied, Lin Xiaodong would be vulnerable to attacks wherever he went. During the cataclysmic upheaval, he had become an enemy of the military, and Zhang Baorong was confident that the boy would not rise again. Zhang Li refilled his father's glass and remarked, Father, it need not be so complicated. Since the seventh has already located that boy's hideout, we could simply deploy our aircraft and, puzzled by his son's inclination to take matters into his own hands when he could orchestrate a more indirect strike, Zhang Baorong questioned, Why do it yourself when we could let others do the work? Zhang Li responded, I believe it is best to strike first and obliterate that crocodile farm. Upon receiving the news of his youngest son's demise, Zhang Baorong had indeed contemplated this course of action. Firstly, conducting affairs during daylight hours meant that too many eyes were present, making it impossible to guarantee that the situation would not be disclosed to the higher echelons of the base. Furthermore, he harbored some unease regarding the subordinates of his late son who remained at large. I worry about your brother's men. Those individuals severed video communication the moment your brother encountered misfortune, and there has been no contact since. Could it be? In response, Zhang Li expressed considerable confidence. Father, you assert that those individuals are cowards, fearful of radio transmissions being detected, which is why they ceased video communication. I believe that. Betrayal. Father, who could compel a dozen of our subordinates to instantaneously pledge allegiance to him? Do you truly believe such a notion? Upon hearing his son's perspective, Zhang Baorong recognized the validity of this reasoning. The hearts of men in this vast world are indeed the most intricate. However, to err on the side of caution, he implemented an additional safety measure, instructing the soldiers to assess the aftermath of the bombing on-site, ensuring that they would eliminate all witnesses on their return journey. It is better to be overly cautious than to face unforeseen calamities. Chapter 131. The great devourer Lin Xiaodong remained oblivious to the fact that the Zhang father and son had formally conspired to frame him as the adversary of all survivors. He was wholeheartedly focused on escorting the group of young children to the survivor base, traversing mountains and valleys. As the crocodile breeding facility became obscured from view, Lin began to accelerate, though not at a rapid pace. At that moment, he could reach a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, but it was utterly impossible for Aizhu to keep pace. Regrettably, his plan to navigate the mountain trails soon fell through as a thick fog enveloped the area, rendering his lack of a personal radar a significant disadvantage in detecting the zombies. Upon reaching the highway, Aizhu's speed diminished even further. The insect's legs were ill-suited for running on snow, but this did not deter Lin Xiaodong. He dampened several stacks of cash and affixed them to Aizhu's mechanical claws, allowing him to pull it forward at great speed with a single strand of silk, ice against ice, smooth and slick. As his speed reached 60 kilometers per hour, The zombies faded from Lin Xiaodong's view. Even if there were devourers, they could only follow Aju's silhouette, soon to be left in the dust. As long as the road remained as clear as it was before him, he could traverse the 70 to 80 kilometers to the survivor base several times in a single day. Alas, he had not traveled far when the broad road became entirely obstructed by abandoned vehicles. This piqued Lin Xiaodong's interest, for it was his first encounter with the automobiles of this era. Much like those from his previous world, the vehicles varied from sedans to SUVs, with nothing particularly remarkable about them. Most doors were left ajar, clearly indicating a hasty retreat from an emergency situation. The zombies on the highway were far more plentiful than those in the woods. Here, food was abundant for them. They even basked in the sun, resulting in an increased presence of devourers and various mutated zombies among the horde. Presently, the zombies granted Lin Xiaodong little time to ponder, as a few cooperative devourers had already blocked his path toward the trees. Glancing back, the devourers that he had previously outrun were now gaining on him. Furthermore, a wall-like mass of other types of zombies surged behind them, advancing along the road. How peculiar. He had not encountered so many zombies on that stretch of road moments ago. Could it be that he was spotted by the zombies lurking beneath the highway? However, before addressing the approaching devourers, he needed to deal with the immediate threat. With his long blade poised forward, he adopted a stance that resembled a peculiar horse stance. Approximately 20 devourers closed in, while dense clusters of other zombies loomed in the distance, forming a wall behind them. Aju, like a loyal canine, remained at Lin Xiaodong's side, brandishing its black pincers in an intimidating manner toward the devourers. The large-eyed creature, initially perched on Lin Xiaodong's shoulder, had now clung tightly to his helmet. To make matters worse, its slender green arm inadvertently obstructed Lin Xiaodong's line of sight. "Careful, do you wish to perish?" he admonished, gently pushing aside its delicate arm, aware that its sharp claws were extended. A moment's negligence could result in a severed limb. How could I possibly heed the words of that timid girl? Just as Lin Xiaodong readied himself to confront the onslaught of the lickers, a haunting howl echoed from the hills nearby. A wolf? Lin Xiaodong felt less apprehensive about this creature than he did when facing a horde of zombies. After all, he had previously encountered 2 hunting dogs while in the building, fierce, yet not intimidating. Moreover, the sound indicated it was a lone wolf. Perhaps he should capture it as a steed. If it were anything like a Burmese python, a single wolf might well be capable of pulling a grand sled. Why bother searching for a vehicle when he could simply craft an impressive sled and have it drawn along? How utterly perfect that would be. Before he could finish entertaining this thought, the situation before him shifted dramatically. The horde of zombies, which had initially aimed to attack him, suddenly altered its course as if commanded by an army. The swift lickers, along with the mutated zombies, abandoned their pursuit of Lin Xiaodong, who they had previously regarded as mere fodder. However, the howling from the hills was a different matter altogether. Accompanying the wolf's howl was the thunderous sound of running paws, a stark contrast to the silent approach of a cat. Lin Xiaodong was taken aback. It became clear that he was not facing a solitary wolf, and the reason for its thunderous footfalls soon revealed itself. The leading wolf measured an impressive 6 meters in length and towered over 3 meters in height, its body adorned with muscular contours that spoke of raw power. Did this wolf possess a mane akin to that of a horse? The largest of the pack, a magnificent white wolf, sprinted ahead, its long, silvery neck fur billowing like a striking white flag. Such a creature would be unimaginable on any distant planet. Amidst his contemplation, Lin Xiaodong noticed, to his astonishment, that Luo, who had been trembling with fear on his shoulder, was now leaping about joyfully. It was no surprise this creature endeared itself to women and children. It emitted a series of gleeful, minion-like chuckles. Even more surprising was Luo's outstretched arms towards the great wolf, as if yearning for an embrace. With his long knife in hand and utterly bewildered, Lin Xiaodong exclaimed, "Luo, have you gone mad? At your paltry weight, you would even make a decent snack." The pack descending from the mountains numbered over 100, each wolf easily twice the size of a normal one. As they galloped, their paws kicked up plumes of snow, creating a magnificent spectacle akin to a legion of iron steeds charging into battle. Lin Xiaodong then realized why there had been so few zombies on the road earlier. They had likely fallen prey to these formidable beasts. In the realm of the wild, nothing is more terrifying than a vast pack of wolves. Even the fiercest of tigers or leopards would retreat in the face of such a force. Statistics have shown that when a wolf pack exceeds 20 members, even a tiger finds it difficult to withstand their onslaught, often meeting its demise at their jaws. Interestingly, the zombies on the road now surged towards the wolf pack, likely mistaking them for a sumptuous feast. Given this turn of events, Lin Xiaodong welcomed the opportunity for respite, choosing instead to mount a Zhu and observe the battlefield through the lens of his sniper rifle. His desire to assist was genuine. As for whom he would aid, that was a question that required no further contemplation. Even the most perilous wolf pack remains a creature of nature, capable of communication, and with familiarity, they may even be kept as pets. However, the notion of nurturing a zombie as a pet raises a question of taste. Yet at present, the horde of the undead does not seem to be at a disadvantage. Leading the charge are the lickers and the slightly slower mutated zombies, followed by the formidable giants and spitters, with the ordinary zombies trailing behind. While the ordinary zombies possess the weakest offensive capabilities, their collective, ravenous roars resonate with the might of an army. From a certain perspective, it is indeed the ordinary zombies that constitute the main force. Their relentless numbers and persistent assaults present the most terrifying fate for the majority of survivors. A sharp crack echoed as an old-fashioned rifle discharged, striking a licker, which tumbled to the ground like a wounded steed. Witnessing this spectacle, the Silver Wolf King at the forefront raised its head and emitted a haunting, melodious howl. For reasons unknown, Lin Xiaodong felt an inexplicable familiarity with the Silver Wolf King, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. Chapter 132. The clever wolf pack, as the horde of zombies was poised to collide with the forefront of the wolf pack, the colossal Wolf King unexpectedly leaped forward. Its 6-meter-long form traced a graceful arc through the air, executing a deft turn before landing behind the first line of lick-eaters and mutated zombies. Not only the Wolf King, but also the other massive wolves alongside it leaped over the lick-eaters and mutated zombies. Such astute creatures, my admiration for the silver wolf in front of me grew stronger. Its intention was clear, to flank the lick-eaters and mutated zombies with the second line of giant wolves. In contrast to the lumbering behemoths of zombies, the lick-eaters and mutated zombies exhibited far greater agility, potentially inflicting heavier casualties on the wolf pack. Once the lick-eaters and mutated zombies were eradicated, the slower zombies that followed would pose no obstacle, whether it be in combat or retreat. Continuing to focus on the lick-eater, Lin Xiaodong found himself increasingly enamored with the striking silver wolf, especially as its gaze grew ever more familiar. Disregarding everything else, he pulled the bolt of his rifle, chambering the next round. The bullet was a full power 7.92 by 57 millimeters, capable of reaching targets over 1,000 meters away. The rifle appeared to be a modernized version of a 98K, outfitted with rails, a bipod, and a high magnification scope, yet retained the essence of that legendary firearm. Possessing the skills of a level 10 sniper, Lin Xiaodong effortlessly locked on his next target, a lick-eater that had just leaped onto the Wolf King's back. He pulled the trigger, and with a resounding crack, the lick-eater was sent tumbling from the Wolf King's back. The full-power bullet lived up to its reputation, obliterating half of the lick-eater's head. However, the ensuing events left Lin Xiaodong feeling somewhat embarrassed. The black ichor from the lick-eater's neck sprayed across the Wolf King's back, provoking an indignant roar from the creature. At that moment, nearly all the lick-eaters and mutated zombies on the front line had been dispatched. What unfolded next astonished Lin Xiaodong even further, for it was the smaller wolves within the pack that dragged away the fallen foes, some even comparable in size to ordinary wolves, as they hurried toward the hillside. Meanwhile, the larger wolves turned their attention to the spitting creatures and the colossal zombies. The gigantic zombies and spitting creatures moved with a sluggish clumsiness, and Lin Xiaodong had initially assumed the wolf pack would easily overpower them. To his surprise, however, the wolves faced their first losses against these formidable adversaries. A medium-sized wolf, in a display of bravado, lunged at a giant zombie, But before it could react, the spitting creature had already taken action. With a sinister chuckle, the spitting creature unleashed a stream of caustic liquid, hitting the medium-sized wolf squarely in the face. White smoke billowed from the wolf's fur, which quickly turned charred black, disintegrating into fragments carried away by the wind. The creature's skin was seared by the acidic fluid, visibly fracturing and oozing black blood. The majestic wolf howled in agony, revealing that even the mighty Wolf King was not invulnerable, unlike the resilient King Cobra, whose scales offered no reaction to the corrosive bile. It remains uncertain whether all scaly creatures are impervious to corpse acid, or if the glass python is on the verge of transforming into a dragon, rendering it unaffected by such corrosive substances. This conundrum remains unresolved. My heart ached for the pack of wolves encountering the jetting monstrosity, and I fired a shot directly at its head. Despite its substantial size, this creature's robustness pales in comparison to that of the lickers. The full force of my bullet penetrated its enormous cranium, unleashing tremendous kinetic energy within. The entry wound was but a small puncture, yet the turmoil within caused significant damage, fracturing its skull and disfiguring its face. The jetting creature, stout and round, collapsed heavily to the ground, akin to a falling cannonball, sending dust and debris flying. At the very moment Lin Chaodong shattered the creature's head with a single shot, the Silver Wolf King had leaped to the side of a medium-sized giant wolf, previously injured by the corpse acid. A mournful howl escaped his lips as he beheld the agonizing sight of the wolf, writhing on the ground in excruciating pain from the acid's corrosive effects. The sound seemed to carry a weight of sorrow, as if tears were poised to spill. The wolf, not yet transformed into a corpse, valiantly endured its suffering, obediently approaching the Wolf King before collapsing before him. Without hesitation, the Wolf King sank his teeth into its neck, violently shaking it. Even from a distance, Lin Chaodong could hear the sickening crack of the injured wolf's vertebrae snapping. With the lifeless body in his grasp, the Silver Wolf King fiercely twisted his body, flinging the medium-sized giant wolf far back towards the pack. Several smaller wolves rushed to retrieve the carcass, dragging it uphill. Witnessing the united and orderly formation of the wolf pack, Lin Chaodong felt a surge of emotion. He could even sense the profound sorrow and helplessness that accompanies the fall of a comrade on the battlefield. It reminded him of the foolish sniper, despite being an adversary, shared a fleeting bond forged in the crucible of battle. When learning that one could do nothing to save a fallen ally, the heartache was palpable. With a comrade injured by the jetting creature, the pack's tactics evolved to become more cautious. They began to evade the jetting monstrosity, targeting the colossal zombies that emitted thunderous roars with every swing of their weapon-laden arms. It was during this moment that Lin Chaodong's true capabilities were highlighted. Raising the antiquated rifle with its bent lever, he pulled back, ejected the spent shell, pushed the bolt, and rotated the lock. Through the eightfold scope, he could clearly discern the immense head of the jetting creature, aligning the simple crosshair upon its vast cranium. At a distance of approximately 500 meters, Lin Chaodong's mastery as a sniper remained unscathed. With a resounding crack, the bullet, trailing a barely noticeable plume of smoke, penetrated the creature's brain, subsequently fracturing its skull. Just then, he felt a persistent tug at his helmet. Turning his head, he discovered Lulu, desperately scrambling atop his helmet, seemingly seeking refuge from the zombies below. "Lulu, you truly lack ambition." Unbeknownst to them, a dozen zombies had already encircled the trio. Setting aside his sniper rifle, Lin Chaodong picked up the dragon blade. Interrupted and infuriated, he shouted vehemently, expressing his disdain. With the blade in hand, he executed a sweeping motion, demonstrating the prowess of the serpent's fang, which was exceedingly sharp. A single sweep cleaved through the bodies of several ordinary zombies, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Meanwhile, the Silver Wolf King, astonished by the sudden cessation of the previously rhythmic gunfire on the battlefield, lifted its gaze towards Lin Chaodong and quickly noticed the emergence of zombies nearby. Howling in response, several colossal wolves, each measuring over 5 meters in length, circumvented the ordinary zombies and charged towards Lin Chaodong from a distance. There was no doubt that collaboration with Lin Chaodong was the sole condition for the wolf pack to reap greater rewards on the battlefield. The Wolf King understood this well. Observing its actions, Lin Xiaodong felt an uncanny familiarity with this creature. Chapter 133. The wolf pulls the sled as if in gratitude for the assistance of the Wolf King. The sharp crack of gunfire rang out once more, signaling the demise of another spitter. The Wolf King let out a long, mournful howl. Experienced giant wolves emerged around the spitter, leaping back and forth to draw its attention. Understanding the Wolf King's strategy, Lin Xiaodong, seated steadily atop Azu, paid no heed to the giant wolves and continued to dispatch the spitters among the corpses with precise shots. The giant wolves that approached Lin Xiaodong did not obstruct his actions. Instead, they busily took down scattered zombies nearby, ensuring that Lin's shooting remained undisturbed. When it came to dealing with ordinary zombies, these giant wolves exhibited remarkable expertise, leaping, pouncing, and effortlessly dispatching their foes with swift bites to the neck. The ordinary zombies proved utterly inconsequential in the face of such formidable predators. In a matter of moments, the gunfire attracted more zombies, all of which were swiftly taken down by a few giant wolves. As the number of spitters dwindled on the battlefield, the powerful zombies resorted to wielding various objects in combat against the agile wolves. When cornered and torn apart from multiple angles by the wolf pack, the powerful zombies, unless they huddled together, would inevitably be overwhelmed within minutes if isolated. The wolf pack responsible for hauling food let out jubilant cries, and Lin Xiaodong felt immense satisfaction at having cleared a stretch of road. However, at that moment, ordinary zombies gradually began to converge on the battlefield, their sheer numbers beginning to manifest their strength. The powerful zombies, shielded by the ordinary ones, began seizing the opportunity to ambush the wolves from behind with a thunderous roar. The zombies, it seemed, were not devoid of intelligence. They understood the tactical advantage of a double-flanked assault. The Wolf King, tirelessly battling, emitted a prolonged howl, signaling the entire pack to retreat up the mountain. The astute Wolf King recognized that despite the overwhelming number of ordinary zombies, they would find no advantage within the forest. As the entire pack began to withdraw toward the mountain, the giant wolves dispatched by the Wolf King to protect Lin Xiaodong rushed to his side, howling at him. It appeared they wished for Lin to mount one of them and charge up the slope. However, Lin had other intentions. He produced a strand of spider silk, forming a loop in an attempt to ensnare their necks. A few wolves recoiled, baring their teeth and fixing him with bloodthirsty gazes. The Wolf King had no issue with leading this creature up the slope, but he was keen on taking a bite as well. At that moment, the little green creature, Lulu, suddenly leaped from Lin Xiaodong's shoulder, only to tumble headfirst into the snow, leaving its two green legs flailing in the air. Surprisingly, the giant wolf lowered its head, seemingly intrigued by such a diminutive creature. To Lin's astonishment, the giant wolf gently nudged Lulu's body with its sleek black nose. Finally extricating itself from the snow, the rotund creature began chattering excitedly at the giant wolf, gesturing wildly. It even assumed a dragging posture with its plump body, and it appeared the giant wolves understood its intent. As Lin Xiaodong once again attempted to ensnare the giant wolf with a web-like loop, he felt a slight resistance. Yet he no longer bared his teeth. The distant hills echoed with the prolonged howl of the Wolf King. At that moment, the battlefield between the zombies and the wolf pack had fallen into complete silence. The horde of the undead neither pursued the hill nor returned to the road. Clearly, in the frigid embrace of winter, it was prudent to remain still, conserving precious energy. The Wolf King's call proved effective, as several massive wolves ceased their defiance and moved forward of their own accord. They were ensnared with webs crafted by the spider and tethered to a zhu. There was no need for direction. The lead giant wolf glanced back at Lin Xiaodong, who had secured himself atop a zhu, let out a low growl, and began to gallop. Wolves are social creatures, always following their leader's lead. The other giant wolves did not even lift their heads, but instead charged forward, their powerful limbs propelling them swiftly around the horde of corpses towards the hill. Wolves can reach speeds of 55 to 60 kilometers per hour, but that pertains to ordinary wolves. The giants before him exceeded 5 meters in length, their speed surpassing that of their more diminutive counterparts. As the closed helmet displayed a speed of 85 Lin Chaodong was astounded, his mouth agape. It seemed that these giant wolves had yet to reach their maximum velocity. And if the 6-meter-long Wolf King were to sprint at full capacity, it could easily exceed 100 kilometers per hour. If there were one, or better yet, two, he would no longer worry about his Zhu lagging behind on his excursions. Alas, lacking an engine, he mused that he might as well construct an electric vehicle. For in this post-apocalyptic world, there were no traffic enforcers. Lost in thought, he soon found himself amidst the pack of wolves, only to be confronted with a rather terrifying sight. From a distance, the creature appeared unremarkable, but upon closer inspection, a towering 3-meter giant wolf loomed before him, forcing him to tilt his head back to see its face, which overshadowed much of his view. Its gleaming white fangs resembled two enormous scythes, and he felt as if he were a stalk of wheat awaiting harvest. Moreover, the creature's visage struck him with an eerie familiarity. How could this be? He had never owned a dog, let alone a wolf. How could he feel such an affinity? Before he could unravel this mystery, the giant wolf leaned closer. What the hell? Is this beast specifically summoned to transport me for a meal? Just as he was about to invoke some form of divine intervention. The giant wolf did not intend to bite him. Instead, it extended a tongue, crimson and nearly the size of a bath towel, to sweep across his body. Initially, this might have seemed innocuous, but upon glimpsing the remnants of blackened zombie flesh caught between the creature's teeth, Lin Chaodong shuddered to think of what might have transpired had he not been encased in a closed helmet. A sudden realization flickered through his mind, and he comprehended why this giant wolf seemed so familiar. It was a Samyet. This creature was not a wolf at all, but rather a Samyet, which explained the sense of recognition. In a past life, he had often encountered such a dog in the courtyard where he delivered packages. Known as the king of the yard, with its angelic smile, it would draw a swarm of little children eager to play. This particular Samyet possessed a remarkably gentle disposition, and it was said that only 3 scenarios had ever occurred in the community. One scenario involves a group of exuberant children chasing after it, while another depicts the children joyously pursuing it in their delight. Yet another situation arises when this creature has indulged excessively in snacks, transforming into a rotund Samyet, prompting its owner to devise a strategy for weight loss. Surprisingly, this Samyet, which had escaped from the city, has grown remarkably large and astonishingly ascended to the position of the alpha wolf within a pack. It is worth noting that the sled dogs are not to be underestimated. They possess their own formidable nature. I recall an incident at a zoo where a husky was introduced to enhance the wolves' happiness, only for it to ultimately become the pack leader. It seems the wolves could no longer tolerate its antics, as the park was devoid of any structures to dismantle, compelling them to channel their excess energy by tormenting the wolves. Upon recognizing it as a Samyet, Lin Chaodong's worries dissipated. Embracing the immense head of the dog, he mused that this creature was indeed one of the esteemed sled dogs, leading him to ponder whether his sled team might finally have found its place. Chapter 134. The remarkable utility of Liulium at this moment. The entire wolf pack was engaged in a feast, devouring a multitude of zombies that had been dragged back. Before the Wolf King lay a massive zombie, which had already been gnawed twice. Go on, feast upon your meat. Once you have satisfied your hunger, I shall find a way to communicate with you. Unexpectedly, Samyet nudged him with its long snout, seemingly inviting him to partake as well. As for the zombies, Lin Chaodong held no affection. He persistently urged Samyet to indulge alone. Alas, upon encountering a living human, Samyet was overly excited, insisting that Lin Chaodong join in the delightful banquet of the Wolf King. At that moment, Liulium leapt down from his Zhu and began chattering animatedly at Samyet, gesticulating wildly. And astonishingly, it appeared that the Wolf King understood. Liulium, what on earth is happening? How is it that they comprehend what you say? Upon hearing Lin Chaodong's words, Liulium thumped its legs on the ground, emitting a series of chattering sounds akin to a melodic tune. This reaction left Lin Chaodong perplexed. He could neither comprehend nor decipher it, yet a vague sensation lingered in his mind. Liulium seemed to be proudly asserting, "Well, how do you like having me around now? You once dismissed me. Could it be an illusion? What could possibly prompt such a misconception in his mind? To seek verification, he resolved to inquire of Zhu about its thoughts. In response to Lin Xiaodong's question, Liulium, as usual, began gesturing before Zhu. Suddenly, Lin Xiaodong recalled that this creature's voice was remarkably reminiscent of the minions. However, this one was green, a theatrical little green imp. Observing its exaggerated nods and incessant finger-pointing at itself, it was likely that Liulium had not spoken kindly of itself to Zhu. After a moment of mumbling, Liulium adopted an air of superiority, perhaps expecting Lin Xiaodong to plead or offer some treats to coax it into conversation. Reaching out, Lin Xiaodong intended to tip the little creature over and give it a playful swat. Regrettably, its rotund body was almost entirely head, and he feared he might inadvertently cause a concussion. Thus, he simply twisted its slender arms behind its back and accessed the system, initiating a forced employment. The system's inquiry was met with disregard for the no option, as he diligently examined Liulium's panel. He ignored skills related to amusement and affection, only to discover an astonishing ability, communication, enabling it to converse with all living beings. This infuriating Liulium was indeed a performer, possessing an innate ability to communicate with other creatures without the need for incessant chatter or gestures. Having reviewed its skills, Lin Xiaodong opted to cancel the forced employment. He was not so bored as to covet the abilities of a pet. He flicked his finger against its head and urged, "Quickly, tell me what Zhu is thinking, or I shall thump you." To his surprise, Liulium, embodying its theatrical persona, adopted a defiant pose, shutting its eyes and ignoring Lin Xiaodong entirely. He playfully scratched beneath its arm, prompting peals of laughter reminiscent of the minions, as it lay there, embracing its round body, unable to contain its mirth. "All right, speak quickly, or there will be no snacks in the future." When it comes to food, this tactic is even more effective than tickling. Instantly transforming into an adorable pet, Liuli tugged at Lin Xiaodong, her singular eye wide with a desperate expression. "Well then, tell me what Zhu is thinking." The little girl, Zhu, is Lin Xiaodong's precious treasure, and understanding her thoughts is of utmost importance to him. The master always runs away. The more the master runs, the faster Zhu cannot catch up. The master does not prepare delicious food for Zhu. The master favors its second girl. No longer caring for Zhu, a stream of thoughts flashed through Lin Xiaodong's mind, leaving him quite embarrassed. Ever since he was flung into the air by the cephalopod, he had not properly cooked a meal. He was either running away or on the way to escape. Even adorable pets have their tempers. He patted Zhu's pocket and earnestly promised, "In a couple of days, once we deliver the second girl and those little rascals to the survivor base, I will return home and cook a pot of braised pork, all for you." With Liuli's explanation, Zhu seemed to grasp not only the concept of braised pork, but also other information. In any case, Lin Xiaodong felt she nodded in agreement. With Zhu's morale addressed, he turned to stroke the fluffy Liuli. "Yes, Liuli is also quite useful. Upon returning, I shall reward both you and Zhu with a pot of braised pork." This made Liuli exceedingly happy, nodding vigorously while pressing her fluffy, round face against Lin Xiaodong, radiating pure bliss. Next, Lin Xiaodong observed the wolf pack. Among the 100-plus wolves, 40% were young and robust giant wolves, while some smaller ones were clearly pups. Although they measured over a meter in length, once satiated with meat, they loved to frolic, engage in skirmishes, and even bark like dogs. Lin Xiaodong particularly noted a litter of Siberian huskies, indeed quite boisterous, exhibiting all sorts of quirks, firecrackers, dual-colored eyes, and mischievous grins. Little rascals, each one raising their heads and attempting to imitate wolf howls. As he contemplated this lively litter, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of pattering footsteps from behind. Turning around, he found a Samoyed. Ah, the Samoyed is indeed beautiful, always wearing a smile, exuding an air of majesty befitting a wolf king, yet never devoid of warmth. Observing the huskies, the Samoyed displayed clear disinterest. After all, being a large breed, it had little patience for the antics of the medium-sized huskies, who were notorious for being troublesome yet ineffective. This assessment was not incorrect. Lin Xiaodong needed a dog capable of pulling sleds, and the Samoyed was evidently more suitable. Without waiting for him to speak, Liuli, ever the dramatist, began to gesture animatedly while chattering away with the Samoyed. It was unclear what she was saying, but she even mimicked the action of shooting, extending one tiny green paw to indicate one and the other to indicate two. The Samoyed shook its head, then extended its paw. Despite the size of its paw being larger than Liuli herself, it cautiously pressed down on her indicating paw, signifying to master. Resonated in Lin Chaodong's mind as Liuli performed her antics, expressing herself in front of him. However, had Lin Chaodong been aware of this creature's communication abilities, he would have scarcely regarded it. The Wolf King implied that it could assist us on one occasion. Acquiring a sled wolf would pose no challenge. Yet assistance could be exchanged solely for one wolf. This transaction seems quite advantageous, as long as Lin Chaodong can occasionally lend a hand in vanquishing a few jetting monsters. The pack's profits would significantly increase, demonstrating that the Wolf King is not lacking in intelligence. Nonetheless, negotiations must be approached with care. We should inform him that 2 instances of assistance could yield 3 wolves. Provided there is sufficient food, the pack will multiply rapidly. Even in the future, should we return to the city, I possess the means to emerge and assist them. Indeed, while Lin Chaodong cannot guarantee our entry into the city once outside, he could effortlessly launch into the air with a delta wing directly from a rooftop, soaring away. It is worth noting that extreme sports skills, acquired from that peculiar sniper, are indeed maximized at level 10. Chapter 135. The Wolf King's Blame Game. Just as Lin Chaodong intended to engage in further discussions with the Wolf King through Lulu regarding their future collaboration, Melanie's voice suddenly echoed through the channel. Chaodong, are you there? Something has happened. What could possibly go wrong? Did some reckless child get hold of the firearm? Lin Chaodong pondered the potential mishaps at the crocodile farm, where a fully armed contingent of 18 subordinates was stationed, well equipped with ammunition. What could possibly occur? Even if the crocodiles in the pond went berserk, there was still an MG-42 ready to quell the chaos. You're the real troublemaker. No, you're the foolish Demon King. You are far more difficult to manage than those unruly children. This was indeed quite perplexing. Here I am, rescuing you and those troublesome kids, and I find myself at fault. Nonetheless, Melanie's tone suggested that something truly was amiss, and this was not the time for banter. All right, let's get serious. What exactly has transpired? On the other end of the channel, Melanie exchanged a few words with someone before addressing Lin Chaodong again. It's your subordinate, Zhao Yusen's captain. The base contacted him. It appears they plan to deploy drones to attack the breeding farm tonight, intending to assess the bombing's impact and search for survivors. They've lost their minds. Didn't they claim they lack control over the entire airbase? How can they be so brazen? Before departing, Lin Chaodong had inquired about the Zhang family's influence at the airbase, which was significant but did not equate to full control. How could they so audaciously launch a surprise assault on the survivors' camp? Had there been a shift in the situation at the base? Melanie's words soon clarified his confusion. The operation was authorized based on the video you recorded of Zhang Junhao being shot dead, which was presented to the highest command of the base as justification for a legitimate strike. Attacking survivors is now deemed a legitimate action. Furiously bewildered, Lin Chaodong could scarcely comprehend the mindset of the officers at the airbase, realizing that the manipulation of truth was a common tactic among the unscrupulous. Most crucially, he had indeed shot that man. I should have just hired someone to eliminate him entirely. Looking up at the sky, he found the treetops obscuring his view. He glanced at the time displayed on his helmet's visor. It was currently 11:34 a.m., with half a day remaining until nightfall. Lulu, inform the Wolf King that we are preoccupied at the moment. I will return to discuss the collaboration in detail later. While Lulu went to perform for the Wolf King, Lin Chaodong began preparing for his departure. Just as he was wrapping up his tasks, he looked up to see Lulu perched atop a wolf's head, striking a pose akin to a stage host, as if introducing the creature beneath him. It was a pure white wolf, unmistakably a descendant of the Wolf King, a Samoyed. Its innocent smile was utterly enchanting. A girl like Melanie would undoubtedly adore it. Although not as large as the Wolf King, standing at about 3 meters, it was only slightly shorter than Lin Chaodong, clearly having mutated from consuming zombie flesh. As the conversation progressed, Lioli suddenly covered her eyes, yet her mischievous gaze still peeked through her fingers at Lin Chaodong. Beneath the Samoyed's feet stood 8 diminutive huskies, barely reaching knee height, occasionally tilting their heads and emitting wolf-like howls. I couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. What was this situation? Even the Wolf King resorting to shifting blame? Lioli had promised to assist by providing 3 sled dogs, yet here she was delivering 9. How could she possibly return these 8? Master, do not miscount. These 8 are a gift, and with Lilith leading them, they are more than capable of pulling a sled. Besides, I am here as well. They want to wreak havoc in the house. I eyed Lioli suspiciously, uncertain whether she had heard someone mention that dog meat was delicious. Perhaps she wanted 8 huskies for a day when their antics became unbearable, allowing her to conveniently indulge. There was also the possibility that the Wolf King Samoyed knew these 8 were mischief makers, notorious for consuming everything in sight, and sought to offload them. However, time was of the essence for Lin Chaodong. Observing that these 8 were merely knee-high, he realized they would require considerable training to pull a sled, so he decided to harness only the one named Lilith, hoping she was strong enough. Fortunately, Aiju was accustomed to being pulled along and, as a sled dog, would automatically brake, eliminating the risk of a mishap. Truly an exceptional sled dog. The 8 vociferous huskies needed no supervision from Lin Chaodong. Lioli took it upon herself to coax them onto the vehicle. Regrettably, these rascals could not contain their excitement, continuously howling in imitation of wolves while perched on Aiju's back. Were they singing? Lin Chaodong, amidst concern and curiosity, inquired of Lioli. The lyrics seemed to convey a message. I am a wolf, not a dog. Sweat dripped down his brow. They should take a moment to reflect on how little they resembled wolves. Wolves possess a cold, piercing gaze, and the saying goes that if a wolf turns back, there must be a reason, either to repay a kindness or seek vengeance. Yet, upon seeing these 8, one could only conclude that when a husky turns back, misfortune is imminent, be it the destruction of a house or a building. Furthermore, one should not truly regard the Samoyed as a benign angel. This creature often led the charge in destruction, albeit with a cheerful demeanor that mitigated the repercussions. Was Lilith truly a name bestowed by the Wolf King? Certainly. She was female and merely 6 months old, leading Lioli to respond with an air of certainty, though the pride in her large eyes was somewhat hard to believe. As Lilith began to sprint, her long neck fur billowing like a mane, Lin Chaodong experienced the remarkable speed and endurance of this mutant Samoyed. Despite still tethering Aiju and accompanied by 8 huskies incessantly howling, I am a wolf, not a dog, their velocity soared to nearly 90. Even with the enhanced agility of the leopard claw boots and the first-level bio enhancement, Lin Chaodong found it challenging to keep pace. As they raced down the hillside, the Wolf King, perched atop a prominent rock jutting from the cliff, proudly emitted a prolonged howl. To the ear, the howl seemed to carry a note of ease, perhaps even a hint of joy. Especially with Lioli giving it the command to return home, it required no further guidance from Lin Chaodong. Lilith seemed to recognize the path instinctively. As she raced through the forest, she sought out paths that were both safe and unobstructed, moving with remarkable speed. With merely a lift of her nose, she could detect the scent of other biochemical beasts, enabling her to skillfully lead as away from potential dangers. Consequently, the journey back was remarkably smooth until Lilith suddenly came to an abrupt halt, as, with only 6 legs clad in ice skates, quickly plunged 2 of her legs into the ground, bringing the swiftly gliding wolf-drawn sled to an almost instantaneous stop. However, Lin Chaodong, who had been speeding along at 60 kilometers per hour, failed to brake in time, resulting in a tumble that sent him rolling into a sizable snowball. Meanwhile, the 8 huskies, without needing any encouragement, leapt off Az's back and bounded over to Lin Chaodong, surrounding him and barking in a cacophony around his head. Lulu, what are these rascals yapping about now? Tell them to be quiet. Lin Chaodong, feeling a bit dizzy, instructed Lulu, who mischievously blinked her large eyes and replied, Master, they're saying, look at this silly dog. He can barely keep his footing. It was unclear whether Lulu was teasing him or if the 8 huskies were merely chattering nonsensically. Nonetheless, this was of little concern. The real issue was what could have caused Lilith to stop so suddenly. Had they encountered a formidable biochemical beast? Chapter 136. The rider of the Great Liquor, approximately 70 meters away, a formidable Great Liquor appeared. This marked Lin Xiaodong's second encounter with such a creature, particularly recalling its robust middle legs. The Great Liquor that had been in the community was obliterated by Melanie's A-10 Thunderbolt. Upon sighting the zombie named Aiju, Lilith merely perked up her ears, remaining silent alongside her 8 little huskies. As Lulu trembled while clutching his helmet, he could hear the clattering of the creature's large teeth colliding. The pitiful little thing paled in comparison to Aiju. The Great Liquor dominated the entire stretch of road. With no other zombies in sight, Lin Xiaodong lifted his vintage rifle, loading a 7.92 by 57 millimeters full-power round with a resounding click, aiming at the creature's head. The Great Liquor was only 6 meters long, roughly the size of a wolf king. He hoped a single shot would suffice to split its skull. Wait, what was that on its neck? Did the liquor also suffer from a skin condition? It appeared to be a white abscess. To his astonishment, the abscess lazily stretched out. What the? That white abscess was, in fact, a person. The figure stood atop the Great Liquor, long light blue hair dancing in the wind. Goodness, it was a woman, and she was standing on the back of the Great Liquor. Such a peculiar taste. If it were Melanie, she would likely scream in fright. Then again, Melanie was rather bold and foolish. Since there was a person on the Great Liquor's back, it would be unwise to kill it indiscriminately, especially since they bore no grudge. Lowering his rifle, he retrieved an electronic telescope. 70 meters was no challenge for such advanced technology. Even Lin Xiaodong could see her long eyelashes fluttering. Her lashes were remarkably long, and her flowing hair framed a lovely visage with thin lips curled into a cold smile. Could it be that women on this planet also have Adam's apples? Come out, I see you. You need not hide from me. No matter how you conceal yourself, you cannot evade my keen gaze. She exuded pride, a penchant for confrontation, suggesting she might be an extraordinary being. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xiaodong would not mind engaging with her, hoping for some form of trade. If such an individual were to accept employment, how much could be earned within a month? Regrettably, he was in a hurry to return to the crocodile breeding base and prepare for the impending drone assault at night. Perhaps it was best to part ways amicably. Not wishing to provoke trouble, Lin Xiaodong remained still, yet the young woman continued to shout, "I know you possess extraordinary abilities as well." Those of us with powers are often met with suspicion from survivors, yet they will inevitably evolve to possess abilities too. What the? Did she possess some form of sensing ability that had led her to discover him? Upon reflection, being discovered was not overly concerning. The Great Liquor, while formidable, was not invincible. He now wielded a powerful blade and a shotgun. Did she truly believe he was afraid of her? Just as Lin Xiaodong prepared to rise, he suddenly realized that they were not alone. From the hillside, a rumbling sound echoed, as if something was rolling towards them. The carefree youth shouted loudly towards the source of the commotion, asserting that the theory of evolution is infallible, and it is the common man who is slow to embrace new ideas. This individual, also an academic achiever, reflected the common trait among scholars in universities. One might say they have the tendency to be overly pedantic or, more charitably, to embrace a teacher's role. It is fortunate that showcasing knowledge is preferable to flaunting ignorance. As he gazed toward the hillside, debris of grass and stones was wildly swept about, and clouds of white snow dust billowed into the air, as if heralding the emergence of something extraordinary. What would be there? Lin Xiaodong looked on with curiosity. Although the distance was not great, the swirling snow dust obscured his view. He sensed an elusive fear emanating from the rising snow dust. Indeed, the presence of the great devourer was somewhat disconcerting. Come out, you lot. I have no time to waste. If you wish to fight, do so quickly. I still need to find a zombie to feed my dear Ding Ding. It appeared that Ding Ding was the name he had given to the large devourer beneath his feet. One must wonder, are those who name zombies better described as eccentric or merely lowly? His laughter resonated, a thunderous echo that pierced the sky. followed by the sound of heavy footsteps. As the footsteps emerged from the snow dust, Lin Xiaodong was astonished to discover that there were over 11 individuals present, not counting himself. How could he have overlooked so many? These individuals appeared utterly unperturbed. He had assumed that the youth was speaking directly to him, neglecting to utilize thermal imaging. However, even at that distance, the figures appeared as indistinct shapes, making it impossible to discern their numbers. Another brother. Are you not going to reveal yourself? Lin Xiaodong, wishing to avoid conflict, abandoned the idea of making his presence known. Such tumultuous events seemed distant from his concerns. He harbored no desire for fame or fortune. He merely wished to escort Melanie and the group of youngsters back to the Air Force Base, and then return home to work on his flying saucer. First, he would eliminate the Zhang family, and subsequently, perhaps seek out a few companions, relishing a carefree existence. The booming voice continued, as the snow-laden forest echoed with the sound of snapping branches. Suddenly, a towering figure emerged from the woods, an imposing giant, seemingly a rock elemental. Was such a grotesque, biotic ability even conceivable? His physique bore a strange, stone-blue hue, with sharply defined muscles bulging prominently. His arms rivaled the thickness of his thighs. His angular visage surpassed that of any human, resembling a robotic construct. Perched upon the giant's shoulder was a striking woman clad in a tight-fitting crimson leather ensemble. Her features obscured from Lin Xiaodong's view. Leaning against the giant, she wielded an electronic mirror, which flickered brightly as she gestured animatedly. Then, the woman suddenly turned her gaze towards Lin Xiaodong, speaking in a voice that, though soft, was crystal clear despite the distance. "Hey, cowardly thief, have you seen enough? Be cautious, my man is quite possessive. He won't hesitate to strike you." Yet, one can distinctly perceive that the woman is scrutinizing him intently. That agile individual possessing extraordinary abilities is situated in that direction. Regrettably, my ability to observe is only at level 3, otherwise I might discern the nature of his powers. What does it matter, ain't? Such a furtive character is not worth my attention. The towering giant, standing 4 meters tall, roared with hearty laughter, swiftly making his way down the mountain, causing even the stoutest trees to tremble upon impact. Through the telescope, the figure of that man was closely monitored when suddenly a voice rang out. "You sneaky little brat, if you're not going to reveal yourself, then what are you staring at?" In the wake of this outcry, a beam of light abruptly illuminated the road, hurtling towards Lin Xiaodong with lightning speed. He quickly ducked down, and in the blink of an eye, the beam passed overhead. The data displayed on his fully enclosed helmet indicated a scorching energy weapon, with a temperature of 860 degrees Celsius, labeled as hazardous, and the armor's endurance time being a mere 30 seconds. After glancing at the data, Lin Xiaodong felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking that as long as it didn't strike his eyes, he would be fine. However, in light of this incident, he was even less inclined to reveal himself. Chapter 137. The Anti-Allied and Heterodox Faction given Lin Xiaodong's temperament. Once he pledged to escort that foolish girl and the children to the survivor base, he would undoubtedly fulfill his promise. Moreover, he was currently confronted with the issue of nighttime drone strikes on the crocodile farm. Thus, what justification did he have to involve himself in extraneous matters? Please, stop the incessant chatter. If you wish to strike, do so swiftly. I have pressing matters at hand. The rock giant roared with laughter, addressing the woman perched on his shoulder. "Ha! Let's disregard that worthless individual." He turned to speak to the handsome youth, his deep voice reverberating in the valley behind them. "Brother, I did not anticipate your mastery of necromancy. Such abilities are indeed rare. How about we band together for warmth? It is far safer than venturing forth alone." The dashing youth echoed his laughter, his mirth resonating with a clear and vibrant quality. "As I suspected, you two intend to establish a realm where the empowered dominate the ordinary, don't you? I must commend your ambition and resolve." The clarity of his laughter and words surprised Lin Xiaodong. He had not realized that while he indulged in comfort within the city, the outside world had evolved to the point where individuals aspired to establish a nation for the empowered. Indeed, you are partially correct. Since we, the empowered, cannot coexist with the ordinary. We must unite and wage war against those incapable wretches. What is inherently wrong with that? The suave youth shrugged, yawning widely, even stretching languidly before the gathered crowd. Your argument is valid, but what if I refuse? His prolonged tone was reminiscent of a winter breeze, unpleasant to the ear. Kid, our leader believes you possess potential. Do not be so arrogant. You're not the only one endowed with abilities. As he spoke, a fist-sized orb of orange-red fire danced at his fingertips, which he tossed playfully into the air. Another individual's palm glowed with brilliant white light. The very same intense beam that had nearly struck Lin Chaodong moments earlier. The sight of these powers ignited a yearning within Lin Chaodong. He pondered whether to master the fireball technique or the searing beam. One strikes while the other feigns. One blushes while the other seeks favor. Your routine is rather cliché, the suave youth remarked, unfazed despite his youth. Brother, our meeting is fated. If our conversations do not align, we can each take our separate paths. No need for such a strong reaction. Then it seems, brother, you shall take your leave. If fate permits, we may meet again in the world of martial arts. Upon hearing the suave youth's words, Lin Chaodong suddenly comprehended the origin of his temperament. Yet, in this digital age where everyone consumed tales of celestial heroes, how did this fellow adopt such a martial arts demeanor? Do not be hasty. Let us converse a while longer. The towering figure of grayish blue ascended the road, and with each step he took, Lin Chaodong felt the very ground tremble beneath him. At this moment, the visor of the helmet displayed the data. Humanoid metal, weighing approximately 10 tons. My goodness, how could a 4-meter-tall figure possess such weight? Surely, it must be a statue of copper or gold. Behind it, a group of subordinates exhibited their unique abilities. Aside from one who wielded fireballs and another who emitted scorching rays, the remaining 7 showcased distinct powers. One individual carried a bundle of sharpened steel bars on his back, while another bore a composite bow, likely employing some form of eagle-eye technique. The one adorned with a helmet seemed to be a formidable contender, rivaling my own 10th-level heart extraction ability. The other 3 hefted iron poles, evidently strength-type abilities, capable of using them as tools for labor and as weapons in combat. It appeared that the metallic humanoids faction held a significant advantage. The fireball wielder, the one carrying steel bars, and the helmeted ability user blocked the path up the mountain. While on the opposite side, the scorching ray user and the one with the composite bow, accompanied by 2 others wielding iron poles, obstructed the handsome young man. As for the woman clad in red leather atop the metallic giant's shoulder, she had already leaped down, brandishing an assault rifle. Once more, she inquired whether he would join them. If he declined, he should not blame them, for he might be an enemy of the Alliance, and they could not allow threats to linger. The fox's tail is already showing. I am neither an enemy of the Alliance, nor do I harbor any interest in your faction. I merely enjoy wandering through mountains and rivers. What is wrong with that? Seeing that the adversaries had already formed a deadly encirclement, the handsome young man retracted his haughty demeanor. The term anti-alliance implies opposition to the oppression of those without abilities by those with them, while faction simply indicates that those with abilities wish to seize power. Such a cliché narrative bored Lin Chaodong, who hoped they would conclude their skirmish swiftly to avoid delaying his own affairs. No, the metallic figure replied in a deep, resonant voice, suddenly charging forward. Despite its 10-ton weight, the metallic giant moved with surprising agility, launching a powerful punch toward the handsome young man. Witnessing their leader's assault, the other ability users sprang into action. The one carrying the steel bars hurled one fiercely at the giant predator beneath the young man, the steel bar cutting through the air with a whistling sound. With a clang, the handsome young man produced a long sword from seemingly nowhere. Such a nimble weapon would not engage the metallic giant directly. Instead, he deftly deflected the steel bar aimed at the giant predator below with a flick of his sword. He then spun around, slicing through an arrow shot by the archer with the composite bow, and even met the approaching fireball with a palm strike. The fireball was surprisingly extinguished by his hand. In a flurry of agile exchanges, Lin Chaodong was astonished, pondering whether the young man relied on abilities or martial prowess. Speaking of the latter, Lin Chaodong was intrigued, for he possessed a formidable blade, but lacked the means to wield its true power. At that moment, the young man, riding the giant predator, charged directly at the metallic figure. Though its strength was undoubtedly inferior to that of the metallic giant, at the moment of collision, its massive claws lunged forth with ferocity. With a discerning gaze, Lin Xiaodong immediately recognized the unique biophysical ability of the dedicated devourer. When employed by the great devourer, its potency was naturally amplified. To his astonishment, the metallic giant was struck squarely by a powerful blow, collapsing like a mountain of gold. The over 4-meter-long great devourer did not relent. It lunged upon him, its massive claws thrashing vigorously, sending clouds of metallic shavings spiraling into the air. The developments on the battlefield were utterly surreal. One would have anticipated that the handsome young man directing the great devourer would be besieged, yet the reality was strikingly different. At that moment, the youth, wielding a long sword, was advancing towards the one capable of emitting searing rays of light from its palm, clearly recognizing, much like Lin Xiaodong, that this individual posed the greatest threat. Just then, the voice of the woman in red resonated. Before Lin Xiaodong could comprehend her words, he was already taken aback. She claimed to possess the ability of clairvoyance, and now she seemed to have developed telepathy as well. Chapter 138. If you assist me, I shall betray young brother. Do not just stand there foolishly. Quickly assist the one riding the zombie, or else this group may soon turn their wrath upon you. Confused, Lin Xiaodong turned his head but saw no one else. Could it be that woman in red? But was she not allied with the metallic man? Who are you? Do not ask too many questions. I only inquire if you will lend your assistance. If you are willing, then let us act together. Otherwise, you should flee swiftly and pray that the one wielding the scorching rays does not strike you. Suddenly, Lin Xiaodong realized the perilous nature of his situation. Should those from the abnormal faction succeed in dispatching the handsome youth, they might pursue him next. Yet, perhaps it would not be so dire. Even if he could not prevail in combat, escaping was still an option. Hey, what are you shouting for? Do I really look like a young brother to you? The woman in the crimson leather coat burst into laughter, then remarked, Have I touched your masculine pride? Are you truly that sensitive? To speak seriously, if you assist me, I shall betray my current allies. Reflecting on her words, Lin Xiaodong found them to hold merit, since those with abilities would not tolerate anyone refusing to join their ranks. It was inevitable that he, too, had become their target. Regardless of how she had contacted him, it seemed illogical for her to betray her comrades at this moment. Was there an affair between her and that pretty boy? Betray? The abnormal faction would undoubtedly gain an advantage. Wouldn't you be foolish to think otherwise? Do not attempt to deceive me. My ability is the observation technique. If I align with you, it would be highly beneficial for you. And although they may appear to have the upper hand, they possess only one ability each, whereas you have more than one. The weight of her words struck Lin Xiaodong, prompting him to pause for several seconds before responding. What? You wish to join me? I am but a vagabond, lacking a stable residence, and I do not even know where my next meal will come from. Do not refuse so readily. When we draw closer, you may discern the truth. Her voice, imbued with allure, was entirely distinct from Melanie's coyness. Were Lin Xiaodong an artist, he would have already captured the image of this captivating woman on canvas. However, he hesitated, first wanting to ascertain how she was able to communicate with him, for the communications channel of the Special Operations suit was not easily infiltrated. How did you manage to contact me? If you genuinely wish to know, then assist me, and I shall reveal the truth once I betray my allies. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiaodong resolved to lend his aid. Besides, he was indeed intrigued by several of the abilities among the group, particularly that of the one wielding the scorching rays. What if he reached for the vintage sniper rifle at his side, pulling back the bolt as he questioned her. So, is your husband inadequate? Upon witnessing that pretty boy, what assurance do I have that you will not join forces with him against me after I assist you? Despite his words, Lin Xiaodong felt no genuine concern for the pair. After all, he was impervious to harm, with Lilith's assistance at his side. Are you an extraterrestrial? What normal woman would be enamored with a pretty boy? A man ought to exude masculinity. I simply do not fancy effeminate types. A vintage rifle steadied in his hands. He aimed at the foremost threat, the one capable of unleashing searing rays. Just as he took aim, that individual raised a hand and emitted a beam of white light, striking the colossal devourer directly. The soulless zombie, devoid of sensation, remained oblivious to pain. Yet, as the white light pierced its form, it instinctively recognized it was under attack. It abruptly released the metallic figure pinned beneath it and lunged towards the source of the white light. To Lin Xiaodong's bewilderment, the individual did not retaliate with scorching rays, but instead fled rapidly backward. Two others, wielding iron rods and bearing composite bows, charged fiercely at the enormous devourer. Witnessing this, Lin Xiaodong shouted in disappointment. Although the searing rays possessed immense power, they were suited only for sniping. Compared to the rapid-fire capabilities of a sniper rifle, they offered no distinct advantage, especially as the enraged devourer disregarded the arrows aimed at it and the two iron rods assaulting its form. With a swift flick of its elongated tongue, it pierced through the chest of the one who wielded the scorching rays. Alas, how unfortunate for one who could conjure fireballs. At this moment, the woman in red feigned admiration of her reflection, occasionally glancing at Lin Xiaodong's movements. Hurry, we must act before the metallic figure recovers. None of us will escape. Humph. It is you and that pretty boy who shall not flee. For he is so far away and merely a hunk of metal. I have Lilith and can dash at 60 kilometers per hour. I fear not a colossal iron beast. Meanwhile, the handsome youth held his ground against 4 adversaries, effortlessly countering fireballs and deflecting steel rods with his sword. The iron rod wielder found his advances thwarted by the glimmering blade, unable to close the distance. Bang! Lin Xiaodong's sniper rifle erupted, and as one hand lifted to cast a fireball, it was severed from his arm by the gunfire. Observing Lin Xiaodong's decisive action, the woman in red suddenly unleashed her assault rifle upon the adversary with the iron rod and the one donning a helmet. You vile wench, how dare you? The wielder of the iron rod was the first to be felled, followed by the helmeted adversary, who fell into a pool of his own blood, limbs twitching in their final throes. This turn of events eased Lin Xiaodong's mind. He had not been deceived. Yet, just as his heart settled, it leapt once more. The metallic giant, previously knocked down by the devourer, suddenly rose from the ground, seemingly unharmed by the earlier assault. The impact had merely jarred its heart, rendering it temporarily immobile. Now upright, the metallic giant, witnessing the slaughter of its subordinates, let out a thunderous roar. You shall all perish. With this proclamation, its previously slate-gray form began to undergo a transformation. The muscle-like metal appeared to soften, and its movements became fluid. To Lin Xiaodong's astonishment, the giant took a stride that covered 6 meters in an instant. Although its speed was considerable, it paled in comparison to his own swift 16 meters per second. The metallic figure charged towards the handsome young man, who had just thrust his sword into the steel thrower, only to be sent flying by a powerful punch. Just then, Lin Xiaodong, reloading his firearm, aimed at the metallic giant and fired. He watched as the bullet struck the giant's arm, causing a metallic liquid to ooze forth. However, that liquid quickly ceased its flow and reabsorbed into the giant's body. Even the bullet that had penetrated the creature's form was melted down and drawn back into its being. Do not engage yet, he thought. The transformation he was undergoing required the use of firearms for sustenance, which would take half an hour to conclude. Once completed, he would revert to his rigid state. Thus, it was imperative to subdue his minions first. Without their assistance, the giant would be more manageable. Amidst the urgency of the woman in red, she boldly targeted the individual wielding a compound bow, firing repeatedly. The archer displayed remarkable agility, evading her shots just as she pulled the trigger, leaving her assault ineffective against him. The heavy thuds of metallic footsteps echoed as the giant advanced towards the handsome youth, who was now spitting blood from the earlier blow. Lin Xiaodong intended to redirect his weapon to assist him, but a whistle interrupted his thoughts. The creature known as Ding Ding, a voracious predator, heard the call, and, upon realizing the metallic giant was rushing towards the young man, swiftly turned and lunged at the giant with fervor. Chapter 139. The battle against the metal giant. In an astonishing turn of events, the metal giant abruptly swung its arm, gripping the neck of the great devourer with uncanny precision. It then unleashed a powerful kick aimed squarely at the creature's groin. Although the Great Devourer was a soulless zombie devoid of pain, the sheer force of the blow elicited a prolonged, anguished wail from it. Ling Chaodong fired another shot, joining forces with Meyer to attack the individual wielding the compound bow. The archer merely tilted their eyes, instinctively dodging the impending bullet. To Ling Chaodong's astonishment, a bullet that should have struck his head merely grazed his forehead. This archer possessed the eagle-eye skill. The woman in red shouted, her assault rifle firing in bursts as she pursued the bowman. Regrettably, the archer evaded her bullets with slight shifts of their body just before the shots were fired. The barrage of bullets merely compelled the archer to refrain from counterattacking. With his weapon still loaded but unfired, Ling Chaodong patted the long-haired Lilith at his neck, instructing her to ensnare the archer. At his command, Lilith dashed forth like the wind, accompanied by the exuberant green-haired ball, leaving one to wonder whether Lilith understood the command or if the ball conveyed it. True to her lineage as the daughter of the Wolf King, Lilith moved with remarkable swiftness, reaching the battlefield in mere moments. At that moment, two individuals wielding iron staffs advanced toward the woman in red, one sweeping horizontally while the other struck vertically, poised to overpower her before she could reload. The archer, gradually rising, knocked a carbon fiber arrow with a sinister smile, taunting, "Meyer, do you think you can escape just because you encountered someone with necromancy skills?" Before he could finish, a shadow loomed overhead. Upon seeing the colossal wolf, the archer executed a graceful roll to evade the danger. However, before he could regain his composure, a gunshot rang out from a distance, and his leg was severed, causing him to drop the compound bow and clutch his severed limb in agony. As a woman in red prepared to strike at the two staff wielders with ruthless intent, Ling Chaodong bellowed a warning. She paused, without further inquiry, and lowered her gun, knocking the two assailants to the ground. "Meyer, I have always treated you well. Why do you wish to harm me?" roared the metal giant as it unleashed a devastating barrage upon the Great Devourer's head. The first blow deformed the creature's skull. The second flattened it, and its limbs convulsed as if its life were ebbing away. With a final, thunderous punch, the Great Devourer, known as Ding Ding, lay motionless. Turning towards the woman in red, the metal giant questioned in a pained voice, "Meyer, why do you wish to harm me?" Reloading her assault rifle, the woman coldly replied, "Did I harm you? Remember, it was you who coerced me into joining your ranks, and, in the process, you murdered my comrades. I wish nothing more than your demise." As she spoke, she activated the continuous fire mode of her rifle and unleashed an entire magazine upon the metal giant. Regrettably, although the bullets fired by Meyer struck the arm of the metal giant, just as it seemed that the arm would be shattered, the gun mechanism abruptly ceased its operation with a distinct click. The wounds inflicted by the bullets on the giant's arm healed with remarkable speed, and with a triumphant laugh that echoed through the air, he bellowed at the woman in red, "Wretched harlot, I shall slay you." In a fit of rage, he swung his fist towards her. The woman, agile on the ground, performed a series of swift rolls, narrowly evading the giant's thunderous blow. The metal fist collided with the earth, producing a resounding roar, as a considerable stretch of road cracked open like splintered wood under a hammer. To everyone's astonishment, the metal giant demonstrated remarkable agility, pivoting on his fist before launching a sweeping kick at the woman. Just as she had regained her footing, there seemed to be no escape from the impending doom beneath the giant's foot. At that critical moment, Lin Chaodong approached, declaring, "Let it end here. Do not pursue any further." As he spoke, he swung his blade with ferocity, severing the giant's metallic hand at the wrist. With the wrist severed, the giant could no longer support his weight and toppled down, his kick landing heavily on the ground. The force of his massive foot striking the pavement sent debris flying, propelling the woman away. All present were taken aback by Lin Chaodong's swift arrival, including the fallen woman in red and the handsome man gasping on the ground, along with the astonished metal giant. "How did you arrive so quickly?" the handsome man inquired, his gaze fixed on Lin Chaodong's metal-clad boots. A look of surprise evident in his eyes as he murmured, "Powered armor." Just as Lin Chaodong was about to retort, the giant nimbly sprang back to his feet, even retrieving his severed fist examining it with curiosity. What sort of blade do you wield? No metal object has ever truly harmed me. Who told you my blade is a metal object? Lin Chaodong shot back, brandishing his weapon with an unrefined ferocity. However, this time, the metal giant's swift reaction left Lin Chaodong astounded. The severed fist merely grazed his arm and miraculously reattached itself. Aware of the sharpness of Lin Chaodong's blade, the giant avoided direct contact with it, instead landing a punch upon the shaft of the blade. With a whoosh, the tremendous force caused Lin Chaodong to lose grip on the weapon, sending it soaring into the sky. Let us see what else you are capable of. The metal giant roared, launching a series of methodical punches akin to boxing techniques at Lin Chaodong. The latter contemplated throwing his claws and blade. However, recognizing that this foe could assimilate metal, he opted instead to grasp his shotgun and unleashed a relentless barrage at the advancing giant. Boom! 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 A rapid succession of 7 shots, even utilizing military-grade sabot rounds, scarcely inflicted any harm upon the metal giant. At that moment, the fallen blade descended, offering him a glimmer of hope, if only he could reach it. He extended his arm in an attempt to grasp it. However, in the next moment, the metal man delivered a precise punch, sending it flying far away. Being tall certainly has its advantages, but my legs are also quite long, I assure you. Off we go. With his leopard claw boots and the enhancement of his extraordinary speed, Lin Chaodong's swiftness is virtually unmatched. As Lilith attempted to leap forward, Lin Chaodong, unwilling to see her harmed, shouted for her to dodge. Lilith obediently leapt several times, keeping a considerable distance from the metal man. As Lin Chaodong sprinted away at an impressive pace, it posed an insurmountable dilemma for the metal man, who trudged towards the woman in red and the pretty boy. Mia, you truly left me for that pretty boy? Have you lost your mind? The woman in red, Mir, who had been knocked down by the debris, lay on the ground, momentarily unable to rise. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to retort against any doubts regarding her femininity. The fact that I could be interested in him does not mean I will be destined to a life of solitude with a pretty boy. My preferences are perfectly valid. Chapter 140. Do not call me brother. The words of the woman in red evidently struck a nerve with both the metallic man and the handsome youth. No man would willingly concede in such a matter. However, I have grown immensely powerful, capable of granting you all that you desire. The handsome youth contemplated retaliating but fell silent, allowing the woman in red to counter him instead. Silence. With a feminine visage, what right do you have to speak? Your looks certainly cannot serve any purpose, she retorted. Then, pointing her blood-streaked fingers at the metallic man, she continued, You are no man at all, not even worthy of comparison to him. He can be toyed with by others, but what of you? What purpose does your existence serve? A chilling declaration echoed in the hearts of nearly everyone present, a stark proclamation from the referee. In the Dongkong Republic, mere good looks rendered a pretty boy unworthy of being considered a man, often relegated to being a plaything for those with peculiar tastes. This perplexity only deepened for Lin Chaodong as he pondered why high attractiveness was deemed a flaw and whether the women of Dongkong Republic were indeed deranged. This, alongside the question of how the woman in red could converse with him, constituted the 2 great mysteries occupying Lin Chaodong's mind. You wretched creature, may you perish. The agitated metallic man raised his colossal fist, only to be interrupted by a swift approach. Here I come again. Azu, unleashed that beast upon him. With Lin Chaodong's command, the sleek figure of Azu dashed forward, trailing behind like a sled. Silken threads erupted from Azu's mouth, swiftly encircling the metallic man. The threads, being non-metallic, could not be assimilated by the metallic being. Azu, gliding on ice skates, spun around the metallic man in a flurry. With each lap, the threads thickened and multiplied, ultimately ensnaring the metallic man like a rice dumpling, leaving him bewildered and immobile. The dilemma loomed. Should he capture this being for forced employment or simply purchase his peculiar powers? Yet, what value lies in powers that cannot assert one's masculinity? Upon witnessing Lin Chaodong ensnaring the metallic man, the woman in red could not help but cheer loudly. Had I known that spider silk could bind him, I would have done so long ago. With that, she slowly rose from the ground. Despite her injuries, She moved with a captivating sway, an alluring presence that enveloped Lin Chaodong. "Hey, big guy." The handsome youth, still reclining and coughing blood, cautioned Lin Chaodong about the woman. Be wary of her. Her kind may prove formidable. Meanwhile, Lin Chaodong, still observing the ensnared metallic giant, noted its futile struggles. Given the tension of the threads, he felt a sense of safety wash over him as he casually remarked, "Which tribe does she belong to? By the way, how did you manage to communicate with me in secret?" A sultry smile graced Mir's fair face, and it was only at that moment that Lin Chaodong seized the opportunity to truly regard her. She is enchanting, possessing a beauty that is both alluring and captivating. Her voice is not the high-pitched, kittenish charm of that girl Melanie, but rather an irresistible, mature allure that demands attention. As she sways her hips towards Lin Chaodong, she disdainfully retorts to the handsome man, "Do not heed his nonsense. According to the statistics from the Dongkong Republic, our lineage boasts the most suitors. And that fellow, with such an effeminate appearance, he is only fit to be. Hey, you foul woman, cease your nonsense. I am a legitimate martial arts instructor." The handsome man, lying on the ground, seemed fearful that Lin Chaodong might misconstrue his role, calling out as if he were merely a plaything. Hey, why do you two always bicker? Can we not discuss something of substance?" Clapping his hands to halt their exchange of barbs, Lin Chaodong turned to the alluring Meir and inquired, "Pray tell, why have you not communicated with me via radio?" Meir raised her delicate hand, adorned with a magnificent and futuristic ring, her enchanting eyes hinting at a secret. "It is merely a laser voice ring. It has long sent a connection signal to your phone, but there was no response. Thus, I had to resort to pointing this small device at your helmet. When I whisper to you in the future, others shall not overhear." Indeed, her words were transmitted through the laser ring, and the handsome man on the ground heard nothing at all. Suddenly, the metallic figure within the web let out a thunderous roar, and his muscles transformed back into a chiseled state. Two arms, ensnared by the web, strained desperately against their bindings. He quickly think of a way. His strength will multiply upon transformation. Witnessing the metallic giant's metamorphosis, Meir stumbled over her words, her tongue seemingly tied. As the giant's roar subsided, the once sturdy web that bound him became fragile, giving way as he flexed his arms, causing strands to drift down from his body. "Let us see what you can do now. This time, I shall cleave you in two." The transformation startled Lin Chaodong as well. He regretted not retrieving the blade earlier to decapitate this beast. The metallic figure bellowed, resembling a tank as it charged forward, not towards Lin Chaodong, but rather towards Azhu. He understood that eliminating Azhu would render Lin Chaodong, no matter his weapon, defenseless. Faced with the charging giant, Azhu's 8 compound eyes spun wildly with fear, but her ice-skated legs proved ineffective. Despite her efforts, she merely spun comically on the slick, frozen ground. Yet, gazing at the metallic figure's steel-gray body, Lin Chaodong suddenly recalled a treasure specifically designed to combat metal. Unfortunately, its range was too short. He could not reach Azhu in time. Glancing at the terrified Meir, who had forgotten to hide or flee, an idea struck him, and he playfully teased her. "Hey, darling Meir, call out brother for me to hear, if it sounds delightful." This tinkin will be vanquished in an instant. With a slight squint of her eyes, Meir quickly discerned his intentions and deliberately responded with a sultry tone. "Honestly, if you could annihilate him in a second, I wouldn't just be okay with you calling me brother. I'd even welcome other forms of address. Come on, just cooperate a little. Must you be so exaggerated and explicit?" Hud. The footsteps that were originally headed towards Azhu's came to an abrupt halt, as it was evident that Lin Chaodong's and Meir's fervent exchange had provoked the metallic giant. He turned around, abandoning Azhu's, and with thunderous steps that reverberated along the road, charged towards the brazen couple who dared to act inappropriately before him. Unfazed by the approaching metal behemoth, Lin Chaodong remained composed, while Meir clutched his waist from behind, embodying a spirit of shared fate. "Hey, you foul woman, let go of me. Even if we are to engage in that, it should wait until I take him down." Unexpectedly, Meir's laser ring was aimed at Lin Chaodong. uttering something that rendered him immobile, as if ensnared by a spell, unable to move in the face of the advancing metallic giant. Chapter 141. Aftermath of crossing over. I said, Meal, you truly are a fool. Do you not see the time? Quickly, let go. With a forceful shove from Lin Xiaodong, Meal was pushed aside, her anger flaring. You were the one who just seduced me, and yet you dare to speak. I shall not let you off tonight. Disregarding Meal's retort, Lin Xiaodong sprinted a few steps towards the oncoming metallic giant. With a sudden leap, his elongated figure soared 4 meters into the air, poised to surpass the giant's towering head. He bellowed, "Die!" As he shouted, he produced a vivid red vial and struck it against the giant's skull. With a whoosh, the corrosive substance emitted a dense cloud of white mist upon contact with the metal. The giant, who had not even cried out when Lin Xiaodong severed one of its arms, suddenly clutched its face, wailing in agony. Fearing a counterattack from the dying creature, Lin Xiaodong swiftly retreated and called out to Lilith the knife. Taking advantage of the giant's distraction, Lilith had stealthily retrieved the sword and dashed past Lin Xiaodong. Grasping the blade, she aimed a fierce swing at the giant's head, sighing inwardly with a hint of regret. Damn it, such a splendid ability, yet I cannot possess it. With a swift motion, the sharp blade cleaved through the giant's neck, as if a colossal hand had effortlessly dislodged its massive head. Boom! The heavy body collapsed to the ground, producing a thunderous roar. As the giant's decaying head rolled upon the earth, the handsome man finally relaxed, lying back and chuckling foolishly at the sky. Who would have thought? Today's hunter becomes the hunted. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Hearing this man spout such proverbs, Lin Xiaodong felt a wave of frustration and inquired, "Did you also come from another world?" The handsome man, reclining on the ground, laughed heartily. What nonsense about crossing over. Do you also suffer from the aftereffects of crossing over? Aftereffects of crossing over? What on earth is that? I've never heard of it. Are you mocking me? I swear, I will chop you down with a knife. The handsome man waved his hand dismissively, no longer jesting. He spoke earnestly. It refers to those who have read too many online novels and believe they hail from another realm. Thus, they utter such nonsensical phrases, just like those I mentioned earlier. Hey! At that moment, Lin Xiaodong felt a tug at his sleeve and turned to find a stunning woman, astonished by her appearance. What in the world is this? On her shoulders hung 2 objects resembling braided pigtails, which upon closer inspection appeared to be like the ears of a floppy-eared rabbit. However, given the woman's curvaceous figure, undeniably human, he wondered how it was possible for her to possess rabbit ears. Was cosplay trending in this apocalyptic world? What is this? Unexpectedly, the woman nimbly leaped backward, resembling a genuine little rabbit, her cheeks flushed. You, how could you do this? We just met, and you already touched me. Are my ears something anyone can just touch? Alas, have I truly traversed into a realm where rabbits possess extraordinary abilities? This cannot be. The remains of the great devourer lie buried beneath, surrounded by Lilith and the 8 canines, who are gnawing at the corpse with abandon. But I digress. I must first make a compulsory purchase. In this brief moment, among the 10-man squad of metallic beings, aside from the traitorous faction, the others, those wielding scorching rays, the helmeted man, the one hurling steel bars, and another brandishing an iron pole, have perished. The fireball wielder, the archer, and the 2 with poles are all on the brink of death. Since their demise is imminent, the acquisition of extraordinary powers holds little value. Thus, I proceed with the purchase. Balance. Infinite expenditure. 108, 114. 583 intelligence. 12, weak, physique. 23, medium, agility. 21, medium, stamina. 25, medium, perception. 20, medium, skills. Short blade combat. Handgun rapid-fire tactical assault. Sniper professional training. Underwater special operations, wilderness survival, aerial deployment, extreme sports enthusiast, automotive repair, level 3, lock picking, level 5, biochemical abilities, heart extraction, fear sensation, speedy legs, level 1, eagle eye technique, level 4, fireball technique, level 3, strength mastery, level 4, 3 unsatisfactory skills cost me over 3 million. The level 3 fireball technique should suffice for illuminating or igniting objects. But as for its damage, it presupposes that I have not doused the target in gasoline or strapped explosives to them. Otherwise, it could serve to light a cigar quite well. The level 4 eagle eye technique is indeed a commendable skill, enabling observation of targets within a kilometer and significantly enhancing the accuracy of long-range weapon attacks within that range while automatically alerting me to impending dangers. Such prowess from a mere level 4 skill is astonishing. My sniper rifle struggles to hit its mark. The level 4 strength mastery, as the name suggests, bestows immense physical power. Imagine that the one hurling steel bars is likely a more advanced version of this mastery, with 4 times the stamina of an ordinary person. It does not hold great significance in the grand scheme of things. From a purely pragmatic perspective, I must contend with the otherworldly faction until the very end. However, I am but an ordinary citizen. Why concern myself with their quarrels? As long as they do not provoke me, their battles are of no consequence to me. The few incapacitated extraordinary beings I encountered were spared. They shall succumb to the merciless grip of winter. Turning my gaze, I found myself greatly intrigued by the 2 rabbits known as Meyer. Ignoring the rosy-cheeked maiden in red, I inquired about her claim that her rabbit ears were innate. How could that be? In response, she shot me a reproachful glance and retorted, "Why not ask your good friend where his elven ears originated?" Elves? Good heavens! Have we not merely traversed into a fantasy realm? The handsome man, still lying on the ground, waved his hand, declaring, "Indeed, I possess elven ears. But please do not inquire if this is a fantastical world. I assure you, we reside in a normal world governed by conventional technological civilization." At this juncture, he seemed to regain some composure, rising slowly to sit upright as he continued, "There are no magicians in this world, nor is there any magic. Do not succumb to the aftereffects of your journey. However, the world has now been endowed with extraordinary abilities, and whether magic will emerge in the future remains uncertain." Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaodong felt a sense of relief. Yet, he soon recalled Melanie's refusal to allow him to see her photograph, prompting him to point to his own face and inquire, "Is this imperial countenance indicative of my being a non-citizen of the Donkong Republic?" Even though he was dressed appropriately and was quite certain of his memories, Lin Xiaodong remained vigilant, wary of anyone who might unjustly label him as a murderous spy. Do you truly find it peculiar that there are individuals of imperial descent within the Donkong Republic? Come now, in this day and age, crossing oceans is hardly an insurmountable feat. The handsome young man, lying on the ground, seemed rather fond of conversation. Had he not been injured, he would undoubtedly be quite the chatterbox. Chapter 142. Laozi's extraordinary ability is to bring people bliss. Upon hearing the words of the handsome young man, Lin Xiaodong shrugged self-deprecatingly. "Well, it doesn't matter. It's not a significant issue." Dismissing his own worries, Lin Xiaodong feigned indifference and extended his hand to formally introduce himself to the woman in red. "I am Lin Xiaodong, formerly a physician and dance instructor, and my extraordinary ability is the art of observation." "Lin Xiaodong, what exactly is your extraordinary ability?" Upon hearing her revelation, Lin Xiaodong pondered which of his numerous abilities to disclose. Ultimately, he decided to forego specificity and nonchalantly declared, "My extraordinary ability is to bring people bliss." "Ah, what nonsense," he thought, although Mémière did not truly believe him. She seemed rather pleased with his audacious self-reference. An eccentric woman with peculiar tastes. Just then, the handsome young man, lying nearby, called out, "You two, stop being so flirtatious. The sun is about to set, and we should not linger here. Otherwise, if something monstrous emerges at night, who are you, and why should we save you? Moreover, the ability to control corpses is quite disgusting." This time, it was not Lin Xiaodong speaking. Her tone clearly indicated an intention to accompany him. "My name is Su Feihong, and I am a teacher at the National Martial Arts Academy. I suppose I acquired this unfortunate ability to control corpses after spending too much time with students. However, I cannot rely solely on my skills to fight my way out of a horde of zombies." Listening to his self-introduction, Lin Xiaodong felt a sense of satisfaction. "A martial arts instructor, how splendid. Do you possess expertise in wielding the long blade?" As he spoke, He gestured to the blade in his hand. I can wield it and have many tricks up my sleeve, but if it comes to a real fight... He shook his head. Training in martial arts without cultivating inner strength is ultimately futile. However, in this apocalypse, where extraordinary abilities abound, who can say? Noticing the time was getting late, Lin Xiaodong intended to place Su Feihong onto Aju's back. Unexpectedly, me are discreetly communicated via lost transmission, I did not wish to sit next to him. Why? Lin Xiaodong asked in surprise, thinking it unusual for a mature woman like her to possess the same petty reservations as Melanie. According to the information from his observation techniques, Mei Mi was indeed a mature woman, albeit with limited experience. Noticing her expression, he reluctantly dragged the corpse of the great liquor behind Lilith and placed Su Feihong atop it. To his surprise, Lulu seemed to have taken a liking to Mier. As soon as they settled onto Aju's back, they were quite affectionate. Meanwhile, the 8 huskies clung to the great liquor's corpse, incessantly gnawing at it. Didn't you quite like that great liquor? How come? Su Feihong, reclining on the corpse, responded, how could I? It is a zombie. Even if I could command it to do something, I could never coexist with others. You know, loneliness is a rather frightening thing. Is loneliness truly frightening? I do not perceive it that way. Lin Xiaodong replied honestly, feeling quite the opposite. He found living alone to be rather delightful. Aside from the incessant mischief caused by the young girl, he found immense pleasure in the solitary companionship of Aju. Unfortunately, it seemed that Mier would not depart, and there was also the injured Su Feihong to consider. Should he manage to glean the intricacies of swordsmanship from him, it would indeed be a worthwhile endeavor. As Lilith quickened her pace, Lin Xiaodong followed closely, racing alongside her. Soon, he received a communication from Melanie. Xiaodong, where are you? Captain Zhao said the drones have already taken off. Why are you still there? You must find a place to hide. Even the woods will be preferable to being bombed by the drones. Upon hearing that Melanie and the juvenile miscreants remained at the crocodile farm, Lin Xiaodong could barely contain his frustration, exclaiming, young lady, do you not understand the need for adaptability? Are you really going to just wait there for death in my absence? They merely wish for your return to resolve the situation. There is no need to expose the children to the cold outdoors. He recalled the image of his own drone, listening to Melanie's voice tinged with tears. Despite her sorrowful tone, she could not shake the alluring, feline lilt in her voice. What kind of creature was this young girl? Surely, her voice could not belong to anything other than a cat girl. The thought made Lin Xiaodong's throat dry, and he swallowed hard. Regrettably, this was not the time for such musings. He had arrangements to make. Please, my dear niece, put aside your whims and quickly lead the children outside to safety. Dress warmly. If necessary, let Zhao Yusin and the others construct a snow shelter. Concerning the drones, with the assistance of the eagle eye technique, Lin Xiaodong had already tested his sniper skills on zombies from a distance of 1 kilometer, achieving precise headshots. However, he lacked confidence against heavily armored aircraft like the A-10, unless he possessed the capability to detonate the munitions on board with his bullets. Before long, the crocodile farm came into view, and Lin Xiaodong instructed Lulu to take them to hide and await his signal regarding Melanie. With that, he disregarded Lulu's impending performance and sprinted towards the crocodile farm. It was imperative that some resistance be mounted there, with the possibility of noble sacrifice. Thus, he requested Zhao Yusin to leave him the MG-42 machine gun while he swiftly sought a ladder leading to the rooftop. If fortune favored him and he was not blown to pieces, he could, under the cover of night, escort Melanie and her group to the survivor camp. He hoped that the sight of the drones demolishing buildings would dissuade the airbase from issuing any further notifications to the survivor camp. Upon reaching the survivor camp, Melanie and her subordinates will be able to blend in seamlessly with the airbase. Should the plan falter, their only recourse would be to venture into the city. Yet, entering the city was no trivial matter. Even with Su Feihong's ability to control the undead, traversing a city besieged by 1 million zombies would be daunting. As he entered the crocodile farm, a graceful figure suddenly lunged towards him. Young lady, you truly are incorrigible. Why did you return instead of hiding? To his surprise, Melanie flung herself into his embrace, weeping with a voice that echoed, Is it because I am not as generous as her? Who cares about being generous? At this moment, Lin Xiaodong, impatiently confronting the drone atop the roof, inquired about the woman in red that Melanie had mentioned. What was her name? Something like Mill. Suddenly enlightened, he shouted at Melanie, "You silly girl. Do you really think everyone is as foolish as you, treating every man like a treasure? Hurry up and get lost. I'm busy here." Although he finally acknowledged Lin Xiaodong's awareness of his thoughts, before Melanie could even laugh through her tears, he berated her again. However, for Melanie, a girl blossoming in her feelings, such words were sufficient to ignite her little heart. "I want to leave, not at all. If you have the ability, then bring me along and help me survive this battle against the drones." Chapter 143. You are truly bullying people. As Zhongli reclined in the control chair typically occupied by Melanie, he deftly manipulated the drone. After setting the target, the drone flew autonomously toward its destination, while Zhang's mind drifted into a whirlwind of thoughts. This was the very chair where Melanie had once rested. The scent truly was distinct. Being a native, he could scarcely remove his helmet unless in an area with pristine air. Aside from that singular occasion in the restaurant, he had barely glimpsed Melanie's visage. She was undeniably beautiful. Zhang possessed a keen appreciation for beauty, particularly when it came to alluring women. Yet, in a world nearly obliterated by desire, such harmonious beauty, where physical form and appearance align, was a rarity. Everything acquired seemed to be a fade, a lie exchanged for something else. The insincerity of such beauty had long ceased to captivate Zhang's interest. It was once said that true beauty emanates from within. Thus, he found himself drawn to the fresh and innocent, such as young women newly graduated and brimming with romantic fantasies, or those who, despite being married, retained a sense of individuality. However, what lingered in his memory was the woman who, for the sake of love, willingly sacrificed her life. He found it incomprehensible that such a woman could exist in that sordid world. To him, her union with Lin Xiaodong was nothing short of a desecration of beauty. Zhongli truly understood and appreciated beautiful women, even if she were to lower her gaze. Ultimately, she would meet the same fate as the others he had cast aside. Look, I appreciate genuine beauty and understand true love, yet alas, Melanie was initially a most desirable target, beautiful, pure. Had she chosen to love him unconditionally, perhaps he would have refrained from his previous transgressions. Unfortunately, that individual had also arrived in this world. Perhaps upon discovering that person, I should have feigned ignorance, merely reducing his rescue privileges without needing to. At this moment, as he steered the drone to eliminate that person alongside Melanie, he reflected on the series of actions he had undertaken. To leave that individual forgotten within a city besieged by millions of zombies, ensuring enough time to claim Melanie for himself. However, inevitably, that person would come to learn of their family's presence in this realm. Given his understanding of that individual, it would lead to an unrelenting pursuit. Beep, beep, beep. The drone reached its final navigation point, and the onboard computer urged him to promptly execute the necessary tasks. What a pity for the beautiful Melanie. He mused, his focus shifting back to the drone. The crocodile farm came into view through the drone's lens. And as he toggled between thermal imaging and night vision, Zhang suddenly identified his targets. They were on a rooftop, a figure standing, and another appearing to be crouching or kneeling. What the hell, you audacious couple? Can such acts truly take place atop a roof? This was excessively stimulating. He recalled his previous exploits. Yet none of those women could compare to Melanie. They were merely vessels of promiscuity. Doubting his eyes, he hurriedly switched to thermal imaging mode. Although the actions of the two individuals appeared somewhat peculiar, there was certainly no intimate exchange of bodily fluids. It was far from Zhang Li's assumptions. The drone dove from a height of 800 meters, 700, 500, as the distance diminished. The thermal imaging finally rendered a clear depiction of the true state of the two figures atop the roof. Wait a moment, the man seemed to be facing him, brandishing a long rifle. Indeed, it was not merely Zhang Li's fanciful thinking. He was genuinely wielding a long firearm. You are truly bullying me. This is utterly intolerable, Zhang Li murmured to himself, half reclining in the drone's operator's seat. In this world, There existed a woman willing to sacrifice herself for their love, which was already enviable enough. Yet in this life, there was also a woman prepared to confront the onslaught of his drone alongside him. Undoubtedly, he was more handsome than that individual, and without question, he possessed greater wealth. But why? Why did each woman by his side choose to share life and death with him? Consumed by a furious outrage, Zhongli momentarily forgot the attack, his gaze fixated on the couple on the roof, striking an undignified pose. The MG-42 machine gun on Lin Xiaodong's shoulder erupted with a long tongue of flame, bullets soaring like shooting stars toward the drone. Only then did Zhongli seem to regain his senses, the first instinct prompting him to tilt the drone's nose upward, seeking to gain altitude. Attacking from the sky with precision-guided munitions should never be attempted by someone whose mind was clouded. Melanie maneuvered the MG-42's barrel, its fiery projectiles chasing the drone. I say, you silly girl, you truly are quite foolish. Do you even know about leading the shot? 2.5 fuselages? And you're still struggling with lead time. Amidst Lin Xiaodong's shouts, the bullets from the machine gun relentlessly pursued the drone's tail, failing to make contact. Meanwhile, a flustered Melanie continued to kick Lin Xiaodong's backside. Be quiet. You silly demon king, please don't disturb me. I'm about to pummel that scoundrel. Oh, you know, the one with the egg-like head. The refined Miss Melanie had learned to curse, though her expletives were reserved solely for the imbecile before her. As for others who wished to hear, regrettably, that was a bespoke affair. At this juncture, Lin Xiaodong had entered a state of heightened focus, his sniper rifle tracking the drone. At this moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: how to bring down the drone with minimal damage. Targeting the fuel line was out of the question, as that would ignite the drone. Hitting the control system would render it irreparably damaged. Therefore, aside from the communication system, which was vital for remote control of the drone, the communication antenna became the primary target. Thus, with rifle in hand, he remained as steadfast as a rock, while Melanie, having exhausted the MG-42's ammunition, incessantly squeezed the trigger and patted Lin Xiaodong's shoulder. Hey you, hey, silly demon king, I'm calling you, and you're ignoring me. At this moment, Zhongli maneuvered the drone to ascend, intent on reversing course to retaliate against the couple atop the roof who had provoked him. However, at the very moment when Zhongli maneuvered the aircraft to ascend, Lin Xiaodong fired his sniper rifle. The sharp crack of 7.92 by 57 millimeters full-power round erupted from the chamber, pursuing the drone that had just begun its ascent. Far away at the Air Force Base, Zhongli suddenly became alert, observing the shadow on the lens of the drone's rear camera. That delicate figure seemed to be pressed against the back of the man wielding the gun, and an unsettling thought surged within her. Given her stature, she would be utterly flattened against that broad back. Perhaps that was precisely the outcome that the infatuated girl desired. Chapter 144. The power of drones. The old-fashioned sniper rifle emitted a resounding crack. Its long muzzle flashed stark against the night sky. Zhongli, reclining in the drone's control chair, could distinctly see the tracer round trailing a vivid crimson tail. He merely smiled faintly at the act of firing in disdain and slightly adjusted the joystick. In truth, it was merely a slight adjustment, the movement barely exceeding 5 millimeters. Whoosh! The bullet whizzed past the radio communication device, soaring into the distance. Ah, foolish demon king, you've missed your target. And you missed too. How dare you shout at others just now? A pair of small hands incessantly tapped his shoulder, accompanied by feet kicking at his backside. Little girl, what on earth is wrong with you? Shouldn't you be loading the machine gun instead of pestering me? With hands on her hips and chest puffed out, as if to assert her maturity, she seemed oblivious to the fact that the bumbling man before her failed to grasp her intent. Yet, Lin Xiaodong was far too preoccupied with her beauty to notice, shouting as he pointed at the drone making a turn. Can't you see the drone is turning? It's about to swing back and fire on us. Her big eyes blinked, unperturbed by the urgency, however. But loading the machine gun is a task I cannot manage. Damn it, Lin Xiaodong cursed under his breath, frantically reloading the machine gun while Mylan was still tapping his shoulder, urging hurry. Faster, please. With the girl's voice echoing in his ears, Lin Xiaodong felt every fiber of his being braced for the impending threat of bullets. If only he could learn the capabilities of that metallic giant, he would never fear bullets again. Turning to gaze at the drone in the sky, which was adjusting its position, he realized it would soon plunge downwards. The carefree girl had entrusted everything to him, sitting squarely on his back like a child gazing at stars, pointing at the sky and exclaiming, "The drone has turned. It's about to dive. It's going to fire. Little girl, can't you act a bit more mature?" Finally managing to chamber a bullet, Lin Chaodong grumbled, only to have the keen-eyed Mylan snatch the machine gun from his hands just as he raised it. The sniper rifle's rate of fire was too sluggish, lacking excitement. "Give it to me, or else." Reluctantly, Lin Chaodong surrendered the machine gun, grumbling, "I tell you, little girl, you're not some saintly figure. Why must you act like one here? Even if you were a saint, it wouldn't apply to your own man. Damn it, forget I said anything." Seeing Lin Chaodong fall silent at her remark, Mylan boldly commanded, "Crouch down, let me set the gun." The two resumed their previous positions. Lin Chaodong stood with the sniper rifle, while Mylan crouched, her gaze fixated on the drone in the sky. Such actions undoubtedly incited a frenzy of jealousy in the individual piloting the drone, who prematurely disengaged the machine gun's safety before even entering the effective range. This wretched couple. How dare they bully me so? What is this? This is war. Engaging in such antics amidst battle. What do they take me for? Fury surged within Zhang Li as the rapidly descending drone reached an astonishing speed of 800 kilometers per hour. Through the scope, the forms of the two individuals appeared vividly, seemingly engaged in an indescribable act. Perhaps they resembled lovers entwined in passionate embrace amidst the bombings of World War II in London. His finger tightened around the machine gun's trigger, jealousy clawing at his heart like a demonic talon, searing it as if it were placed in a scorching oil pot, crisping both sides to a golden hue. The reticle on his interface shifted from red to green, finally entering the firing range. His jealousy longed to cascade down like bullets toward the couple on the rooftop. "No, I shall not rush. I wish to shoot them several more times before delivering the final blow." Thus, Zhongli refrained from pulling the trigger, opting instead to draw closer and attain greater precision, intending to obliterate the couple with bullets fueled by rage. As he continued to approach, the scope revealed Lin Chaodong holding a rifle with Melanie crouched behind him. The sight was infuriating. That man aimed to shoot down his own drone while the innocent Melanie knelt behind him. Could it be that he harbored such proclivities? Zhongli mused. Having employed every trick in the book on those women of ill repute, he could conjure 100 scenarios regarding what Melanie was doing behind Lin Chaodong. Finally, he pulled the trigger. The 12.7mm bullets erupted from the drone's nose, trailing a vivid crimson arc, laden with Zhang Li's pent-up fury. Lin Chaodong, ever vigilant with his eagle-eyed precision, perceived the imminent danger as the bullets were unleashed. He instinctively shielded Melanie, tumbling down the sloped rooftop in a hasty descent. The bullet struck the rooftop with a dull thud, shards of tiles bursting forth, leaving a series of pockmarks in their wake. Thud! Ouch, damn it! I've nearly killed myself. Falling from the second floor, even clad in armor, Lin Chaodong felt the impact keenly as he shouted towards Melanie. "If it weren't for you, I would have jumped straight down." The drone's engine roared overhead, slicing through the air above the crocodile farm. Chaodong, realizing the distance was insufficient, stood and stretched his limbs, promptly receiving laser communication from Meyer. Knowing that Zhang Li was undoubtedly aware of his means to capture Melanie, he pondered how to compel the drone to fly lower. As the drone soared upwards with a deafening wail, Lin Chaodong cast a silent curse. "Damn it. This kid has sharpened his wits in this world, unlike before. How then can I deceive him into descending?" As I glanced over, I spotted Melanie seated on the ground, tenderly massaging her waist, and a thought crossed my mind. I reached out to her, only to remember that she had been chasing after the drone. Could it be that she still held any affection for it? Despite her playful demeanor, there was an undeniable allure in her actions. However, to Melanie's utter astonishment, as she rose to her feet, her petite form was suddenly enveloped in Lin Chaodong's embrace. "What are you doing? There's so many people watching," she exclaimed. Yet, being ensnared in the grasp of this domineering figure, escaping was an impossibility for her slight frame. "Ugh, scoundrel," she silently cursed under her breath. Meanwhile, Officer Wang could no longer contain himself, urging his comrades, "Look over there." Zhao Yusin is signaling to the others, directing their attention to the stunning scenery by the crocodile pond. Almost simultaneously at the Air Force Base, the operation was being closely monitored by Zhang Baorong and the drone operator Zhang Li, who were fully aware of the unfolding events. "This pair of scoundrels will soon witness the prowess of my drone," Zhang Li declared, as he maneuvered the drone into a steep dive once more. Chapter 145. The same recipe, a different flavor. The sentiment resonating within Melanie was starkly genuine. It mirrored the sensation of being hoisted upon Lin Xiaodong's shoulders that fateful night, the rogue's hand brazenly resting upon. Yet, Lin Xiaodong remained utterly oblivious to Melanie's reaction, entirely engrossed in monitoring the drone with unwavering focus, his hand maliciously altering its position upon her petite form. "Just hurry up. I know you can see me," he thought, as the drones grew increasingly audible, its dual engines trailing a lengthy plume, an unmistakable sign of afterburner activation. Quick ascent, quick descent, Zhang Li pondered, keenly aware of the potential traps below. Indeed, Lin Xiaodong had clarity regarding the scene unfolding beneath him. He could see Lin Xiaodong embracing the woman of his affections, witnessing that scoundrel's hand resting upon her rear. Further, it was an agonizing sight, enough to drive one to the brink of jealousy. Disregarding the peril posed to the aircraft, he brazenly activated the afterburners during the dive. The risk of damaging the drone was considerable, yet under the Zhang family's current dominion at the Air Force Base, who would dare voice a complaint? This time, he was determined not to let the pair of scoundrels escape. As Lin Xiaodong held Melanie tightly, cursing under his breath, he thought, "Little girl, didn't you say I was your man? What's wrong with a little movement? Don't. You're merely tempting him to come down. You're not truly." Melanie struggled fiercely in his embrace, yet her strength was no match for Lin Xiaodong's, rendering her attempts futile. In her mind, their union should have unfolded on an evening draped in gentle rain, with a sky woven in mist, or perhaps under a radiant full moon. They could share a drink beforehand, indulging in a pleasantly tipsy state. As for attire, armor, and such were far too cumbersome. She envisioned a refined ensemble paired with a lady's skirt, allowing him to. But now, she faced the imminent threat of machine gun fire, coupled with the unreasonable grip of the man before her. Where was the romance in that? "Little girl, just pretend I'm here to save those kids. Where has your saintly spirit gone? Now is the time for your sacrifice. Now, here, so many are watching. This is unacceptable." Her shyness intensified her struggles, which only prompted Lin Xiaodong to tighten his hold, bringing them even closer together. Regrettably, Melanie sensed not a shred of passion emanating from Lin Xiaodong. Even a hint of attraction on his part would have compelled her to relent. The engine noise crescendoed, and instinctively, Melanie sensed that bullets would soon erupt from the barrels. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaodong was listening to the reports from his Helmet S laser communication ring. 200 meters. 150. Her delicate frame nestled against him was a tantalizing allure, yet the urgency of the moment prevented him from savoring her softness. 100 meters. "Hey, are you really only holding her for those children?" Melanie, held tightly in his embrace, suddenly relaxed her body, her voice tinged with a hint of tears as she spoke. Lin Xiaodong, single-mindedly focused, employed his keen eyesight to fixate on the approaching aircraft, intent on rolling aside with Melanie to evade the bullets just before they were fired. This task proved slightly more challenging than dodging bullets from a rooftop, as the descent was swifter and the distance to the bullets greater. Who dares to claim that a young girl's sentiments are always poetic? Step forth, and I shall guarantee your downfall, especially in dire moments when thoughts run wild. Tension coursing through him, Lin Xiaodong muttered a careless reply. "If you say so. Have you ever liked me?" She pressed. This time, he offered no response, yet Melanie could sense the tautness of his muscles, as if they were springs on the verge of snapping. In resignation, she clung to his waist, pressing her body against him. Their time together had been brief, yet she felt a burgeoning affection for this man before her. Regrettably, unrequited feelings do not equate to love. Perhaps it was merely the embarrassment of the previous night that had misled her into believing she had fallen for him. Nonetheless, in this moment, he held her close. Just before the onslaught of gunfire, burrowing her face into his chest, she listened to the thunderous beat of his heart through the armor. Suddenly, the staccato sound of machine gun fire erupted. Lin Xiaodong sprang into action, leaping with all his might, covering more than 20 meters in a single bound. The enhancement of his strength, fourfold that of an ordinary person, complemented the agility afforded by his swift boots. Bullets whizzed past them, narrowly missing, aiming to minimize dispersion for a lethal strike. Zhongli endeavored to lower the drone's altitude while maneuvering it for a precise attack at a shallow angle. These were the prerequisites for accurate strikes and swift retreats. He was confident that with sufficient speed, the enemy's weaponry would not easily find its mark. If successful, he could revel in the sight of their lifeless bodies from above. No, it would be preferable to eliminate just one, or to injure both, leaving them stranded, unable to hold each other again. Yes, this would be far more satisfying than a swift death. As this thought crossed his mind, he nearly laughed aloud. Reclining in the drone's control seat, half reclined, he reviewed the footage of the recent attack. Bullets had pierced the concrete, uprooting the dark soil beneath, leaving a trail of black on the pristine white snow where the couple had stood. Amidst the debris, their figures were indistinguishable, likely shredded by the barrage of 12 7mm rounds. It was profoundly frustrating not to witness their bodies being torn apart with his own eyes. As he finished the assault and began to ascend, the drone momentarily stuttered. He was unaware of the cause, and then the drone's speed plummeted. However, he paid it little mind. After all, a shallow dive followed by a steep ascent typically resulted in a decrease in speed. Just at that moment, he clearly observed through the rearview camera the long barrel of an old-fashioned rifle emitting a vibrant orange muzzle flash. It was, as usual, a tracer round, seemingly intended for his own clarity. Almost immediately, he lost contact with the drone. Damn. Unlike Lin Xiaodong, who often misused Chinese-style English, Zhang Li's command of the language was relatively proficient. He hurriedly activated the camera playback, and, at the very moment before the connection was severed, he witnessed a massive parachute unfurling behind his aircraft. Upon reviewing the drone's data, the revelation left him utterly astonished. The drone's engine had shut down at the last moment. Disastrous. How could I have allowed them to capture a drone? How on earth did he manage to accomplish that? Chapter 146. The detestable saintly figure. How exactly did Lin Xiaodong manage to bring down the drone? The answer is rather straightforward. When the drone executed its precise assault at an extremely low altitude and subsequently ascended, its velocity diminished to a certain extent. In that fleeting moment, Lin Xiaodong produced a spear resembling a hook gun and hurled it with great force towards the drone. The Olympic javelin can reach speeds of up to 16 meters per second. Thus, with a running speed of 60 kilometers per hour and a throwing strength 4 times that of an average person, one can only imagine the velocity he could achieve. Nevertheless, there is no need for calculation. The proximity was the fundamental reason. Hey, you little brat, what's wrong with you? That's a full-face helmet. If you blow your nose, you won't even be able to wipe it, Lin Xiaodong remarked as he seized the drone. However, his anxious response only served to further irk Melanie. Go away, I don't want to talk to you, she sobbed, stomping her feet in an attempt to push him away. After all, she was the saintly figure in a zombie drama, destined to perish within 3 episodes. Who needs you? Such an irritating saintly figure. Lin Xiaodong felt a surge of urgency within him. Having already extended a gesture of goodwill by sharing a joke, he resolutely grasped her and ran towards the location where the drone was destined to fall, regardless of her reluctance. While running, he inquired, Zhao Yusin me air. Are you ready? Sir, always at your service, came the response. Xiaodong, everything is fine on my end. Perhaps the young lady is just too difficult to please. What do they know about romance? Meanwhile, at the Air Force Base, Zhongli was fraught with anxiety, contemplating tearing his hair out. He considered dispatching another drone, but was troubled by how to explain the mishap of the previous one. If he refrained from sending a drone, how could he activate its self-destruct mechanism? Was he to rely on the timer once more? Feeling a sense of unreliability in his decision, he soon recalled the 18 surviving soldiers. Perhaps they could connect with the drone via their communicators and set the self-destruct mechanism. If that were the case, He was certain that if that individual could capture the first drone, he could certainly capture the second. The previous failure was due to Melanie not activating the self-destruct mechanism. But now he could use the drone to set a trap. He promptly connected to their communication channel and hastened towards the crash site, determined to employ every means necessary to prevent anyone from acquiring military equipment. Understood, sir, Zhao Yusen affirmed, gesturing to his subordinates. With a calm demeanor, he circled towards the direction of the drone's descent. With the radio system enabling communication with the drone, Zhongli felt considerably relieved, even catching snippets of conversation among the soldiers on the way. That rascal is incredibly bold. He dares to hijack a military drone. Indeed, but that fellow must possess some extraordinary abilities. I certainly lack the strength to throw that far. Be cautious. Those with special powers are not to be trifled with. Do you think he could be from the? It's hard to say. Those with powers often have rather peculiar minds. What should we do about our attack? The only machine gun is in his possession. Without resorting to aggression, I surmise that Captain Zhang will remotely activate the drone's self-destruction mechanism. With such an abundance of munitions and fuel, our efforts are unnecessary. We may merely observe from a distance. Those scoundrels, that wretched old Seven. Just look at the troops under your command. Zhang Li was seething with fury. Old Seven is already gone, and he would undoubtedly storm into his quarters to administer a proper reprimand. The dissidents truly dare to oppose me. Let's not forget, regardless of the faction, you all are merely consumers of rations. But now, at this moment, at the crash site, Lin Xiaodong was hastily dismantling the self-destruction device alongside Melanie. Hey, you fool. Lin Xiaodong, step back. Disassembling this is perilous. Upon hearing Melanie's words, Lin Xiaodong felt a sinking sensation. Even the fool Demon King was no longer addressed as such, indicating a severance of their bond. That young girl was rather endearing, especially with her enchanting voice. So sweet, yet innocent at the tender age of 18. Speak, little sister. Why should I heed your words? Lin Xiaodong, if you seek death, do not hold me accountable if it comes to pass. At that moment, despite Melanie's voice retaining its charm, it lacked the gentle sweetness of youthful infatuation. I do not hold you responsible, as long as you fulfill your promise when you reach the underworld. What promise? After merely 4 words, Melanie ceased to elaborate. The promise undoubtedly pertaining to the self-righteous notions of virtue. Rest assured, I shall uphold my promise, even in death. However, from this moment forth, I no longer harbor affections for you, forevermore. At this juncture, tears were nearly spilling from Melanie's eyes. Observing her trembling hands, Lin Xiaodong pulled her aside. You truly are a naive child, contemplating such trivial matters while disarming a bomb. Having said that, he squatted where Melanie had just been, examining the intricate mechanical and electrical components. He then turned and patted her helmet. Now you have the chance for vengeance. Instruct me on how to dismantle this device. If you wish for death, let me cut the wrong wire. Gazing at the man before her, she wished to prevent him from taking action. Yet tears had already begun to flow. This was a dreadful circumstance for her, as she rarely cried, and when she did, it was difficult to cease. Resigned, she activated her implanted phone to project an image, struggling to articulate her instructions to Lin Xiaodong. Here, cut the red wire. Cut. Just the casing. With a swift motion, Lin Xiaodong nearly severed the red wire, unaware that the fool girl was speaking through tears, gasping for breath. He had no choice but to patiently listen to her ramble until she finished her sentence before proceeding with the operation. Commander, if possible, please expedite. The base is urging us. If you require more time, I can consider circling the mountain again, but at 1 TB for long. Over and out. Listening to Zhao Yusen's urging, Lin Xiaodong finally gritted his teeth and confessed to Melanie. All right, I admit that I have feelings for you. Not merely as an excuse for my promises and your, Ms. Melanie, I confess that my attitude was poor when I was under fire just now, yet I must say I relished the sensation at that moment. Upon hearing Lin Xiaodong's candid admission, Melanie, who had been weeping like a sorrowful figure, suddenly broke into a smile. Astonishingly, as Lin Xiaodong had surmised, she indeed produced a bubble from her nose. However, this was inconsequential. What mattered was that Lin Chaodong distinctly observed a small mechanical arm emerging from her helmet, which not only wiped away her tears but also cleared her nasal discharge. One could not help but marvel at the astonishing technology on this planet, capable of creating such intricate and intelligent machinery. Just then, the voice of Meyer resonated within the helmet. "I say, Chaodong, would you like me to devise a plan to occupy that fellow at the Air Force Base, granting you some time to orchestrate a grand display of artillery?" Lin Chaodong thought to himself, "Damn it, Meyer, you are my secretary for heaven's sake. It's utterly unprofessional of you to eavesdrop on your employer's flirtations." Chapter 147. The duties of secretary at this moment. Meyer and Su Feihong were indeed formal employees of Lin Chaodong's organization, each earning a monthly salary of 20,000. Su Feihong had assumed the role of instructor, tasked with imparting the skills of traditional martial arts to him. Meanwhile, Meyer insisted on being a secretary rather than serving as a team doctor. As expected, she burst into laughter, echoing what Su Feihong had mentioned about those suffering from the aftereffects of time travel, often saying, "If there is something to do, call the secretary, if not." Before she could finish, Lin Chaodong rebutted, "I am certainly not an unscrupulous capitalist. I only employ the two of you. It's only considered capitalism when one hires 3 or more workers, so you're quite safe." However, Meyer retorted, "Humph, we shall see." At that moment, Meyer AC, accompanied by Lin Chaodong's legion of pets, guarded an apparatus resembling a drone. According to Lin Chaodong's plan, he needed to acquire that drone without alerting the personnel at the airbase, while simultaneously convincing them that he and Melanie were already deceased. This was a prerequisite for the completion of his next scheme. Meanwhile, Zhang Li, anxiously awaiting updates from the airbase, finally received a report from the soldiers. "Commander, we are in position and can clearly observe their movements." Despite the soldiers accomplishing their task, Zhang Li felt compelled to scold them. "Humph. Those fools have dawdled for so long and still refuse to take a look at the aircraft." Through the night vision imagery relayed by the soldiers, it was evident that Lin Chaodong and Melanie were busily encircling the drone. This was hardly surprising. Even Zhang Li could discern their intentions. The drone was equipped with a manual control mechanism, which most people were unaware of, and after discarding all their weaponry, it could even take off from relatively flat terrain. This was a method for rescuing important personnel during wartime, with the manual control being an alternative should the automatic system fail. Zhang Li believed that if it were Melanie piloting, she could effortlessly navigate the drone back to the airbase. If that were to occur, he would be in dire straits. First, he might face a military tribunal, and secondly, his standing in his father's eyes would diminish, jeopardizing his future prospects of commanding the Zhang family's influence. Either scenario would be catastrophic for Zhang Li. He immediately connected to the drone's remote control system, determined to attempt to activate the self-destruct mechanism. If he cannot activate it, then blow up the drone and eliminate those two wretches. Yes, Commander understood. Following the severance of communication with the airbase, Zhao Yusin called out to Lin Chaodong, "Commander, the plan from the base is." Moments later, he reported to Zhang Li, "Report, Commander. We have connected with the drone's remote communication system. You may activate the self-destruct mechanism at any time. Prepare yourselves. I will initiate the self-destruct sequence." Upon receiving the information, Zhao Yusin signaled Lin Chaodong, while Melanie simultaneously began operating the self-destruct mechanism. As she glanced at the continuously counting down timer on the controller and observed the figures in Zhao Yusin's night vision system busily tending to the drone, oblivious to their impending fate, a disdainful smirk crossed her lips. "Ah, those insufferable adversaries. May you meet your demise." With each passing moment, as the countdown neared its conclusion, Zhang Li felt the burden of anxiety gradually lift from her heart. The image transmitted by Zhao Yusin revealed Melanie's graceful silhouette, evoking a fleeting sense of reluctance within her. At that moment, Lin Chaodong and Melanie were preparing to enter the makeshift refuge. This so-called refuge was merely a coffin-like box, crafted from currency and the remnants of the deceased, measuring a daunting 30 centimeters in thickness. "Oh, you foolish one," she muttered as she playfully swatted him. Nestled in Lin Chaodong's embrace within the refuge, Melanie felt warmth spread across her cheeks, Yet her curiosity remained insatiable. "Your Majesty, the Demon King, where on earth did you acquire such an abundance of cash?" Unfazed by her inquisitiveness, Lin Chaodong, unlike the innocent 18-year-old maiden, was not one to adhere to conventional modesty. Once the moment commenced, he saw no reason to restrain himself. "Hey you, how could you? That's not allowed." Her voice, tender and soft, failed to convey any semblance of protest, resembling more of a playful mule, perhaps critiquing his haste, devoid of any romantic flair. At 18, this pure-hearted girl could hardly grasp that in the realm of true love, romance bore little weight. Regrettably, the confined space of the coffin-like refuge offered no opportunity for indulgence. Any minor provocation merely served as an appetizer before the impending explosion. With a thunderous roar, the explosion forcefully propelled the refuge deep into the earth. In an instant, Lin Chaodong's helmet displayed the oxygen supply countdown. "Damn it, this is serious. Don't they understand they need to dig me out?" It was not that they lacked understanding, but rather that there was no means to extricate him. Observing the chaotic aftermath of the explosion, Mir and Su Feihong, perched on Az's back, were left dumbfounded. "Where's the boss?" A glance toward the handsome Su Feihong revealed his gaze upon her, igniting a sense of irritation within Mir. Arriving too late to the boss's side, a mere 18-year-old girl, still in her youth, had already seized the opportunity. And Su Feihong, with his effeminate demeanor, squandered a fine name. She felt an urge to administer poison to him. Yet, the absence of their boss posed a far graver issue. "The refuge I personally arranged should be right here." However, apart from the crater measuring over 5 meters, there was nothing else in sight. As Lin Chaodong's secretary, Mir felt the weight of scrutiny from all present, including the pets. The pressure was palpable as she shouted to Su Feihong and the 3 pets, "Hurry, call Captain Zhao and the others to come." "Lilith, aren't you a wolf? Hurry and sniff around." Under her anxious exhortations, a response swiftly materialized. Su Feihong, having contacted Zhao Yusen, reported, "Sister Mir, Captain Zhao's subordinates are on their way, but he has activated the camera linking to the base, so he cannot come." With a sidelong glance at Su Feihong, she immediately adopted an expression that was neither here nor there. "Su, can't you get off Aiju? Even if you're injured and unable to assist in finding the boss, you need not monopolize such a capable laborer." Adhering to the principle that one should not offend doctors in an apocalyptic world, Su Feihong silently dismounted from Aiju and seated himself in a place that would not obstruct Mir's view. At that moment, Lulu, perched atop Lilith's head, was energetically gesturing and bouncing about. Mir sighed, realizing the predicament. The air was thick with the scent of explosives, masking the sense of the boss and Mei. That saintly presence. Just then, members of Zhao Yusen's team arrived. As Lin Chaodong's secretary, Mir took charge without hesitation, instructing, "Form groups of 4, search in all directions." I refuse to believe that 2 living souls could simply vanish. Observing the alluring and enchanting Mir AC, who had taken refuge in a spot that did not obstruct her view, Su Feihong could not help but shake his head in disbelief. It was truly astonishing that such a beautiful and charming doctor had been reduced to this state following the catastrophic bioweapon outbreak. Chapter 148. I will not play the tragic role, according to the conventions of a tragic narrative. This moment would typically involve exchanging heartfelt confessions with the saintly maiden, followed by a final gasp for air. In a romantic tale, one might seize the opportune position to engage in those universally cherished activities, regardless of the sufficiency of oxygen. However, as an ordinary individual hailing from humble beginnings, Lin Chaodong shuns the tragic role. Having weathered countless storms at the societal bottom, the only remnants within him are the words, "Strive onward." As a grassroots believer in love, he would never take advantage of the maiden during this life-or-death crisis. With a swift motion, he brandished his claw blade, commencing his assault on the escape pod. Regrettably, the sharpness of the blade merely etched superficial scratches on the biomaterial, rendering it seemingly impenetrable for years to come. "Save your breath. You cannot breach that material," a voice echoed, reminiscent of a mewing cat. As he felt Melanie's body temperature steadily rising, her chest heaved with urgency, Her waist twisted, and her legs struggled and convulsed. Ceasing his efforts, Lin Xiaodong meticulously examined her condition, which exhibited an alarming amalgamation of exhilaration and asphyxiation. As oxygen in the confined space had long been depleted, he pondered the mystery of her predicament, especially since his helmet indicated a remaining air supply of 30 minutes. How could this be? Unless the pilot's helmet only supplies 30 minutes of oxygen? A wave of despair washed over him. At this moment, their bodies were pressed closely together, rendering any movement impossible. He attempted to open his helmet and commanded his specialized combat suit, but the system stubbornly refused. A diagnostic revealed the absence of oxygen in the environment, warning that removing the visor would reduce his survival time to approximately 30 seconds. It insisted on adhering to its primary directive, to safeguard the warrior's life. Damn it, can I truly let her perish before my eyes? He thought. Yet perhaps a solution existed. Lin Xiaodong shifted his arms behind Melanie, straining to gain even a fist's distance. He activated a bio-skill known as heart extraction, originating from the devourer. A heavy strike reverberated against the biomaterial, though exceptionally sturdy. This ability could penetrate 30% of the target's defenses. Furthermore, the greatest advantage of heart extraction was its negligible cooldown period. Boom, boom. In a concealed section of the biomaterial, minute cracks began to widen, a result of Lin Xiaodong's formidable strength wielding the heart extraction skill. Yet, it was evident that his assault lacked the power to extricate Melanie before she succumbed to asphyxiation. Nevertheless, with 30 minutes of oxygen remaining for himself, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. Melanie's body grew hotter, and her struggles intensified as if she were engaged in a fervent embrace. While others might not comprehend the nature of her actions, Lin Xiaodong understood all too well. It was not merely the confined space or their physical contact that ignited such overwhelming sensations. Certainly, the 18-year-old girl possesses a highly sensitive physique. Yet this is not the primary concern. Hypoxia can lead to alkalosis, as well as the excessive secretion of dopamine and norepinephrine, which may induce hallucinations, delirium, and an overwhelming sense of euphoria in those experiencing asphyxiation. This is purely a physiological response, unaffected by human volition. The sound of fists rhythmically pounding on the sturdy refuge capsule reverberates, despite the considerable distance remaining before they can break free. Stop! Everyone halt! Suddenly, Meyer S. commands, and all individuals, along with their pets, promptly cease their activities. The frantic scene transforms into an unexpected silence. The most amusing sight is that of Lulu, having just lifted a foot, appears frozen mid-air at Meyer's shout, though no one finds humor in its antics. The distant sound continues, faint yet intermittent, as if reluctant to disrupt a beautiful symphony. Meyer steps forward, attentively straining to listen. Eventually, she beckons Lilith. Lilith, come over and dig here. Understanding the command, the large Samoyed trots over, its ears perked up even more as it approaches. Of course, the Samoyed's ears are not large to begin with, smaller than those of a wolf. Yet the incessantly rotating white ears indicate that it too has caught the sound. The pounding resumes, and this time Lilith, having discerned the sound, begins to excavate the earth without hesitation. This location is a good 3 to 4 meters from the explosion point. One wonders how it could be buried underground. As for the continuous pounding, one possibility is that the individuals inside are striking the very capsule that entombs them, while another is the impatience of those within. The thought makes Meyer's face flush, yet she keeps her eyes wide open, watching as the disturbance beneath Lilith's paws grows more pronounced, while the sound becomes increasingly clear. The noise intensifies, reassuring Meyer that it is evidently not the sound associated with other activities. She is quite pleased with this revelation, as it suggests she still has the opportunity to become closely acquainted with her superior. With Lilith's diligent digging, the Black Refuge capsule finally breaks the surface. Meyer gestures for the soldiers to return to Zhao Yulin, to avoid drawing the attention of the Air Force Base. At last, the people inside the capsule become aware of the commotion outside, yet the force of their pounding is greater, more urgent. Thanks to Lilith's relentless efforts, the door of the capsule is finally ajar. Lin Xiaodong bursts forth, cradling the limp Melanie, shouting anxiously, "Meyer, hurry, perform CPR." However, as a physician, Meyer is left bewildered, asking, "Is her heart not beating?" "But we don't have a portable defibrillator." "What on earth is CPR?" "Meyer, aren't you a veterinarian? You don't even know how to perform resuscitation." Gently laying Melanie on the ground, Lin Chaodong elevated her neck to ensure her airway remained unobstructed. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a twitch in the cheek of the veterinary accustomed me. Typically, he wielded a compact electric stun gun the size of a pin, but here. Without pausing to hear her explanation, Lin Chaodong commenced chest compressions on Melanie. He pondered whether to remove her helmet for mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Considering the 30% chance of her turning into a zombie, he believed that Melanie would prefer to succumb to shock rather than entertain the notion of becoming one. After all, such a transformation would mar her beauty. Soon, he noticed what appeared to be vapor within Melanie's helmet, likely an adjustment by the oxygen supply system based on her blood's oxygen levels. In any case, the virtuous and pure-hearted seemed to hold a special favor with the divine. After a few minutes in shock, Melanie awakened with a cough. Then, whether her little head had moved or not, she weakly slapped Lin Chaodong with her hand. Chapter 149. The frantic thoughts of the foolish demon king. You have all regressed, with soldiers, doctors, and martial arts instructors among you. Yet none possess the knowledge of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. At this moment, Melanie feels a chill enveloping her, half reclining in Lin Chaodong's embrace, warmed by the roaring campfire. Cradling the verdant Lulu, she lacks the strength to engage in banter with Lin Chaodong. Meyer, with her plump crimson lips, offers her irritable boss naught but disdain. Who could have anticipated such archaic skills would be necessary in this day and age? Speaking of the present, she finds herself at a loss for words. Who could foresee a catastrophic biochemical disaster? Just as one would not carry a defibrillator pen daily. Who would consider the possibility of encountering a lecherous individual? A defibrillator could serve as an electric shock device. Reclining against him, Melanie finally retorts, "Truly, you are the Empire's super spy. Such matters are beyond ordinary folk like us." Chuckling, the handsome Su Feihong hears Lin Chaodong's misfortune and lets out a brief laugh, only to stifle it upon realizing his injuries do not permit such mirth. Curiously, he inquires, "Is the boss really a super spy of the Empire?" Melanie has always harbored doubts about this claim, although she now trusts that Lin Chaodong would not unleash a biochemical virus. The notion of him being a super spy seems more fitting to his character. Seizing this precious moment of leisure, they deliberate on their next course of action. The immediate priority is to escort Melanie to the survivor's base, or, with that drone, I could pilot it back myself. Nestled in Lin Chaodong's embrace, she remains unaware of her recovery, adamantly refusing to rise, while Meyer watches with a hint of envy. "And what are those little rascals? You and T leave them to me, would you? 8 of those little troublemakers are already enough of a headache. Besides, playing the role of a saint is not my calling." The well-fed huskies lounge around the fire, sprawled in all directions. Upon hearing Lin Chaodong repeatedly refer to her as a saint, Melanie playfully swats him. Feeling energized, "Are we? Then sit up." My head still spins terribly. As soon as the notion of being urged to rise surfaces, Melanie transforms into the model of compliance. Glancing at his subordinates, Lin Chaodong tentatively poses the question, "Have you ever heard of a piece of equipment called a transport glider?" "Oh, don't assume we know nothing. It's merely a glider." As she speaks, Melanie lightly taps Lin Chaodong once more. "I see you've completely recovered. Now sit properly." As she is lifted into a sitting position, Melanie murmurs softly, "What is the matter? You're so strong. Leaning on you one tea break you. So stingy." Upon hearing Lin Chaodong's inquiry, the soldiers ponder before shaking their heads in unison. It is not that they lack knowledge of such advanced equipment, but rather that it has become so outdated that the military has long ceased its use. Only enthusiasts of extreme sports in civilian life would still operate gliders. What troubles Lin Chaodong is that while Melanie can pilot the drone back to the Air Force Base, what about those unruly children and the 18 soldiers? No matter how powerful the drone may be, it cannot pull them back to the Air Force Base. Furthermore, as covert operatives positioned close to the Zhang family, they must not appear in the same vicinity as Melanie. Suddenly, Melanie, who was sitting by the campfire, exclaimed, "I have an idea. You mentioned gliders. I can program the drone for an automated takeoff. As long as the glider can ascend, it won't require much towing force. The real issue lies in the takeoff." Upon hearing the mention of takeoff, Lin Xiaodong recalled the method he and the inept sniper had used to launch from the city and nodded, saying, "Takeoff is feasible. My only concern is whether the drone has enough fuel, as the drag from towing a glider is considerably greater." "Commander, I have a solution," Melanie continued. "You can head to a nearby survivor camp. I know of one where the Zhang family frequently sends supplies and equipment. Utilizing a supply drone to return to the Air Force Base could be a viable plan." But Melanie cannot appear alongside the 18 soldiers and a large group of unruly children. Alternatively, as he glanced at the 18 soldiers, Lin Xiaodong contemplated the possibility of Melanie donning a soldier's armor. But that too was problematic. The absence of one soldier upon their return to the base would inevitably raise suspicions from the Zhang family. The discussion around the campfire had reached an impasse. Ultimately, after summarizing all conditions, only one solution emerged. For the safety of the 18 soldiers reaching the military base, they must rely on a supply transport aircraft to return, and they could set off immediately. As for Melanie and the children, they would need to devise another plan. Thus, Zhao Yusen, your squad may proceed to the Air Force Base as you suggested, but do not call for the transport aircraft. I fear there may be a trap. I will think of a way for Melanie. Understood, Commander. Are we ready to depart? Zhao Yusen, embodying the essence of a soldier, promptly prepared for action. Lin Xiaodong nodded in response. You have already fulfilled your mission of observing the bombing results. The longer you delay, the more suspicious they may become. Yes, Commander. With Zhao Yusen's affirmation, the small squad of 18 moved swiftly with military precision. As their figures vanished, Lin Xiaodong turned to the remaining individuals and stated, "Now we must devise a way to construct a glider capable of carrying 18 children and one saintly figure." Upon hearing Lin Xiaodong refer to her as a saintly figure, Melanie raised a playful fist at him, saying with feigned annoyance, "Construct a glider? Do you think it's that simple? It's not like making a triangular wing. Of course, I cannot build it myself. Isn't there a pilot among you? You still need to accommodate 18 little brats in that glider, and I lack the expertise." Seeing that Lin Xiaodong was earnest, Melanie fell into a mild panic and protested. "What a joke. Building an aircraft? You must be joking. None of us here has the slightest knowledge of how to manufacture an airplane. Moreover, how should the control system be designed? Do you think it resembles a delta wing?" At this juncture, Melanie abruptly halted her discourse, pointing at Lin Xiaodong as if he were a madman. "Oh, I see. You intend to construct a large delta wing. You truly are a foolhardy genius. Indeed, this notion is rather terrifying. She is a pilot, yet the idea of a colossal delta wing laden with 18 unruly children, being towed by a drone with 1,200 horsepower, is enough to instill dread. There is no need for experimentation. Merely contemplating it is horrifying. Such a concept is certainly beyond the grasp of an ordinary mind, yet it does not imply that a foolhardy genius cannot conceive it. In truth, Lin Xiaodong aims to create a glider, and currently, utilizing a drone to tow the glider appears to be the most expedient and secure method for Melanie and the children to return to the Air Force Base. After all, traversing over 1,000 kilometers on foot is no small feat. Considering the young and old, even a wolf-drawn sled would prove futile. Even upon reaching the Air Force Base, the cacophony is overwhelming. The periphery is already swarmed with hundreds of thousands of zombies. How then could they gain entry? Rather than risking a perilous journey of 1,000 kilometers, constructing a glider may be a more prudent choice. Judging by the extreme sports expertise possessed by the foolhardy marksman, creating a glider may not be overly challenging. Chapter 150. The peculiar economic system dawn broke as Melanie and Mir, having enjoyed a restful slumber at the crocodile farm, were roused by a cacophony of barking dogs outside their window. Curiosity piqued, they approached the window to behold Lilith, her tongue lolling out, wearing an angelic smile reminiscent of a Shiba Inu, surrounded by a lively pack of 8 bouncing huskies. Behind them was a sled brimming with stacks of cash. He had found the money. Wow, so much wealth! The two women simultaneously gasped, racing out of the room and down the stairs to the outside world. After several overcast days, the morning sun shone brilliantly, imparting a sense of renewed beauty to the world. On the sled lay nearly half a meter thick with banknotes. And then, as if conjured from the depths of the money pile, Lin Chaodong emerged, stretching lazily. What a splendid sleep. These past few days have been exhausting. Thanks to that damned Holy Mother, the White Lotus bang. 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 Upon hearing Lin Chaodong refer to her as that damned Holy Mother, Melanie leapt onto the sled, shaking her small fist and playfully thumping the helmet atop his head. Hey, you fool, wake up. It's bright outside. At that moment, Su Feihong, feeling much improved, stepped out of the door. Upon witnessing the sled overflowing with cash, he exclaimed in astonishment, I never expected the boss would acquire such a fortune. This is incredible. Go on, go on. What kind of woman uses her man's head as a drum? Lin Chaodong pushed Melanie aside, disregarding her playful indignation. Turning to Su Feihong, he remarked, Are you out of your mind? We're in a post-apocalyptic world. For goodness sake. Money should have turned to waste by now. As he spoke, Lin Chaodong realized he had misspoken. Melanie ceased her playful protest, while Mir lowered her hand from her mouth, her expression shifting from astonishment to skepticism. Su Feihong, who had initially been overwhelmed with emotion, found his smile frozen. He descended several steps to the sled, scrutinizing Lin Chaodong intently before stating, It seems you genuinely do not comprehend the purpose of money. Here on our planet, there exists a fellow who is completely oblivious to the role of currency. What do you say he is a super spy, and he is lying? Melanie, having long held this belief, earnestly defined Lin Chaodong. Perhaps the boss is an extraterrestrial. I wonder if he suffers from the after effects of time travel. Could he truly be a traveler from another world? If so, could he take us to his realm? Damn it, Lin Chaodong thought. Does currency here possess some unique function? Otherwise, why would they assign me these bewildering definitions? He clicked his tongue, feeling a sense of foreboding as his mind sought rational explanations. In time travel novels, isn't it common to hide one's identity through amnesia? If money is still in use, what does that imply? And also, do not regard me with such expressions. I merely suffered a fall, which has rendered certain memories vague and others entirely forgotten. With a soft huff, Melanie murmured to herself, wrapping her arms around her chest to prevent him from feigning ignorance. Meanwhile, the spirited girl, Meyer, seemed unafraid of being taken advantage of, proudly accentuating her curves that surpassed Melanie's, and even cheerfully corroborating Lin Chaodong's fib. Indeed, he was not mistaken. A blow to the head could potentially induce amnesia, though such effects are typically transient. The dashing youth, Su Feihong, regarded Lin Chaodong with suspicion, presenting his evidence. Meyer, do you recall the day you turned traitor? He asked if I was also wearing the same attire. At the time, I thought he was suffering from the aftermath of time travel. With a dismissive pout, Meyer shrugged. So what? He's my boss now. Chaodong, do you truly not comprehend the value of money? Melanie, releasing her grip, climbed back onto the sled. Indeed, I am quite oblivious to the purpose of this currency. Is it possible that even after a biochemical catastrophe, people still use cash? Prices must have skyrocketed. Upon hearing his response, Melanie tenderly cradled Lin Chaodong's head, resting it against her bosom. Poor thing, your head must be damaged from the impact. Curse that biochemical disaster. Stop. You all have rambled endlessly without addressing the crux of the matter. What purpose does money serve now? Lin Chaodong, visibly agitated, was most concerned with this issue. Perplexed by Su Feihong and Meyer's ease in accepting currency as payment, but the urgency of the situation had left him little time to inquire further. Of course it has value, and significant value at that. However, I remain skeptical of your claim of amnesia. Su Feihong, evidently suspicious, mirrored the feminine qualities of his appearance in his thoughts. Meyer, devoid of ulterior motives, casually explained to Lin Chaodong the utility of money. In fact, the currency itself is crafted from nano-level carbon fibers, which serve as one of the most widely utilized foundational production materials. The strength of a nation or an individual is measured by the quantity of such fundamental resources they possess. No wonder that even after the biochemical disaster, currency retained its worth. Enlightenment dawned upon Lin Chaodong. It became clear that the planet operated under a monetary system akin to the gold standard of yore, albeit now grounded in advanced technology. Yet, this bore little significance to him, for in his realm, money was boundless, or rather, nanocarbon fibers were in endless supply. So, this material is made from nanocarbon fibers. No wonder it is fire-resistant and remarkably durable. Even when fused with ice, it maintains sufficient strength. This should suffice for constructing the skin of a glider. Alright then, since this material is nanocarbon fiber, I have located a stash of currency that remains in abundance. We can retrieve it if necessary. Now have you all had breakfast? Let us proceed to the highway for our flight. Gurgle. At the mention of breakfast, it was evident that the trio before him had yet to eat, their eyes fixed expectantly on Lin Chaodong. Surely, you three cannot be incapable of cooking? Su Fei Hong. You single dog, do not deceive me. I genuinely cannot cook, boss. I usually just buy my meals. Turning to Meyer, you, as a woman, do not know how to cook? Meyer, somewhat indignant, shot back. Why don't you ask her? She is also a woman, albeit just a little girl who is yet to grow up. There is no need to question the second girl. She is simply a foodie. And what about you? You are a doctor, after all, and should know. What does being a doctor have to do with it? As a highly skilled professional, is it necessary to learn how to cook? Boss, do you not cook either? Perhaps you should just hire a robotic servant instead. Otherwise, no need for concern. My man can cook, and quite well, I might add, right, you silly demon king? With nothing more to say, Lin Chaodong sulkily walked into the room, cursing under his breath. I can't believe I gathered a bunch of teammates, only to be relegated to the role of chef. This is utterly absurd. Chapter 151. The Phantom, we shall continue deploying drones for continuous surveillance over that area. You know, the absence of that man's corpse leaves me in a state of unease. As he swirled the crimson wine in his glass, Zhang Baorong gazed thoughtfully at the rose-hued liquid trickling down the sides of the cup. Seated in a chair nearby, Zhang Li reclined, stretching his long legs. Since being threatened by Lin Chaodong in that world, he had never felt so relaxed. Father, the soldiers have confirmed that man is dead. No one can threaten us anymore. Remember to deploy the drones. Zhang Baorong was unsettled by his son's nonchalance. The old adage, caution is the mother of safety, rang true for him. Until he saw that man's body, he would remain vigilant. Yes, Dad, I won't let you down. Well, finish your drink and get on with your tasks. Remember to send out the drones. As he heard his father's dismissal, Zhang Li gulped down the remaining wine in his glass, placed the empty cup on the table, and bid his father farewell before turning to leave. No sooner had the door closed behind him than a figure began to materialize in the corner. Strangely, unlike others in the base, he was not wearing a full-face mask. Second brother, why aren't you wearing a mask? I told you that even if you... Zhang Vida, the second son of the Zhang family, was a wild sniper. In that world, he had developed a passion for sniping, and, after joining the military, he couldn't tolerate the restrictions, so he paid for a sniper expert to teach him. Due to domestic regulations, he had lived abroad ever since. In his view, a single bullet to eliminate Lin Chaodong would suffice. Why complicate matters? However, the situation had drawn the attention of the authorities, prompting Zhang Baorong to reject this plan in favor of the methods proposed by the seventh son. Father, the eldest brother is getting a bit carried away. He hasn't seen the body. Zhang Baorong cleared his throat. Second, I can see that your approach might hold some merit. Your brother, after all, is still your brother and the future pillar of the Zhang family. You. Zhang Vida responded impatiently. All right, Dad. Whenever I leave, as long as they dare return to the base, I will take them out with a single shot. Nodding slowly, Zhang Baorong regarded his rebellious second son. I know you possess great skills and have your own domain out there. If you can successfully complete this mission, I will allow you to leave the base. Zhang Vida's defiant expression remained unchanged as he simply nodded. Dad, you really are. This time, once I complete the mission, I want to return. I want to establish my own branch of the Zhang family out there. Zhang Baorong hesitated before nodding in agreement. Very well. You may establish your own Zhang family outside, but remember, one cannot write two characters for the surname Zhang. Rest assured, if anything happens to the eldest brother in the future, regardless of right or wrong, I will stand by him. At the mention of right or wrong, a subtle smirk appeared on Zhang Vida's lips. Having lived abroad, he had enjoyed little of the so-called privileges of home, and even if he did, he exercised extreme caution to avoid inciting public ire. Due to the prohibition of weapons in that region, any excessive actions not only lack a formidable backing, but could also lead to dire consequences, such as being shot without warning. As for the elder brother's deeds, in such a nation, he would have been dealt with long ago. However, upon encountering Lin Chaodong, even someone trained as a marksman must concede that this individual possesses the psychological fortitude to be a proficient sniper or assassin. He may appear inconspicuous, but provoke him, and one would find themselves without even the opportunity to kneel. Yet, for him, this is not terrifying, as he too is a sniper. Spitting into his palm, Zhang Vida extended his hand toward Zhang Baorong. The second son's westernized behavior was repugnant to Zhang Baorong, who held it in deep disdain. Is it more nauseating than a covert price hike? He could not fathom how those at the bottom could endure such repeated exploitation under the guise of clever schemes. At this point, a glint of coldness flashed in Zhang Baorong's eyes. He was well aware that his second son detested the hypocrisy around them. Yet what could he do? Even someone educated for many years like him had to bow to the allure of profit. However, before him, no one could lay bare those matters. After all, one must leave some dignity for the patriarch. Bah, Dad, this is merely a gesture of friendship from another Zhang family. Observing his second son's somewhat provocative gaze, Zhang Baorong sighed inwardly. He pulled a piece of paper from a box on the table, wiping the spittle from his son's palm, scoffing at the notion of their shared history. How many years have they existed? Politicians are hardly paragons of virtue. Having said that, he grasped his son's hand, scrutinizing his reaction to the pointed remarks. In comparing people, some point fingers at their own, while others reach outwards. Frankly, the former is truly revolting. As he spoke, he shook Zhang Vida's hand. What defines outsiders and insiders? The Zhang family is the true inner circle, and your populist sentiments are merely attempts to don grandiose labels, making you understand that sometimes reaching inward is merely a response to circumstances. Stop, Dad. I lack such profound ideological awareness. I only trust the gun in my hand. Whoever reaches for me, I will shoot them in the head. As he uttered these words, a fierce expression twisted Zhang Vida's lips. Clasping hands, roughened from years of practice, Zhang Baorong shook his head in response. What about your brother? I am certainly open to fair dealings, but if he covets what he ought not, I shall promptly forget how to right Zhang. That one tea happened. The interests within the base are more than enough to occupy him. Zhang Baorong's lips curled into a smile, reflecting the same disposition as his son. For this forthright nature made him and Zhang Li easily manageable. There are of course exceptions such as that individual. In that world, when faced with the temptation of immense wealth, he simply stated, I do not want your money. Then he fell silent. Yet those words alone elevated him to the status of the most dangerous person in the eyes of the Zhang family. For in this world, a person utterly destitute who refuses money, what else might they desire? When an individual relinquishes all personal interests, what thoughts occupy his mind? Upon hearing that statement, Zhang Baorong suddenly envisioned a true Buddha who perceives the intricacies of worldly existence, understanding yet remaining silent about the game of life. However, when truly provoked, there was no opportunity for kneeling. It was indeed time for the second son to act decisively. Regardless of his contemplations, he once again entrusted the fate of the Zhang family to the second son. After shaking hands, he instinctively took out a tissue to repeatedly wipe his palms, then remarked nonchalantly, no matter what, do not become complacent. If that fellow is still alive, you must eliminate him this time. I will heed your every decision. Understood, father. Await my news, Zhang Vida replied, his figure gradually fading from the office. The door to the office opened and then closed behind him. It was at this moment that Zhang Li, hidden from view, sent a message to Zhang Baorong. The second son has truly left. After a pause, he continued, Father, what about the second son? Upon hearing Zhang Li's inquiry, Zhang Baorong coldly responded, there is only one Zhang family in this world. Chapter 152. Even zombies engage in such activities. 2 Osprey Tiltrotor transport aircraft ascended from the military base, hoisting vehicles into the sky. while the periphery of the base was swarmed with an abundance of zombies. Compared to other locations, the undead here seemed to evolve at a noticeably accelerated pace. For instance, the jetting creatures were not only taller, but also considerably bulkier, with their acidic emissions significantly increased in both quantity and range. Additionally, the colossal zombies exhibited an understanding of weapon selection, adeptly adorning themselves with makeshift armor fashioned from various objects, be it a car door or the lid of a trash bin. Even sporting tires hung across their chests. Phantomly Vida gazed out of the Osprey's window at the zombies below, knowing that he would soon be living among them, thus seizing the opportunity to observe diligently. Most of the lickers had evolved into greater lickers, and a few 6-meter-long Tier 3 lickers had even emerged. The sheer number of ordinary zombies remained substantial, providing ample sustenance for the mutated giants. "Boss, look, even zombies engage in such activities now," exclaimed Jean Vida, who was not alone in departing the airbase. He had several companions. The speaker, Hausler, was equipped with a sniper-style automatic rifle featuring a 4 to 12 times scope slung across his back, complemented by a sidearm at his hip. Their small team also included Gunner Pudding, who bore a paratrooper variant MG-42. Towering at 2 meters 3, he donned heavy carbon fiber infantry armor and carried a 500-round canvas ammunition box, showing no signs of strain as he rested his eyes, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding scene. Conversely, his deputy, Akai, wielded a P-90 submachine gun in one hand, effortlessly shouldering 3 500-round ammo boxes, their weight negligible to his similarly towering frame. "Haha, Chief. If we encounter any amusing ladies this time, you mustn't stop me," he declared. Jean Vida had no objections. Ever since mastering the Zhang family's technique of delay, Akai had become quite formidable, leaving the women at the base unable to resist, thus inadvertently providing benefits to their comrades. As for the survivors outside, there was no need for coercion. A single box of military rations would prompt the hungry women to willingly offer themselves. Su Ming and Su Jian, 2 brothers and assault rifle specialists, rushed to the window to witness the spectacle Hausler had described. Outside the base, one licker was mounting another in a rather primal display, devoid of any ornate embellishments, merely the most efficient position for conception. "Brother, should we shoot it? Otherwise, there will only be more zombies," Su Ming suggested, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Vida, who opened his eyes, harboring no aversion to the increasing number of zombies. In his view, a greater number of zombies would only enhance the appeal of their squad. "Rest assured, trust me, there's zombies for you to slay. My only concern is our ammunition supply." In preparation for their departure from the base, Zhang Vida had made extensive arrangements. The 2 Osprey helicopters were lowering 2 combat vehicles, one of which was a nearly square 8-wheeled heavy mine-resistant vehicle, designated as their domicile. Its roof was armed with a 50 caliber machine gun, formidable against both ground and aerial threats. Another vehicle, a fully enclosed light-fire assault vehicle, boasts remarkable mobility, equipped with an MG-42 mounted atop for operational use. As for his personal armament, it consists of a 50 caliber anti-material rifle, commonly recognized as a heavy sniper rifle capable of penetrating armored vehicles. Despite being merely a 6-member team, Zhang Vida has already concluded that such equipment allows them to traverse the post-apocalyptic landscape with impunity. Most significantly, he has acquired biotic abilities at a 30% infection rate. Each day, he can bestow 12 hours of invisibility upon 5 pieces of equipment or 5 individuals. "Rest assured, as your leader, I am acutely aware of your needs. Once we accomplish our task, I will prioritize your requests," he assured them. At his words, the 5 subordinates erupted in cheers over the team channel. This included the machine gunner, Pudding, who had joined the mission on the promise that there would be an ample supply of bioweapon meat after their venture. Like him, the other 5 had clandestinely undergone selection by the bioweapon virus, acquiring their unique abilities after secretly consuming the flesh of bioweapons. Hausler possesses the ability of Eagle Eye, particularly suited for snipers. Pudding and his partner, Akai, both bear abilities related to their machine guns. Pudding's power allows him to synthesize ammunition merely from collected shell casings, while his companion Akai is a level 6 powerhouse. Su Ming and Su Jian brothers with equal abilities, are endowed with the agile prowess vital for assault troops. Both at level 4. If these two were to sprint, even the light fire assault vehicle would struggle to keep pace. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Vida articulated their mission objective. According to reconnaissance from a base, we suspect an individual may be the instigator of this bioweapon catastrophe. Our task is to locate and eliminate him. As the words left his lips, the previously jubilant channel fell into an almost instantaneous silence. Boss, where is this fellow? Su Ming pressed a finger to his brother Su Jian's lips, for like all citizens of the Dongkong Republic, they harbored a profound hatred for those who unleashed the bioweapon virus. The others remained silent, awaiting Zhang Vida's information. Yes, it's this scoundrel. As he spoke, Zhang Vida transmitted a photograph of Lin Chaodong to his subordinates, explaining, consider this, an imperialist possessing such wealth here, even folding paper airplanes for money. What does that signify? The image depicted Lin Chaodong seated atop a mound of cash, crafting a paper airplane from the bills. Boss, judging by his appearance, he seems like a survivor. Having wealth does not necessarily imply guilt. If his crimes were certain, the base would have dispatched aircraft to eliminate him long ago. Why send us? They did send, but he eliminated them. Anticipating skepticism regarding the reliability of the information, Zhang Vida promptly sent another image of Lin Chaodong ensnaring a plane in a web. Did you see that? Not just an ordinary spy. Who could conceive such a method to counter drones? Moreover, as he spoke, he transmitted the images captured just before Zhang Li's aircraft was shot down last night. Did you see? He possesses extraordinary abilities, quite similar to yours, Akai. A cascade of revelations dispelled the doubts of several individuals. Wealthy, adept at utilizing available resources to fabricate weaponry, he is undoubtedly no ordinary person. Boss, just tell us how to proceed. I want to obliterate this scoundrel with a machine gun. Pudding patted the MG-42 cradled in his arms. His rugged visage twisted in a manner that rendered him even more fearsome. The others remained silent, merely gazing at Zhang Vida. Excellent. Our ghost team's mission is to eliminate him, if he still draws breath after last night. Finally, he presented to his subordinates the images captured by the soldiers dispatched to observe the explosion's aftermath. Is that fellow dead? Hausler inquired, astonished. Li Vida shook his head. Not necessarily. We suspect that he may have bribed someone. Remember, he possesses considerable wealth. If bribed, the base will deal with those compromised soldiers. Chapter 153. Cosplay How Utterly Vexing. With a drone hovering above, how can one possibly construct a glider? I remarked to my boss. Surely you didn't anticipate their reaction would be so swift. At the crocodile breeding farm, Su Feihong gazed at the drone circling overhead, his words laced with jest. Lin Chaodong, however, was largely impervious to such banter. As a courier, he had encountered numerous similar situations and had often been the subject of teasing. Yet he never allowed it to ruffle his composure. Turning to the interior, he observed Melanie and Meyer, along with a gaggle of unruly children, diligently crafting the glider's skin. Now that it was understood that the currency was composed of nanoscale carbon fiber, utilizing the serum from zombies became a rather effective composite material. Given the properties of carbon fiber, it was adequate for constructing both the skin and the framework. Irrespective of their swift reactions, they would have to act. Thus, it was prudent to focus on assembling the glider expeditiously to return the naive Mother Mary and the children to the Air Force Base. Casting a furtive glance at Melanie, Su Feihong leaned closer, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he teased. Boss, are you perhaps eager to send back Mother Mary because you fancy Meyer? Lin Chaodong retorted without hesitation. Why would I keep her for you? Take a good look at your own puny face. Do you truly believe that if you dared approach her, Meyer wouldn't turn you into a pig's head? Su Feihong, taken aback by Lin Chaodong's sharp retort, grinned sheepishly. He had never anticipated that the seemingly earnest and honest boss could throw back barbs with such ferocity, akin to having a block of ice thrust against one's neck. Shrinking his neck slightly, he persisted, forget about women for now. Has the boss thought of a strategy to deal with the drone? Why should I deal with it? Ultimately, it's here to assist the survivors, is it not? If the survivors inhabit a rather peculiar dwelling, what of it? Lin Xiaodong replied with an air of nonchalance. Su Feihong felt an urge to exclaim, "Boss, you are harboring the suspicion of being a super spy, and even your little girlfriend thinks this way. Are you so confident that no one will recognize you? Hey, Meyer, do any of you know how to cosplay?" Around noon, a wolfish figure adorned with two protruding fangs appeared near the highway. He stood at a modest height of approximately 1.8 meters, yet his stern demeanor and angular features often drew the attention of young women in the Dongkong Republic, who might even seek to acquire his contact information. Upon noticing the drone descending to observe him, he exuberantly waved his arms. It did not appear to be a disguise. He was evidently shorter than the individual we were instructed to locate, and his straight legs made it implausible for him to be concealing his identity. Furthermore, if that individual were present, he would surely evade us. The drone operator under Zhang Li employed the scanning equipment to analyze the person waving at them. Not only did he wave, but he also quickly arranged some sticks on the ground to spell out food and shelter. Almost all survivors in this region are aware that encountering a drone often brings assistance. Since the individual was not the intended target, the drone operator ascended to a higher altitude before accurately dropping a supply-laden auxiliary fuel tank. However, after a flurry of activity, the person below arranged sticks in the ground to form letters. Not sufficient. Upon seeing the drone descending from the sky, he waved towards the forest, and out emerged a stunning woman clad in a red leather jacket. Moreover, a raucous group of children accompanied by 8 energetic huskies followed suit. They gazed at the drone above, leaping and bounding with fervor. The sight of children amidst the aftermath of a biochemical catastrophe invariably instills a sense of hope. The drone pilot dropped another auxiliary fuel tank and even captured a photograph of the exuberant children huskies to send back to base. Upon observing the individuals seemingly intent on establishing a permanent residence there, particularly as they dragged timber from the woods with the assistance of their huskies, the drone operator shifted their focus elsewhere. Their location was marked as a rescue priority A. As long as the base's transport aircraft, helicopters, or rotorcraft were not otherwise occupied, these individuals would be promptly evacuated. Survivors with children inherently possessed a higher rescue priority compared to ordinary survivors, given that a group of children significantly diminishes the collective ability to fend off the undead compared to an all-adult survivor contingent. In the woods, out of the drone operator's sight, Lin Xiaodong and Melanie, accompanied by Zhu, Lulu, and Lilith, were busy unloading pre-assembled drone skins from a sled. "Hey, Xiaodong, you're not seriously considering what Su Feihong suggested, are you? If you want to send me away, I could." Unfortunately, Lin Xiaodong, preoccupied with constructing a glider, had not contemplated that matter. He playfully wrapped Melanie's helmet, saying, "I mean, little girl, it's not spring anymore. Why the rush? Ugh, you're so infuriating, you jerk." Wrapped in his embrace, her body softened as she exercised the privileges of a girlfriend, unleashing a torrent of expletives that were uniquely hers. "All right, my dear saintly flower, I assure you that I adore such virtuous beings. Are you satisfied now?" Through her observational skills and understanding of feminine emotions, it was evident that Melanie was merely a tad anxious rather than genuinely stirred. Or perhaps we should find a way to send those children off. Once again, he tapped her helmet. "Little girl, you have no idea how content I am to have someone as compassionate as you in this post-apocalyptic world. Please, don't overthink it. Just continue being the good saint you are." Her small fist lightly struck Lin Xiaodong, irritated by his constant references to her as a saintly flower. In truth, she had momentarily contemplated abandoning those children, wishing instead to remain by the side of the foolish demon king. The helmet's visor was heating up, and even the fully enclosed helmet displayed a message indicating that it was reducing its temperature. At that very moment, a low-energy laser struck Lin Xiaodong's helmet. "Hey, boss, you're not a novice. There's no need to woo your little girlfriend when we're not around. If she refuses to accompany you, surely there's your secretary to consider for matters at hand." Rolling his eyes, Lin Xiaodong, lacking the same equipment, had no retort and was compelled to release Melanie, continuing to unload the stack of skins from beneath the sled. After completing these tasks, Mi-Er and Su Feihong, disguised as members of the Wolf Clan, returned with the supply crates dropped by the drones. Glancing up at the drones in the sky, Lin Chaodong stated earnestly, "Gentlemen, prepare to take the skins outside. We are about to commence the construction of the survivors' camp." Chapter 154. Just like folding paper airplanes, the refuge of these individuals is truly peculiar. The materials they employ are shrouded in darkness. One can only imagine the operator of the drones above uttering such sentiments. As Su Feihong and Mi Air raised the vast skin, guiding a group of rambunctious children to shelter beneath it, Su's incessant chatter was anything but quiet. "We have the skin, but what about the framework?" Su Feihong pondered, gazing up at the canopy that shielded them from above. His mind racing as he tried to fathom what Lin Chaodong would use to construct the glider skeleton. Upon hearing his inquiry, Mi Air, comfortably roasting by a pile of flames with the children, shot him a dismissive glance. "You needn't fret. Trust that the boss will have a solution." Faced with this fiery woman, Su Feihong could only remain silent. At that moment, Lilith burst through the entrance, panting heavily as she dragged an unknown weight behind her. Following her was a tree trunk, thick as 50 centimeters and 5 meters long, the trunk of the flame serpent tree. It was astonishing that the boss had managed to procure such a rare species. Su Feihong, enamored with martial arts, had never before encountered this exotic tree. What a sheltered pretty boy like you understand." Mi Air scoffed, her lips curling disdainfully as she caressed the angelic-faced Samyed. With no prior knowledge of the flame serpent tree, Su Feihong resorted to searching on his implanted phone. As he beheld the image of the flower bud with its six-petaled, gaping maw, he was left agape, incredulous that such a wondrous species existed in the world. Particularly astonishing was the wood's remarkable elasticity and toughness, possessing a memory fiber capability akin to that of memory alloys. Indeed, the material is exceptional, but the workload is far from trivial. Just then, as he observed, a figure tumbled from the Samyed's belly, revealing Lin Chaodong clad in black-scaled armor, followed by Melanie emerging from the thick fur beneath the dog. With unwavering confidence in her partner, she declared, "The workload won't be excessive. The fool's dragon blade is exceedingly sharp." Having just witnessed Lin Chaodong cultivate a flame serpent tree amidst a horde of zombies with a mere arm's length, and having seen Melanie effortlessly sever a branch with the dragon blade, she felt no trepidation regarding their processing capabilities. Constructing a glider to accommodate a group of energetic children was a manageable task, essentially a large triangular wing. Unlike extreme sports wings, however, this one would not have individuals suspended beneath it. The framework will be fashioned by cutting wooden strips with the dragon blade, then binding them with spider silk and corpse fluid to create robust beams. Subsequently, streamlined vertical partitions would be affixed, and the skeleton of the wings would begin to take shape. This endeavor was a synthesis of Melanie's understanding of aircraft and Lin Chaodong's vision for gliders. Furthermore, aside from Lin Chaodong, everyone possessed implanted phones, which, despite the absence of a network, offered nearly limitless data storage capabilities, rendering each individual a self-sufficient repository of information. In the vast expanse of information available on everyone's mobile devices, one can effortlessly discover an abundance of resources pertaining to the construction of gliders and model aircraft. Surprisingly, among the spirited youth, there exists an enthusiast of model aviation. The creation of the optical terminal is fundamentally based on a modular flying wing model aircraft. This revelation has brought immense joy to the children, who had not anticipated engaging in such an elaborate craft. It is indeed astonishing how constructing a glider is scarcely more challenging than folding a paper airplane. However, without the resources of a boss, the currency, or the materials like the fiery serpent tree, one might naively believe that building a glider is a simple endeavor. Melanie, who was joyfully engaging with the children in assembling their grand toy, could be heard affirming this notion. Undoubtedly, the foolish yet charming overlord is the best, particularly as he embodies both masculinity and affluence. With a slight pursing of her lips, Su Feihong felt an urge to tease about Meyer's sentiments. Yet her strong instinct for self-preservation swiftly quelled that thought. As the progress of the glider hastened, and they began to secure the skin, Melanie, who had been exuberantly guiding the children, sensed that farewell was imminent. Leaving the children, along with the husky and the spider to keep them company. She discreetly made her way towards Lin Chaodong. Even Lin Chaodong, amidst his busy schedule, took a moment to pause while laying the skin. Habitually distancing himself from those who do not smoke, he sat alone beside a fire, quietly enjoying a cigar. Given his knowledge of the Zhang family, he understood that the ruse of his own demise could not be concealed for long. They were meticulous individuals who would not rest until they had seen his body. Melanie approached and obediently took her seat beside him, resting her head gently on his shoulder. "Ah, we shall soon be departing," she murmured, her sultry voice tinged with a hint of impending tears. "What is it? Do you wish for me to weep as a testament to your absence? Or do you desire a farewell kiss?" He replied with a smile, playfully tapping her helmet. "Perhaps not, my dear primitive maiden. I would prefer you not to become a zombie." "How vexing." "Do not jest. I wish to cry," she pouted, lightly striking his shoulder with her small fist, hoping he would grasp the depth of her reluctance. "Indeed, I suspect you possess a pair of exquisite eyes that will swell from too many tears. Yet, truly, leaning against him, Melanie clung to his arm, playfully seeking comfort. "Be serious. Take care at the Air Force Base. Keep your distance for firearms, and remember, that father and son duo are quite treacherous. Exercise utmost caution, and if necessary, escape from the Air Force Base." At that moment, Lin Xiaodong's thoughts were far more complex than Melanie's, as he was all too familiar with the Zhang family's cunning nature, akin to venomous serpents lurking in the shadows, ready to strike at the slightest misstep. "Rest assured, I shall fly over whenever I can. Oh, and I shall certainly find time to trouble you." Reflecting on their recent aerial escapades atop the building, a wave of inexplicable sweetness washed over him. "You little rascal, do you believe I would not set a trap to ensnare you once more? When the time comes, I shall be piloting a fighter jet. It won't be so easy for you to catch me." The flames of the wooden wrist and feet emitted a faint red glow, casting a hue upon Melanie's fully enclosed helmet. At that moment, a notification appeared on Lin Xiaodong's tablet, indicating that Melanie had sent an image file. "Would you like to receive it? No showing it to others, and definitely not in any case when I am around. You are forbidden from flirting with me." Hearing Melanie's repeated prohibitions, Lin Xiaodong recalled the advice his wife from another life often imparted to him. A pang of sorrow washed over him. It was accompanied by a subtle sweetness. Lin Xiaodong earnestly replied, "Rest assured, I am very obedient." Chapter 155. No more concealment. Hey, can you believe it? Those two survivors, leading a group of mischievous children, actually constructed a glider. But how will they take off without any propulsion? The drone operator gazed curiously at the sizable triangular wing structure below. "What purpose do they have for this glider? I initially thought they were building a shelter." "Goodness, what is that?" A long, haunting howl echoed through the valley as the Wolf King raised his head. With his prolonged cry, a massive pack of giant wolves surged forth from the forest, dragging something behind them. It was a large drone. Where did they acquire that? "It must be the one that went missing yesterday. We were deceived." As gasps of astonishment spread, the news rapidly reached Zhang Li. "What? That person actually constructed a glider?" Hearing this, Zhang Li's face paled as he sank back into his chair. The explosion from last night, along with those 18 soldiers, of course. Those soldiers were only tasked with checking the explosion from a considerable distance. It was natural to have been tricked. Nonetheless, it was insignificant, as they couldn't venture far from the military base without an assignment. However, that glider was undoubtedly headed for the Air Force Base. Was that person piloting it alone? Or was he with Melanie? At this moment, Lin Xiaodong was no longer hiding beneath the glider's body. According to his plan, it wouldn't be long before Melanie and the children soared into the sky. He was not concerned about a drone attack. After all, assaulting survivors in broad daylight was not the conduct of the inorganic pilots. "Hurry, come quickly." He waved at the Wolf King atop the mountain. The pack did not descend, but instead, Lilith, who had gone to summon them, sprinted toward Lin Xiaodong, judging by the smile and excitement on her face. One might think they had been apart for ages, but it had merely been a little over an hour since she had gone to enlist the wolves' aid. Seeing the Wolf King uphold his promise, Lin Xiaodong felt immense satisfaction. By now, the mischievous children were all settled into the glider, with even Melanie occupying the pilot's seat. The wolf pack arrived, towing the drone, and the operating system automatically connected with Melanie's fully enclosed helmet. Due to Silk's sensitivity to high temperatures, a composite rope made from currency and bodily fluids was tethered to the glider beneath the fuselage. The Hope now rested on this composite rope, enduring the aircraft's soaring temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees, with the added wish that the drone could successfully pull the glider into the air. Yet, what Lin Xiaodong never anticipated was that as the inorganic prepared for takeoff on the highway and the glider's tether was securely fastened, the drone in the sky suddenly dove down. I will miss you. I will come to see you whenever I get the chance. Lin Xiaodong barely registered Melanie's words, his focus solely on the descending drone as he shouted to urge her on. Hurry, take off. The drone is coming down. Lu and Mi Air, each controlling a team of 10 giant wolves, responded to Lin Xiaodong's shout, urging their colossal companions to gallop forward. The drone, remarkably lightweight, is constructed from merely 2 layers of carbon fiber, allowing even 3 individuals to lift it effortlessly. At this moment, as the formidable wolf drags it along, the exceptional streamlined, high-lift wing shape enables the glider to commence its glide with just a slight leap. Amidst the children's screams, tears welled up in Melanie's eyes, only to be swiftly wiped away by the mechanical arm within her helmet. She remotely activated the drone, orange flames erupting from its twin engines. At this juncture, the drone had shed all its burdens, with the 4 auxiliary fuel tanks brimming with fuel. Once operational, Melanie gradually adjusted the speed control system to its maximum, causing the orange flames from the exhaust to elongate dramatically. Outside the window, she observed Lin Xiaodong raising his vintage rifle, poised to fire at the drone soaring above. In a moment of urgency, Melanie accessed the drone's communication channel, establishing a connection. This is Melanie, pilot from the Air Force Base, ID. Do not engage ground personnel. They are survivors aiding me. Just as Lin Xiaodong was about to pull the trigger, the diving drone lifted its nose and soared skyward. The wolf on the ground accelerated, and the glider ascended like a kite, leaving the earth behind. Meanwhile, the drone in front also expelled a long orange tail flame, and Lin Xiaodong's heart raced as he witnessed the flame brush past the composite material tether. Although he had heard Melanie mention that the drone's exhaust flame was merely around 1,000 degrees, far from the 3,000 degrees that carbon fiber could withstand, he remained anxious about this vulnerable link. The drone glided swiftly, soon exceeding a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, and the giant wolf's pace began to wane, with the drone gradually assuming the towing power from the glider. Fortunately, by this point, the glider was airborne, facing significantly less resistance than when it was on the ground. The 1,200 horsepower drone propelled it ever higher. Just then, while intently piloting the aircraft, Melanie suddenly heard a voice within the cockpit. Melanie, sweetheart. The boss belongs to me now. It was that Meyer. How could she be speaking to her from the cabin? Puzzled, Melanie glanced down through the porthole, contemplating a return to the glider. Meyer had ridden Lilith to Lin Xiaodong's side, bending down to say, Boss, they've been sent away. But do we really have to return to the crocodile farm? The living conditions there. As she spoke, the laser communicator on her finger pointed towards the drone in the sky. Seeing the other drone ascend, and knowing it posed no threat to the glider, Lin Xiaodong slung his rifle across his back, drawing his dagger instead, his gaze lingering on the glider with evident reluctance. Gradually, as the glider was towed farther away by the drone, Lin Xiaodong began to organize the tasks below. Certainly not back to the crocodile farm. The conditions there are unbearable. We shall return to our home in the city. The mere mention of home caused Melanie and Su Feihong to exchange wide-eyed glances. Home in the city? Boss, you do realize there are millions of zombies there. It seems that Miss Melanie's departure has left the boss somewhat. At this point, Su Feihong circled his finger around his temple, implying that Lin Xiaodong's mind might not be entirely sound. However, after a careful examination, Mi Air shook his head, asserting, no, the boss's mind is quite normal. I merely suspect he has conceived yet another idea. As Lin Xiaodong bid farewell to the Wolf King, who was departing with his pack, he continued, with so many high-powered vehicles on the road and an abundance of fuel, has no one ever considered constructing an armored vehicle to return to the city? Is it truly so simple to create an armored vehicle? Have you discovered a bounty of cash again, boss? Su Feihong's mind was quick. If money could be combined with corpse fluid to create a glider, what reason could there be to doubt the construction of an armored vehicle? As for why no one had attempted it before, Mier succinctly articulated the truth. None of us possess the skills to repair vehicles, let alone modify them into armored ones. Chapter 156. Constructing an armored vehicle for home use. The creation of an armored vehicle is significantly more straightforward than that of a glider, particularly when aesthetics are not a concern. After bidding farewell to Melanie and a group of unruly children, Lin Xiaodong first escorted Meyer and Su Feihong back to the crocodile farm to gather firearms, ammunition, and other supplies before embarking once more on the highway. As they traveled, 8 spirited huskies perched on the sled intermittently howled in a manner reminiscent of wolves. It is no wonder that some say if you wish to annoy someone, gift them a husky. Yet here, there were 8, an overwhelming presence indeed. Su Feihong, having been once more dislodged from his Zhu back by Meyer, found himself squeezed among firearms and ammunition on the sled alongside the 8 huskies. Presently, the rambunctious canines clambered over him, tugging at his hair and gnawing at his toes. After extricating a particularly adventurous husky attempting to burrow into his lap, Su Feihong inquired, "Boss, are you always this reckless?" "What recklessness?" Lin Xiaodong replied, strolling with the habitual grace of one clad in leopard-patterned boots, a cigar perched between his lips as he scanned the surroundings with vigilance. With his newfound eagle-eye technique, he could easily detect any small object within a kilometer, and thus far, he had not perceived any immediate danger. "Have you ever considered that we must traverse through 1,000,000 zombies to reach the city?" Su Feihong remarked, a hint of apprehension in his voice. There have been attempts before, even with tanks, but they became ensnared by the undead, leaving the occupants to perish inside. Lin Xiaodong found Su Feihong's observations rather peculiar. "Haven T, you've been managing on your own since acquiring the ability to control the undead? Who informed you of this?" "Ah, it was mentioned on the broadcast." Su Feihong raised his hand, activating a shimmering blue screen, from which a faint voice emerged. "This is the voice of the Apocalypse radio station. To our knowledge, the tank that attempted to breach the city has been trapped among 1,000,000 zombies for over 15 days. Let's take a moment to mourn for them." Surveying the frequency details displayed on the blue screen, Lin Xiaodong shook his head, incredulous. "I never anticipated that someone would establish a radio station in this apocalypse. Do they not have concerns about food or the need to hunt for sustenance and combat zombies?" Catching Lin Xiaodong's unusual fixation, Su Feihong grimaced. "Boss, please don't lead us to our demise. Millions of zombies await. I realize you are formidable, but Meyer and I... Do not count me out. Wherever the boss goes, I shall follow. If you are afraid, remain at the crocodile farm." "Your cowardice irks me," Meyer interjected. Su Feihong pouted but refrained from retorting, as Meyer proposed another idea. "Boss, let us leave him behind. That would be a fitting end for him. You and I can venture into the city together and enjoy a little escapade, shall we?" This time, Su Feihong could no longer contain himself. "Meyer, surely you jest. Our boss is a reputable man, committed to another." At that moment, noticing Meyer reaching for a firearm, Su Feihong instinctively shrank behind the huskies. "The boss wouldn't allow you to harm me. Is that so? Have you never heard that guns can misfire?" This exchange made it clear to Su Feihong that he could no longer question Lin Xiaodong. Otherwise, Meyer might truly act on impulse. Strangely, the charming young rabbit, despite her youth and beauty, is regarded as a treasure by any survivor group she encounters, yet she remains steadfastly attached to the boss. The reason is rather simple. Her biotic powers are a rarity among those with such abilities. Among numerous ability wielders, only Lin Xiaodong possesses several biotic capabilities. As we paused, I noticed our vehicle. Following Lin Xiaodong's gesture, both Meyer and Su Feihong spotted a flat-nosed diesel truck caught in the flow of traffic. One couldn't help but wonder which diligent truck driver found himself stranded on the highway during the outbreak of the biotic catastrophe. The flat-nosed diesel truck, towing a lengthy container, concealed its contents from view. The vehicle appeared to be in decent condition, but how could we possibly reach it? Gazing at the highway teeming with zombies, both Su Feihong and Meyer wore expressions of concern. Yet, what was there to fear? Zombies have their own methods of engagement. A little ingenuity would suffice. In truth, even at this moment, Lin Chaodong felt a tinge of uncertainty upon seeing such a multitude of zombies. However, as a former delivery team leader, he understood that one must never declare hopelessness. "Look, little zombies," Meyer exclaimed, pointing to the highway through her binoculars. Su Fei Hong, eager to catch a glimpse, reached for the binoculars. "What are you doing? Just stay put," Lin Chaodong admonished. He was taken aback by the severity of disdain directed towards Su Fei Hong, who to him merely appeared somewhat effeminate, reminiscent of a scholarly swordsman from a martial arts tale. Peering onto the highway, he indeed spotted several slick little zombies, both male and female. This was a concern raised by researchers at the base during his conversation with Melanie, who feared the evolution of such creatures. If zombies were unable to reproduce, they would eventually face extinction at the hands of humanity. However, should they possess the ability to breed like other organisms, it would spell disaster. These creatures bore a striking resemblance to unruly children, yet they resembled robust athletes, their musculature quite pronounced. It was evident that these beings could easily overpower any human child of similar age, leaving them in tears. With green skin, slit pupils, and elf-like ears, their agility was apparent. Their visual and auditory faculties were likely superior. Lin Chaodong surveyed the surroundings. They had already left the hilly terrain behind. The highway was flanked by flat grasslands, with scarcely any trees in sight, aside from a winding river flowing into the distance. The wolf pack had retreated to the mountains after feasting on an ample supply of zombies, ensuring their sustenance for some time. With the arms provided by the tree spirit now planted in the mountains, he pondered how to extricate the vehicle from the horde of zombies. Placing a cigar between his lips, he turned to Su Fei Hong, asking, "How many can your necromancy control?" "One, provided there are no distractions and within a 10-meter range," Su Fei Hong replied. Suddenly, Lin Chaodong felt a pang of regret for employing this seemingly delicate individual. "Then how did you manage to control that one?" "What else could I do? It must have been alone, allowing me to take advantage of the situation." There was no need for Su Fei Hong to respond. Meyer's deductions were nearly spot on. As Su Fei Hong was initially prepared to retort, she beheld Mill holding her own assault rifle aloft. Recalling her earlier slip of the tongue, she instinctively withdrew her neck and fell silent. "Boss, how about I ride Lilith to divert their attention?" "No, you can't. I'll take Lulu instead." Lulu, blissfully unaware of Lin Chaodong's intentions, frolicked about with unabashed glee, as if to declare, "Look at you all. None are capable. You must rely on me, young Master Lulu." Observing the two bewildered employees, Lin Chaodong shrugged. "Do not underestimate this. It truly requires Lulu and me to handle it." He glanced at the fortunate discovery of the flatbed truck and then at the swarm of zombies encircling it. As long as a substantial box, composed of a composite material of cash and zombie ichor, enveloped it entirely, the task would be complete. A flatbed truck with a capacity of 500 would effortlessly transport 100 tons of cargo. Now, repurposed as an armored vehicle, the armor need not be excessively robust. Chapter 157. Provoking the zombie matriarch on the highway, Lin Chaodong strode forward with an air of nonchalance. He was unencumbered by his rifle, devoid of a shotgun slung across his chest, and a long knife rested casually on his back. He resembled a carefree traveler in peacetime, meandering along the road. And the small creature perched on his shoulder swayed playfully, further accentuating the scene. "Hey, little one, where are your guardians? It's quite unsafe to frolic on the highway." You know, he seemed to relish the theatrics, akin to that mischievous little rascal, Lulu. Su Fei Hong, feeling perturbed, pouted in confusion, unable to fathom why Meyer regarded Lin Chaodong with such admiration. A few wandering juvenile zombies lifted their heads, their expressions rife with evident bewilderment as they exchanged glances, perhaps questioning whether this living being before them was indeed a fool. Just like all ferocious beasts, they revealed their teeth in a show of intimidation upon encountering potential prey. The small zombies opened their mouths wide, displaying their sharp fangs. Beneath their fierce demeanor, they slowly advanced, occasionally feigning pounces. Lin Chaodong, however, had no intention of indulging them. He swiftly drew his firearm and fired a shot. The immense force of the .44 Magnum sent the juvenile zombie rolling several times before its lifeless form collapsed onto the ground, almost resembling humans. The nearby zombies, regardless of type, let out roars of fury upon witnessing the harm inflicted upon their young. Look, the boss has incited the wrath of the undead. Let us hope he does not attract something truly formidable. Su Feihong, visibly anxious, watched as Lin Chaodong dispatched the juvenile zombie with a single shot. Close your jinx mouth, Meyer remarked, affixing a silencer to her assault rifle. At that moment, a piercing shriek erupted from the throng of zombies, heralding the emergence of a colossal lickers. Rising to a towering height of 6 meters, surpassing even the largest of its kind by an additional 2 meters. Its crimson form was adorned with sharp bony protrusions along its spine and joints. Just as they dealt with the smaller threats, a greater one appeared, leaving them uncertain of its resilience to gunfire. Raising her weapon, Meyer quipped to Su Feihong, "If you can't speak wisely, then refrain from speaking at all. Your tongue is as foul as a cursed relic." The third-tier licker, upon discovering its offspring slain, emitted a heart-wrenching wail. In response to its cries, numerous towering lickers and other zombies within the horde rose in unison. Glancing skyward, Lin Chaodong internally lamented, "Where are the drones when you need them? The zombies have learned to lay eggs, and yet you all remain unfazed." He wondered if other military bases in the Dongkong Republic were plagued by the likes of the Zhang father and son, those who thrived on chaos. Regardless of the faction or endeavor, the presence of such unscrupulous individuals would undoubtedly lead to disorder. In a fleeting moment of distraction, he beheld a crimson tide surging towards him, accompanied by an unfathomable number of hulking zombies, spitting monstrosities, mutated undead, and ordinary zombies alike. Lin Chaodong could empathize with their fury. He recalled the iconic photograph of a child weeping on the ground during the war, a poignant image that had inspired countless young souls to take up arms. "Boss, when we lure the horde away, could we perhaps leave just a Tier 3 licker?" Upon hearing Su Feihong's request, Lin Chaodong shrugged uncertainly, suggesting that they would see when the time came, maybe, possibly, or something along those lines. As they spoke, the horde drew ever closer, with the very Tier 3 licker Su Feihong desired leading the charge. Drawing forth the Thunder God, Lin Chaodong fired 2 shots at the knee of an oncoming licker. The Tier 3 licker collapsed, tumbling to the ground and inadvertently tripping other nearby zombies. However, more lickers simply vaulted over its body, their eyes glinting red as they lunged toward Lin Chaodong. Sensing the situation nearing a critical point, Lin Chaodong turned and fled. Hot on his heels was the furious mass of the undead, while the slower giant zombies began hurling lickers toward him from distance. At that moment, Lulu, nestled upon his shoulder, clung tightly to his clothing with its small claws, its large eyes filled with fear as it anxiously scanned its surroundings. It seemed to have finally grasped what Aju had meant about constantly fleeing for survival alongside Lin Chaodong. Just as Melanie had described, Lulu's mind was equipped with a camera, clearly displaying the chaos behind Lin Chaodong on the small screen within his helmet. "Damn, that is quite a throw," Lin Chaodong exclaimed. "Lulu, stop bobbing your head. You're making me dizzy." Hearing his shout, Lulu struggled to steady its large head. Its terrified gaze fixated on the rear. Its eyes darted to where the licker would land, its feet cautiously pivoting closer to the anticipated impact site. Before the licker could touch down, Lin Chaodong swung his blade, cleaving the licker in 2, which flailed desperately on the ground. Yet, it was soon crushed underfoot by the pursuing giant zombie, reducing it to smaller, bloody fragments. Despite having slain 1 licker, the number of lickers hurled by the giant zombies only increased. The ones that landed safely let out a roar and began to encircle Lin Chaodong. "This is bad. Very bad. The boss is about to be surrounded." Seeing the lickers closing in, Meyer, in a panic, grabbed Lin Chaodong's sniper rifle, ready to fire. "No, don't shoot. If you attract the horde back, the boss's plan will fail. But can we just watch him die?" Meyer felt an urge to shoot Su Feihong, who was gripping his old rifle. "It's fine. Trust me, the boss is running so fast." To be honest, Su Feihong felt uncertain himself, but he understood the importance of not disrupting Lin Chaodong's plan. Otherwise, even if they saved him, they would have to do it all over again. As more lickers converged, Lin Xiaodong's movement slowed, while a great danger loomed behind him. The Tier 3 licker, larger than the others, had initially been obstructed by many zombies, but was now at the forefront. Moreover, its long tongue lashed out like a venomous arrow, targeting Lin Xiaodong's back. As it struck, the obstacles presented by the giant zombies continuously hurling lickers increased, bringing him perilously close to that cursed tongue. Several times, while gazing at the sleek rearview mirror, Lin Xiaodong nearly fell victim to the piercing tongue of the creature. However, just as he glanced back, a lurking licker suddenly materialized before him and leapt into the air. By the time Lin shifted his gaze forward, the creature was about to pounce upon his face, leaving him no time to evade. In a moment of desperation, he bent his legs and slid forward on his knees, brandishing his dagger high above. With almost no resistance, the licker was cleaved in two by the blade and fell to the ground. As he sprang to his feet to flee, the long tongue of the level 3 licker struck him squarely in the back. With a heavy impact, Lin Xiaodong coughed up blood, nearly obscuring his mask. Witnessing the long tongue pierce him, both Su Feihong and Mi Air froze, exchanging bewildered glances. It was evident they shared a singular question, with the boss incapacitated. Was there still a point in seizing the vehicle? Chapter 158. A threat across the river. Lin Xiaodong coughed up blood, yet fortunately, his injuries were not life-threatening, thanks to the dual protection of the python scales and carbon fiber composite armor, especially after being struck on the back by the furious zombie mother's tongue. A term flashed before his starry eyes: non-Newtonian fluid. He had heard that some people abroad use this material to create bulletproof vests. However, that was irrelevant to his current plight of survival. He suddenly leaped up and darted towards the life-saving bridge he had prepared earlier. Before him lay a substantial river, spanning over 30 meters, with steam rising from its surface in the frigid weather, astonishingly remaining unfrozen. The reason he brought Lyle instead of Az was that with his strength, he was incapable of throwing Az across 30 meters. Even with the 2-kilogram Lyle being somewhat light, he had still requested this creature to sit on a large stone to soar across. Despite Lyle's small stature, it adeptly secured its end of the spider silk to a tree after being thrown over. Meanwhile, the spider silk was anchored to the ice floe floating on the water's surface. "Don't worry, boss is fine, can run and jump." The excited Meyer patted Su Feihong's arm, only to realize her own actions and grow angry. "Get away from me, you coward. If you come any closer, I swear I'll shoot you." Frustrated, Su Feihong had no choice but to distance himself from the capricious woman, wearing a look of silent suffering. "Look at the boss. He's crossing the river with ease, and you, a martial arts instructor, can't even manage to do the same." At that moment, Lin Xiaodong's leopard-clawed boots landed on the ice floes, hopping towards the opposite bank. 30 meters was hardly a challenge, but the infuriated zombie mother denied him any chance to cross. After roaring several times on the shore, her elongated red form retreated slightly before suddenly accelerating into the air, her long tongue darting like an arrow toward Lin Xiaodong's body. Just as Lin Xiaodong was leaping across the ice floes, he felt his feet suddenly sink, plunging him into the water below. The swift current engulfed him, tumbling him about like a ball at the riverbed, where not a single stone could be found to steady himself. "Lyle, where's Lyle? It wouldn't he drown, would it? That would be a great pity." As he rolled, he searched the blue veil of water before him, soon finding solace in the sight of Lyle's large eyes gazing at the surface, occasionally shedding tears that blurred the view. The zombie mother, having also fallen in the water but faring differently, rolled a few times beneath the surface. Due to its massive size, it propelled itself further than Lin Xiaodong. However, its sharp claws soon pierced something on the riverbed, allowing it to stabilize its position. Not only that, but it also spotted Lin Xiaodong drifting towards it, a result that satisfied it greatly. With its hind legs anchoring itself, it stretched forward with its front claws, revealing a mouth full of menacing teeth that seemed to curl into a wicked grin. This scene sent a shiver down Lin Xiaodong's spine, but the zombie mother's actions served as a warning. In an instant, He unleashed the blades from his leopard claws, driving them fiercely towards the riverbed. Cement. Does the Eastern Kong Republic harbor no concerns for environmental degradation? Such rivers can hardly support aquatic vegetation, let alone sustain any aquatic life. With the claws of his boots firmly embedded in the cement, Lin Chaodong finally stabilized his stance, exerting every effort to resist the overwhelming force of the current, bending his arms to secure his body. The sharp blades of his clawed boots pierced the cement bed beneath him, allowing him to advance along the riverbank as if scaling a mountain. He had no desire to approach the looming 6-meter-long mother zombie behind him to test whether it possessed any new biohazardous abilities. One could only speculate that it might be something related to reproduction. After all, he was a man of considerable stature. Before he could complete his thoughts, something suddenly ensnared his foot. Turning around, he was seized by terror as he beheld the mother zombie's crimson tongue coiling around his leg, its vast body laboriously braving the torrent's pressure, inching closer with each passing moment. Where was his jiao blade? Ever since it had been knocked away by the metallic giant, he had secured it to his wrist with a long silk thread to avoid similar predicaments. However, in a lapse of judgment, he had tied the thread too long, rendering it nearly impossible to retrieve swiftly, particularly given the distance. As the mother zombie drew nearer, he found himself unable to reclaim his jiao blade. What was he to do? It is often when one is cornered that extraordinary strength or ingenuity emerges. With both hands immobilized, he lifted one foot, attempting to sever the tongue with the blade of his clawed boot. After a few tentative strikes, he discovered something soft. Prodding it with the tips of his claws elicited no sensation from his own body. That was a good sign. He raised his leg and delivered a series of forceful kicks against the soft appendage. A guttural roar erupted from the mother zombie, disrupting the sonar within Lin Chaodong's fully enclosed helmet. With a few decisive strikes, he liberated his leg from the tongue and began to maneuver toward the riverbank. Once he reached the shore, he could ascend the inclined slope and escape the river. As for the mother zombie, once on solid ground, the tables might turn. Yet, after that agonizing roar, the relentless mother zombie continued her pursuit. Lin Chaodong understood this sentiment well. If he were a father, he would surely seek vengeance upon the perpetrator's family. But now, the dilemma was that he was the villain. What course of action should he take? As the mother zombie closed the gap, Lin Chaodong's gaze fixated on the white silk thread, searching for his jiao blade. At last, he spotted it 5 meters away, but it lay behind the mother zombie. He knew he could not reach it faster than she could. What to do? Perhaps he should gamble everything. Releasing his grip with both hands and expanding his chest, he allowed the powerful current to compress the soles of his clawed boots. Then, with a sudden retraction of his arms and a forceful thrust of his legs, he propelled himself upward with a force 4 times that of an ordinary man. His boots compressed to their utmost potential, launching him skyward like a dolphin breaching the surface. Of course, his intention was not to flee. Rather, throughout this ascent, his arms deftly maneuvered the silk thread. As he completed a 180-degree turn in midair, he aimed himself downward once more. In that very moment, he noticed that Lulu had seen him, and her tear-streaked eyes regained their clarity. Beneath his feet, the waters of the river revealed the unmistakable form of the zombie matriarch, her crimson body stark against the crystalline flow. With the dagger poised above his head, he aimed for the creature's neck, whispering, "Perish, you foul wretch." Such an epithet hardly constituted an insult, had she not been mounted numerous times. How could she have birthed such a multitude of undead progeny? Yet, what he never anticipated was that just as the dagger plunged into the water, poised to vanquish the zombie matriarch, she abruptly reared back, her sharp claws lunging towards the descending Lin Chaodong. Moreover, she gaped her enormous shovel-like maw, intent on swallowing the plummeting Lin Chaodong whole. "Brother, hold on." The sound that followed resembled that of a shotgun blast. However, the marksman's aim was lamentably poor, as several pellets ricocheted off Lin Chaodong, causing him to bellow in pain. "Damn it, can't you aim properly before you shoot?" Chapter 159. A spider's dear father on the riverbank. A gunshot rang out once more, striking Lin Chaodong. What immense grudge! What bitter hatred! I implore you, cease this relentless assault upon me. As he shouted, He did not shy away from the oncoming claws of the zombie, nor did he evade its gaping maw filled with sharp teeth. He was gambling, wagering that the current of the river would be swift enough, powerful enough. Indeed, as soon as his head submerged, he felt the tremendous force of the water. Nevertheless, Lin Chaodong endeavored to keep his body straight, allowing it to act as a sail. At that moment, he was not harnessing the wind's power, but rather the formidable impact of the flowing water. The sharp blade pierced through the forehead of the mother zombie, and with Lin Chaodong's upright posture generating a powerful surge, the blade sliced through her body, cleaving her upper half in two. Despite the mother zombie's formidable vitality, she could not withstand such damage, and her corpse was soon carried downstream by the current. Engaged in a fierce battle within the river, even someone with Lin Chaodong's extraordinary strength, possessing 4 times that of an ordinary human, had to lie flat upon the surface of the water to catch his breath and recover. "Hey, brother, catch this!" With his call, a stone soared through the air, striking Lin Chaodong's helmet with precision. His head spun momentarily. Had that individual not thrown a stone, what enmity was there? Had he mistaken it for a grenade? Noticing the white spider silk on the stone, he realized it was not intended to harm him. Grasping the silk, he managed to climb up the icy, slippery riverbank with assistance from a man. Fortunately, his metallic leopard-clawed boots proved reliable, and after several minutes, Lin Chaodong finally found himself lying on solid ground, gasping for air. The sky was a brilliant blue, the sunlight radiant. Such a splendid sky. Wait, what on earth is that? Brother. As the word escaped his lips, a large head obscured part of the heavens. Well, it wasn't precisely large. It just appeared so against the sunlight and from such proximity. With curly brown hair and a matching beard and donning gold-rimmed glasses, the figure was rather unappealing. The recollection of the 2 shots fired at him ignited Lin Chaodong's ire. He seized the man by his collar and shoved him to the ground. In an instant, a revolver found its way into his hand, aimed at the man's head. "You missed me with 2 shots, and now you wish to crush me with a stone?" At that moment, he felt something tugging at him forcefully, and upon turning, he was met with 8 adorably vacant eyes. A spider? But why on earth was the spider using its black pincers to poke him? No, this was another pet spider. Reaching this conclusion, Lin Chaodong holstered his weapon and extended a hand toward the curly-haired man lying on the ground. "Just a scare for you, but your marksmanship is atrocious. Do not dare to wield a firearm in my presence again, or I shall put you down with a single shot." Startled, yet uncertain, the curly-haired man hesitantly extended his hand, only to be hoisted up by Lin Chaodong as though he were a chick and set back on his feet. Before he could utter a word, a petite figure resembling a vivacious green apple bounded over, bouncing joyfully. As Lin Chaodong observed a mechanical giant spider attacking, it immediately assumed a boxing stance, leaping and taunting. The outcome was, of course, tragic. In the blink of an eye, the colossal spider unleashed a torrent of white silk, ensnaring him as he struggled desperately on the ground. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from speaking to the curly-haired individual, bent down to lift Lulu, and carefully removed the silk from its body before placing it on his shoulder. He then retrieved ammunition and reloaded Thor. "Who are you? Are you the only one here?" he inquired. "No, we are a group," the response came. "All of us escaped from city. Our soldiers who were supposed to protect us perished, and we had nowhere else to go, so we took refuge in that cave." In the distance, a dimly lit entrance could be seen. "I have a spider like this one, but it's left on the other side of the river," he added. Upon hearing this, the curly-haired individual paused momentarily, then, with a hint of anxiety, asked, "Your spider is smarter than this one, right? You found it in an upstairs room, along with spider food and cigars?" Lin Chaodong, caught off guard with a cigar clamped between his teeth, thought, "What the hell? This person is absolutely right. Could it be that this creature is the progenitor of Aiju?" Lin Chaodong felt a surge of irritation. He was reluctant to part with the diligent Aiju. However, he was neither a bureaucrat nor a merchant, and he did not possess the propensity to speak deceitfully for personal gain. "You are correct, but I am quite wealthy. How much would it take for you to sell Aiju to me?" he asked, immediately regretting his words, for the curly-haired individual was anything but ordinary. Turning on his heel, he fled, bellowing in a voice that grated on the ears. Hey, did you hear that? Did you hear? Subject 1 is still alive. Subject 1 has been brought out from the city. Subject 1. What a ridiculous name. Eju sounds far more pleasant, he thought. As he attempted to move, he realized the large spider had him firmly ensnared with its pincers, the potent anesthetic trickling down its carapace. Just as he saw the curly-haired individual dart towards the dark cave entrance, Lin Xiaodong was determined to pursue. Yet, the relentless grip of the obstinate spider rendered him immobile. Lulu, tell it that its pincers are ineffective against me. It need not waste its anesthetic. Lulu, previously ensnared in silk, remained perched on Lin Xiaodong's shoulder, mounting a performance directed at the giant spider. However, the spider, intent on biting Lin Xiaodong's leg, paid no heed to Lulu's antics, fixating instead with its 8 eyes and relentlessly stinging Lin Xiaodong. The more he watched, the more Lin Xiaodong felt a growing concern. It seemed that Eju was the only intelligent spider on this planet. Thus, he could not entrust Eju to anyone else, not even if her true progenitor appeared. Resolving firmly in his mind, he contemplated how to handle Eju's father when, at that moment, his communication device buzzed to life. Boss, are you all right? I just saw that level 3 liquor fall into the river with you. It terrified me. Mi-Er-Si exclaimed, well aware of Lin Xiaodong's keen eyesight, and she patted her chest in an exaggerated manner. The rabbits trembled beneath her palm, all jumping about as if eager to escape. Despite being fully aware of the situation, Lin Xiaodong still instructed that if there were no zombies on the road, they should first inspect the cargo in the vehicle's trunk, and then find a place to hide with Su Feihong. No need, boss. That coward has captured a level 3 liquor and is currently chasing and devouring other zombies on the road, came the alluring voice of Mir. Lin Xiaodong felt a shiver run down his spine and promptly commanded, that's good. Leave Eju in the car and ensure no one from this side of the river sees her. We might be encountering Eju's father. Mir's next words startled Lin Xiaodong. Boss, we are in an era of biochemical catastrophe. If they dare to take Eju, you can kill them. If you find it hard to do, just leave it to me. I can concoct poison to eliminate them all. Mir's words drenched Lin Xiaodong in cold sweat. This woman, when seductive, resembled a sweet temptation, yet when fierce. Mir, do you truly have to be so lethal? I remember you're a doctor. You're not a coroner, are you? Chapter 160. Can memories not be transplanted? Of course, one is not as dull as a forensic pathologist. One is an anesthetist, where inducing slumber or facilitating death is merely a matter of administering the right dosage. After concluding the conversation with Milton, 3 or 4 individuals emerged from the darkened entrance. A mix of men and women, all disheveled and unkempt, their attire a grimy semblance of white lab coats. Without needing to be told, Lin Xiaodong could discern their identities. They resembled his former biology mentor, the sort who was perpetually ensconced in the laboratory, oblivious to social niceties and devoid of ambition, solely devoted to academia. In that world, such individuals were destined to remain forever unrecognized, never attaining senior academic titles. Yet, Lin Xiaodong understood that these were the true enthusiasts of science. The inevitable outcome was often expulsion from their homeland, only to be hailed as academicians in the esteemed institutions of the Eagle Nation. In a civilization that professes reverence for teachers and education, this is indeed a farce, is it not? Yet, this is the stark reality. Wrapped in the notion that existence equates to reality, it masquerades as philosophical truth, disregarding the logical connections and Hegel's authentic meanings. For words encapsulate utter nonsense, and another 4 convey the futility of concealment. As he observed the group rushing towards him, Lin Xiaodong seized the moment of their silence to inquire, esteemed colleagues, who possesses the controller for this spider? It was only then that one of the disheveled individuals seemingly realized the matter at hand, hastily producing a controller and pressing buttons in a flurry. Fool! Fool! Even more foolish than ass. The creature, perched on Lin Xiaodong's shoulder, vented its frustrations at the colossal spider below, only to be met with a face full of white silk webbing that obscured its single large eye. Is the controller in your possession? What is its current status? The disheveled individual, oblivious to anything else, relentlessly pressed Lin Xiaodong for answers. Just as he finished his query, a woman in a blue coat interjected. What is its operational status? The mechanical components are functioning, correct? Following her, an elderly man with a beard entirely white chimed in. What of its detection system? Have you connected with its observational apparatus? Overwhelmed by the barrage of inquiries, Lin Chaodong replied, all right, let us not all speak at once. Each of you shall pose your questions one at a time. As he turned to address the disheveled individual beside him, the latter suddenly pointed towards the riverbank. His speech tangled as he urged, quick. Unable to comprehend the urgency, Lin Chaodong turned around, only to be struck with terror. The mother of the zombies, which he had cleaved from head to toe, was miraculously still alive, now barreling towards their small group. Alarmingly, its head was split open. It was not merely a zombie, but a creature of remarkable resilience. Cursing inwardly while instinctively drawing his weapon, Lin Chaodong fired 6 rapid shots into the creature's exposed cranium. Subsequently, he loaded his revolver, gripping the blade with both hands, preparing to fight for his life. It was not until this moment that the ferocious mother zombie collapsed on the ground, struggling for a few moments before finally lying still. Is it dead? Has that dreadful creature finally met its end? At this point, Lin Chaodong noticed a quivering voice inquiring from behind him. Like a girl watching a horror film, a curly-haired figure clutched his shoulders, peering out with one-eyed gaze at the now motionless zombie matriarch. It must be dead, Lin Chaodong casually replied, brandishing his halberd as he approached the corpse. Be careful, a shrill scream pierced the air from behind, emanating from a woman in a lab coat. Her face was smudged, and he had not taken note of her appearance. Upon reaching the mother zombie, he scrutinized the scene closely. Indeed, the creature's head had been cleaved from its body by the halberd. Unfortunately, due to the swift current at that time, Lin Chaodong's strike had been slightly askew, failing to sever the cerebellum from the spine. With a swift motion, he severed the head from the zombie matriarch, ensuring that no further threat remained. Turning back towards the group, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The individuals were gazing at him as though he were a demon that had emerged from the depths of hell, their legs trembling, devoid of strength to flee. The curly-haired girl recoiled, attempting to distance herself from him, her thin lips quivering. Please don't kill us. We only wish to inquire about Subject 1. Lin Chaodong snorted in displeasure, irritated that they still harbored intentions towards his precious girl. However, a bolder woman among them spoke up. We are a research team, merely seeking information about Subject 1's condition. We do not wish to contest ownership. It is yours, without question. Noting the absence of any elves, cat girls, or rabbit girls among the group, Lin Chaodong felt a spark of curiosity. Are you from the Empire? The others exchanged wary glances, revealing a hint of fear. Yes, we are of the Empire's lineage, but observing their trepidation, Lin Chaodong decided to remove his face covering, allowing them to see his visage. Upon seeing his face, the researchers visibly relaxed, rushing towards him as if he were a long-lost relative, lamenting, "We never expected you to be one of us. You nearly gave us a fright. We thought you would seize our provisions. It's good to be among compatriots. I had assumed the people here were as liberated as they claimed." Observing the frail scholars, Lin Chaodong inquired, "What? Are there still those who steal your food?" "Indeed," replied the most talkative of the bunch, a disheveled female researcher wearing black-rimmed glasses, occasionally punctuating her speech with jabs of her finger. "They say we are of the Empire, and thus frequently come to pilfer our supplies. Our resources are already scarce. We rely on this experimental spider to catch some biochemical creatures for sustenance." Turning to glance at the large truck on the opposite bank of the river, Lin Chaodong inquired, I intend to return to the city and reside in the building where I discovered as. You all is at number 1? Upon hearing the name that Curly was still grappling with, Lin Chaodong turned his face away, shaking the jarring blade in his hand. It's as my ass. Sensing the situation becoming tense, the female researcher stepped forward, extending her hand towards Lin Chaodong. Meng Ying, a material science researcher, no surname, just Meng Ying. This is Dr. Davis, the group leader, Lin Siwei, a mechanic, and Huang Jianzhong, specializing in optoelectronic detection systems. Gonduo specializes in biomimetics. We are all following the group leader in researching biomechanical entities. Upon hearing Meng Ying's introduction, Lin Xiaodong shook hands with each of them. The natural affinity among scholars was palpable, and he introduced himself in turn, Lin Xiaodong, PhD in biology. It seems your team is quite complete. Then why is this fellow such a fool? This was Lin Xiaodong's greatest perplexity, gesturing toward the spider nearby with a tilt of his head. At this moment, Curly spoke up. There was originally a computer genius, but alas. Understanding dawned on Lin Xiaodong. No wonder that spider appears so foolish. His curiosity piqued, he asked, could we consider memory transplantation? If we could copy as S memories to it. Don't even think about number 2, Curly interjected quickly. If that were the case, they would all belong to you. Lin Xiaodong was taken aback by Curly's swift response, contemplating whether he should press the revolver against Curly's head as a form of commendation. His eyes widened as he coldly fixed his gaze on Curly. By the way, the comment in the message, a talking spider is not a good spider, was left by you, wasn't it? As he spoke, amidst the fearful gazes of those around him, Lin Xiaodong drew his revolver, methodically loading it with ammunition. Chapter 161. Fear not, the blade's back for several days, the leader mused. The feeble imperial forces must have stockpiled quite an abundance of provisions. A group of 8, armed with various firearms, leisurely descended the hillside path. Were it not for the leader's aversion to bloodshed, they would have seized their spider weaponry. The foremost figure donned a bear-shaped helmet, resembling the creature itself, with a physique that suggested he had fared well in the apocalypse. Seize it, then let those supernatural beings take it from us? One scoffed. Have you lost your mind? Finding such dim-witted imperial fools who lack the ability to wield their powers is a rarity. Look, outsiders. They seem rather acquainted with those imperial weaklings. As the leader raised his fist, peering through a small aperture formed by his fingers, he scrutinized Lin Xiaodong. No worries. That fellow appears to be armed only with a knife, though he does possess a revolver. Nevertheless, our arsenal is superior. The 8 men brandished an array of civilian weaponry, including semi-automatic rifles and scoped shotguns, yet their collection paled in comparison to the armaments amassed by the cannibalistic denizens of the crocodile pit. Moreover, Lin Xiaodong currently boasted a complete set of combat gear for 12 soldiers. A sudden thud echoed as someone tapped Lin Xiaodong's helmet. A wide-eyed companion, excitedly pointing at the approaching figures descending the slope. His keen sight was commendable, but alas, he possessed only rudimentary communication skills. As Lin Xiaodong activated his eagle eye ability, he quickly discerned the 8 individuals adorned with various animal helmets. It appeared they too had partaken of the bio-creatures. Their powers remained a mystery. If only Meyer were present. The individuals clearly noticed Lin Xiaodong as they quickened their pace, soon standing before him. Ah, yet another imperial weakling, began the burly leader, only to be interrupted by a hearty laugh. Brother, from where do you hail? You must have endured considerable hardships on your journey. At that moment, Lin Xiaodong perceived the trepidation reflected in the faces of several researchers nearby. It was evident these individuals were the very ones who had pilfered food from the researchers, and Lin Xiaodong felt no affinity towards them. With a grimace, he uttered a single word, scram. Having acclimatized to the harsh realities of the apocalypse, Lin Xiaodong understood that might often dictated reason. Wealth, too, held its own sway, and the affluent figure before him embodied both. You dare, one loquacious fellow began, but Lin Xiaodong swiftly drew his revolver and fired without hesitation. The shotgun, equipped with a scope, trembled violently in the leader's hands, slipping from his grasp to the ground. As the burly man attempted to raise his own weapon, Lin Xiaodong closed the distance in an instant, cleaving the shotgun in two with a precise strike. He then turned the blade and struck the man on the head with the flat of the sword, sending him crashing to the earth. The remaining 6 raised their weapons, poised to unleash their fire upon Lin Xiaodong. Unfortunately for them, they were devoid of significant abilities, rendering them utterly helpless against Lin Xiaodong, who possessed a multitude of powers. With a serpentine blade in hand, imbued with fourfold the strength of an ordinary man, Lin Xiaodong delivered resounding strikes against the posteriors of several individuals, causing them to yelp and leap in distress. One among them even clasped his backside, exclaiming in panic, "It's over. That blade could sever a gun barrel. My poor rear." After administering a thorough thrashing to the 8, Lin Xiaodong, with a grin, inquired, "Fear not, it's merely the back of the blade. I simply wish to know who among you dares to defy me." The eight, already rendered speechless by Lin Xiaodong's swift and decisive actions, found themselves kneeling on the ground. As pitiful weaklings who could only bully the docile survivors, encountering a formidable power wielder left them with no choice but submission. "And Master, we failed to recognize your might and did not know you possessed extraordinary abilities. We yield." At that moment, a system interface emerged, indicating the capture of prisoners and inquiring whether to enforce their employment. Lin Xiaodong found this neither objectionable nor particularly appealing. He had heard from a few researchers that they had gathered considerable experimental equipment, and he could use some assistance in transporting it. Enforce employment, he commanded. In an instant, the eight rose from the ground, transformed into obedient soldiers. "Head, we shall follow your orders." He instructed them to inquire what items they needed to transport, adding, additionally, "I fear we may need to construct a bridge to return." "Understood," the eight replied, preparing to approach the researchers, who still regarded them with trepidation. What are you planning?" "If it's food you seek." Curly-haired Davis, evidently perplexed, struggled to comprehend the situation. It was a natural reaction when one witnessed 8 previously vicious miscreants suddenly morph into compliant subordinates, save for one woman whose thought process seemed particularly convoluted. Dreamy-eyed Meng Ying gazed at Lin Xiaodong, her eyes sparkling as she circled him, even lifting her chin as if to inspect his mouth. "What are you doing?" Lin Xiaodong retreated warily, uncertain of the motivations of the disheveled researcher before him. To his surprise, the woman disregarded his apprehension entirely and pointed at him, addressing Davis' leader. "This fellow undoubtedly possesses abilities, likely the kind that allows him to control others. If it weren't for, I genuinely wish to." Curly-haired Davis appeared intrigued, his eyes glinting behind his glasses. "No need for dissection. Forget my abilities. I can scan him with my naked eye." Hey, what are you doing?" Lin Xiaodong instinctively shielded his vital areas, fully aware of the harrowing potentialities that a scholar combined with a research enthusiast could manifest. They were capable of unspeakable acts, such as dissecting their pets or injecting themselves with substances in pursuit of knowledge, and if they achieved any results, they would revel in their success. Davis, the leader, and the curious Meng Ying embodied this very archetype, particularly the latter. "I say, are you not a materials scientist?" "How?" "Just a touch of curiosity," she retorted, adjusting her glasses as she earnestly regarded Lin Xiaodong. Yet, the glimmer in her eyes sent a chill down his spine. He raised a hand to shield himself from the eager gazes of these researchers. "Stop. Halt. We are in the wilderness. We can discuss your inquiries once we return to the city." Exchanging glances with Curly, Minjing earnestly admonished, "All right, this is your promise. When we return to the city, we shall delve into our research." Lin Xiaodong, who wished to avoid further entanglement in this matter, nodded absently and instructed them to discuss it upon their return to the city, asserting with a hint of bravado that he would see if he had the time. Furthermore, he directed them to have the necessary items moved, as he intended to procure some materials for bridge construction. Having spoken, he hastily made his exit, as if fleeing the scene. His amiable demeanor towards the researchers stemmed from his understanding that, in the post-apocalyptic world wrought by the biochemical disaster, technology was the cornerstone of survival. For instance, with the right equipment and corresponding catalysts, it was possible to synthesize starch from the carbon dioxide present in the air, providing sustenance for countless individuals. However, this was not the moment for such considerations. Besides, the food reserves within the city, sufficient for millions, rendered such worries unnecessary for the foreseeable future. At present, he aimed to evade the prying eyes of the curious and retrieve some currency. Ultimately, in this world, currency remained the most valuable asset. Chapter 162. The dreaded global warming. "You all, go fetch the money." The mention of money sparked a gleam in the eyes of the researchers from the Davis research team, especially Meng Ying, the materials scientist, whose gaze shone as brightly as the sun, almost blinding those around her. If we could acquire super nano carbon fibers, imagine the possibilities that would unfold. With an unrestrained enthusiasm, Lin Xiaodong envisioned that she would dive right into a pile of cash upon seeing it. Indeed, when the money was revealed, Meng Ying leaped towards it with the joy of reuniting with a beloved, rolling blissfully amidst the bills. The other researchers, upon witnessing the mountain of cash, had their eyes glistening as if they were about to spill mercury beads. Curly-haired Davis absent-mindedly twirled his mustache, murmuring, "So much money. If only we had this much in the past, our research." Looking at these researchers, Lin Xiaodong could almost envision how they meticulously saved every banknote, investing it into their coveted technological pursuits. "You must have found a bank. Where is it? We must move there. We will have unlimited materials." In a half-crazed state, Meng Ying rushed towards him, unabashedly wrapping her arms around Lin Xiaodong's, her excitement palpable. At her exclamations, the other researchers perked up, their disheveled heads bobbing like eager dogs. Judging by their expressions, they likely shared Meng Ying's avaricious sentiments. He hastily replied, "I found a wealthy household. They possess this much money. Rest assured, come back to the city with me. I have ample funds there, as much as you need." "Really? Are you pulling our leg?" Meng Ying appeared, ready to lunge at him again. Lin Xiaodong quickly sidestepped, insisting, "I swear, anyone who deceives you is a fool. Now, we must repair the bridge and return home swiftly. If this dreadful weather brings rain again, we are doomed." Upon hearing this, Curly nodded in agreement. "Indeed, summer brings more rain. Let us lend a hand." Lin Xiaodong found himself perplexed by his words. He grabbed Curly, exclaiming, "Davis, you claim it's summer? Did you know how cold it gets at night? Minus 40 degrees. Is this what you call summer?" Startled, Curly Davis slipped away, eyeing him with a strange expression. "Yes, but if it weren't summer, how could it possibly rain?" Meng Ying scrutinized Lin Xiaodong with skeptical blue eyes, as if contemplating a dissection. "Who has ever experienced summer with nighttime temperatures plummeting below 40 degrees? The summer I speak of is one filled with ice cream, where even the vegetable vendors engage in discussions about global warming, a summer where one could fry eggs on the pavement." Lin Siwei, clad in a blue coat stained with grease, nodded earnestly. He adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly. "Indeed, the duration of summer is increasingly prolonged, and the phenomenon of global warming is growing more severe. If this continues—" He paused, realizing why the inhabitants of this planet seemed so utterly irrational. They had never experienced a sweltering summer where the asphalt roads melted under a scorching 48 degrees. Disregarding this matter, he considered the advantages of winter. At least the food stored in the city would remain unspoiled. However, the pressing question lingered. How could crops possibly thrive on a planet devoid of summer? Suddenly, Lin Xiaodong was struck by an even graver concern as he observed the 8 soldiers and 5 researchers moving furniture. A dreadful premonition washed over him, and he anxiously licked his lips, inquiring, "Who among you can cook?" To his surprise, Lin Siwei, the mechanic, raised his hand, which brought Lin Xiaodong an inexplicable sense of joy, despite the unappetizing appearance of his grease-stained coat. "You can really cook?" "Yes, researcher Lin truly has culinary skills. He has always been the one to grill our biochemical beast meat," interjected a soldier carrying some equipment. "But don't get your hopes up. His cooking is so dreadful that even dogs wouldn't touch it. He burns meat to a crisp." Upon hearing this rather illustrative remark, Lin Xiaodong turned to Meng Ying, who nodded nonchalantly while adjusting her glasses. "It's a bit bitter, but it fills the stomach. How can you call that cooking? If the meat is charred to a cinder, do you dare claim to possess culinary skills? Believe me, I might just throw you in the latrine." Lin Xiaodong retorted in exasperation. Realizing the futility of the situation, he resolved to devise a plan upon returning, perhaps finding a household robot to assist. The hope reignited within him as he recalled Meyer's words. With manpower, tasks would progress significantly faster. Constructing a bridge seemed straightforward. They would first toss the materials across the river, allowing them to erect a bridge that Lin Xiaodong could traverse. Subsequently, they would use spider silk to drag the bridge deck, made of biochemical materials and equipped with guardrails, into place, securing both ends to the ground. Thus, a carbon fiber arch bridge would be completed. As everyone carried various equipment across the bridge, the female materials researcher turned back, seemingly intent on dismantling it. Lin Xiaodong, eager to return home, found the delay intolerable and seized her arm. What are you doing? Dismantling the bridge. It would be a waste to leave such fine materials here. Are you out of your mind? Even if we find a vehicle, where would we store such a long bridge? Yet no matter how Lin Xiaodong pleaded, she stubbornly clung to the bridge. Ultimately, he had no choice but to throw her over his shoulder. Glancing around, he noticed the other researchers gazing longingly at the bridge. Loath to part with it. Hurry up. Move quickly, or I'll have those 8 soldiers hurry you along. The remaining 4 researchers, after receiving a few piercing glares and shouts from the soldiers, complied obediently. Only the materials science researcher, Meng Ying, was desperately pounding Lin Xiaodong, exclaiming, "You cannot waste materials like this. Do you not comprehend the value of money? Valuable? What a joke. I'm using this stuff to fold paper airplanes." The mere thought of the large pile of cash on the rooftop, likely frozen into a solid block by now, made Lin Xiaodong feel a slight headache, as he pondered how to remove it from the rooftop later. Upon finally returning to the project, aside from Su Feihong's third-level liquors frightening a few researchers, nothing significant had transpired. However, a single remark from Meyer caught Lin Xiaodong's attention. "Boss, are those few also your hires?" Indeed, the cost of employing researchers must be considerably higher than that of ordinary individuals. Perhaps a single researcher could demand tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands per month. Yet, a better idea struck Lin Xiaodong. "No, Meyer, they're part of a research team. If I were to purchase their research findings, wouldn't that cost even more?" Meyer shrugged, seemingly unfazed. "Boss, that's akin to scratching an itch with 6 fingers. Just get used to it. We are in a biochemical apocalypse now. If you can't bear to make a decision, I might as well just..." Regarding this venomous woman, Lin Xiaodong wished to retort, "You truly do not understand my intentions." Chapter 163. A request for the blade. What is being transported in that long cargo truck? Lin Xiaodong inquired of Meyer, glancing at the imposing vehicle. "Come and take a look. I assure you, it will pique your interest," Meyer replied enigmatically. "Is that so?" Lin Xiaodong, unfazed by Meyer's feigned mystery, hurried to the back of the truck and peered inside, inhaling sharply in astonishment. The truck was nearly filled to the brim with fish protein powder, packaged in hefty 25-pound bags, presumably destined for a factory to be repackaged. Such exquisite provisions could not be carelessly discarded. However, a pressing question arose. How could so many people possibly fit inside? Before he could ponder this further, Mechanic Lin Siwei approached him with a new concern. "Those tires won't make it into the city. They could be punctured by the bones of zombies, leading to our demise on the way." Faced with this predicament, Lin Xiaodong was compelled to devise a solution. After all, post-transformation, the density of flesh and bone was significantly greater than that of ordinary humans, making tire punctures a very real possibility. In a flash, a solution emerged. Such an issue was trivial for the affluent and resourceful Carbon Fiber Infinite. He casually located a nearby, small vehicle, opened the trunk, and called out, "Come see what I've discovered." Soon, the shrill scream of materials researcher Meng Ying echoed along the highway, drawing the attention of several formidable zombies. Lin Xiaodong swiftly incapacitated one by severing its leg to extract the zombie fluid. Only those bumbling researchers would believe that money could be found in a car. He scoffed. Having been with Lin Xiaodong for several days, Meyer had grown accustomed to such occurrences. "You truly are clever, capable of creating biochemical materials from currency and zombie fluid," Meng Ying exclaimed, her admiration evident. After marveling at the cash, she became Lin Xiaodong's persistent shadow. Much to Meyer's chagrin, unable to compete with Milani, the legitimate matron of the operation, Meyer felt the sting of rivalry. If this disheveled researcher got ahead of her again, what would become of her reputation? Leaping from the plush driver's seat, she twisted her waist, swayed her hips, and thrust her chest forward, drawing the attention of the 8 busy soldiers, their eyes widening in response. However, Lin Xiaodong had little time for such frivolities, as an idea to clear a path through the city and repel the zombies had taken shape in his mind. "Su Feihong, take your Tier 3 liquors to protect the others. The rest should search for drones, the larger, the better." Additionally, he surveyed the scene, noting the 8 small huskies led by Lilith, with one of the dogs seemingly mimicking Lin Xiaodong's intentions. "Search every vehicle. I want all types of drones. We must also find a way to retrieve the diesel we discover. Judging by the fuel tank of this truck, we will need to gather quite a bit. With 2 soldiers remaining to assist the mechanic in wrapping the tires with carbon fiber, the others set off to scour the vehicles at both ends of the highway for drones. The smaller ones could be utilized for reconnaissance during future adventures, while the larger ones, armed with a long blade, he too scoured the flow of traffic. Like most fleeing vehicles, they were packed with what their owners deemed precious belongings, yet very few carried substantial supplies of food. In times of flight, such possessions proved utterly futile. In his hand, he held a silenced assault rifle, and Meyer, who had no intention of working diligently, lingered beside Lin Chaodong, with the disheveled Meng Ying trailing behind them. When it came to locating things, one could always rely on dogs. Even Lilith, born of pets, emitted a whimpering sound under the guidance of the agile Lily. Casting a tense glance at the corpses by the riverbank, Lin Chaodong felt relieved when the zombies remained undisturbed by Lilith's calls and hurried towards her direction. There lay an overturned fuel tanker, evidently the cause of the roadblock, but fortunately, the tank was sturdy and had not leaked any oil. Indeed, hush, he murmured, stroking Lilith's large canine head as she beamed an angelic smile and fell silent. Nearby, a second husky, vying for attention, squeezed closer to Lin Chaodong, howling like a wolf in a long, plaintive cry. Goodness, these 8 little rascals are nothing but trouble. They make for a fine soup. Just as Lin Chaodong mentally lamented the impending disaster, a sudden clattering sound emerged from the vehicle, and a large liquor S had appeared. Unfortunately, the chaos did not end there. Meng Ying, the researcher trailing behind, covered her mouth with her hand and emitted a dolphin-like shriek. Fei Hong, bring your ding-ding over here. With Lin Chaodong's call, Su Fei Hong, controlling a 3rd-level liquor, sprinted in their direction, while Meyer and Lin Chaodong, aware of the necessity to treat zombies as mere fodder, remained undetected by the liquor. Meng Ying's scream piqued its interest. It began to crawl slowly from the overturned tanker, deftly avoiding Lin Chaodong and Meyer, its long tongue extending like a living serpent towards Meng Ying. Terrified, Meng Ying turned to flee, but the liquor leaped, its tongue shooting out like an arrow. Yet, Lin Chaodong was no less agile, swinging his dagger in response. However, the massive liquor proved to be far more challenging and cunning than the ordinary ones. The tongue, originally aimed at Meng Ying, curved back with finesse, striking Lin Chaodong's dagger handle instead. The blade, which had been directed at the creature, veered off to one side. Suddenly, a series of bird-like calls erupted from the side. It was Meyer, firing her silenced assault rifle. Her marksmanship was commendable, skillfully employing semi-automatic fire to strike the zombie's knees, causing black ichor to spray. The massive liquor emitted a long hiss as it was hit several times, its tongue curving back to retaliate against Meyer. Without a sound, Lilith surged forward, sinking her teeth into one of the liquor's legs. The 8 little huskies, ever cunning, merely barked from the sidelines. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chaodong repositioned his dagger. Free from the tongue's interference, he cleaved the liquor in 2 with a single stroke. Exchanging glances with Meyer, the 2 barely had a moment to breathe before several more liquors sprang from the overturned tanker, mirroring the movements of the first, bypassing Lin Chaodong and Meyer, and heading straight for the retreating Meng Ying. Ah, truly a messy little girl who deserves to be devoured, Meyer muttered under her breath, continuing to fire at the fleeing liquors with her assault rifle. At that moment, Su Fei Hong arrived riding his formidable beast. The 3rd-level liquors were indeed far more formidable than their ordinary counterparts. With a swift extension of its tongue, one liquor was pierced through, and a powerful swipe sent another flying. Moreover, it was evident that this creature had activated its heart-rending skill, as one claw brutally shattered the chest of an ordinary liquor. Just then, a soldier's voice crackled through the helmet. "Sir, I've located a drone. It's equipped for pesticide spraying. Can we utilize it?" Looking back at the overturned fuel truck, a multitude of liquors began to surge forth. Meyer, take Lily and flee ahead of them. Su Fei Hong, hold the line here while we eliminate as many as possible near the vehicle. Su Fei Hong, riding atop the 3rd-level liquor, let out a hearty laugh. "Boss, lend me your blade." Without hesitation, he tossed the Jiao blade to Su Fei Hong, simultaneously shouting into the communicator, "All soldiers, except for those with the drone, return to the vehicles and engage the zombies. Remember to use silencers and avoid hitting Instructor Sue." Chapter 164. A grand scene. Despite Su Feihong's Tier 3 lickers having dispatched several foes, two remained relentlessly pursuing Meng Ying. At that moment, Su Feihong wielded Lin Xiaodong's agile blade with flair, executing various martial arts techniques associated with a long sword, slicing, hacking, flicking, hanging, severing, smearing, intercepting, prodding, stabbing, pushing, dragging, and parrying. Each move he employed was amplified by the nearly 3-meter height of the Tier 3 lickers, providing him with ample room for display. Wherever the Tier 3 lickers traversed, every type of zombie encountered was cleaved in twain. Regrettably, Lin Xiaodong merely glanced at the scene before silently sprinting towards Meng Ying's side, determined to rescue her before those two lickers could claim her life. This was not an act of noble compassion. Rather, it echoed Napoleon's adage about scholars and donkeys walking the middle path. In terms of speed, Lin Xiaodong, equipped with leopard claw boots and a Tier 1 sprinting skill, outpaced the lickers, especially with his formidable Tier 4 strength, granting him exceptional endurance. In mere moments, he caught up with Meng Ying, hoisting her onto his shoulder, and dashed towards the direction of the cargo containers. There, Davis and his research team had already been ushered atop the cargo truck by soldiers armed with standard-issue assault rifles equipped with silencers and 4x scopes, preparing to engage the zombies. "Listen up, I still need the oil from that tanker. Don't set it ablaze," he bellowed, disheartened to see nearly all the soldiers abandon their weapons, revealing their incompetence. Shaking his head, he lamented the decision to send all 18 soldiers back to the airbase. He tossed Meng Ying onto the truck and rushed towards the soldiers who had just spotted a drone. To Lin Xiaodong's surprise, it turned out to be a vehicle from an agricultural pest control company, explaining the presence of a pesticide-spraying drone. "You all get back on the truck and protect the researchers," he instructed the soldier while swiftly seizing the drone. This drone was relatively advanced. Upon activating the power, the fully enclosed Helmet S system began reporting. "Drone system detected. Connect." Truly convenient. The designer of this helmet deserved full marks. After selecting to connect, the headset's display illuminated with operational instructions, which bore a close resemblance to using a remote control. By flattening his palm, he could control the flight posture, and there was also a virtual joystick. Additionally, this large drone possessed the capability to spray powder pesticides. Weight capacity, 50 kilograms, speed, 100, endurance, 120 minutes. Lin Xiaodong was particularly pleased with this feature, as it was precisely what he needed for his impending task. After familiarizing himself with the drone's controls, Lin Xiaodong swiftly returned to the cargo area, extracting a 25-kilogram bag of fish protein powder from the cargo container and pouring it into the payload compartment. As he piloted the drone into the air, the fully enclosed helmet displayed the feed from the drone's cameras. More than one, divided into front and below views, with the lower camera designed for precise spraying, complete with a crosshair for accuracy. "Su Feihong, I leave the situation on this side to you. Keep an eye on my boss over there," he commanded, after issuing commands to his subordinates to leave 2 men behind while the others armed themselves with their firearms and proceeded to eliminate all the zombies near the vehicles. Mill, who had returned riding Lilith, observed the soldiers advancing. She gently patted the head of her companion, seemingly conveying some instructions. Subsequently, Lilith dashed toward the fuel truck, followed by 8 mischievous huskies, likely still yearning for the flesh of the nearby zombies, their tongues lolling and drool flying as they ran. While operating the drone, Lin Xiaodong sprinted forward, shedding his leopard claw boots. The agricultural drone's tank was full, a significant advantage in this apocalyptic world compared to electric ones. The drone flew steadily and swiftly, especially on this windless, sunlit day. In the blink of an eye, the fuel truck came into view. Su Feihong must have harbored dreams of becoming a martial general in his youth. Otherwise, how would he have ended up as a martial arts instructor? Now, perched atop a level 3 zombie, he wielded his saber with impressive flair. Lin Xiaodong resolved that upon returning to the city, he would affix another saber to a wooden hilt and craft armor from python scales for Su. As he pondered these thoughts, he He was taken aback by the sight of the densely packed horde of zombies near the vehicles. Fortunately, the toppled fuel truck muffled most of the noise, sparing them from early detection. With this in mind, he opened the pesticide spray nozzle, opting to spray upwind. The dried instant milk powder cascaded down like snowflakes, enveloping the zombies on the road in a thick mist. Approaching the truck, Mill climbed onto the roof without hesitation, appearing intent on using her firearm against the zombies beyond. "Hey, Mill, you're a secretary, not an assault soldier. Stay down below," Lin Chaodong admonished as he sent her back down. Pouting slightly, Mill nonetheless raised her assault rifle, directing her confusion towards the nearby zombies with a barrage of bullets. Although numerous lick-eaters and mutated zombies surged forth, they were swiftly vanquished under the combined firepower of Su Feihong, 6 soldiers, and Mill. Lin Chaodong then instructed the soldiers on the container truck via radio to fill the inorganic tank with milk powder, advising them to be cautious of the rotor blades while he kept the drone in motion. As the drone zipped overhead, Lin Chaodong peeked out from behind the overturned fuel truck once more. The air was filled with a haze of pale yellow milk powder, resembling smoke that enveloped the entire stretch of road. Turning to Mill, who looked perplexed, he winked and said, "Miss Secretary, I suggest you heed my orders and cover your ears." Seeing Mill reluctantly comply, Lin Chaodong casually tossed a fireball onto the powder-covered road. His fireball spell held little power unless the target was drenched in gasoline. With a thunderous boom, the road, now blanketed in milk powder, erupted as if struck by a fuel air bomb. A forceful shockwave caused the fallen fuel truck to slide back over a meter. From a swirling black smoke, a massive fireball emerged, resembling a monstrous entity. Mill, initially confused, had no inkling of the magnitude Lin Chaodong was about to unleash. However, being an anesthetist, such elementary knowledge came to mind in an instant. With wide eyes, he gazed at Lin Chaodong, who shrugged and replied with a smile. "I never imagined the energy contained in infant formula could be so immense." As he spoke, he rose from behind the oil tanker and directed his gaze toward the stretch of highway. All the roads obscured by the powdered milk haze had been impeccably cleared. Abandoned vehicles and the once crowded zombies had been forcefully ejected from the highway by the explosion's tremendous power. "Boss, the horde of zombies by the river has heard the noise. They're turning back." Originally concerned about those zombies, Lin Chaodong now regarded them with indifference. "Is the formula loaded? Move aside. Let me soar and revel once more." Chapter 165. Undeniable malice. The multitude of corpses by the riverside surpassed even the vast horde encountered on the highway. Lin Chaodong deftly maneuvered the drone, dispersing 2 bags of powdered milk in swift succession. Following this, he hurled a small fireball into the fray. Although his fireball technique lacked substantial power, when it met the oil-slick bodies or the cloud of powder in the air, the result was explosive. An orange fire dragon soared forth with the fireball, dancing through the air before transforming into a pale blue flame that rapidly expanded outward. As more powder was drawn into the flames, the orange brilliance intensified. The flames lazily twisted and coiled, entwining with the floating creamy yellow powder. At the heart of the fireball, the blue flame diminished, giving way to a thick plume of black smoke, while the blue flames expanded like the very gates of hell, morphing into a sanguine fireball. The searing crimson core of the explosion flickered amidst the rising black smoke, painting a vivid tableau reminiscent of the apocalypse. Everything on the ground was first violently crushed by the shockwave of the blast, followed by a bright white light that rolled outward from the epicenter. If Melanie were present, she would surely declare this a fuel air explosion. Yet, who could have anticipated that all this chaos stemmed from a mere agricultural drone and 2 bags of powdered milk? Onlookers stood in stunned silence at the scene of destruction, astonished to find that such a vast assembly of zombies had been toppled. Even the bellies of the jetting creatures were flattened, as if made of paper, by the explosion's intense pressure. A chorus of joyful howls erupted from the 8 enthusiastic huskies, who bounded eagerly toward the feast. Lilith, with her tongue lolling out, gazed at Lin Chaodong. He graciously waved her off, advising caution for any remaining zombies. Turning back, he clapped his hands, urging, "Hey, why are you all just standing there? Get to work." Those reinforcing the tires continue. Those wielding swords keep clearing the zombies. The rest of you, search for the small drones. A few researchers began to apply armor to the vehicles. Pointing toward the pile of cash resting beside a disheveled female researcher, Lin Chaodong instinctively picked up an old rifle, protecting Lilith and the 8 huskies as they gnawed at their meal. Meanwhile, Meyer observed the flurry of activity around her before quietly settling beside Lin Chaodong, nudging him with her elbow. Are you truly intending to pave the way into the city with powdered milk? It seems rather noisy. Want to attract all the zombies in the vicinity? Glancing up at the sky, Lin Chaodong noted a line of dark clouds beginning to gather. He gestured to Meyer. The heavens always seem intent on opposing me. It appears this method is not favored. We must expedite the armor construction, or I fear we shall return drenched in rain. Curse your luck, the bad omens seem to hold true. Lin Chaodong refrained from disputing her sentiment. Indeed, the world around him seemed rife with malevolence. The concept of an armored vehicle was deceptively simple. Merely affixing sharp angles to the front of a flat-nosed truck would suffice to push aside any encroaching zombies. A container truck laden with dozens of tons of powdered milk would be unstoppable once it gained momentum. The tires were wrapped in several layers of carbon fiber to enhance friction, and short rods were affixed beneath the carbon fiber, giving the wheels an appearance reminiscent of gears. Naturally, the carriage was secured with composite materials. Given its carbon fiber composition, a thickness of 5 centimeters sufficed. Upon completion of the modifications, the entire vehicle transformed into a massive black box, elevated by 2 meters, with only the upper meter designated for seating, while the lower meter was repurposed into a carbon fiber fuel tank, capable of holding several tons of diesel. However, upon finishing all alterations, a nearly tragic dilemma arose. The keys. Where on earth were the keys? In response to Lin Chaodong's inquiry, Meyer widened her eyes and frantically patted herself down. That seemingly inconspicuous yet incredibly vital set of keys had vanished. She had worried that Su Feihong, riding atop the 3rd-level liquor, might lose them, so she had taken it upon herself to safeguard them. Yet now, as they prepared to embark, they were nowhere to be found. Boss, I'm so sorry. Observing the typically enchanting and carefree Meyer wearing an uncommon expression of near tears, Lin Chaodong waved his hand dismissively. It's all right. You all wait in the vehicle. I'll go search for them. Perhaps I'll stumble upon them. With that, Lin Chaodong pushed open the top cover and cautiously glanced at the 3rd-level liquor perched above. Sensing no malice from it, he leapt down from the front of the vehicle, feigning a casual exploration. Thunder roared ominously. Indeed, Lin Chaodong's words rang true. Fate seemed intent on opposing them. What had begun as a sunny day swiftly transformed into a cacophony of thunder, with a chilling atmosphere suggesting an impending downpour. In such circumstances, where could one search? The simplest solution would be to manifest a supernatural ability, yet the initially planned intelligent grappling claw would have to be abandoned. Opening the system interface, the crafting skill was just in time. Without hesitation, he envisioned the form of a universal key in his mind. Moments later, Lin Chaodong emerged, clutching the key triumphantly. However, as soon as he lifted the top cover, Meyer's voice rang out in joyous exclamation. Boss, I found the keys. Lin Chaodong was taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief, I used a crafting opportunity, and yet you found them. The soldier, who was already an experienced driver, inserted the key and turned it. The powerful diesel engine roared to life, followed by the headlights casting a far-reaching glow. The bright LED lights formed solid beams that illuminated the surroundings, rendering every detail visible, undeterred by the torrential rain. Thankfully, in this apocalyptic world, driving with high beams would no longer invite scorn as a high-beam dog. This heavy-duty truck, fortified with carbon fiber armor, did not require conventional windows. Instead, multimodal cameras at the front projected the captured imagery onto the windshield of the cabin. This feature was not an installation by Lin Chaodong and his crew, but rather an inherent capability of the truck. The soldier, now back in the driver's seat, revved the engine a few times in satisfaction. Chief, our vehicle is heavy. We can only gradually increase our speed, and driving too fast at night could lead to accidents. Lin Chaodong paid little heed to these matters. As Su Feihong had commandeered the rear sleeping quarters, claiming that managing the third-level liquor was mentally taxing and requesting not to be disturbed unless absolutely necessary. Meyer contentedly leaned against Lin Chaodong's shoulder, her arm wrapped around his. A sense of happiness enveloped everyone present, yet Lin Chaodong felt as though his heart were bleeding. After painstakingly bringing his abilities to a countdown's end, he now faced the daunting prospect of starting anew. A glance at the system's timer brought him to the brink of tears. 119, 55, 33. 5 more days of this torment. Cursing under his breath, he pondered whether to blame Meyer for not finding the key or to chastise himself for being too hasty. This situation could only attest to his unfortunate luck, as this world seemed to harbor a relentless malice towards him. Why, one might wonder, did such malice not manifest in others? Was it a genuine hostility of the world, or merely a reflection of his own mindset? Like many questions before it, this one remained unsolvable for the time being. Sensing his turmoil, Lily tenderly cupped his face, while her large dog head rested upon his lap, and even as eagerly shook his ample belly in his direction. These past few days accompanying a foolish sniper had unexpectedly resulted in him needing to bring back a truckload of people. I swear, a truckload of gluttons. What a fate I have. This world is undeniably rife with malevolence towards me. Chapter 166. The Phantom strikes as Lin Chaodong and his subordinates hastened towards the city. Melanie found herself teetering on the brink of despair. To comprehend her predicament, one must first revisit the events of earlier. The winged glider ascended, and as she manipulated the drone, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Though she had only recently come to know Lin Chaodong, their interactions had been extensive. Just moments after parting ways, an overwhelming sense of longing engulfed her. However, her gaze shifted to the left, where 9 children were securely strapped to the wings, each one lost in the joy of takeoff. Turning to the right, she saw another group of 9 children harmoniously singing. As they soared into the sky, Melanie could scarcely believe that Lin Chaodong had transformed a model aircraft blueprint into a genuine flying glider. This was hardly surprising. The carbon fiber-based, biocompatible materials were remarkably sturdy. The armature crafted from lightweight yet resilient wood, and the drone boasted a powerful engine with 1,200 horsepower. Yet now, she contemplated unbuckling her seatbelt stealthily, hoping to catch a final glimpse of Lin Chaodong. There was little danger, as the drone was flying in the safest mode possible, requiring only minimal adjustments to the joystick for altitude. Be the saintly virgin you are, she could almost hear Lin Chaodong's voice, that seemingly ordinary man with a sharp tongue. Despite any peril, he was always dependable. Ultimately, he had ensured that she and the children boarded the glider back to the base. Though he often referred to himself as a saint, he could never bear to let the children suffer outside the base. In truth, he could have chosen to remain at the crocodile breeding facility, even venting his frustrations on those around him. However, he refrained, striving to accomplish one seemingly impossible task after another. Ah, you call me the saintly virgin, yet you embody that very role yourself. Flying under the clear sky was a delightful endeavor. Had it not been for the unfolding incident below, all would have proceeded smoothly. This leader of ours is perpetually stirring up trouble. Just look at the chaos he has orchestrated. Sending that female pilot back to the base would undoubtedly uproot Zhang's family entirely. Dad, what do you expect me to do? We are 500 kilometers from the base. Making it back is nearly impossible. The likelihood of intercepting the glider from the ground is slim. In this dialogue, Zhang Vida utilized the system within his fully enclosed helmet, ensuring their conversation remained unheard. Although his 5 subordinates were willing to venture out from the base with him, they would never resort to harming a pilot from within their ranks. Like retired soldiers, they felt a kinship with anyone from their old unit. You are right, but at this juncture, you are the only one capable of taking action outside. The base is teeming with people and prying eyes. Dad, have you ever considered negotiating with that individual? Zhang Vida pondered, perplexed as to why his father insisted on protecting a worthless, spoiled leader. The predicament is of his own making. Had he been dealt with at that time, it would have merely resulted in a few years of confinement. Why provoke a ruthless individual to the point of annihilating an entire family? Compromise. To yield to a mere commoner? I, a person of stature, shall never submit. This matter rests upon you, my second-in-command. I shall provide you with their return flight path." With that, Zhang Baorong severed the communication. Zhang Vida discerned the old man's displeasure. In his heart, he felt compelled to utter a curse. What a wretched being. I have heard of a shameless individual back home, demanding that the populace kneel before officials. I have yet to encounter that person, but upon meeting, I would certainly end him with a single shot. In this day and age, how can any unscrupulous literati dare make such an audacious demand? Moreover, does someone of the old man's ilk deserve the reverence of the people? Truly, he is a brazen scoundrel. As for the matter concerning my elder brother, had it befallen me, my vengeance would have been far more brutal. I could eliminate that man for the Zhang family, yet deep within, I would sympathize with his rightful retribution. If the law protects wickedness, then it must be reconstructed. Setting aside these thoughts, Zhang Vida shifted to the team channel and announced, "I have received notification from the base that some individuals have constructed a drone with the intent to infiltrate the base. We must intervene." Infiltrating a military base, Chief, are you certain someone would dare commit such an outrageous act? Su Jian asked without hesitation, while his brother, Su Ming, shook his head. "Chief, perhaps you should reconfirm with the base. This must be a misunderstanding. Who would attempt to invade the base with a drone at this time?" The astute Hosi Lu, cradling his sniper rifle, shared the same skepticism. It was utterly incomprehensible. There was nothing to gain for them. As for the machine gunner, Hooding, he remained taciturn, harboring his own thoughts, until Akai commented, "It's merely a drone. As long as we know its flight path, our aircraft's dual-mounted 12.7mm machine guns can certainly handle it. However, ammunition consumption will be considerable, so let us call the base for resupply." Observing the group, Zhang Vida recognized that if this matter was not clarified, the team's cohesion would falter due to suspicion. "Ladies and gentlemen, I have affirmed with the base multiple times. The current information we possess indicates that they have acquired a large drone accompanied by glider. Hence, the base believes they harbor invasion intentions. The notion of utilizing a drone to tow a glider piqued my interest. Those individuals are indeed resourceful." The sniper Ho Si Lu leaned closer to Zhang Vida, eager for more information. What an audacious scheme, using a glider to infiltrate an Air Force base. Those people must be deranged. Su Jian echoed his straightforwardness. "It's not impossible, if a group of superhumans were involved. While I doubt they could stir much chaos at the base, it's not entirely beyond the realm of possibility." In contrast to his brother, Su Ming pondered more deeply. "Why overthink it? Do we know the flight path? As long as we arrive in time, we can take action. Honestly, having been stationed at the Air Force Base for so long, I've yet to try my hand at downing an aircraft." Akai radiated excitement, akin to the elation he felt upon mastering the art of delay. Upon hearing his subordinate's analysis, which had seamlessly crafted the remainder of his fabricated narrative, Zhang Vida promptly declared, "We are aware of the flight route. The base has indicated it is infested with detestable dissidents. Initially, the base intended to deploy aircraft for interception, but my father has secured this mission for us. Should we succeed, a substantial supply reward awaits us. Supplies, the foremost necessity for any soldier, are a principle instilled by the trials of war." Hearing Zhang Vida's unwavering certainty, everyone concurred. Since this task was so arduously obtained for us, we cannot relinquish it to those aerial intruders. We shall claim those supplies for ourselves. Chapter 167. The ambush within the glider. The children, having succumbed to exhaustion after their exuberant excitement, slumped one by one into their seats and drifted into slumber. As the distance to the Air Force Base diminished, Melanie felt her tense heart gradually relax, her red lips parting slightly as she murmured her gratitude. The operator of a drone flying alongside, upon hearing Melanie's words of thanks, couldn't help but feel a surge of delight within. As the most admired young and beautiful pilot at the base, hearing her enchanting voice was a long-awaited pleasure for many male aviators. "Ah, it's no trouble at all. It is my honor to serve you. Just look at how brilliantly blue the sky is today." Listening to his aimless chatter, Melanie subtly shook her head. She was well aware that many men admired her, but their ardor was often excessively fervent. Only that one fellow, such a sanctimonious prude, wouldn't last beyond 3 episodes. The memory of his scathing remarks made her feel a twinge of resentment, and she instinctively clenched her small fist, grinding her teeth together as if she longed to bite him. Suddenly, the pilot of the accompanying drone erupted with an expletive. What the hell? What's going on? Machine guns. As the operator's shout pierced the air, the accompanying drone abruptly veered to one side, its engine igniting in flames and trailing a plume of black smoke as it plummeted downward. Hearing the commotion from the drone operator, Melanie felt an urge to look down. Yet this was merely a glider, and the rough-hewn Lin Chaodong had entirely overlooked Melanie's need for a downward glance. Or perhaps he was unwilling to consider that she might gaze longingly at him during takeoff. Not seeing anything, Melanie instinctively issued a climb command to the towing drone through the control system in her helmet. In the absence of human control, the drone's ascent was not swift. The orange flames at the tail elongated noticeably as the drone increased its thrust. Faintly, she seemed to hear the sound of gunfire erupting below, and flashes of something perilous flickered in the forest beneath. Melanie pulled on the control stick, feeling the glider begin to skid. Some children, startled by the relatively abrupt movement, awoke with bleary eyes, glancing around in fear as the glider swayed erratically. The younger ones, frightened, opened their mouths and began to cry with sharp, elongated wails, their voices tinged with a vague call for Mom. In her urgency, Melanie could not afford to ponder why there were individuals on the ground assaulting them with machine guns. They were merely passing through, after all. The base was still over 200 kilometers away. The children's cries heightened her anxiety, and she gazed skyward with wide, frightened eyes. If it were not for the towing drone, she could not bear to imagine what might happen if the towing drone were to be struck down like the other. As she continued to maneuver the glider from side to side, the turbulence within intensified, and the tightly bound wooden limbs creaked ominously. More children began to awaken. Nearly all the younger ones were screaming at the top of their lungs. In that moment, Melanie noticed an older child attempting to free himself from his safety harness. "No, stay in your seats," Melanie screamed, maneuvering the glider to evade bullets, desperately trying to prevent the larger child from standing up to assist the others. Before takeoff, Lin Chaodong had warned her not to let them leave their seats. It was merely a few hours of flight, and even if they had an accident, it would not be a considerable issue. But above all, they must remain seated. You sit back down. If you disobey, I will summon the foolish Demon King to spank you. Indeed, the name of the foolish Demon King instilled more fear in the children than her saintly demeanor ever could. Although he never spoke or reprimanded them, his mere presence was enough to intimidate the little ones. Even the youngest, upon hearing her screams, would clamp their mouths shut, allowing only sobs to escape from their disobedient noses, occasionally producing shiny bubbles of mucus. The sound of gunfire echoed, indicating that the shooters below had received formal training, and their aim was remarkably precise. Tracer rounds streaked past the front of the glider, leaving a faint red trail in their wake. In a fit of rage, Melanie shouted over the radio, You wretched creatures, what are you doing? They are just children, not enemies of anyone," accompanied by the gunfire. More bullets whizzed past the glider. This time, she heard the unmistakable sound of impacts against the fuselage. With each successive hit, bright holes appeared on the wings, revealing that this was no small-caliber machine gun. It was at least a 12.7mm anti-aircraft weapon. Why? They are just children. I understand now. It must be those Zhang family members. A wave of unprecedented fear washed over her. Though Zhang Li had previously attacked her with a drone, she had never anticipated that the Zhangs would not spare even these innocent children in their quest to eliminate her. Such a family was undeserving of the title of humanity. They were a disgrace to mankind. The sound of continuous impacts resonated as the glider was struck repeatedly. Helplessness consumed her, and she felt lost, unsure of whom to call for help. Instinctively, she pressed the rudder pedals, causing the glider to sway side to side. "Foolish Demon King, I need assistance. You really are a foolish girl. Don't be so stubborn." With Lin Chaodong's voice echoing in her mind, it seemed as if a revelation had struck her. The frequency at which she pressed the rudder pedals began to vary. In the azure sky, the glider's erratic movements made it increasingly difficult to hit. Just then Akai, operating the dual 12.7mm machine guns, uttered a bizarre cry. "I swear I hit it." Look, its swaying frequency has changed. While shouting, he unleashed a long burst of fire toward the glider. Suddenly, the airwaves crackled with the urgent call from the control center of the Air Force Base, commanding the entire base's attention. An emergency had arisen. Air Force Lieutenant Melanie was piloting a glider, returning with a rescued child, while under fire from unidentified ground forces. Levita was utterly astonished that the situation had escalated to such an urgent level, with the entire base being notified, including their small team on an external mission. Orders were dispatched for Fire Breather 1 and 2 to take off immediately, heading towards coordinates. The Air Force rescue team was to deploy 2 helicopters to assist, with strict orders to eliminate any resistance encountered. Upon hearing this, the gunner's assistant, Akai, as well as the others, including Levita, were momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 168. You old bastard, you've ruined my life. The content of the base communication drew the gaze of the entire Ghost team towards Levita. Those stares pierced like daggers, leaving him momentarily dazed, his body aflame with anxiety, uncertain of how to comport himself. He turned away to evade the bewildered looks of his comrades. The individuals before him were unwilling to remain at the Air Force Base, but they would never harm their fellow soldiers, nor would they ever target a group of children. Feigning a loss of communication, he tapped his helmet and turned his face away from his companions, pretending to reconnect with the base. As soon as the line was established, his father's visage appeared on the screen, and Levita erupted with curses. You old bastard, you've ruined my life. That glider was a bunch of little brats, and you didn't spare them either. His father looked equally bewildered, murmuring, there were only children on board. How could that be? We distinctly saw Melanie and that other person. Wait, let me check. After ending the call, Jean Baron, seated in a wheelchair, stretched his long legs comfortably and activated the chair's reclining feature. The chair tilted backward, and the massager emitted a gentle thrum, kneading every muscle and nerve in his back. In another Zhang household, Jean Baron, reclining in his chair, savored the massage, letting out a dry chuckle. There's only one Zhang family in this world. After a brief respite, he straightened up, the earlier smile fading. However, before reopening the communication, he added to himself in the depths of his mind, and there shall only be one Zhang family. With that, he connected to his second son, Zhang Vida. Vida, this is not our fault. It was the drone operator's mistake. He only mentioned Melanie and that individual, never anything regarding the children. On the other end, Zhang Vida waited anxiously for the outcome, feeling a sense of betrayal wash over him, as if an invisible hand was toying with him. This unsettling sensation intertwined with the anxiety brought on by his team members' doubts about him. The seemingly benevolent father continued, it has never been your fault, nor the Zhang family's, nor the eldest's. It is that person's fault. He should not have disobeyed, should not have resisted. He ought to have accepted the money offered to him. Having lived abroad for many years, Zhang Vida struggled to comprehend this notion, nor could he understand the mindset of the Zhang family. Was there not one among them who could reason, who would speak the truth, who could respect others? Was there not a single individual to whom he could trust? Yet, they were all his closest kin. So now, what should he do? How was he to face his team members? Although he did not turn around, he could feel 5 piercing gazes stabbing into him. How would he confront them? Zhang Vida felt utterly at a loss, and all he could think was, I just spoke with the base. We have reached a resolution. Slowly turning around, aware that his subordinates could not see his expression, he still wore a grave demeanor. This is an incident. Yesterday, the drone operator merely reported the presence of dissident forces and a glider, completely oblivious to the fact that it was Lieutenant Melanie who had orchestrated an escape plan amidst their assault, fleeing with a group of children. This, indeed, is a tragedy. Truth be told, as Zhang Vida recounted this, he felt as if he were fabricating excuses, hardly believing his own words. Yet his 5 subordinates exchanged glances, and for a moment, silence enveloped them. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Vida sensed it was time to instill a sense of urgency among them. Furthermore, we must depart swiftly. The military police at the base have already marked us as deserters and may launch an attack at any moment. However, the outspoken Su Jian interjected, only to be silenced by his elder brother Su Ming, who commanded, listen up, get in the vehicle. We need to leave quickly. With Su Ming's declaration, the others fell silent, their thoughts a mystery. Yet, Li Vida understood that, for now, they had circumvented this peril. Nonetheless, he was inwardly cursing Zhang Baorong, that opportunist who, for the sake of his own family, had uttered not a single truthful word. I am also your son, yet you treat me with such cruelty. He was convinced that his father, a bureaucrat and businessman, had long since lost all semblance of humanity. Any child that obstructed his status and interests was deemed less than human. As for his other family, they were merely outsiders to be exploited. With this realization, he vowed that he would no longer be merciful. As he clarified his thoughts, the armored transport and assault vehicles swiftly departed the scene. Meanwhile, in the sky, Melanie's glider was in a precarious state. The final bursts of gunfire from the Ghost Squad's deputy gunner, Akai, had inflicted the gravest peril upon the glider and its occupants. The first bullet pierced the composite shell, subsequently penetrating the seat, and a child's body was nearly torn asunder by a 12.7mm machine gun, round amidst the cabin's frigid air. Help! Help! The child has been hit. The radio channels buzzed with stunned silence among the attack aircraft and the search helicopters, all exchanging bewildered glances. Who, at the brink of humanity's extinction, would dare to target innocent children? Certainly, some famished and heartless individuals might stoop to such depths. However, once the army of the Eastern Kong Republic became aware, they would pursue relentlessly. Yet, this atrocity unfolded right before their eyes, leading one pilot of the assault aircraft to curse vehemently. However, the glider's plight extended far beyond this. The radio crackled as Melanie's voice emerged, strained and trembling. "Ah, I've been hit. Help, help!" Her words quivered, as if she were drawing upon the last vestiges of her strength. At that moment, the attack aircraft reached its position, and the pilot's voice resonated with fury. The targeting system is online, searching for the assailant. No attackers detected. The glider is descending. The hearts of those aboard the helicopter were tightly wound with anxiety as the soldier responsible for the rescue audibly racked the chamber of his weapon. A figure stood poised at the cabin door, fully prepared for the impending mission. They were the first to reach the ground and establish a defensive perimeter. The commanding officer bellowed into the communication channel, ordering those on the ground to eliminate any zombies or other threats they encountered without hesitation. In response to his fervent command, the soldiers, equally fueled by rage, shouted their compliance. The helicopter hovered near the wreckage of the downed glider, and a long rappel line was deployed from its belly. One by one, the soldiers descended the rope like beads sliding off a string. Upon their arrival on solid ground, they raised their weapons and scanned the surroundings. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the forest. There were no zombies, no mutated beasts, only the occasional chirping of birds that typically filled the woods. The setting sun cast a warm glow through the treetops, projecting their tranquil silhouettes onto the snowy forest floor. As soon as the squad leader touched down, he led his team toward the wrecked glider. The structure appeared to be crafted from exceptionally lightweight materials. Though the workmanship was somewhat rough, it was remarkably sturdy. Even before entering, they could hear the faint, frantic cries of a child emanating from within. Sister Melanie, help, help me, Uncle Dumbo, please save me." Chapter 169. Entering the city on a rainy night at this moment, Lin Xiaodong remained unaware of Melanie's plight as he sat in his heavy armored vehicle, racing towards the city. The torrential rain fell with great intensity. Fortunately, the rainproof equipment on the camera providing visibility for the driver's cabin was exceptionally well designed, ensuring an unobstructed view for the driver. Long, bright beams of light shot forth, while the angular barriers in front emitted occasional soft thuds, pushing the nearby zombies aside. What piqued Lin Xiaodong's curiosity was the sight of numerous vehicles crushed along the road, with more tossed to the sides, seemingly creating a path forcibly carved out by a heavy vehicle. This brought him a measure of joy, as he had chosen this route due to the highway's direct connection to the street. It would not be until the next intersection that he could access side roads. This meant that between his current position and the intersection, the only direction from which zombies could increase in number was from the front and back. The sides were blocked by buildings, and even if a few zombies appeared, their numbers would not swell significantly. With a loud crunch, Dozens of wheels crushed the zombies caught beneath them, yet this posed no threat to the truck laden with several tons of cargo. Especially when the carbon fiber had fully hardened, its strength would surpass that of a tank's tracks. After all, no nation would spare the expense of using 5 centimeter thick carbon fiber to manufacture tracks, which are consumable items. Only an individual with boundless wealth could afford such luxury. As the heavily loaded truck drew closer to the city, the number of zombies encountered increased, and the driver, exhilarated, pressed down harder on the accelerator. It was not that he relished the sensation of crushing zombies. Rather, it was essential for the truck to maintain speed to effectively clear the zombies ahead. Should it come to a halt, the relatively heavy vehicle combined with its not-so-powerful engine would render it immobile. Suddenly, Lin Chaodong detected a sound behind him. Wow, we truly must commend humanity's determination to reclaim the city. I see another vehicle rushing into the urban area. It was a heavy truck, the cargo box nearly 4 meters high, evidently modified. Everyone knew that was Su Feihong, who had just turned on radio, and it seemed he was speaking directly about them. The thunder rumbled overhead, and a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the road. At that moment, the broadcast blared insistently. Oh, I finally see it clearly. That is a black heavy-duty truck, its front completely enveloped in black material, with angular barriers on the front. May the beast god bless their success. Yet, Lin Chaodong felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. Who would not feel tense attempting to navigate through millions of zombies? He silently screamed in his heart, "Damn it! Is the universe determined to oppose me? I can wield dust bombs and have ample baby formula to use as explosives. And now it's raining. I'm charging into the city, and you've cleared this route for tanks." Listening to the radio updates, his anxious gaze darted around the sides of the road. They had just entered the urban area. He hoped for a side road to evade the tanks. What was that on the roof? Oh, it was a level 3 devourer. They had necromancers with them. No wonder they dared to enter the city on this rainy night. With both ears shielded from the broadcaster's incessant chatter, Lin Chaodong found himself fervently praying and growing anxious, fearing that they too might become ensnared like the tank on the road. It seemed the tank aimed to penetrate the city, yet the jetting monstrosities appeared to have evolved specifically to counter armored forces. The tank's tracks could not withstand the corrosive nature of the corpse acid. Alas, it appeared that fate was persistently contriving against Lin Chaodong. Despite his relentless search for an escape, he was flanked on both sides by imposing concrete walls. Before long, a heavily armored tank adorned in urban camouflage materialized on the thoroughfare, compelling the heavy truck to come to an abrupt halt, prompting Lin Chaodong to order the engine be turned off. He observed that the vehicle had indeed stopped, now obstructed by the tank ahead, leaving him at a loss for how they might proceed into the city. As the broadcaster's voice dulled, tinged with despondency, it became evident that humanity's efforts to reclaim the city had once again faltered. May the beast god bless the brave souls, and may the provisions within their vehicle sustain them a while longer. Su Feihong gazed through the windshield, now transformed into a night vision display, and sighed sadly, realizing their predicament. There was no way forward. However, Maya remained unwavering in her faith in Lin Chaodong, dismissing any concerns. "What are you worried about? With the boss here, this is surely not an insurmountable challenge." Lin Chaodong retrieved a small drone, connecting it to his helmet before prying open a narrow gap in the overhead door to release the device. He maneuvered the drone upward, hoping to identify any alternative routes nearby. Regrettably, the street was flanked by towering buildings, offering no avenues for escape. Any potential paths led only into residential complexes, their entrances guarded by concrete pillars and gated fences. There was no question that a truck of such considerable length would undoubtedly become trapped within. At that moment, the surrounding zombies had coalesced into a veritable sea, encasing the vehicle completely. Surprisingly, none attempted to ascend onto the truck. The carbon fiber panels secured it tightly, with even the ventilation openings facing upwards. Moreover, a level 3 liquor lay atop the vehicle, deterring all nearby zombies, fearful of becoming its next meal. Listening to the radio broadcast, Su Feihong remarked skeptically, "Meyer, you really ought to think this through. Look at our current situation. If the tank can't get through, what makes you think the boss can?" Lin Chaodong, deftly guiding the drone back down, interjected just in time to halt Su Feihong's tirade. Su, are you implying that I should consume this vehicle? I advise against voicing such thoughts. It would be rather indigestible. Hearing Lin Chaodong's words, Su Feihong smirked. Seriously, boss? You have a plan for this? It's raining outside, and there are so many zombies. Meyer, you and Su should don the soldier's armor, Lin Chaodong suggested. I fear he may not find sleep tonight. The soldier's armor referred to the 12 sets stripped from Zhang Junhao's troops. Though merely crafted from hard plastic, with carbon fiber at the chest and back, it was certainly better than nothing. Most valuable of all was the intact radio and night vision system housed within the fully enclosed helmets. Having uttered these words, he was the first to exit through the portal atop the vehicle. Although his heart harbored curses against the unfairness of fate and the malice of the heavens, retreat was not in Lin Chaodong's nature. At this moment, his gaze was fixed upon the tank, an imposing machine that bore a striking resemblance to the Leopard 2A7, particularly with its sharply angled turret, which exuded an unmistakable aura of the Leopard 2A7. He silently hoped it truly was a Leopard. If it were indeed the Leopard 2A7, he would be prosperous, for the tank's engine operated on diesel. While gasoline was not entirely out of reach, he could siphon it for vehicles parked by the roadside. Such a task would prove arduous on a rainy day. However, if it were diesel, he could transport several tons within his vehicle. If he could ignite it, the sheer weight of the tank would crush the zombies with exhilarating ease. As Su Feihong emerged clad in infantry armor, Lin Chaodong casually tossed him a knife. Keep your wits about you atop the tank. Do not allow the zombies to approach. I'm going inside the tank to investigate.